The moment this guy opens his eyes, he freezes. He's not in his own body anymore. He's a barbarian, a massive, muscle-packed tank who lives off monster meat and can crush goblins with a single finger. Barbarians in this world are insanely strong and ridiculously tough, basically walking monsters themselves. And that's exactly when Lee Hansu realizes he's screwed, because it's the world of a brutally difficult game he used to play, non-stop, for 10 straight years. He first picked it up out of boredom while stuck in a hospital, and now he's inside it. He's standing at the initiation ceremony for young barbarians. One by one, they're being called forward to choose the weapon they'll carry for the rest of their lives. That's when the guy standing next to him suddenly yells out, asking what they're even doing in the game. One look at his panicked face and those terrified eyes, and Hansu immediately knows this guy is another human summoned here just like him. The old geezer who's been handing out the weapons pops up in front of the poor guy without wasting a second and asks if he was the one who dared to speak. The geezer pauses for a second like he's putting together a puzzle, then nods to himself. And when the other human tries again, asking if this place is dungeon and stone, the geezer just slices his throat open without a flicker of emotion. The brutal sight sends a wave of fear through Hansu, but knowing full well that showing even a hint of panic could get him killed, just as easily he clenches his jaw and forces himself to keep it together. The old fart claims that the guy he just butchered was Orm, Kadua's son, and says he was possessed by an evil spirit. He tells everyone to ignore whatever that so-called spirit was saying and casually goes back to his ridiculous coming-of-age ceremony. Hansu now understands that people like him who were dragged into the game are seen as evil spirits here. If anyone figures out that he is one of them, his head will be the next one rolling on the ground. With that in mind, the only conclusion he can draw is that he must survive this game without getting exposed. But there is one major issue. He does not even know what his character's name is in this world. He silently curses the game for not even telling him such a basic thing, and desperately looks for anything like a start window that could help him figure it out, because right now, knowing his name is the only thing that can keep him alive. Even though the odds are slim, Hansu decides to go with the only idea that comes to him. He waits and plans to move only if no one else steps forward within 2 seconds after a name is called. That name could belong to another trapped player, but he decides to take the risk. The geezer then calls out Jandel's son Bjorn. No one moves. After a brief pause, Hansu steps forward, hoping that Bjorn is the name he has been given in this world. The look on the old geezer's face sends a chill down Hansu's spine, but to his relief, the man simply calls him a young warrior and tells him to choose a weapon. Knowing he just survived that mess makes Hansu smile for a moment before he shifts his focus back to the task at hand. Bjorn now knows that these brainless barbarians are cursed with 0 magical abilities, but in return, they're granted overwhelming physical strength. That's why he decides to build himself into a close combat specialist, picking up a simple shield like some knockoff version of the shield hero. At that very moment, back in the real world, his computer starts syncing, and his in-game data gets quietly transmitted to some sus administrator. The first time Hansu played this barbarian race, he went with a massive greatsword, which was the obvious choice since it looked flashy and cool. But thanks to that decision, he ended up dying more times than he could count. He kept switching weapons, testing every possible option in search of better survivability. Then one day, a wild idea hit him that maybe barbarians are not just mindless damage dealers, and maybe the real way to go is tanking. So he tried out a shield, hoping it would mesh well with the barbarian's natural vitality and strength. Although becoming the shield hero seemed like the worst possible decision, he still decides to give it a try, and to his surprise, the results turn out to be incredible. He even manages to take down massive dragon-like monsters and becomes absurdly overpowered. So now he's confident he won't be regretting this choice. Just then, the old geezer orders the gates to be opened and announces that the barbarians who attended the ceremony must now enter the labyrinth within the city of Rafdonia. As soon as he raises his voice, every single barbarian starts sprinting like their life depends on it, and Bjorn has no choice but to play along if he wants to avoid suspicion. All the muscleheads keep charging ahead without a clue where they're going until one of them, who apparently has a brain that still functions, realizes that Karak pointed them in the wrong direction. The whole group instantly turns on Karak, yelling that he should have never taken the lead in the first place. But Bjorn can't help laughing at the chaos, knowing full well that none of these brainless idiots are any better. Poor Karak admits he's not cut out for leadership and steps down without a fight. That's when Einar takes charge, and the whole pack of fools gladly follows her, claiming she's actually pretty smart, only for her to lead them into the exact same mess. The barbarians start fussing again, shouting about how they need to reach the labyrinth before the time limit and that Einar isn't worth their trust. One of them suggests Jin should take over, but that only sparks more disagreement. Bjorn just stands there, thinking that if this circus keeps going, they might not even reach the labyrinth in time. The problem is, he doesn't want to draw attention to himself either, so he quietly walks up to Einar. The poor girl, already exhausted and fed up, assumes he's just another one coming to blame her, but Bjorn calmly says he's not here to scold her and just wants to help her get to the labyrinth. He tells her to keep it low and then points toward a nearby party, casually strolling while making fun of the barbarians for their lack of brains. He simply tells her to follow them. Einar quickly rushes to the group and announces that she has figured out the way to the labyrinth. She confidently takes the lead, and before long the brainless muscleheads finally reach the entrance. The purplish glow surrounding the gate feels majestic to them as they start calling it the sacred dimension of battle. Bjorn stands there wondering if he should really stay with these idiots, or quietly slip away. Because honestly, with how clueless they are, they probably would not even realize someone is missing. Meanwhile, Hansu, who has spent most of his life in hospitals, questions whether someone like him who has never even thrown a punch could actually survive a fight against dungeon monsters. He starts thinking of another way to pay the taxes of Rafdonia without entering the labyrinth. This tax system is one of the most twisted parts of the game where every citizen above the age of 20 is required to pay. Failure to do so does not just mean punishment but execution. Hansu remembers that in this world, money could either be earned by entering the labyrinth or doing jobs like working at a bar. But being a barbarian brings a huge drawback. The villagers treat them like beasts and never offer any proper work. Barbarians are seen as reckless troublemakers, so they are the only race that receives a weapon right at the start of the game. As Bjorn stands there, lost in thought, time keeps ticking away and only 10 minutes are left before the gate shuts. The worst part is that this cursed gate opens just once every month. Missing this chance would mean struggling to survive in the city for another whole month. His thoughts spiral out of control as he thinks about failing to find a job or running out of options. He tries to push himself forward, thinking that his condition might hit rock bottom if he stays here for another month. But the fear is so overwhelming that his feet refuse to move. Just when he is about to break, Einar shows up and tells him they are the only ones left and need to hurry too. Bjorn tells the lady to go ahead, assuring her that he will follow soon after. As she leaves, Einar thanks him for the help and asks what she must do to become wise like him, calling him the only clever barbarian she has ever known. Bjorn secretly mocks her, thinking she would probably need to be reborn into a different race, but ends up giving her a vague piece of advice that she should always think before acting. The lady takes the advice to heart and promises to repay his kindness if she ever returns from the labyrinth. Hearing her speak about the chance of not making it back, Bjorn asks if she too is scared of dying. Einar responds with another question, saying it is only natural. She admits that she is afraid, but says that since she was born as a warrior, she has no choice but to fight and survive. Hansu realizes how human these barbarians truly are. They fight not because they want to, but because they have no other path. That's why they act proud and always push forward. At that moment, he starts to admire them and feels proud to be one of them. With only a minute left, he runs toward the gate with a smile. He reminds himself that he has the experience of raising thousands of characters and feels confident that he will make it out alive. Just then, everything fades to black, and he finds himself in complete darkness as the system informs him that he has successfully entered the level 1 crystal cave, though he has absolutely no idea where that is. As he walks through the pitch-black darkness, he remembers how he used to be an expert at this game, and realizes that if he could combine the sturdy body of a barbarian with his knowledge, survival might still be possible. But now things seem to have taken a strange turn. He starts to panic a little since he's practically blind and has no clue where he's ended up. From what he remembers, the game had crystals stuck on the labyrinth walls, making torches completely unnecessary. By forcing whatever's left of his human brain cells to work, he figures this might be the darkness region. This pitch-black outskirt lies in the farthest parts of level 1 and is a super rare area with no light whatsoever. The weird part is that this place shouldn't be a starting point at all. Bjorn reminds himself that this is reality now, so nothing should be guaranteed like it was in the game. If this world picks a starting point randomly, then landing in the darkness region is rare but still possible, and unlucky enough, he happens to be the one stuck with it. He tries opening the status window using every word he can recall from all the webtoons he's read and games he's played, but none of them work. Giving up, he forces himself to calm down and begins moving in a random direction. Walking slowly, he jokes to himself that crawling might be faster, but then remembers the possibility of monster traps and tries to stay cautious. Still, he ends up stepping right into a goblin trap that drives a spike straight through his foot, sending a wave of brutal pain through him. Stuck in a sturdy character build, Hansu clenches his jaw and bears the pain without making a sound, knowing that even a small noise could attract something nearby. He drops to the ground in agony, fully aware that the goblin who set this trap is likely lurking close by, though a small part of him hopes it went off on some picnic. Right after, he realizes that kind of hope could get him killed. Assuming the worst, he prepares himself for the idea that even a single scream could bring the goblin running. Bjorn quickly yanks his foot out of the trap and notices the numbness spreading, which tells him there's a paralyzing poison already kicking in. He curses that old barbarian geezer for giving him useless slippers instead of proper leather boots, but knows there's no point whining now. His only chance is to move and face the goblin before the poison makes it impossible to fight. Even fear starts to wear off. probably because of the paralyzing poison, and right then he yells for the goblin to show itself. When nothing answers, he starts doubting if it was all in his head and decides to just leave, praying the goblin stays wherever it is. As our barbarian guy limps ahead with blood pouring from his foot, he finally hears footsteps. Even though he knows the goblin is behind him now, he gets uneasy not being able to see it. He speeds up but then notices the creature never closes in. It stays at the same distance and stops exactly when he does. That can only mean one thing. The goblin is simply watching him bleed out and enjoying it. Its creepy laughter confirms it. Knowing this is his last shot, he runs ahead a bit, then fakes the perfect fall straight on his face. Just as planned, the goblin takes the bait. But it turns out this one is no ordinary fool. It throws a rock at him first, trying to figure out whether he is actually dead or playing dead. But Hansu outplays the goblin, and just as it creeps in close, he springs up and swings a fist at it, hoping to knock the creature out. Unfortunately, his reach turns out to be too short. Yet somehow, his barbarian body takes over, reacting on its own, and with a clear sense of where the goblin is, he yells that now it's the goblin who's the prey, and unleashes a storm of punches. He gives the creature a proper beating for all that creepy laughing, then grabs a stone with both hands and smashes it down, ending the goblin's life. The foul monster collapses without a sound, and Hansu receives just a single experience point for all that trouble. As it always went in the game, the goblin's body vanishes and leaves behind a stone that serves as currency here. But the thing is, as useless as it gets, just a grade 9 magic crystal barely worth a piece of bread. He lets out a pitying smile, almost laughing at himself for going through all that only to end up with junk. Even though he remembers everything from the game he once played, he reminds himself not to mix that world with the one he is now trapped in. With that in mind, he walks off, foot still bleeding badly. The system keeps nagging him with the obvious, reminding him over and over that his foot's bleeding, until he finally ends up dragging himself across the floor. Turns out the thing's probably fractured, and to avoid the pain he figures it's better not to use that leg at all, somehow managing to crawl faster than he thought he could. All he wants now is just one tiny reward, like not stepping on another one of those annoying traps. He barely dodges one as he goes on, but now the real problem is finding someone, especially after losing that much blood. He sticks to one direction, pushing through the darkness, hoping he'll somehow make it out alive. As death starts closing in, he starts thinking about that guy from the entrance ceremony, wondering what happened to him, whether he'll wake up in his old body or just stay dead for good. When he's hanging on to the last 5% of his vitality, it finally hits him why humans bother with religions, and that's when the system pops up again, flashing red with a lovely reminder that he's about to die if nobody treats him fast. Just as he's about to let go, he catches sight of some light ahead and hopes there's someone out there who'd actually bother helping him out. He now starts seeing illusions of himself, mocking him and arguing whether he really thinks someone would show up just to patch up an ugly barbarian barely stronger than an average human. Bjorn figures it must be the blood loss messing with his head, but his survival instincts still keep him conscious, pushing him forward with a stubborn will to survive. Just as his vitality hits rock bottom, a nearby party notices the dying barbarian. At the same time, the system rewards Bjorn with a 1-point increase in mental stat for bringing his vitality down to just 2%. The party approaches him, surprised to find he's just a novice, and they find it suspicious that someone so inexperienced reached this place before them. Bjorn tries to speak, but not a single word comes out. He screams inside his head, silently begging them to help. The blonde guy in the party turns to their priestess, Ursina, and asks if she can heal him. Seeing a priestess in their group tells Bjorn they must be a high-level team, and he breathes a shaky sigh of relief, thinking he's finally going to be saved. But things take a turn for the worse as Ursina coldly refuses. The blonde guy then asks Patsran to hand over a potion, one they had saved strictly for emergencies when divine healing would not work. He pops the cap open and tells Bjorn to brace himself, warning that this is not some gentle divine blessing, and it is going to hurt like hell. Hansu's vitality shoots up almost instantly, but the moment the potion kicks in, it feels like his entire body is melting from the inside out. The pain is unbearable, strong enough to drive anyone insane. That is when he finally understands why the game never allowed potions to be used in the middle of battle, since the pain alone could knock someone out cold. Within seconds his body recovers and he somehow gets back on his feet, completely stunned that he is even alive. The blonde guy eyes him curiously and asks how a novice managed to reach this place before them. He even offers to buy the information if it turns out to be some kind of hidden shortcut. Bjorn realizes that just being ahead of the others is what saved him, since the blonde guy only seemed interested in getting some information. Still, it's probably for the best, because a favor without any reason feels more suspicious than anything else. So our guy gives the safest response he can, saying he doesn't know how he got here because the moment he entered the labyrinth, he was already in this place. The blonde knight seems convinced and says he once read that dimensional instability could sometimes cause someone to appear right on the outskirts of the darkness, though the chances of that happening are so low it's only recorded once every 100 years. Bjorn clenches his teeth, knowing that the nightmare he just went through isn't even something this mid to high level party has ever faced. As they start leaving, the blonde guy compliments him for the interesting story and tells him not to worry about the cost of the potion. That's when our guy finally understands how lucky he was for someone to actually stop and help, especially when every second inside the dungeon is as valuable as gold. Even though he should feel glad for making it out alive, his barbarian heart churns with disgust at the thought of being pitied like that. Meanwhile, after leaving him behind, the party chats among themselves about how lucky the barbarian was. Stepping on a goblin trap and surviving after all that was just dumb luck. One of them even teases the potion guy, saying the barbarian was fortunate that the blonde helped out, because if it were just him, he'd never have bothered wasting the potion on a greasy peasant. The potion guy fires back by mocking the priestess, saying if there are so many barbarians like that, they probably wouldn't miss one. But the priestess's face drops in silence, and before things go south, the archer girl steps in for her, firmly saying she would have helped the barbarian for sure if only the temple's rules didn't stop her. She then clings to the potion guy and tells him to learn something from Drouse, since that blonde actually asked the barbarian about the secret path just out of consideration, knowing how much barbarians hate being pitied like that. The party keeps walking, but something keeps bothering them, which is that the barbarian's trail just doesn't seem to end. As they push on, they eventually reach the gate to the second floor and activate the portal. But right when they're about to step through, what they see there is something they can't even believe. Lying right next to the gate are the barbarian's sandals caught in a goblin trap, which means the lunatic didn't take any shortcut and actually crawled over 15 kilometers, and did it all while surrounded by complete darkness. The geezer in the party thinks this is absolutely insane, and everyone feels a chill creeping up their spine. That's when the potion guy remembers how the barbarian had reached out his right hand toward them. They all finally realize that the brute was actually holding up a magic crystal, trying to offer it as a trade. The potion guy takes back every stupid thing he said earlier, and admits that barbarians really are something else, built to keep moving no matter what, and way too stubborn to ever treat death like an escape. After nearly brushing death, Bjorn keeps stumbling across more and more goblins, though none of them seem to give him even a sliver of experience points. He's a little tense at first, sure, but now that the place is finally well lit and he's got his sight back, these monsters don't exactly seem threatening anymore. This time, he notices how the traps are scattered all over the floor like someone just chucked them there without thinking, and he can't help but mock the goblins for being so brainless that covering them with even a handful of dirt never crossed their minds. Luckily for him, their ambush plan is just as pathetic, and their hiding spots might as well have come with a big neon sign. Now the real issue is that his stomach's been growling non-stop. He checks his bag, remembering how the deputy chief had given every barbarian enough rations to last a week. But when he looks inside, the bag seems to have been ripped from all that crawling he did earlier. And just like that, he's down to barely 2 days worth of food. So he forces himself to nibble through the bare minimum, hoping to stretch it out for as long as he can. At this point, even that dry, crusty bread tastes like some fancy dessert, though he has to rely on his own saliva just to get it down. But eating something that dry only makes him feel thirstier. Back in the game, Hansu only had to worry about carrying food, but now that this isn't some game anymore, going without water just isn't an option if he wants to stay alive. He figures if that old chief didn't bother handing out any water, then there's probably a fresh supply hidden somewhere inside the dungeon. And right on cue as he's walking by, he hears the faint sound of water and heads toward it. That's where he runs into some random adventurer just sitting on the floor who gets up and walks off without saying a word, like there's some unspoken rule that no one talks unless it's absolutely necessary. Bjorn then checks the stones and starts counting, realizing he's gathered 44 of them now. With his basics taken care of, he ends up facing one last issue as he's absolutely exhausted and about to drop from how sleepy he feels. He remembers there are only 2 practical ways to sleep inside a dungeon. One is to leave everything to fate and sleep anyway, hoping no one attacks during the night. The other is to team up with someone and take turns keeping watch. But thanks to his terrifying barbarian look, everyone keeps running away from him, and he's left with no one to rely on. That alone drives Bjorn mad because all he wanted was a bit of sleep and maybe someone to stand guard for the night. Just then, a guy with a somewhat friendly face walks up and casually asks if Bjorn happens to be looking for an overnight companion. Bjorn instantly finds him suspicious, but the guy says he only approached him because he looked like a reliable barbarian, someone who could help him get a safe night's rest. Bjorn relaxes a little and admits that yeah, he's been looking for one too. Once they agree to be night companions, which is an actual mechanic from the game, the guy introduces himself as Hans. Hansu returns the favor, introducing himself back as Bjorn, son of Jandel, and reaches out to shake hands. Hans says it might take too long to find someone else, so why not just the 2 of them crash together for the night, which honestly gives our guy some heavy rainbow vibes. Then he suggests they play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to sleep first, and of course, the guy wins. Bjorn quietly curses his rotten luck. Then Hans pulls out a watch and explains how it works, clearly assuming the barbarian doesn't even know how to tell time. Bjorn just stares at it, wondering how expensive it must be, while the guy comfortably knocks out like he's in a 5-star hotel. He watches him sleep and thinks he actually looks too cozy. For a second, he wonders if the guy would lend him the sleeping bag if he asked nicely. He stares at the clock, begging the time to move faster, and finally wakes Hans up when the shift ends. Now it's our guy's turn to sleep, but trusting someone that easily just doesn't come naturally. So he gives it his all to fake being asleep, even throws in some loud snoring just to sell it. In his head, he's convinced that if the guy had any shady intentions, he'd definitely act now, since barbarians are supposed to be dumb and obvious like that. But turns out, our guy stays up for 2 whole hours straight and doesn't catch a single wink even when he has the chance. When it's finally his turn again to stand guard, he mentally slaps himself for being this paranoid, though deep down he knows he can't help it. Trusting someone that quick just isn't in his blood. He's so drained now that it feels like he might just collapse from fatigue, and before he knows it, he passes out, and only wakes up when Hans starts nudging him while denying that he was drooling in his sleep. Hans says he won't complain much since nothing really happened during his shift. Still, our guy tries to make up for it by saying Hans can rest even more and that he'll take the next round without dozing off this time. But the guy turns out to be almost annoyingly nice about it, lets the barbarian rest without a single complaint, and doesn't even bring up how he passed out when he wasn't supposed to. Just when Bjorn finally lets his guard down and drifts off to sleep, his eyes snap open and right there, he sees the guy towering over him, weapon raised and just a second away from smashing it straight at him. Bjorn notices this and quickly gets up to evade his attack, which leaves Hans quite shocked. Our hero quickly gets serious, and after looking at Bjorn's murderous face, he tells him to stop and listen to what he has to say. He thinks that he's trying to cook up some excuse, but without a second thought, he strikes him in rage while Hans shouts and tells him just to wait. After a clean uppercut to his chin, he is not able to stand as his legs are shivering in fear. He is still trying to tell him to wait and just listen to what he has to say. Our boy ignores it all with blind rage and refuses to hear a word. He figures the guy is built tougher than goblins who drop after one hit, so he'll need to throw in some more hits. This time he slams him with the shield, and the impact sends Hans flying before he crashes down and starts coughing blood, barely making it out alive. Bjorn steps over him with this deadly pressure hanging around while the trembling wreck mumbles that he is sorry and swears never to try anything like that again. Bjorn narrows his eyes and demands to know why he tried to kill him. With his face wrecked and no excuse to crawl behind, Hans spills the truth and says he just wanted the magic crystals, so he thought he could knock him out and take them without going that far. Upon hearing this, Bjorn is surprised and asks if he really tried to off a barbarian just for a few crystals. So Hans explains that barbarian gear sells for a fortune thanks to its solid quality. Then he asks if that's enough for him to let him go now. But our guy still senses something fishy and slams him in the chest again, warning him to cough up the full story. Bjorn is sure there's more to it since trying to jump another adventurer inside the labyrinth is no small deal. Just then, Hans yells that it's the heart, leaving Bjorn stunned. He explains that barbarian hearts are also used as magic ingredients and fetch a high price. That's when it clicks for Bjorn that this dude sees him as a walking loot bag, a giant goblin that's way harder to kill. He asks why Hans didn't try this while he was asleep before, and Hans casually replies that he needed sleep too. After hearing that, Bjorn figures the guy is not just sneaky, but also smart with how careful he plays it. Hans then asks if, now that he's confessed everything, Bjorn is willing to forgive him. But our hero smirks and says he'll keep running into people like him, all begging for mercy, but he isn't really such a softie who'll just let it go. Hans insists he's not like the rest and promises to give up everything he owns once they return to the city, saying Bjorn won't regret it. But our guy tunes out the pathetic whining from this human trash, and just like that on his first full day in the game, he ends up killing a man. By the second day, he's already stacked with solid gear to keep himself alive. No more roaming around half-naked like some lost caveman as he now drinks bottled water, checks his direction with a compass, tells time with a watch, and uses potions for wounds. It's pretty ironic he only gets to live like a normal man after going full death machine on a man. Still, he is now powerful enough to crush a goblin with one clean hammer swing. At the beginning, he never thought he'd be this good at fighting, so he didn't even bother picking a weapon, still stuck in his middle-aged Japanese man mindset. But being a barbarian now hits way different. On day 2 in the labyrinth, goblins start showing up in pairs, but with his new gear, his combat stats shoot up big time. Bjorn makes good progress now that he can kill a pair of goblins without much effort. Yet exhaustion starts to build from the non-stop fights and the brutal lack of sleep. Our guy figures he doesn't have a partner to cover nights yet, but still feels his odds of surviving a goblin stab are better than getting backstabbed by another Hans. He feels annoyed since every time he tries to fall asleep, goblins show up right in front of him. He swings at them with fury because barely 10 minutes have passed since he dealt with the last batch. What frustrates him more is that these filthy goblins somehow treat his nap time like playtime. He completely loses it and unloads everything on them because it's only been 10 minutes since he took out the previous group. Bjorn rests his back against a wall and believes he has cleared every goblin in sight. He hopes they stop showing up now since all he wants is a little sleep. His eyes shut as he drifts off, but then a goblin stabs him in his sleep before he even senses it, and he lashes out at once with rage. The second one sees this and bolts, but Bjorn feels grateful that it runs off because he has no energy left to go after it. He realizes that if he had been slightly shorter, or if the goblin had jumped just a bit higher, it could have slashed his throat. That thought sinks in hard, and makes him admit that he badly needs proper rest since he failed to sense the goblin at all. He looks at the wound and knows he must heal it, though sadly the only option is a potion that stings even more than the wound itself. 14 hours fly by and players begin to look around for overnight partners, but Bjorn knows he cannot afford to trust anyone since a barbarian's heart sells for quite a price. In this situation, the only one he believes won't try to kill him is another barbarian, so he sets out to find one. Unlike yesterday, a bunch of humans now ask him to be their overnight partner since he is drenched in blood and missing a shoe, so he comes off as someone who's been through hell and back. Before, he looked way too pathetic for anyone to team up with, but now he tells every person who approaches that he is only looking for a barbarian. One of the humans seems shocked after hearing that and tells him he probably won't find one because there are likely fewer than 100 barbarians left on this floor since most have already moved to the higher levels. After saying this, the guy wishes him good luck and walks off. Bjorn feels it's kind of tragic that someone as ripped as him is stuck struggling on this floor. He figures there's no point hoping for another barbarian to show up since it's clearly not going to be easy, so he needs to keep his expectations in check. He knows he doesn't want a human partner, so he has to find someone from another race. They may be fewer than humans, but are larger in number than barbarians. It could be a dwarf who shares the fiery spirit of a barbarian, or maybe an elf who always sticks to their word, but he doesn't really care as long as they are not human. Most of the other pieces have a sense of pride and loyalty, so they wouldn't harm adventurers, unlike humans who are blinded by their greed. After settling on this choice and wandering the area for nearly an hour, our guy finally spots a waifu candidate who sits injured in a corner while looking nervously around. Bjorn asks her if she is alone, and the moment she sees him, she looks absolutely horrified as she grabs her bow. He figures she is just being defensive, and honestly, he can't blame her since anyone would react that way when they are hurt and suddenly spot a barbarian. As he steps in for a closer look, he immediately notices the wound on her stomach, which clearly isn't from a goblin's dagger. He asks if a human did that to her, and to his surprise, she drops to her knees and pleads for his help. He's caught off guard as she begs him to spare her just this once because she has a little brother waiting for her. Her reaction stuns him since elves are usually known for being stuck up, but here she is acting like a helpless mess. If he had known she was like this, maybe he would have approached her in a different way, so he decides it's time to clear the air. He gives her a warm smile and assures her that he doesn't plan to kill her, but somehow that only makes him come off like a full-blown serial killer and nearly gives her a heart attack. She asks if he really plans to go through with this just because he's a barbarian, then begs him to give her a chance. He gets annoyed, wondering what exactly the barbarians did to earn such a cursed reputation, and thinks about why she looked terrified from just one sentence. Putting all that aside, he tells her to focus on treating her wounds first, and says they can talk properly afterward. He hands her some bandages that she instantly recognizes as healing herbs. He thought they were poisonous, but hearing that they're safe makes him feel a lot better. When she asks why he's giving her the precious herbs, he questions whether someone really needs a reason to help others, though deep down, he does have the sneaky little goal of maybe becoming her overnight partner, if you catch his drift. Our hero tells her to patch herself up while he keeps watch since she's in worse shape than him right now, being both injured and exhausted but also, let's be real, pretty hot. While he's lost in thoughts, she finishes up, and now that she is less cautious, he figures it's time for proper introductions. He introduces himself as Bjorn, and she hesitantly replies that her name is Irvin. He asks her why she seems so scared of him, and she says it's because he's a barbarian while she's an elf, and the two races have been enemies for ages. This is the first time he's hearing about their bad blood since, in the game, he always thought they had good relations. She quickly adds that she holds no grudge though since the war ended 10 years ago, and she's not interested in fighting him. Still, he finds it wild to hear this because he has no clue how much time has passed since the game's timeline. Either way, he doesn't have the luxury to find anyone else right now. He tells her he doesn't bear any ill will either, and that makes her genuinely happy. He finally asks her if she wants to be his overnight partner, pointing out how both of them are clearly exhausted, and it would help them survive if they just cooperate for one day. She brings up how his warrior's honor is a big deal, and asks him to swear on it he won't harm her, while saying she'll swear on her tribe's name in return. He thinks he couldn't care less about warrior honor, so using that nonsense as a bargaining chip works just fine, and he immediately agrees. With that out of the way, he decides to set the record straight, that his name isn't Mr., it's Bjorn, and he's a young, handsome 20-year-old man. Thank you very much. He swears on his warrior's honor that he won't hurt her, and she vows on her tribe's name that she won't attack him either. Now that the oath is settled, he feels relieved that he can finally get some rest. He tells her he'll sleep first and hands her a pocket watch, making sure she knows to be careful with it since it's pretty expensive. As he lies down on the ground, he feels annoyed that getting sleep has turned into such a mission. Still paranoid, he decides to fake sleep for 10 minutes just in case, but ends up dozing off immediately. Suddenly, she wakes him up, and for a second he assumes it's some kind of emergency, but she casually says that 2 hours have already passed. He realizes he didn't even manage to fake sleep properly, probably because the combo of a blanket and backpack just hits different. He figures if Hans had let him have these, there's no way he would have survived that ambush. So he decides to lend them to her and tells her she's free to use the blanket and makeshift pillow if she wants. The moment she takes them, she lights up with joy and knocks out faster than a crackhead crashing mid-high as soon as her head hits the pillow. Seeing that, he guesses she must have been properly exhausted too since she's clearly been through just as much as him. It feels like they've been in this hell for 5 days already, even though only 3 have passed. Still, he feels a lot better now, and blames the heavier mood on the pointless thoughts he keeps dragging around. He reminds himself that even if he could go back, there's nothing waiting for him there anyway. If he clings to that idea, his will to survive will crumble. After switching a few more turns for lookout duty, the clock ticks closer to the next phase, and only 10 minutes remain. He starts thinking that maybe he should ask her to team up again. As an elf, she can be a real asset in battle, but making her a teammate means splitting the rewards. That'll cut into his loot, but for the past 3 days, goblins have been showing up in nasty numbers. He can handle 3 or 4 solo, but now he has to choose between a safe nap and bigger profits. Before he can decide, 2 adventurers show up and recognize Erwin from her gear. They turn to him and ask what kind of relationship he has with the elf. Bjorn tells them exactly what they can see, that she's his overnight companion. The chunkier guy finds it wild that a barbarian and an elf end up as sleep buddies, and then asks how much time is left. With a menacing look, Bjorn replies that he has 0 obligation to give an answer to filthy humans. Hearing that, McEats-a-lot is slightly intimidated, and he stares at Erwin like she's a quarter-pounder Big Mac and leaves for the time being. Bjorn can't shake the feeling that something's off, and figures they must be here for Erwin. He shakes her awake and says it's time to move, but she acts like a kid getting dragged out of bed for school and asks for a few more minutes. That ticks him off big time because this girl might get her cheeks clapped both figuratively and literally. Yet she still refuses to leave her little beauty nap behind. He urges Erwin to get up already, but she doesn't listen to him. He can tell she's just pretending to be asleep since she's pulled the blanket tight over her face. He pulls it off her by force, which scares her out of her mind and asks why she's faking sleep. She tells him she thought he would leave her all alone if she woke up. Since Erwin and Bjorn are just overnight partners, their deal works by taking turns staying awake while the other rests, and their oaths end the moment she wakes up. He asks what's going on with those two, and though she says it's nothing too serious, he presses her to explain how they even know her. She tells him they might belong to the same clan as the human who attacked her since they wear the same symbol that represents the crystal group. Hearing that, our guy figures he should probably go his own way before things go south, especially since it's a full group and not just a couple of randoms. Still, he feels for her since she's also a 20-year-old with dreams and ambition, not that different from him. Bjorn tells her they'll talk it through while they move. She asks if he plans to help her, but he says he'll decide after hearing the full story. She starts explaining how it all began on her first day in the labyrinth when she ended up with them as overnight partners. Something felt off, so she got up fast and saw him trying to force himself on her, though she managed to escape. Sometime later, she learns he's the leader of a clan that mostly does business on the first floor. The people from his clan chased her down, which is how she got hurt. Bjorn asks how that's even possible. She figures they must be tracking her through message stones. He realizes he has no clue what those are since they weren't part of the game he remembers. He asks for more details, and she explains that they're mysterious tools that let you talk to others if you sync them before use and have a rough range of about 300 meters. Bjorn thinks they sound like magical walkie-talkies, and now he knows that if he leaves Erwin, he's a walking target since that clan has too many people and way too many unfair tools. He probes her why Union is chasing her when she hasn't even done anything wrong, wondering if they're just trying to shut her up. She shrugs it off and says she kinda waved her knife around while trying to escape, and it just so happened to slice something that didn't grow back even with potions. Seeing her laugh like an airhead, Bjorn feels his soul leave his body. He figures that's definitely a good enough reason for them to come after her, though another way to look at it might be good old karma. Setting that thought aside, they keep running until she suddenly picks up on something and tells him not to turn around. She listens sharply and estimates the distance to be about 150 meters. He finds it way too far for an average person to sense anything, so it's gotta be some elf talent baked into their genes from birth. He checks if she's okay since they're about to go faster, and she tells him she can handle it no problem. Bjorn's surprised she isn't even whining despite having an open wound and notes that she's gutsy. So, he decides they have to take care of whoever is tailing them because the gap isn't widening. Plus, there's a solid chance the pursuer is feeding their location to others, and it'll get ugly fast. And honestly, he would have done the same in their position. They won't be able to deny anything if that guy dies, so Bjorn has to weigh the pros and cons carefully. He'll need more details before making any smart moves. There's no backing out once they off the guy, so Bjorn keeps running the risks and benefits through his head. He asks what her strengths are, and she answers with a straight face that she's great at laundry and cleaning but cooking is a lost cause. Annoyed, Bjorn repeats the question but adds in a fight, and Erwin sparkles as she brags that she's a pretty top-tier archer and can use a bit of flame spirit magic too. He thinks she's basically the elf archer blueprint, and if she can use flame spirits which are almost mythical in rarity. Bjorn then asks if she's ever killed someone, and she freezes for a second. The thought terrifies her, but she pulls herself together and says she will if there's no other choice. After hearing all that, Bjorn asks if she wants to team up with him. Until they're out of this labyrinth, they'll be watching each other's backs, and he won't be taking any complaints. Erwin lights up and says she's in. Our hero asks how far the enemy is, and she says it's down to 100 meters. He notices they've been running full speed, but the distance is shrinking, not growing, so he ditches the retreat plan and decides to fight. He tells her to summon the spirit because they're about to split and charge. When he thinks they've gotten close enough, Bjorn signals her to cancel the summon. That's when a shadowy figure appears ahead of them. He figures even if the enemy couldn't see them, the fact they stopped right in front of them means they've got some kind of advanced tracking skills. Bjorn gives her the cue in a whisper, and Erwin lets the arrow fly without blinking. It drills right through the enemy's head and drops them instantly. She looks sick about it, but Bjorn reassures her she did exactly what needed to be done. If she'd hesitated, they might have been toast. He walks over to the corpse and picks up a greenstone. As soon as it touches his hand, a voice crackles through. It reports that Surdin's been killed while chasing the elf and the barbarian, and tells whoever's listening to regroup at the Goblin District. After looting the corpse, Bjorn drops down on the ground clearly unimpressed. He expected this Surdin guy to be packing some decent loot, but there's really nothing worth writing home about. Just a few stray items and the clothes off his back, which Erwin now happens to be wearing. Seeing her now fully dripped out in leather, he thinks she just had a massive level up to her aura. He asks her if she has any clue how this greenstone works. She says there's a button on the side, and when Bjorn presses it, the stone starts broadcasting. The message announces that Surdin has been taken out, and the elf he was tailing is now hiding out in the Goblin District with a barbarian. The reward is a fat 10,000 gold coins. Hearing that, Erwin nearly flatlines from shock. Bjorn tells her not to freak out and to summon the spirit since they're heading to the outskirts. From there, they'll make their way to the second floor. Erwin looks at him like he's lost it, and asks if he seriously means they're going up on their own. He calmly tells her that yes, they are. She points out that the first and second floors are two completely different beasts. He says he knows, and adds that as long as they stick near the entrance, it'll be fine since they balance each other well. Hearing that, she starts to get a bit shy, while he thinks to himself that melee tanks and long-range dealers have always made a solid combo, and now that they're forming a party, there's no way the first floor is going to give them the kind of loot or experience they need. Erwin hesitates, saying this is their first time working together, and diving into the second floor like this feels more like running into an orc nest just to avoid goblins. Just then, the broadcaster chimes back in and says whoever finds the elf first can do whatever they want with her on top of the 10,000 gold. Erwin freezes in fear again, but Bjorn assures her that he's not going to leave her behind. Another voice cuts in, saying it's a sweet deal, and asks if he can chop off her limbs if she resists. The broadcaster answers that as long as the important parts are left intact, it's fine. Even while shaking, she tells Bjorn that she's ready to go to the second floor. He silently grins, thinking he didn't even have to push her. This worked out way too well for him. Bjorn's always been the type to help someone out when it benefits him, so if he can wipe out this kind of trash and get that satisfying do-gooder feeling while he's at it, he's all in. There's no downside in sight. Erwin then asks if he even knows how to get to the second floor. He admits he doesn't know the exact path, but says they'll find it if they just keep heading north. The dungeon is set up in such a way that if someone keeps following the shadows, they'll eventually hit a portal that leads to the next level. Suddenly, Erwin tells him to stop as she spots a goblin trap up ahead. Bjorn is confused at first since it's been a while since they last ran into one. It quickly clicks for him that the traps don't usually show up this often in lighted areas, so clearly he's just having terrible luck today. She offers to handle it and tells him to rest for a bit. Bjorn warns her not to use the flame spirit since she needs to preserve her energy, and she quickly says she wasn't planning to anyway. Then, right out of the shadows, a few goblins leap out. She jumps back in an instant, nails a clean headshot on one, and sidesteps the second like a pro before finishing it off without breaking her cold, deadpan expression. With a proud glint in her eye, she asks Bjorn how she did. After he tells her she did great and has no doubt she's the real elf deal, she hands him a few magic crystals and asks if she can get 1 out of 10 when he keeps the rest. She says she wants to save up enough to buy something for her brother. Bjorn doesn't totally get what she means by that, but she says she's willing to work hard for it. He figures she must be trying to sneak in a jab for scamming her earlier. Later, the broadcaster comes back on and announces that the bounty has doubled to 20,000 gold, and they want her dead or alive. Erwin looks crushed hearing that, but Bjorn reassures her again. He says no one's going to find them in the dark since these clowns are clearly not working together. He figures they've probably already taken the wrong route and wandered too close to the border. Erwin asks if she'll have to deal with them all by herself, but our guy tells her no, they'll take them down together. The way the experience system works in this game is a little strange anyway. You only get XP for killing a monster species the first time, so leveling up means hunting a wide variety of creatures. Bjorn tells her to watch the rear while he takes the lead. If the game mechanics hold up, ghouls only attack when someone gets within range. As he steps into that zone, ghouls immediately rush in, just like he expected. He blocks them with his shield and smashes them down with his hammer. Compared to goblins, ghouls are faster and stronger, but still nothing above bottom tier. Their attack patterns are simple, and since Erwin has his back, they're able to mow through them easily. They keep pushing forward, always heading north, until eventually they reach their third day. Suddenly, Erwin spots blood on the ground beside a half-eaten piece of bread and says it doesn't look like goblin blood. But Bjorn instantly knows what it is. This is the very spot where he first landed after getting tossed into the labyrinth, and right behind it was the portal. As the memories come flooding in, he gets so angry he slams his hammer into the ground, startling Erwin. The portal had been just a few steps away from where he started, and realizing how close he'd been to skipping all the misery makes his blood boil. Trying to hold it together, Erwin cautiously asks if she did something wrong, but he tells her it has nothing to do with her. It suddenly hits her that he might have lost some homies here, so she gently says it has been a tough journey and tries to comfort him. Bjorn believes she probably pieced together what happened from the surroundings, but it is quite the opposite. Still, he decides to leave it be and asks if she's ready to move on. Erwin admits she's scared, but being with him makes her feel safe. With that, they both step into the portal, and Bjorn quietly thinks she's kind of weird, but he's not planning on dying anytime soon either. On the flip side, the duo drops from the sky, and while Erwin nails the landing, while poor Bjorn slams into the ground with all the grace of a failed Hulk smash. He's always been curious about what jumping through a portal actually feels like, but now he figures it's probably not worth the hype. Erwin looks super impressed with herself since this is her first time pulling that off, while Bjorn stares at her intensely. He honestly feels a little salty since barbarians aren't blessed with that kind of finesse. They agree to check out the area first, and Bjorn wonders if this could be the northern part of Goblin Forest on the second floor. A portal stays wide open behind them, still buzzing with that weird vibe, leading straight to the first floor, and our guy doesn't catch even the tiniest hint of life within a 50-meter radius. He sees things pretty clearly thanks to the stars above, but since they're still stuck inside the labyrinth, it's obvious the place won't be getting any brighter anytime soon. Erwin asks if this really counts as the second floor because she's never heard anything about it being a forest, and he figures they must have meant the other one since there are 4 different portals, and each one drops you in a totally separate region. Hearing that, she instantly recalls how no matter where you end up, all paths eventually lead to the third floor, which he confirms is true. She then asks what the game plan is now, and Bjorn throws the question back, asking if she knows how to get back to the city from inside the labyrinth. Erwin explains that they get sent back automatically once the labyrinth closes, and Bjorn agrees she's got it right. He adds that they've got 168 hours for the first floor and 240 for the second, and once the timer hits 0, the labyrinth just yeets everyone back out whether they're ready or not. He says they can Netflix and chill here until their time runs out and then return to the first floor. But since sitting around all day isn't really an option, he suggests they explore a bit and tells Erwin to take the lead. She gets hit with a wave of nostalgia because the place reminds her of the fairy shrine back at home. She tells him to step exactly where she steps, since the area's packed with traps waiting to ruin someone's day. He says he doesn't see any traps at all, and then watches as she confidently chucks a stone onto a leaf pile that instantly triggers a trap. After that little demo, he figures it's probably some kind of fairy detection skill. Erwin looks pretty pleased after pulling that off, and Bjorn admits to himself that she actually seems kind of reliable now, but instead of saying it out loud, he just shrugs it off and mumbles, "Woman is good at throwing rocks," in his finest caveman voice. Erwin looks completely stunned at his response, and he tells her not to get hyped over tiny wins since this is literally her job as an explorer. But the only thing she hears Bjorn say is him calling her a decent explorer, which makes her light up like Daddy finally admitted he's proud of his little girl. Right after that, she gets serious again and warns him that something feels off because she's spotting traps everywhere but no sign of goblins at all. Normally, this area in-game would be crawling with goblin squads and sometimes even mutants, either warrior type or archers, and the deeper they go, the more mutants show up, including some high-tier monsters too. But since they're sticking close to the portal, it probably won't be a big issue for now. They use rocks to clear out the traps while expanding their safe zone, since stepping on one by accident later would be a real pain. Once they finish that, Erwin looks super proud of herself, and Bjorn throws her a legit compliment, saying she's seriously good and acting like a real explorer now. He also thinks the traps on this floor feel more like natural hazards compared to the first, and says it's time to keep moving forward. Out of nowhere, Erwin suddenly picks up on a group of goblins nearby, and Bjorn quickly asks how many. She says she isn't exactly sure about the number, but it's definitely more than 10, around 50 meters away, and they haven't noticed the duo just yet. Bjorn makes the call to fight and asks how close they can get without getting noticed. Erwin replies that if she goes in solo, she can close the gap to around 30 meters, and he decides to go along with the plan. She moves forward like a ghost, not making a single sound, and our guy is genuinely impressed by how smooth she is. After closing some distance, she signals him and fires off an arrow straight into the goblin group. The moment he sees the cue, Bjorn charges in without holding back. He quickly realizes the second floor hits different because the goblin count is nearly triple the usual, and even though they're just goblins, the sheer number is kind of intimidating. There's also a goblin warrior in the mix, which should be scary, but instead his battle-hungry barbarian heart kicks into overdrive with pure adrenaline. He crashes into the goblins like a wrecking ball, smashing them with his hammer and battering them with his shield. Out of nowhere, one sneaks up from his blind spot and lunges, but he narrowly dodges, thinking that if he'd been a second slower, his head would have flown clean off. Goblins get dangerous when they're more than 5, and alone he might have taken damage, but none of that happens because Erwin lands a perfect headshot right through the attacker. Fueled by rage now, he bolts straight into the chaos, fully ready to wipe them all out. A system notification flashes up that he's taken out all the goblins and snagged 11 magic crystals from that first batch. Bjorn feels good about the easy score, though he's slightly annoyed that he can't grab their weapons or armor. He donates 2 crystals to Erwin, who looks absolutely thrilled to get double what she was promised. Bjorn's tone shifts as he says it's time to move on, already thinking about how many more crystals he can farm. As they head deeper, more goblin packs start showing up, and this time, one of them has a goblin archer in the mix. But before they can celebrate the variety, the thing starts vanishing like a discount Houdini, and Bjorn snaps at Erwin to focus, because it's clearly using stealth magic. He notices the fight's turning into more of a pain thanks to these sneaky archers, especially when the group charges him all at once. Still, the idea of losing never even crosses his mind, and he just goes full berserker and flattens them. While he's smashing away like a madman, one of the archers tries to pull a fast one, but his instincts go full Spider-Man, and he barely dodges an arrow to the face. Refusing to let that slide, Bjorn charges at the archer with his hammer and sends the poor goblin flying into orbit with a home run swing. After brawling non-stop for over 15 hours, the two finally call for a break, and Erwin collapses immediately like a sack of potatoes. Bjorn offers to let her sleep first, and she instantly demands the sleeping bag without a second thought. The elf starts snoring like a pro, and Bjorn figures she must have been running on fumes since she's never made a sound while sleeping before, and maybe she actually feels safe now. As he stares up at the night sky, he thinks back on their non-stop hunting spree, and how they've ended up scoring way more loot than they ever expected, even crossing paths with all kinds of exotic explorer groups. They obviously never stuck around to chat, but just looking at them is enough to drain his energy. He concludes explorers are way more terrifying than goblins, especially now that he's got Erwin tagging along. At one point, he accidentally lets it slip that she's pretty, which she instantly catches and starts teasing him over, while he's stunned that she was even awake. She giggles and pretends to go back to sleep, leaving him wondering if he somehow ended up with a defective elf or something. By day 4, they're still trimming the goblin population like it's their part-time job, and as the days tick by, they keep farming more magic stones until the 7th day finally comes and it's time to head back to the first floor. Erwin complains she's going to crash the moment they're out, and Bjorn agrees and tells her they should head back now since early is always better and safer. On their way back, she reminds him to still watch out for traps, since they probably reset by now. She then points out that there's a goblin group around 70 meters ahead, and this one includes mutant variants, but Bjorn doesn't even flinch and says they're fighting them anyway. Meanwhile, the goblins are laughing it up like they're in some sitcom until Bjorn starts cutting their numbers and stares them down with the eyes of a full-blown serial killer. He lets out a war cry loud enough to let every goblin in the area know there's a Sigma male on the field, and begins hammering them into the dirt while Erwin handles the archers like a pro. The goblins start dropping fast. Bjorn casually blocks hits with his eyes closed, and he also gets pretty comfortable with Erwin's support because she complements his fighting style well. He remembers she mentioned there were 2 archers, but there aren't any arrows flying his way now. After they clean up, he compliments her skills, which makes her blush like crazy, but he also tells her to give him a heads up next time she takes out the archers, so he can relax a little. She nervously admits she wasn't sure if the last one was dead, and Bjorn agrees that it's always better to make sure and thinks that she's grown a lot in just a few days, getting all sentimental with a tear in his eye. Suddenly, she alerts him to something glowing in the distance and excitedly says the goblin archer dropped an essence. Bjorn's face drops, since this is not something he hoped to see here, and he immediately dives into lore mode as he explains that essences are a part of the skill system and is like a cheat item that gives you skills based on what monster it came from. But there's a catch that you can only absorb a limited number, and each one varies in usefulness, so it's all about making smart choices. Back in the moment, he finds it pretty suspicious that one even dropped since the rate is practically 0 here, and now he's convinced something sus is going on. Erwin wonders if someone who eats it turns into a goblin, which Bjorn denies and explains that the guy earlier got an essence of a razor wolf and used it to track them. He then asks Erwin if she wants this one, and her eyes light up like it's Christmas morning, though she tries to play it cool and says she'll take it if he doesn't want it, while Bjorn regrets teaming up with what he's now sure is a malfunctioning elf. Meanwhile, he already knows exactly which essence he wants, though getting it won't be easy. Just as he starts to say something to Erwin about trading for the essence, a random voice cuts him off, and they find themselves face to face with a group of adventurers yelling at them to freeze. A red-haired guy steps up demanding answers, and Erwin tries to explain their side. But Bjorn's gut tells him his luck is never this good, so he grabs Erwin without another word and launches her straight at the essence, forcing her to absorb it. The redhead completely loses it and screams that the essence was theirs while getting more cranky by the second. Bjorn stands firm and supports Erwin, who looks a bit weak and starts monologuing that he already expected to come across guys like this. These guys probably sensed the essence and rushed over hoping to snatch it for themselves, but too bad for them as Erwin already swallowed it. With a nasty grin, Bjorn taunts them to step forward if they're feeling brave, even though they clearly have the numbers. But that's exactly why backing down isn't an option here. His eyes flicker with something wild, and he tells them to either try their luck or get lost. And just like that, the two book it from there, while Bjorn immediately yells at Erwin not to look back and to keep running toward the exit. She is still confused as she states the 4 guys are already gone, but Bjorn seems confident that even if those guys backed off, there's a good chance they'll run into them again. He quickly explains they were a party of 4 and were probably exploring the second level, and since they're near the entrance, they likely plan to head back up to the first floor and return to the city. He states that in simple words they have the same plan as the duo to return back, and Erwin starts fangirling over how amazing he is. Just then her ears go into alert mode and she warns there's a goblin group about 50 meters ahead. Bjorn doesn't hesitate and shouts that they'll avoid them this time, but she shakes her head and says the goblins are already charging straight at them. Bjorn clenches his jaw in frustration, noting that they've always been the ones to find the goblins first, not the other way around. Now he's starting to wonder if this is more than just a coincidence as he orders her to follow him and quickly turns back the way they came. Erwin opens her mouth to say something, but her expression suddenly shifts as she spots an arrow slicing through the air toward her. Before she can react, Bjorn grabs her and pulls her out of the way just in time, after which she coughs and complains that she would have dodged it herself. But Bjorn cuts her off and tells her flatly that it wasn't a goblin who fired it. He's now convinced it's the same trash bags from earlier. They must have lured the goblins in and set up an ambush from the other side, hoping to catch Bjorn and Erwin off guard while they were busy fighting. He tells her to stop talking and use her powers, but she blinks at him in confusion, so he explains for her to use the essence's power, as he remembers each essence not only grants a stat boost, but can also provide a unique skill. She stutters that she doesn't know how it works, but Bjorn says it's already active. Sure enough, her body starts fading, vanishing into thin air. He watches in mild surprise and wonders if the skill can really trigger that easily. Either way, he gets serious and hands her his bag as he says he'll hold off the goblins while she tracks down the crossbow guy. She hesitates, clearly worried this might be suicide, but Bjorn tells her coldly there's no time to argue. He orders her to stay hidden and wait for his signal before taking the shot. She tries to ask what the signal even is, but he's already bolting toward the goblins, yelling back not to do anything stupid. Bjorn comes to a stop and senses the goblins off to his left who are clearly itching for a fight. He dashes in, noting that the cowards still haven't shown themselves since the first arrow, but he bets they'll appear once he finishes off the goblins. He swings his hammer with confidence as he counts around a dozen of them, 2 wielding swords like they know what they're doing. He relaxes slightly, relieved there are no archers until his shield catches an arrow out of nowhere. He curses himself for jumping the gun, and just as he regains focus, a sharp pain jabs in his back as a goblin stabs him. But Bjorn, being the absolute unit he is, kills the thing without flinching. Even while he's brawling with these gremlins, he's got to stay alert for the crossbow punk since Erwin isn't around to cover him. He starts breathing heavily as the hits stack up, and he realizes the situation's spiraling fast. His instincts flare as he senses two arrows flying his way, one from a goblin and the other from that rat with the crossbow, and realizes instantly that blocking both is impossible. Thinking fast, he decides to block the crossbow and grunts as the goblin's arrow slams into his elbow. The poison kicks in almost immediately, and he can't move his arm now, and with only one working arm left, he knows he has to choose between his two weapons. Without hesitation, he drops the hammer and rips the arrow out, deciding the shield gives him a better shot at surviving this mess, as the explorers are more dangerous than the goblins. So he starts smashing goblins with the shield like he's clearing a buffet line, but gets furious that their numbers just won't go down. Finally, the goblins sense the shift in his energy and run away in fear, while he breathes out in relief that he doesn't have to chase them down. That's when the ambushers finally show up, and the leader taunts Bjorn for handling the goblins all by himself. The guy in samurai gear seems impressed, but Bjorn just replies flatly that he knew it was them all along, though he doesn't see the crossbow rat anywhere. The leader ignores that and smugly asks where the elf girl is hiding, but Bjorn smirks instead and dares them to fight him first. The redhead shakes his head and mutters that Bjorn really is a barbarian for wanting to keep fighting in this state. But his expression darkens into a twisted grin as he points out Bjorn's injuries and simply demands the elf in exchange for his life. Bjorn flashes a cocky smirk that instantly sets the group on edge, who call him a lunatic, but decide they've had enough of his nonsense and tell him to get ready to throw hands. The leader, apparently not completely brain-dead as he tells his crew to stay sharp, and they all charge straight at the barbarian. Bjorn's left arm still refuses to cooperate, and though he briefly wonders if Erwin managed to get the crossbow rat, he decides to give the signal anyway, as he raises his middle finger proudly toward the sky. The leader is clearly flabbergasted and demands to know what on earth the barbarian thinks he's doing, while Bjorn just hopes that Erwin managed to get the signal. With no better plan, he dives in like a madman, which catches the attackers completely off guard. He slams into the leader with his shield, who just barely manages to block it with his sword. As expected, the coward immediately cries out for backup and his teammates charge in swinging. Bjorn narrowly dodges the samurai's blade, but knows backing off now would be madness. So he goes in again and swings wildly, as he hopes to create some kind of opening for Erwin. A thought starts to nag his mind as he wonders if she got defeated by the crossbow guy, but just then, an arrow comes flying past which catches everyone off guard. Bjorn wonders if that arrow's hers or not, but the tank jumps into action and blocks it easily, confirming it's from the elf. The big guy calls out that he'll handle the arrows so the rest can dogpile the barbarian. He even manages to deflect another shot and taunts her like he's got this all figured out. Bjorn curses under his breath that the tank clearly intended this from the start. Now the rest of the squad surrounds Bjorn, and he knows he can't outlast them all, so he decides to sacrifice what he can. Since his left arm's already useless, he decides to trade it for a shot at the redhead as he charges in and bashes the guy's skull like he's cracking open a melon. Without wasting a beat, he spins around to face the samurai and manages to dodge his slash as he jumps back to open up space between them, while the samurai is visibly thrown off by how fast Bjorn moved. Meanwhile, the shield guy jumps in to catch another arrow, only for this one to be a flame arrow which lights up his shield. Bjorn grins as he mocks the guy and asks if he really thought he could block everything. The tank immediately tosses the burning shield aside while the samurai rushes in again as they get desperate to end it. But no one warned them that Erwin is a spirit archer, and a glowing arrow slams right into the tank's shoulder, which makes him scream like a toddler. The redhead panics while he looks around like he's in a horror movie, and bolts for the forest as he screams that he'll handle the archer himself. Bjorn watches him run and decides to trust Erwin to handle him, while the samurai shouts for Bjorn to just give up and keep swinging. Bjorn ignores the noise and focuses on buying Erwin more time. When the samurai charges in again, Bjorn suddenly shifts and smashes his shield right into the tank's face behind him, knocking the guy out cold. The samurai stands with his glorious bald head exposed, and with rage simmering in his eyes, he begins hacking away furiously, while Bjorn remarks that he's now all alone. He wonders what someone that strong is doing with idiots like these. Blocking hit after hit, Bjorn starts thinking that the biggest mistake the guy could make is underestimating him, and he pushes forward, which forces the geezer to be on defense. Then, using his unmatched barbarian brain, he fakes a shield bash and lets it go mid-motion, which sends it crashing into the samurai. Before the guy can even blink, Bjorn grabs him by the collar, causing a visible fear to ripple through the samurai's soul. Pulling him up, Bjorn yells and asks if they really thought he would die in a dump like this. Then, he leans forward and chomps straight into the guy's neck like a man who skipped breakfast. With the last of them dead, Bjorn wipes the blood from his mouth and spits as he didn't want to ingest those bald jeans. Just then, Erwin races over and worriedly checks if he's okay. She pulls out a potion and insists he drink it instead of wasting it on wounds, especially since he's poisoned. The moment that potion hits his stomach, it starts to burn like a firecracker parade went off inside him, and every inch of him feels like it's melting. Erwin cheers him on like a one-elf support squad while he barely manages to ask her the time. She checks quickly and replies it's nearly 11:30, which means they've got just 40 minutes left before the dungeon seals them in. Without warning, Bjorn turns to her and commands her to start stripping. She immediately turns beet red and slowly starts removing her clothes and assumes there's some weird survival reason, but he just deadpans that he meant the corpses. With no time to argue, he starts looting gear while she rushes off to grab the crossbow and anything valuable the redhead dropped. The clock keeps ticking while they scramble to loot the bodies and book it toward the entrance, and with barely a minute left, they throw themselves into the portal. As usual, Bjorn lands face first into the ground like fate has a personal vendetta against his dignity. Erwin bursts into laughter, while Bjorn wonders what cursed god he ticked off to earn this luck. With the brightest smile she's ever flashed, Erwin tells him he did great. Bjorn nods in reply, but he is still shaken by how close they cut it. She remembers their earlier chat and asks what he was trying to say back then. Bjorn raises a finger but stops mid-sentence as he suddenly can't remember the tavern's name. Mentally overclocking his remaining 2 brain cells, he fries his brain and finally manages to remember the name, Black Whale. He tells her to meet him there, and with that, the portal closes behind them as they're whisked back to the city. With a slow exhale, Bjorn mutters under his breath that he's back in Rafdonia, while his eyes scan the other returning adventurers. Bjorn figures that while it's no surprise there are tons of explorers here, the sheer scale still hits different. Time flows weirdly in the labyrinth that only a single day passes outside, so he has to reset his clock every time. Right then, someone calls out his full name and he scrambles to place the voice. He manages to get the guy's name right, Jurak, and shakes his hand while another barbarian shows up and their chat grows. Before he knows it, a whole squad of barbarians piles in who start swapping their adventure stories, while Bjorn looks completely lost and wonders if this turned into some accidental reunion. Eventually, the chaotic crew decides to hold a friendly contest and starts heading to the checkpoint, while Bjorn tries to fade into the background, but gets pulled along anyway. At the counter, the cashier lady starts counting the stones and announces a fat total of around 41,000, and everyone starts to hype up Karak's haul. Meanwhile, Bjorn whips out 3 bags of his own, and the cashier side-eyes them and questions if they're all monster crystals. She counts them faster than a gold digger, and in just a few seconds, she's done and drops the number, 182,000. Everyone stares in disbelief before losing it and declaring our boy the new record holder. That's when they really start noticing his dripped outfit with the new bling and declare him the peak of warriors. They break into a chant, and Bjorn understands their passion as he went in looking like a caveman and came out a distinguished gentleman. Finally, the mood gets to him. He yells at the top of his lungs that he's the best, which triggers more chaos as they throw him in the air while the checkpoint staff desperately tries to calm the chaos. The barbarians apologize louder and louder, turning the entire scene into a never-ending mess. After a while, the noise dies down, and Bjorn decides to just stick with the other barbarians for now, thinking there might still be some things he missed the first time around. That's when he spots someone familiar from a distance and recognizes that it's Erwin who is happily talking to her buddies. Bjorn just watches and sighs that it must be nice while he on the other hand is surrounded by gorillas. Erwin notices him and waves, and he mouths that they should meet up tonight. She agrees instantly, but the girl next to her starts looking sus and asks if she knows him. However, Erwin panics and immediately denies it. Out of nowhere, Karak pipes up and asks if Bjorn knows the fairy, and he also denies it without blinking. Karak takes it too far and says it's for the best that the best warrior shouldn't associate with those cowardly, pointy-eared types. The elder lady catches the slur, and Bjorn just wants to dig a hole and disappear as he's this close to snapping thanks to these savage morons. Spotting the last of the barbarians clearing out, he quickly tells the rest that it's time to bounce as he figures there's no way he can talk to Erwin with this circus around. Just then, a kid yells for his dad and runs into a hug, and Bjorn watches silently as families reunite with tearful joy. But that joy's balanced by grief as he also sees a woman losing it because her husband isn't among the explorers, and many others mourning as well. Even though he's played this game more times than he can count, seeing real human emotion instead of flat graphics hits different and leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Later, the barbarians start partying like animals and inhale beer while Bjorn quietly sips his in a corner. He tagged along hoping to find some juicy info he missed earlier, but clearly these guys are just wasting themselves and his time. Slamming a hand on the table, he gets up and says he's got places to be, and immediately the others start freaking out like he's the protagonist or something. But surprisingly, they all wish him luck and get back to partying like nothing happened. Bjorn walks through the city and sees kids playing and thinks how peaceful it feels here that there are no monsters or humans trying to kill him, just random noobs chatting in the background. The city has rules and an oddly comforting vibe that if he tripped here, someone might actually help him up. Entering the inn, he thinks that while this world might be wilder than the real one, it's also a hell of a lot calmer. After scrubbing down and ditching his stinky clothes, he faceplants onto the bed and barely holds back tears as he realizes just how much he misses home. He falls asleep and wakes up late at night with a stretch and guesses that he's been out for about 5 hours, so he figures it's finally time to go meet Erwin at the tavern. Cut to a shopkeeper who hits him with the bombshell that the Black Whale Tavern has been gone for 10 years and was sold off ages ago due to some random noble's mistake. Bjorn freezes in disbelief and pieces together that the game world's timeline is way behind this one, then asks for the place's new name. A while later, he's standing in front of Python Puth and wonders if it's even the right spot since the vibe's totally different, but he's relieved he can still read the language at least. As he walks inside, the chaos greets him, and a waitress gives the usual welcome. But before he can take a proper step, Erwin calls out as she waves him over from a table where she's chilling with the elf from earlier. The short-haired one stares daggers at him, but Bjorn still introduces himself and asks who she is. She calls herself Erwin's big sis, but he wants a name, and she finally gives in with Theresia. However, Bjorn already guessed it but lets it slide. Theresia wastes no time and slams her hand on the table and demands to know what a barbarian like him was thinking to invite a young girl to a place like this while she gives him a death look. The sister snaps coldly that he dragged Erwin out to such a shady place last night, then bailed like a clown and left her to spend the night alone, before going off with some straight-up racial slurs. Bjorn's patience starts running thin, and he asks what she's on about with this last night business, but she just assumes he's doing the dumb act on purpose. He ghosts her like your most forgettable ex and turns to Erwin instead and asks her who replies with a solid 30 hours, completely flabbergasting him. Maybe that's why he feels so refreshed right now after waking up, as it turns out the guy slept through an entire day and mentally apologizes to Erwin, who just stands there looking mad confused. Then our boy finally owns up and apologizes for sleeping the whole time, which honestly shocks them both more than it should. Theresia looks too stunned to stay pissed, and instead demands to know why he dragged her out here at this hour. He just keeps ignoring her like a pro and tells her to go ask Erwin herself if she's that curious, which grinds her nerves even more and gets him branded a rookie. But our boy doesn't let that slide and warns her to drop the attitude if she plans to babysit Erwin forever. Almost popping a vein, she slams down a fat pouch on the table and hands over 3 50,000 stones made from the essences. This makes Bjorn's brain short-circuit that this is turning into an ugly K-drama where she slaps him with money and tells him to stay away from her sister. Theresia starts side-eyeing him as she gets confused why a barbarian isn't grabbing the cash, and gets suspicious that there's something else going on. Being the gentleman he is, he instead asks Erwin if she's cool with this setup, and reminds her that the deal was she'd help out until he got what he needed. That catches her off guard, and then he casually adds that they'll be splitting everything 50-50, which perks her up. But she quickly dips into sad mode and apologizes, which leaves Bjorn blinking in confusion. Theresia explains that from now on, Erwin's sticking with her as she had to let her go solo before because of tradition, but not anymore. Bjorn mentally curses the universe for already giving Erwin an overpowered sister to carry her, while Theresia pushes the pouch forward like a final warning and tells him to take the hint already. Bjorn stops her and asks if this payment is for the essences they earned together. When she confirms it, he points out he's still short on a few stones from the agreed rate. The elf hits him with a fake sorry face and pulls out the rest, making him wonder if she seriously tried to pull a sneaky on him. That ticks him off even more, and he finally gets why barbarians have beef with fairies, then flatly asks her to leave so he can speak with Erwin alone. Theresia looks like she can't believe there's still something left to say, and while Erwin thanks her for showing up, she also politely tells her she can go now. Theresia catches the hint that Erwin's not a kid anymore, but pulls a last-minute move and demands that Bjorn swear he won't sleep with Erwin. The poor girl looks like she wants to evaporate while Bjorn wonders if all the other options are still fair game, but ends up swearing anyway. Not that he gives a flying duck about warrior honor, which visibly disappoints Erwin to her core. Happy with that answer, Theresia finally leaves, but throws one last curveball as she turns back and thanks the barbarian for saving her sister. Erwin slumps the second she's gone, wondering if her sister's mad that she finally spoke up, but Bjorn tells her not to worry. She apologizes that she can't keep working with him, though he says there's no need anyway since her sister's a top-tier fairy after all. Then Erwin brings up the stones they got from some explorers' loot. The girl explains she left the 2 explorers' backpacks at her place and tells him to check them himself tomorrow. He's low-key impressed that she already guessed what he wanted to ask, and kind of regrets not having her as a teammate. Then she finally gets to the main point. She asks how she could possibly repay him, which leaves him a bit thrown off. The maiden in love mumbles with a red face that she really does want to repay him for helping her, which makes sense why her sister had a mood swing a while ago. Bjorn thinks it over for a bit and says he can't really come up with anything right now and instead asks if she's hungry. She says she isn't, so he decides to order just for himself, but she changes her mind real quick and demands alcohol since she didn't get a single drop yesterday. She says she wanted to have her first return drink with him, which jogs his memory about the whole thing being some big deal for fairies. He looks confused, so she corrects him to say thanks instead, and cheerfully adds that she wanted to share her first one with her labyrinth buddy. She trails off as she thinks that this wouldn't be his first return drink, but he corrects her and reminds her he told her he's 21. That throws her off and he smiles and says this was his first labyrinth dive too. With a mouth-watering feast, the two raise their glasses and toast each other. A bit of chaotic drinking later, Erwin's all flustered and blurts out that he's actually wearing a shirt now, but he just downs his beer quietly while thinking it's time to move on to the serious stuff. He wipes his mouth and brings up that she wanted to repay him earlier, and says he finally thought of something. Erwin starts getting a little too excited as she asks what it is. Bjorn mentions that the security will probably catch them if they stay here, and she jumps to the entirely wrong conclusion as she suggestively says they should just head up to his room then. Back at Bjorn's place, he tells her to spread out a bit more, and she lets out a grunt, but it quickly shifts to their room where Bjorn is seen folding Erwin's arm backward to test her newly gained flexibility skill, only to be caught off guard when she starts screaming that her arm is about to be ripped off. This makes him realize that he still doesn't have a proper handle on his own strength. She yells that her arm has never bent that far in her entire life, but Bjorn still has the nerve to ask if she's really sure, as if the tears running down her face aren't proof enough. Erwin swears on her entire family line that it never did, and our guy finally figures it might be a good idea to stop and let her rest for a while. The moment he lets go, Erwin scurries into a corner, loudly declaring her disbelief that she's actually still alive and genuinely wondering how her arm is still even connected to her body after that free chiropractor session she definitely didn't ask for. Bjorn thinks to himself that maybe a +4 stat boost in flexibility doesn't make as dramatic a difference in real life as it does in the game, while Erwin, clearly disappointed, asks him if he really brought her all the way to his room just to test her abilities, and Bjorn casually responds that using abilities inside city limits is against the rules, even though the truth is, he just wanted to compare the game's clean digital interface with how everything feels and works in the real world. He remembers that Dungeon and Stone is not exactly known for being a user-friendly game, and that fact becomes obvious once you take a closer look at your stats, where the main categories such as mind, body, and ability might seem straightforward at first, but are actually made up of thousands of smaller hidden substats, meaning that something like an increase in stamina does not just help with carrying more weight, but also improves overall effectiveness in physical attacks. Because of this detailed division within the stats, characters often end up with very different capabilities, even when their main stat values appear exactly the same. Bjorn reflects on how it took him all the time in the world just to understand this much, and even after spending 9 entire years playing the game, he still admits that he has not uncovered every detail. He recalls that one of the stats he still barely understands is the obsession stat, and as that thought crosses his mind, he looks at Erwin, knowing that it is linked to the essence she had consumed. She seems confused for a moment and asks if they are actually going to do anything else, but Bjorn ignores the question entirely, and instead asks if she has noticed any strange changes since leaving the labyrinth, such as thinking too hard about small things or suddenly having less patience than usual. She thinks it over for a moment and says she is not really sure, adding that the only thing she can clearly remember is craving cookies after they came back, which makes him wonder if the stat just amplifies desire in general, and that might be why it never showed any noticeable effects during his own gameplay experience. He stays lost in thought, reflecting on the other stats he still knows nothing about, when Erwin tugs at his sleeve and tells him she is tired, and although he still wants to run more tests, he figures it is better to call it a day and get some rest. He puts out the candle and they both settle into bed, and just as he is about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly remembers Teresa's warning along with the promise he made not to sleep with Erwin, but he brushes the thought aside, convincing himself that it does not really matter since he has no bad intentions toward her in the first place. The next morning, Erwin takes him to her place to show off the loot they managed to gather, and it turns out to be such a massive haul that even he finds it hard to believe. Erwin then asks if he plans to sell all of it, and he says yes, except for a few items he might want to keep. So she picks up a leather outfit and asks if she can have that along with the leather belt, and Bjorn tells her it is perfectly fine as long as she deducts it from her share. They visit several shops throughout the city and manage to sell their loot for an absurdly high amount of stones, which adds up to a total of 1,450,000 stones, leaving Erwin in disbelief as she begins to question whether she might be dreaming. Bjorn quickly calculates that if he gives Erwin a share of 50,000, he will still have 1,040,000 left, which makes it the very first time he has ever earned such a staggering amount. He tells her that they can go their separate ways now since they have nothing left to do, but Erwin seems caught off guard by the sudden suggestion, so he adds that they can at least walk together to the town square, though she still sighs quietly because she had hoped to stay with him a little longer. When they arrive at the town square, they come across a massive crowd gathered around what appears to be a guillotine. Bjorn asks what is happening, and Irvin explains that it is an execution, and he quickly realizes that the people being executed have not committed any serious crimes, but are being punished simply for failing to pay their taxes. As the executioner pulls the rope, Bjorn remembers that Rafdonia is the last remaining city in this world that managed to survive the witch's curse, and since the only location where resources can be harvested is the labyrinth, the government deals with those who cannot pay taxes by executing them, which helps reduce the number of mouths they need to feed. As soon as the executions take place, the crowd suddenly rushes toward the gallows and begins dipping their bread into the blood before eating it, a sight that naturally horrifies both our heroes, and Erwin turns to Bjorn and asks why anyone would do something so revolting, to which he calmly replies that they believe in a legend saying that consuming the blood of the executed will bring financial luck. Disturbed by what he just saw, he asks Erwin how much the tax is for the first year, and she tells him it is 700,000 for non-humans, which he notes is different from the game but not too far off. She then adds that starting from the second year, the tax goes up to 800,000 stones, and there are also additional taxes for exchanges. He thinks the rising tax structure feels just like the game, which means he will have to become stronger within the year. He comes to the grim realization that if dying does not take him back to the real world, and he is not strong enough to survive in this one, then his own blood could be the next thing soaked into someone's bread. In order to live through it all, he needs to start saving money, and to do that, he has to be capable of exploring the 6th floor at the very least. He heads to the library, which is now fully operational, and as he walks through the aisles, every reader turns to stare at him like he is a chicken that wandered out of the coop. But right then he spots Einar passed out on top of a book. Out of curiosity, he wakes her up, and after a quick exchange of greetings, the barbarian asks what she is doing there, to which she replies that she needed more knowledge, so she could think before acting, just like he once advised. She goes on to declare that monsters are not their only enemies, so she made the decision to study, but true to her usual self, she quickly discovered that she cannot even read, and now plans to learn from the elders. She gets up in a rush, determined to start reading lessons before her easily distracted barbarian brain makes her forget what she came to do in the first place. Before leaving, she tells Bjorn that he can come find her if he ever needs any help, and he nods in response, acknowledging the offer. After that, he turns his attention to the task of finding the books he came for in this massive library. But as he searches, he suddenly notices the librarian and decides to wake her up for assistance. He tells her he is looking for a book, but she cuts him off before he finishes, and casually casts a spell while saying he can now find all the books he needs without any effort, and also reminds him he cannot borrow any, before slipping right back into her slumber like nothing even happened. Not bothering to question her logic, our boy strolls through the shelves and watches as the books he needs literally glow to show where they are. He starts with the first one on the history of a place called the Fallen World, where the author explains how a witch's curse turned all lands lifeless, but somehow Rafdonia managed to survive the disaster through some miracle. The royal family ends up opening a portal into another dimension now known as the Labyrinth, so they can collect resources for survival. The second book, titled Alchemy's Basics, explains how magic crystals taken from monsters turn into bread, water, steel, and other essential stuff. He locks in the important points and then moves on to the third book titled The Sacred War, which covers the fight between barbarians and fairies in full detail like Twitter. The fourth book he reads, titled The Evil Spirit of the Abyss, covers evil spirits who are actually people from other dimensions that possess someone, which unfortunately includes our guy too. The book skips the part about their origins, but clearly says the royal family and the temple tried their best to wipe out these spirits or players completely from their world. He figures he has to be careful not to blow his cover before moving on to the fifth book titled Death of the King, which details the death of the so-called immortal king Levigian III that took place 150 years ago. So Bjorn figures out that since his game starts right after the king's death, it means the timeline is 150 years behind the real world inside the game. Eventually he grabs the book titled Dimensional Instability Records, which throws out the theory that entering a portal at the absolute last second increases the chance of a dimensional glitch, exactly like the blonde guy had mentioned earlier. The barbarian finally realizes it has gotten pretty late and figures it is best to head back and get some rest. Back at his place, he estimates that 3 full days have gone by since he left the labyrinth, so that leaves him with 27 more until he has to go again, and he decides that tomorrow he will start searching for some fresh teammates. The night vanishes in what feels like a blink, and he wakes up to someone practically trying to knock the door off its hinges, and once he realizes it is Erwin, he opens it just to be hit in the face by a green gust of wind. She tells him she finally landed a contract with the Wind Spirit after 10 whole failures with different spirit stones. The hero figures out that not only is she lucky since spirit stones have a 10% success rate, but she is also clearly loaded because those things cost a fortune. He tells her to get rid of the spirit, which leaves her visibly disappointed, but after taking one good look at the mess in his room, she quickly apologizes and snaps into full housewife mode, scrubbing the place spotless in no time, leaving Bjorn quietly impressed. He congratulates her but also points out that it would be smart to use her time wisely before heading back to the labyrinth, and she responds by saying she just wanted him to be the first person to know. Realizing she feels attached to him, the hero decides to use this connection on a business level, so he tells her she can always come to him if she ever needs help. Later, he chooses to spend his time well and heads to the Angry Bull Inn to meet Einar for a training session, but without him knowing, all the barbarians start chanting his name as soon as they recognize him. One of them comes up and asks if he plans to stay there since it is dirt cheap at only 300 stones a night. But before he can even wonder why, he spots 10 barbarians stacked like Lego pieces across 5 beds and instantly gets the idea. He explains that he is there to meet Einar, and as luck would have it, they bump into her soon after. He asks her for help with training since he still feels too weak to take on the other barbarians. She leads him out to the field and tells him she will fight him whenever he asks, so the battle kicks off right then and there, while everyone gathers around to watch the showdown. He charges at Einar with his shield, but she casually swings her broadsword once, and Bjorn drops like a sack of stones. The crowd loses it and cheers her on as the best warrior, while Bjorn, oddly satisfied with his choice, gets up for round 2 only to get destroyed every single time. Once the day finally winds down, they both sit down to rest, and Bjorn admits that Einar is strong and clearly a lot sharper than most other barbarians, so he asks if she plans to go into the labyrinth alone next time and then offers to team up. Our money-grabbing barbarian declares that he wants 80% of the loot, but says he will cover the party fee, and Einar shuts him down on the spot and then shakes his hand before he even has time to process, saying she'll trust him. The next day, the two of them head to the barbarian shrine where the elder greets them and asks Bjorn why he has come. Bjorn tells him he is there to get the spirit seal of the immortal. He recalls that every species has its own unique trait, like how fairies form contracts with spirits to use their powers, dwarves receive armor blessings that boost the effects of items, beast folk gain the ability to bond with ancient spirit beasts, and barbarians alone have access to the spirit seal. Right then, the elder cuts through his thoughts and asks how someone so young could possibly know such classified information, and Bjorn puts on his best poker face while claiming he just read about it in a book and heard it played a big role during the war against the fairies. Hearing that, the elder gives him a solid pat on the back and tells them he is proud they even bothered to read, though he also casually drops the bomb that the spirit seal costs 800,000 stones, completely unaware that our boy has been shamelessly looting and scheming his way through everything. Bjorn doesn't even blink and confidently says he will pay up front, which leaves Einar completely stunned, but he is ready to throw down the money now since he knows the higher his level goes, the rarer the ingredients he will need for the seal, so he pulls out his pouch and shows the elder he can afford it. The elder looks absolutely floored and asks where he managed to get that much money, and Bjorn, already prepared, spins a tale about finding an injured fairy in the labyrinth, turning her into a slave, then feeding her an essence so he could squeeze cash out of her sister later as payment. The elder loses it and laughs out loud while the other barbarians start howling too. Pleased with him, the elder gifts him 200,000 stones on the spot, saying he sees great potential in him, while also cackling about squeezing more gold out of those chonky ear elves. After that, Bjorn heads over to the witch doctor and remembers that barbarians receive tattoos right after birth to keep their soul pathways clear even as they grow. The witch doctor warns him that once he chooses the immortal seal, he cannot receive any other spirit seal later, but the hero stays firm since the seal fits him well as a tanker, so the doctor begins the process. He knows the seal boosts performance, but that doesn't stop him from acting like a total wimp because of the pain. His stats immediately start going up and he thanks the doctor, who bursts into laughter because barbarians apparently don't thank people. Realizing he might have blown his cover, Bjorn scrambles out and heads straight for the commercial district to grab new equipment. From his recent training, he figures out that swordplay just isn't for him, so he settles on a one-handed blunt weapon, and after a whole lot of indecision, finally picks a slightly oversized mace. He gets himself a custom helmet and a solid half armor, which unintentionally makes him look like a background NPC, with only 50,000 stones left in his pocket. He starts to reflect on how his daily routine somehow just falls into place, like having breakfast with Erwin, heading to the library to study until afternoon, grabbing lunch at random spots to pick up local folktales, training alongside fellow barbarians while even managing to win a few duels, and finally wrapping up the night with dinner alongside Erwin again before she heads off. On the final evening, she wishes him good luck and he does the same, thinking it is wild how fast the time slipped away. The next day he shows up at the Explorers Guild and asks to activate the Unity magic for teaming with Einar, and ends up paying 15,000 stones for the process, which feels steep for single-use magic, but it allows teammates to spawn close to one another inside the labyrinth. The receptionist explains that the price rises depending on player rank, and the spell lasts for exactly 24 hours. Once that is sorted, he takes Einar out for a proper meal and spends 800 stones on something expensive to lift their spirits. which works like a charm on Einar as she proceeds to stuff her face like a barbarian does. They arrive at the labyrinth's entrance where they spot the new batch of young barbarians arriving after their Age of Coming ceremony, which clearly brings back memories for Einar. The portal opening is soon announced, but Bjorn tells her to wait for the right moment, and she agrees, although she completely freaks out when the countdown reaches just 1 minute. Bjorn calmly tells her to hold off until the guard gives the final call that the portal is closing, after which they both sprint forward and leap right in. And when the chaos settles down, they open their eyes inside complete darkness, which makes our hero grin with satisfaction as his theory proves correct. He pulls out a torch and they make their way through the pitch black zone until they find the portal to the second floor, thrilled that his clever little trick actually worked. They enter the portal and right away Bjorn's experience points and level go up, while Einar, clearly confused, wonders how he managed to reach the second floor so early since the elder said it would take 3 days. He casually explains that he found the answer in a book. Our hero checks out the terrain and the vibe of the place and figures out they have arrived in the land of the dead. As they move ahead, he asks if Einar also feels energy rushing through her veins, and she congratulates him, saying it means his level just went up. That's when he remembers that leveling up increases the number of essences a person can collect. Einar questions how he managed to level up without even fighting a single monster, and he explains that stepping into the portal first counts as an accomplishment. He recalls that killing a certain monster type only grants 1 accomplishment, but entering first gives 1 every single time, which makes XP farming a breeze. He tells Einar to keep this trick to herself, because they need to avoid being seen by other adventurers to keep suspicion low, so they quietly move on. Bjorn straps the torch to the front of his helmet like a headlamp, something he picked up from other explorers, though wearing it makes him feel like a total dork. Einar seems surprised it doesn't burn him, but to Bjorn it's obvious since the torch counts as a magical item. He reminds himself that while the land of the dead has stronger monsters than the goblin forest, the lack of traps makes it easier for clumsy barbarians to manage. They soon run into 3 ghouls, and Bjorn notices that there should have been more if they had arrived on the 3rd day. Einar takes the lead and wipes them out in a few fast swings, feeling good about the floor being easier than she expected, until a distant blood-curdling scream shatters her confidence. Bjorn calmly explains that it's a banshee, and unless provoked, it won't attack. But if they strike first, the banshee becomes immune and curses them until they leave. Suddenly Einar freaks out again, almost choking Bjorn in panic before realizing it's just skeletons, then runs off to fight them solo. Our boy tries to point out the skeleton's weak spot, but Einar crushes them before he can even get the words out. They keep heading north and face all kinds of new monsters along the way, like elder ghouls, skeleton warriors, and even skeleton archers, though none give them much trouble since it's still the first day. The mace and armor suit Bjorn perfectly, letting him strike harder and block more confidently, while his helmet proves useful enough to stop arrows from weak bows with ease. He glances at Einar, who demolishes a whole pack of skeletons in one swing while yelling Valhalla. He starts shouting the name too just for fun, and ends up loving the energy of being part of the dumb as bricks barbarian squad. Einar suddenly points out his injured arm, but he holds it up to show that it's healing fast thanks to the immortal seal, and he recalls that it helps close minor wounds within a minute, and also restores stamina, making all the pain he endured to get it totally worth it. He crouches to feel the ground for moisture and notices the terrain has changed, then warns Einar that 8th rank monsters must be nearby. Right then, they hear a chilling roar, and Bjorn quickly tells her to get ready because a death fiend has just shown up. He had only heard rumors that it feeds on light, but seeing it appear so suddenly, and look this terrifying in person, throws him off a little. He tells Einar to go for the head, and both of them jump into action. Einar strikes first, but the fiend parries clean with a blade-like limb, and as Bjorn circles around and slams it from behind, he is stunned to see it completely untouched. He immediately understands this is going to be a serious fight, but Einar charges in again and just barely misses its head, landing a hit on its shoulder instead. To their horror, it only leaves a shallow cut and she is sent flying with one swing. She gets up and admits that it's built like a tank, while Bjorn realizes that even her blade left nothing but a tiny mark, which healed in just 3 seconds, thanks to its passive ability called body preservation. Without warning, the fiend lets out a roar, activating its skill called Call of the Dead, and suddenly they are surrounded by a wave of ghouls. Bjorn shouts at Einar to handle the ghouls while he darts off to take on the death fiend alone, but all he manages to do is either block or barely avoid its relentless blows. He keeps dodging and parrying until finally Einar returns after finishing off the ghouls and charges in behind the monster to deliver a clean strike to its head, but the fiend jerks away just in time. That's when Bjorn sees an opening and swings his mace hard into the side of its skull, fully expecting the fight to be over, only for the creature to calmly let him know it's not, and then knocks him into next week with one punch. The sudden hit catches him off guard, and he starts thinking maybe it's time to throw in the towel since the thing is healing faster than his will to fight. But then Einar appears out of nowhere and grabs onto its leg like she's about to start a championship wrestling match. This sparks an idea in Bjorn's mind, and he rushes to strike at the fiend's ankles, using her grapple to help knock it off balance, and their joint effort finally sends the creature crashing to the ground. The beast lands with a heavy thump before it can even process what's happening, and the very last thing it sees is two savage barbarians looming over it like it owed them rent. The two of them immediately start smashing its head in with full force, and Bjorn starts to think this feels oddly similar to the one time he pounded rice cakes when he was a kid, and both of them end up having way too much fun with it. Once the monster is finally defeated, they gain 2 XP points and a large magic crystal, which Bjorn estimates to be worth just a sad little 100 stones, which leaves Einar stunned, but he casually mentions that for fiends who summon ghouls, the price usually climbs to 300 stones. Einar randomly asks him how much the cream pie they had earlier cost, and when he says it was 300, her entire face lights up at the idea of earning 1 pie per fiend. Bjorn figures she has a very advanced food-based economy in her brain and is far too happy to realize she's supposed to split it 80-20. He still appreciates the hype since it's way better than Erwin's sleepy attitude, and with that, they begin full-on fiend hunting by knocking them over and beating the soul out of them one by one, eventually stacking up about 70 in just one day. Bjorn quietly reflects that most players shape their build based on the very first essence they eat, but he already has his sights set on the Death Fiend's essence for its passive healing, even as Einar snores like a chainsaw next to him. By the next day, the fiends start showing up in pairs, but the two stick with their reliable tactic of knocking them down and bashing their heads until they stop twitching. Still, the risk of being swarmed by ghouls becomes real, and by evening, things take a turn as the fiends now start appearing in terrifying groups of 3, which is way beyond what the two can manage, so they wisely wrap up their Death Fiend hunts after the second day. They manage to find a decent spot to rest, but just as they begin to settle, a group of human adventurers shows up, and Bjorn steps forward to confront them, only to be interrupted by Einar, who coldly tells them to scram if they value their lives, scaring them off instantly. Later, she tells Bjorn that they need to relocate since others now know their location, and he begins to suspect she may have gone through something unpleasant with humans on her first adventure, though he decides not to press the issue for now. While they search for another resting place just as good, their hunt gets interrupted by a sudden cry for help nearby. Both immediately recognize the desperate tone of a human calling out, and without wasting time, they run toward the sound, only to discover 4 freshly dead bodies lying there with no monster in sight. Standing before them, they spot a lone woman who gives off the suspicious vibe of a plunderer. Our hero spits some of his gamer knowledge and explains that plunderers are pros who hunt down players instead of monsters just to jack their loot. Obviously it's illegal with death as the penalty, but much like how no one cared, he unalived those 6 before, everything's fair game as long as you don't get caught. The lady smirks and spins her dagger while mocking him and asks if this is his first time running into a plunderer. Bjorn starts to realize they've walked into a mess because even among plunderers, this one looks high level. He notices her unique features that should have made her super easy to identify, but that only means she's really good at staying off the radar and doesn't leave anyone alive to tell the tale. Meanwhile, Einar starts to freak out as she points out that the woman looks way too overpowered, and Bjorn checks out the corpses and sees that they were high rank too, and the ones without injuries look like they were poisoned. He asks the killer if she was teamed up with them, and she doesn't deny it, and just starts looting their gear like the other two aren't even worth registering. And judging by how she shoved that massive sword into her bag, she must have one of those pricey infinity bags. She starts to address them while Bjorn is already scrambling mentally to figure out how they're getting out alive. Einar asks what his plan is, and if they're actually fighting, but our boy just turns around and pulls the classic Joestar technique and yells at her to dip while the plunderer watches in disappointment. As they run, Bjorn figures they only bought themselves a moment of time before she starts chasing. He scans around and spots the marks he carved earlier on the trees and decides to follow them back toward the portal. Then things take a sharp turn as they suddenly stop dead and come face to face with another group of explorers who also look stunned to see them. Bjorn doesn't fully trust them but decides to risk it and tells them about the plunderer. Their bald leader just raises a brow and questions if there's any proof Bjorn isn't a plunderer himself, but our boy swears on his warrior's honor that he isn't capping. That seems to click with the leader while Bjorn praises the cheat code, and the baldy says that if they manage to take down the plunderer, the loot's theirs. The leader then calls them and activates his gnome ability and states no one will be able to notice them now. Bjorn goes back into nerd mode and says this lets the user and nearby folks stay hidden to avoid battle, although the user can't move. Thinking they're safe for now, he lets his guard down only for the bald guy to start acting sketchy, and suddenly drops the twist that the two barbarians just got caught in their trap. That crusty egg activates suppression on both of them, which freezes them in place so they can't even speak, while he starts gloating and our boy can only roast these guys in his mind. He gets hit with the realization that the only essence a group like this would realistically have is the gnome's suppression, and quietly panics as he pleads to just take 1 damage point. The garbage squad starts digging through their stuff, and one of them gets his nasty hands on Einar, calling it a shame that the first woman they managed to touch is a barbarian. Another one calls it a win since barbarian hearts are apparently trending right now, while Bjorn shoots daggers at the chubby rat who took his crystals, but the guy just mocks him that staring won't change a thing. Then the boss orders the overconfident lackey to finish them off in one strike, and the brat smirks and says he's never missed. Bjorn freaks out internally and starts to think maybe this is really how it ends, as the rat lunges to stab him. But our boy ain't letting that slide and just barely manages to tilt his head back and avoids a deep enough fatal stab. He immediately brings his mace down hard on the smug idiot's face, sending him straight to Respawn City. The rest of the scum squad starts panicking and yells to get the barbarian, but Bjorn pulls out the dagger and launches it at Einar, stabbing her in the shoulder to break the suppression. He starts bleeding like a fountain and leaves the rest in her hands as he hits the ground like a dropped sack of potatoes. Einar doesn't hesitate for a second and goes full rage mode, turning the explorers into past tense. Even when they beg for mercy, she sends them to the underworld without blinking, while the bald coward runs in full retreat. She yells at the coward but turns her attention to Bjorn, who's bleeding out badly, which makes her panic hard. Bjorn tries to tell her something, but she's already convinced he's done for. Still, he gets through and manages to get her to give him a potion. Einar touches his neck and mutters that this one's definitely gonna leave a mark, while Bjorn just thanks the heavens he got the Immortal's seal when he had the chance. The Muscle Queen laughs it off and says that it's great because now he'll be the only barbarian with a throat scar, which fries his brain a little. But he also realizes that not many barbarians survive throat wounds, so instead he tells her to lock it in as they're chasing the bald rat next. Sometime later, they catch up as Einar lifts the coward by the collar, and he instantly starts begging for his life. Bjorn tells her to let him go, reminding her they still need his hiding skill to get past the plunderer anyway. But right then, a projectile flies through the air and nails the explorer straight in the neck, and both of them freeze as they realize it's a poisoned dart. The plunderer steps out like a queen and compliments them on the earlier fight, but Bjorn is instantly back in full fight-or-flight mode and yells at Einar to push B since there is no other option left. The duo move in sync like a well-oiled unit, but the plunderer is just too overpowered as she deflects their blows with ease, which leaves Bjorn questioning just how many essences she must have devoured to hit this level. Realizing brute force won't cut it, he hurls his weapon aside and tries to wrestle her while shouting at Einar to take the shot. But right then, a wave of weakness hits his body and he crashes to the ground, stunned as he realizes that she managed to stab through his armor and hit his spine. He starts panicking that if she's really an aura user, then they're completely outmatched, and just as the thought hits, Einar charges in with her sword, only to get sliced clean through like a block of string cheese, and starts to cough up blood. Bjorn clenches his teeth as he watches his comrade drop, while the plunderer spins her knife and calmly mentions that the basilisk's poison is already spreading in their bodies. His eyes widen at how effortlessly superior she is in every way, and starts to wonder if this is where it all ends. However, the plunderer seems done with the killing and offers them a deal to stay silent about everything and she'll let them walk. The redhead explains that she owes the barbarians a favor, and Bjorn pieces together that maybe that's why she cut in earlier, since the others would have offed them anyway. Einar coughs and warns Bjorn not to buy it, so he asks what happens if they refuse. She casually states that she'll kill them both, and when he pushes for more info, she just cuts him off. Seeing no other way out, Bjorn swears on his warrior's honor, and the plunderer notes that he's definitely not like the rest, as she notices the wound on his neck already starting to heal. Then she turns to Einar and asks for her answer. Einar bluntly refuses, so the plunderer shrugs and gets ready to end her. Bjorn doesn't want to let that happen and yells at Einar to swear too. She stares at him like he's lost it and starts ranting about how sacred the pledge is, but Bjorn just shuts her down and urges her to trust him, all while silently cursing the barbarian mindset. Einar hesitates for a second but gives in and promises to stay silent. As the plunderer packs her gear, Bjorn asks one last thing and wants to know which floor she's from. She pauses for a second and answers the 8, and then walks off into the distance, leaving Bjorn barely holding it together as he realizes they only lived because of that promise. But he swears it's not going to be the same next time. Later, the two make it back to the first floor where Einar lands face first into the dirt. Bjorn checks if she's okay, but she just lies there whining that everything hurts. But she tells herself she doesn't even have the right to complain, and Bjorn realizes that her ego level is off the charts. Bjorn reasons that the one who survives is the strongest, and that they've now got a better shot at winning, though she still doesn't look too sold on the idea but starts to get it. She decides that dragging this shame around and resisting the urge to off herself might be the fuel she needs to come back stronger. Bjorn realizes he doesn't feel any of that, and maybe he's not a proper barbarian after all. But what he does know is that they'll get their payback. Later on, Einar knocks out cold while Bjorn thinks they've been awake for nearly 20 hours and he's running on fumes. Even though he's not as wrecked as her, he still feels as bad as the time when the blondie saved him. Back then, the party took pity on him, and he accepted it like some stray mutt just glad to be breathing. But he knew he couldn't let that slide, and swore never to end up like that again. He tried making the best of it and wonders if there was ever really another option. His mind flashes back to when he first woke up here and saw a guy lose his head out of nowhere along with a whole bunch of other cursed stuff, so he had no choice but to choose survival. At that moment, he locks in and realizes he can't keep living like this. He wakes Einar up and asks if she wants to become stronger even if the risk is massive. She answers without a second thought that she's in as everyone dies anyway, and Bjorn agrees that in this unpredictable life, it's better to strike first. Then he starts laying out his plan to dive into the rupture because what doesn't kill them will level them up. Sometime later, they start grinding experience by taking on every kind of monster in sight, which makes Einar surprised as she had no idea this kind of place even existed on the first floor. Bjorn tells her it's one of the more ignored zones because of the 4 monster types here, plus the full blackout vibe, so people only come through when they're desperate. But that just makes it perfect for hiding things, and Einar asks about a random stone pillar nearby. He says it's a memorial to the labyrinth's first explorer and reads the inscription aloud, and recognizes it as the same line from the game, and realizing the hidden condition might match too. He tells Einar he's about to open the rupture and from this point, everything needs to stay secret. She swears on her honor, but then awkwardly asks what a rupture even is, which Bjorn explains that it's basically a labyrinth inside another labyrinth, and in the game it was called the Instance Dungeon, which was only cleared by selected members. The first floor's condition is to use 4 monster cores of different types on the memorial, along with an 8th rank crystal from the second floor, which he places, and just like that, the rupture opens. He tells Einar to hop in already, and thinks that the crystals from the Death Fiend let up to 5 people enter. So now the only question is who else is tagging along. A rupture acts like a realm that randomly opens on each floor, but it has a cooldown of 3 months, which is way too inefficient, so naturally people started to look for bugs. There are 4 known ruptures on the first floor, and the one they've entered is called Red Skies, which is pretty much a bootleg portal straight out of solo leveling. Einar stares in awe while Bjorn just watches quietly, already knowing they'd land at the blood-tinted castle thanks to the Death Fiend crystal, but seeing it in real life still hits different. The good news is that no matter how cursed the place looks, the first floor is always doable. Right now, the real concern is which party members show up to help them raid the place. Almost on cue, Einar warns that someone's coming as a foot pops out of the portal, and the two wait, curious about their future teammates. Somewhere else on the first floor, Erwin is getting scolded again for depending too much on her spirits. She tries to argue that the dagger's hard to use, but Teresia shuts it down and insists she needs to defend herself without help. Erwin mutters that Mr. always told her to play to her strengths and trust her team, to which Teresia agrees, but reminds her the world isn't that kind. She places a hand on her shoulder and says bluntly that teammates are just teammates, so don't trust anyone too easily. Erwin nods but still thinks Bjorn isn't bad at all. Trying to shift the mood, Erwin asks if they can go to the second floor already and jokes that Bjorn must be farming coins like crazy. Teresia smirks and says floor climbing isn't about grinding harder but smarter, and tells her they should aim for a rupture. Erwin looks confused since she thought entering a rupture required pure luck. Teresia admits that very few manage to get in, but it's been 8 months since the last one opened, so the next cycle should be soon. Erwin's surprised Bjorn never mentioned this, but Teresia thinks that's expected since he's still just a rookie noob. She grins and says she'll make Erwin stronger than that brute. Just then, a familiar sound interrupts them, and Teresia's face drops as the rupture has already opened, and she tells her sister to dive in quickly. They sprint for the portal, but it vanishes right before they reach it. Back at the castle, Bjorn and Einar wait as their first party member appears, which is a bearded dwarf who greets them cheerfully. Next comes a wannabe Barbie mage who doesn't even seem surprised the rupture led here. Bjorn's shocked there are still mages on floor 1 and thinks the team looks promising. Einar, on the other hand, isn't sold and brings up the librarian being a mage too. Bjorn explains that she was a 9th rank mage and that mages are deeply respected in the city. Only certified ones are allowed in, which means this mage must be legit, to which the mage chuckles and says he's pretty smart for a barbarian. She introduces herself as Raven, a 6th rank mage, and Bjorn notes she clearly has a superiority complex, though so do all mages apparently. She gestures to the guy next to her and introduces him as Tarjan, her luggage boy. The dwarf introduces himself as Hikarad, who has been an explorer for 3 years, which explains the pricey gear. The barbarian duo introduce themselves too, but Bjorn quickly gets serious and asks why they're on the first floor when they clearly don't need to be. They dodge the question, only saying they heard the rupture would open, but Bjorn instantly clocks it as ladder kicking to block the newbies from rising up. Raven takes command and states that the loot will be split among everyone except Tarjan, which the dwarf happily accepts. Bjorn agrees silently since he respects mages, but before he can speak, Einar yells that she disagrees and insists Bjorn should lead because he's a big brain warrior. Bjorn wants to disappear on the spot as she keeps hyping him up. The new members watch as she cuts off every attempt Raven makes to speak. Everyone's left flabbergasted while Bjorn facepalms in shame. Hikurad lightens the mood by joking that he's jealous of Bjorn for having such a caring wife, which makes Einar go red and deny everything. The two bicker like kids until Raven finally gets them to focus on the castle raid. Bjorn's grateful that at least Raven stays on task as she explains they need to investigate heavily, and he quietly hopes she keeps ignoring him. Hikurad tries to bring up introductions again, but she cuts him off, saying the castle's monsters are all 7th rank or lower, so she and Tarjan can handle them alone. He tries to protest but gets steamrolled as she declares she'll also be taking the Guardian's loot for research with a smug smile. That finally sets Hikurad off, who rants about how loot matters and asks if she thinks he's some kind of idiot, while Bjorn recalls that nearly all fights in the game always boiled down to loot. He also recalls the Guardian loot being the Rupture's flower, which is important both for mage research and explorer profit. Hikurad accuses her of leaving him scraps and she seems caught off guard by the pushback. Eventually they strike a deal that she gets the essence and he gets the numbered item, but they'll toss for the Rupture Stone. Bjorn feels left out and finally steps in and says he doesn't care about the item or essence and just wants the Rupture Stone. Both give him the nastiest look for being too greedy, so he backpedals and asks for just 2 essences instead, which after a moment of thinking, they agree to. Still, Bjorn feels depressed that's all he is getting, which they probably don't want anyways, while the other two turn back into best buds. They head toward the castle like lifelong friends while Bjorn trails behind, realizing again how badly he needs to get stronger. He mutters that no matter how many gatekeeping trash mobs block him, he's going to make it to the top. The squad rolls up to a pair of massive gates, right in front of 2 ridiculously obvious statues that scream, "Do not approach." These lifelike stone guardians turn out to be 8th rank monsters, gargoyles that normally just chill unless they catch sight of intruders, because then it is an attack on sight. One of them suddenly jerks to life and starts swinging while firing off its petrification skill straight at Bjorn like it's personal. The typical go-to tactic for taking one of these down involves someone playing bait while the rest pile on. But that plan gets tossed the moment a certain mage stops Einar from charging in and blasts off a spell that Bjorn instantly clocks as curse-canceling magic. Without its signature move, the gargoyle goes from deadly to decorative, and the barbarians waste no time smashing it to pieces with a solid tag team hit. Meanwhile, for the second one, Hikurad launches himself in with a dramatic war cry and shatters its leg like it owes him money. But he doesn't stop there as he leaps into the air and drops down with a full-force slam that makes the thing rethink its entire existence. The stone beasts crumble to dust, giving the gang some breathing room, and the dwarf tosses a compliment at the barbarians and says they're not half bad. Bjorn silently returns the nod and thinks Hikurad fights like an actual warrior too instead of a cosplayer. A floating magic crystal starts drifting midair like a ghost with unfinished business, which gives Einar a tiny heart attack. Raven calmly explains she's just collecting them using her spell and promises to split the loot later, which earns her some brownie points from the dwarf. With the room cleared, the group swings the massive doors open and steps inside to really kick things off. Hikurad comments on the pitch-black darkness ahead while Raven fires off another spell, lighting the path like it's no big deal, and as if right on cue, they spot some walking trash bins heading toward them. These things are dead men, which are chunky zombie-type monsters with no ranks, loot, or even experience points, and only occasionally drop an essence. Raven immediately declares it's not worth wasting mana on them, which Hikurad agrees without hesitation, while the fleshy blubber beasts start waddling faster. Without missing a beat, the heavy hitters move in and absolutely wreck them as they slice through and turn them into minced regret. Bjorn perks up when he notices one of the dead men dropped something odd, which turns out to be a blowhorn. Einar's already fixated on it like it's a new toy, and Hikurad just tells her she'll figure out what it does soon enough. Moving forward, they come across a thick steel door, and Hikurad straight up declares his hammer is too small for this door. Raven casually steps up and says to leave it to her. She throws out another spell, and before anyone can blink, a massive fireball melts a huge hole right through the steel. Bjorn stands there mildly horrified while Raven tilts her head all sweet and asks if they're good to continue. They move into what starts the first chapter of the raid and reach a drawbridge. Raven is already ahead of the plot and says the ramp is up just as expected and asks Einar to blow the horn she found earlier. Einar inhales dramatically and lets out a questionable tune through the horn, which does the trick as the drawbridge starts to lower. At the same time, she starts freaking out as she points out at the blood-red water below that's slowly rising. Looking closer, she spots something moving in it and panics harder, but Raven casually waves it off and says, "Those are just more dead men, nothing serious." Bjorn drops into internal monologue mode and lays out the chapter's goal, which is just to survive until the drawbridge fully comes down. Normally that would be a serious challenge for a regular squad, but with a mage like Raven around makes things very easy. She smirks like she's already won and tells everyone to huddle close. Right after that, she begins charging up a spell that radiates pure mana, sending shockwaves across the area and instantly unalives every undead blob in range. Hikarad mutters that the spell was insane, but Raven just shrugs it off like she does this before breakfast. Bjorn clenches his teeth in irritation as he didn't expect there to be such a ridiculous power gap. She simply announces that now they just have to wait for the bridge to finish lowering, while Bjorn stands there in silence, as he finds it hard to believe they finished so early. After some painfully long seconds, the gang crosses the bridge together, which officially wraps up the first chapter of the blood-tainted castle, while Bjorn still looks mildly betrayed that it ended way too quickly. They pass the drawbridge without hassle and step into the outer castle. Normally, this is where mobs would swarm, but the mage just unleashes her spell again, which wipes out the butterballs like they're caught in some magical gas leak. Bjorn notes that even though she can't one-shot them all, the spell still wrecks over 90% of the enemies in a single blow. Still, the Death Fiends survive as they must have regenerated somehow. Raven announces she's done and leaves the rest to them, and the 3 heavy hitters charge in to finish the rest of them off. The Barbarian duo tackles the Death Fiend like it's a wrestling match and slams him down before going to town on his head like they are pounding spices, while Hikarad just watches in absolute horror. Raven isn't slacking either, as she casts another spell that worsens the creature's injuries fast. Since the only edge was its regeneration, and now that's out of the picture, it's just a lump of meat which the trio carves it up without hesitation. After that, Raven grabs the stones with a smile while Einar admits she now sees the appeal of mages. The dwarf agrees, saying mages are incredibly handy, and while Raven tries to act modest and acts like it's just talent and hard work, Bjorn can tell she's soaking up the praise on the inside. She sweetly asks if they'd help gather more for her research, and Bjorn agrees too as to stay on her good side. After a short scavenging session, Raven thanks them and says it's time to move on. Einar starts fantasizing about cream peas as her reward, but Bjorn feels a bit off as despite her looting spree, Raven left the statue untouched, and he wonders if she just doesn't know what it does, even though it is quite easy to smash. Some gamers can't help but hit every interact prompt when something looks suspicious, and Bjorn's exactly that type, which helped him discover a lot of hidden treasures. However, Bjorn realizes that pointing out something she missed would just make her feel dumb, so he decides to drop it and follows them deeper into the castle. They arrive in a ruined hall. Raven calls the inner castle and says she's heard of this place before, but now that they're here it seems pretty underwhelming, so they decide to move on further in. Bjorn finds a hidden trapdoor, and Raven instantly perks up while Hikarad takes point as they enter the first floor of the underground prison. The dwarf casually asks Raven what kind of monsters show up here, and she rattles them off like a walking dictionary. Hikarad says he's fought all of them except the corpse golem, and seems almost eager to meet it. Raven warns him not to get too close though, as flesh explosions are nasty. As the two start vibing, Bjorn nearly snaps in irritation, and wonders when the two stopped bickering and started bonding. Einar points at a rat skull and asks Bjorn if it's a monster, but Raven cuts in and says they're rankless pests you can squash. But Einar grumbles that she wasn't talking to her, and Raven pouts at the cold response, but a sudden scream breaks through the air. Einar flips out and clings to Bjorn like a toddler and yells about the banshees. Raven laughs and warns her to be careful, or she might have a seriously horrifying experience, which only terrifies her more. Bjorn just watches and wonders why the mage is acting like she's 5. Einar demands more info, but Raven claims she forgot, but Bjorn steps in and mentions he's heard mages have a way to deal with ghosts. That surprises Raven, as she didn't think he'd know that, but instantly switches gears and promises to handle it and starts to charge up a spell. The banshees charge right away, but she nukes them with a fireball before they even get close. Turning to the team, she smiles and tells them to move forward while the guys are too stunned to speak as they follow her to the second floor. The real nightmare begins now as they pull up to the underground prison, which looks straight out of a mad scientist's fever dream. Hikarad throws Raven a compliment on her skills and asks if she's not creeped out. She shrugs it off and says she dissects corpses regularly, all while searching along the wall for something. Eventually, she finds the trapdoor she read about and warns them they'll be meeting the corpse golem sooner than planned. They drop their bags and gear up, and Bjorn puts on his torch helmet as Raven announces she's opening the path. The second the passage opens, they're hit by a wave of rot so thick it practically chokes them. A canal of decomposing bodies stretches out before them as the stench burns their noses and makes their stomachs twist. However, they keep on going while Bjorn thinks that the stink isn't having an effect since he is a barbarian. But the luggage boy starts puking instantly, and Raven's right behind him as she starts gagging hard. Bjorn figures she probably isn't used to smells like this, while Hikarad praises the barbarians for holding up and urges them forward. As they push ahead, they come face to face with a giant pile of corpses which straight up tries to strike up a conversation. It mutters something about saving them, and all 3 heavy hitters tense up immediately, while Bjorn realizes that this must be the corpse golem boss. The heap of bodies begins to shift as dozens of mouths scream for help all at once, which makes everyone freeze in fear. Bjorn locks in and he yells at the group to pull it together while Hikarad is frozen solid. He silently roasts the so-called pros for folding so fast and realizes that he will have to take the lead on this one as the barbarian duo faces off against the floor boss. You see, even though the game was always a niche, one of the big features that helps it reach a wider audience is its creepily detailed visuals that somehow make pixel art look like 4K. The graphics are so insane that they became memes, and those epic screenshots go viral. Now that Bjorn sees that same detail in person, it freaks him out more than he expected. It looks so grotesque that even the smug mage girl, who never shuts up about her dissection skills, and manchild Murad are both leaking fluids from everywhere. Surprisingly, the carrier is hanging on surprisingly well, and might as well be Jinwoo in disguise. But the real joke is how the barbarians they mocked earlier are the only ones keeping it together in front of the horror. Einar snaps at the team to get into position, and when the monster charges, she straight up picks up the grown bastard herself. That backfires when its acid-like blood splashes into the guy's eyes, and Einar looks horrified since she just saved him only to accidentally blind him. While that's happening, the cargo guy tries to calm her down as she throws up like she just saw a Diddy party. Bjorn decides to pull the aggro and tells Einar to guard the two disasters, while he rushes the behemoth with a plan already in motion. After all the time he spent grinding this fight, he's memorized its attack pattern. It launches corpses at anyone who stays too far and tries to soul-snatch anyone dumb enough to get close. Bjorn knows better than to rush in since that'll get it to ignore Raven and focus entirely on him, so he plays it smart and keeps its attention long enough for the barfing mage to get her act together. When she finally recovers, she drops an advanced fire spell that torches the behemoth from head to toe, leaving the barbarian duo totally stunned by her power. He's shook that the entire first phase, which normally eats up a whole stockpile of torches, gets wiped out with just one spell. From under the charred mess of corpses, the second phase skeleton rises, and Bjorn immediately tells Einar to aim straight for the skeleton's chest and hit it with him. Normally this thing is a rank 7 monster, but with its flesh suit roasted, it's weak enough for 2 Unga Bunga barbarians to smash to pieces. The second they Hulk smash that bad boy right in the sternum, a level up menu pops up to cheer them on. As she watches a brilliant spark of light glow from the monster's soul, Einar asks if it really is what she thinks it is, and Bjorn confirms that it's the corpse golem's essence. It's explained that ruptures are basically dungeons with a loot chest waiting at the end, and the swarms of elite monsters inside make them prime XP farms for explorers. But the real prize is the insanely boosted drop rate of monster essences. Seeing a powerful monster's essence in real life stuns Bjorn, who stands mesmerized until Einar snaps him out of it and asks what they should do with it. He answers that it's obviously going to him, since they had a deal, and even if they didn't, he was the one who kept the boss busy and gave the others a chance to survive. Deep down, he wishes the drop included at least one more essence since he's got his eye on the Death Fiend essence, basically a Region 2 potion from Minecraft, while the Chimera Wolf boosts strength like a cheat code. Still, he's satisfied with the Corpse Golem essence, since it's a rare drop usually only found once in the entire blood-stained castle. The stat boost leans heavily toward tank builds. While his senses will take a hit, the upgrade to his bones, now nearly as strong as steel, sounds more than worth it. On top of that, the pain suppression and poison resistance will come in handy against underhanded creeps like that plunderer woman. The only real downside is the flesh explosion skill, which is complete trash. Not only does it deal ridiculous self-damage, it also drains his health like crazy. The passive skill that gives his blood acidic properties is another headache, since it risks melting through his own armor. So even if the stat gains are cracked, using the essence will come with a lifelong increase in potion bills and armor repair costs. He decides to put off making the final call until Murad gets patched up. The stubby old man apologizes for his pitiful performance, and our boy doesn't miss the chance to roast him, saying he should retire from calling himself a man after that. The chunky dwarf only grins and admits maybe he hasn't seen the worst monsters during his long single life, but Bjorn screams internally that they almost lost their lives thanks to the loser with performance issues he probably also has in the bedroom. He calms down and checks on the haughty mage girl right after, congratulates her on the teamwork, and brings up the loot split, but the narcissistic brat just shrugs and says she's only glad that fire spell came out on time. Bjorn drops his friendly musclehead act and bluntly says that saving their lives should count for way more than their deal, which even she has to admit is true. He lays it out clearly and tells her he wants the rupture stone, which leaves her staring at him like he just slapped her. The dwarf backs him up like a true wingman and says his wife saved his life so Bjorn deserves it, which forces even Raven to grit her teeth and agree, though she tells him not to get too full of himself since they haven't even found a rupture stone yet. That's when he drops his ultimate card and casually mentions that the corpse golem's essence also dropped, leaving all three of them stunned to the core. Raven practically squeals over loot so rare she didn't even know its effects, and the fact that she doesn't know something really eats at her. She starts stressing over which one to pick while Bjorn sits back and enjoys the chaos he's caused. Then he tosses out a pretty fair offer that he'll let her take the essence if he gets first claim on the Guardian's essence, which totally throws her off and puts Daddy back in control. Raven asks if he's really down to take that gamble even though the drop rate isn't guaranteed, and he nods without hesitation. That instantly boosts her mood, and she admits she was honestly more interested in the corpse golem form from the start. Bjorn has a Joseph Joestar nice moment, while the clueless mage tries to explain to the brainless dwarf that the essence kept in the tube holds way more value for research than absorbing it. But our boy loses it when he sees she owns a test tube, since that's a rare high-level item in this world. After that, she marches ahead with a grin and tells everyone to scram already. As they head further into the dark dungeon, the dwarf starts wondering if those gargoyle-like statues might be alive, but Raven quickly says there's no magic in them and touches one of the carved-up faces, which suddenly makes a bunch of books drop from above, that she snatches mid-air, blowing the dwarf's mind at how she saw it coming while Bjorn knows quite well this sneaky girl read it off the wiki. Our boy curses his luck since the sneaky hoe already knew about the necromancian that sells for a stupid amount because he planned to quietly grab it on the way out. The smug brat acts all dramatic, saying it's a shame they can't vote on it since she's the one who found it, and throws in a pretentious laugh for good measure. Even so, Bjorn is impressed that she knows about this item, though she's totally clueless about the one hidden inside the fountain. As they continue, some of the gargoyles turn out to be actual statues, and aside from the chimera wolves, the third monster they deal with is a mini-boss known as the Bone Knight. Raven gets hyped as they found another rare monster, and Bjorn agrees they're lucky since Bone Knights come in 3 versions. First up is Depression, which creates a fog that makes players trip with hallucinations. Then there's the Angry one that's way harder, not because he throws tantrums like a toddler, but because his level drain ability sucks. And finally, there's the Lust version they end up facing, the mini-boss whose only trick is regeneration, which would have been annoying if Raven didn't pull out her busted anti-heal. With that nerf active, Bjorn and Einar rush in and beat that bony punk down, and by pure luck, the Skeleton Knight drops an essence too. Bjorn flashes a proud grin at the double win and feels like his luck is finally turning around. The dwarf gives him props, but Bjorn passes it to Einar since it suits her way more than him. That lifesteal works best with swords, and he's not touching swords again anytime soon. And honestly, after all this time with her, he can tell she's a keeper who'd be beyond grateful. Einar dashes in and grabs the essence as her entire body lights up with a bright aura. Once the transformation ends, she thinks nothing has changed until she suddenly notices Bjorn looks huge, and not just him, everyone does. Our boy finally spills what he's been holding back this whole time that she shrank a bit, leaving her straight up stunned. Raven isn't surprised though, and explains the Bone Knight's essence shortens the user's bones in return for making them dense enough to cut incoming damage in half, and the active skill grants lifesteal. She tries to calm Einar down and says it's not a big deal, but her ears nearly explode when Einar starts yelling about how screwed she is now that all the dumb barbarians are gonna call her a little girl. Raven counters that she's gotten prettier, which doesn't help much. Bjorn chimes in too, saying she's got queen vibes, even though now she just looks like a regular girl with way too many tattoos. Seeing how down she is, Bjorn tells her she won't feel that miserable once she sees how badly she can mess up strangers like the death fiend waiting up ahead. Her face says someone just decked her grandma, but he tells her to suck it up. Einar finally remembers she can't abandon her warrior duties just because she got a bit cute, so she charges in and chops the monster clean in half like she's slicing a boiled potato. Our boy jumps in right after to throw her some compliments by saying she's a big and strong barbarian, which weirdly works as she shyly asks if she really looks strong. Bjorn tells the adorable muscle brain she's not just a warrior, she's a big strong warrior, while the others act like nothing happened and keep moving. Eventually, they reach the boss room, and both Raven and Murad start getting nostalgic out of nowhere, thinking about their short, savage but wholesome time together, while Bjorn is focused completely on the guardian inside, and prays hard that it drops an essence. Because let's be real, even though essences have been raining down today, life hasn't exactly been kind to him since his health's been trash. His only crush got stolen by some rich dude much uglier than him, and now he's stuck playing a death game as a barbarian. Pumped to wrap this up, Murad goes to open the door, but Bjorn spots the weird crimson glow and suddenly realizes he's messed up. The dumb dwarf asks what's wrong while opening it, and a gust of wind hits them along with an overwhelming pressure. Raven's eyes go wide in full panic as she sees that what's inside isn't the Death Knight she signed up for. The twisted beast inside lets out a laugh and says it's been a long time since he's seen anyone, and a system message flashes that the Guardian has changed. Raven is frozen solid as she sees the vampire standing there, one that only shows up above the 6th floor, and even then, only rarely. He's not just any monster either, he's a named variant, the busted ugly Alucard knockoff from Temu, Duke Cambermere. It is explained that even simple monsters like goblins can have basic variants that fight with swords or bows. Then there are advanced ones that are much stronger than the usual crowd, and rare monsters like the corpse golem which only show up in special places like ruptures. But the top of the food chain are the mythical named monsters who always come with their own personalities and unique powers. Bjorn yells for the squad to get out as fast as possible, and ignores Murad's dumb questions since the Vampire Duke is a 5th rank boss with busted physical strength and dangerous dark magic. The carry guy doesn't waste time and scoops up Raven like she's paralyzed or something while she's complaining that this shouldn't even be a thing. Bjorn's just as stunned since even after years of playing he never ran into the vampire duke, who's only been spotted in ruptures on the 3rd floor or below, and even then he only caught it in a live stream by sheer luck. While her manservant carries her princess style, the annoying brat asks how Bjorn knows all this, but he tells her to quit yapping and keep running. He remembers he noticed the subtle color shift in the door handles because he spent countless hours copying every move from that one live streamer who got close, though he never got the Duke himself, and now seriously regrets spotting the difference too late. Murad yells they should fight instead of fleeing when there's nowhere to go, but Bjorn tells him to shut up and think of somewhere with sunlight as the vampire flies past them in spirit form. He yells at Raven to do something and she tells them all to shut their eyes right before flashing the vampire. Shockingly, it works, and the vampire breaks apart into thick, dark mist, leaving Einar wide-eyed. Bjorn explains vampires can shift into spirit form to zoom around while their real body stays put, but once they use actualization, they fully teleport their body, which Raven stopped with her flash. Her poor manservant Tarjan starts shouting that she looks awful, and she starts violently coughing up blood. Bjorn panics thinking maybe it's the vampire's doing, but he isn't sure since the only live streamer who ever saw the Duke died before even beating him or taking his essence. He figures he can piece it together later, but getting the hell out comes first. Murad starts panicking that they're screwed since Raven was basically their Google Maps, and now she's down, so Bjorn lets the clown know he's not brainless like him and actually memorized the whole path. With that, he guides them out of there confidently since he's played through this level more than 100 times, and even Murad admits maybe the barbarian isn't as brain-dead as he thought since he actually got them to the exit. Right then, our hero senses the vampire's spirit form closing in on the gang, and he shouts at them to straight up Leroy Jenkins out of there. They all somehow manage to make it into a courtyard-type area just in time, and the Duke's spirit fades into shadows since he's weak to light, and thankfully the sun is still out. When the dwarf sees Bjorn actually memorized the route on the first go, he questions if this guy really just came of age a month ago, but waifu number 2 jumps in to say it's only expected because Bjorn's a real gangsta. Even so, the sun's already going down, and our boy reminds them they can't slow down until they hit the outer castle walls where they'll be safer and less exposed. Tarjan tries arguing that Raven's exhausted from being carried around too long and needs to rest, but Bjorn tells the fool to keep those legs moving unless he plans on getting paid by a dead brat. He also warns him to protect her with his own damn life since she's his only hope left. Meanwhile, he heads to the fountain to grab that item he spotted earlier. After beheading the Stone Guardian, our hero receives a one-time healing item that works especially well against dark magic attacks. Then he turns to Raven and asks if she's feeling better while she looks like a pregnant woman just got punched in the gut. He questions what kind of essence could hurt her that badly, and she explains it's the Duke's pain-sharing effect. She says it'll take her around 20 minutes to fully recover, but even then, she'll only manage 5 spells tops, which is nowhere near enough. Our boy straight up asks Raven if she can use sun magic, which instantly offends her because, in her words, a man never asks a woman her age or what magic she can cast. Bjorn just picks his nose like he couldn't care less since he's just a dumb barbarian anyway. Annoyed, Raven finally admits she can use Sunsphere, which is basically a fire spell with some solar energy slapped onto it. Hearing that, Bjorn tells her to power it up, and she says she'll need 10 minutes, but he boldly says he'll stall the vampire for 30 somehow, and tells her to focus only on charging the spell. She agrees without fuss at first before realizing she's actually taking orders from a filthy barbarian and snaps, asking who made him party leader, but Einar backs him up and even Murad says he trusts him because Bjorn is straight up homie material. Later that night, the shadows begin swirling and Duke Cambermere appears with a nasty grin, asking them to guess why he just can't resist the taste of their delicious human ketchup. Bjorn and the crew brace themselves, locked in for the toughest 30 minutes of their lives to buy Raven enough time to charge the one spell that might actually save them. The vampire lets out a harrowing scream to assert dominance and starts approaching, so Bjorn commands Tarjan to grab Raven and get the hell out of there. He thinks this feels exactly like the game, where the monster's intellect only shows during cutscenes, meaning there's no point in trying to reason with the Duke. Right then, the vampire dives at Hikarad with full force. Even though the attack hits hard, the dwarf proves he's a real tank, standing firm and taking hit after hit like a champ. Bjorn sees the dwarf's 7th rank essence ability weight balance working, allowing him to ignore knockback as long as his feet stay planted. Right after that, he calls Einar to attack with him. She swings her massive blade at Duke Cambermere, which forces him to retreat, only to get banged by a barbarian from behind without a warning. Our hero then uses every bit of strength in his body to smack the vampire away, and the force nearly snaps his wrist. Feeling a lot more pain than usual, our boy wonders if that's because of the Duke's pain-sharing effect, though the real issue is that the Guardian hasn't taken any real damage so far. Suddenly, the Duke transforms into a swarm of crows and floods the party like a hurricane. Realizing there's no other way to save them, the ward reveals his second secret ability, emergency restoration, to stop their armor from crumbling under the endless flurry. As he and Einar smash through the cloud of annoying crows, Bjorn notices that their blood is covering everyone's bodies, which he knows will cause serious trouble. Moments later, both Einar and Hikarad start reacting to the blood. Bjorn grits his teeth as a sacrificial seal appears on his cursed torch helmet, and a system notification tells him the Duke's power increases with each blood-soaked sacrifice. It's explained that vampires have a skill called Immortal that boosts regeneration the lower their HP falls, and drinking blood lets them steal enemy skills. Bjorn gets frustrated thinking about how broken the Duke's powers are, from turning into shadows or crows to dodge attacks to summoning monsters and casting dark magic. While he's thinking all this, Duke Cambermere finally tosses the dwarf out of his stance. Just before Hikarad says goodbye to life, Bjorn jumps in to save his dwarf butt, all while wondering how much longer that magic girl is going to take. Seeing the dwarf out cold, Raven yells that she still needs 5 more minutes, and Bjorn seriously doubts he can hold out since Einar looks just as exhausted as he is. So he comes up with a completely wild plan, and tells Einar to grab the comatose midget and get away while he handles the tanking himself. She doesn't hesitate for even a second before doing exactly what he says, leaving our guy standing alone against the Guardian with nothing but his shield. While sweat drips from the madness of what he's about to do, Bjorn yells Valhalla at that pale excuse of a duke, and lets the pale freak shove his fist clean into his stomach like it's a handshake. Our crazy hero doesn't seem even slightly worried because he guzzles a potion right there on the spot, keeping his HP up no matter how brutally his guts get scrambled. Raven watches from a distance as this unkillable barbarian holds his ground against the nastiest monster she's ever laid eyes on, and she can't even believe what she's seeing. She wonders if he seriously plans to just tank every strike like a human sponge by downing potions like they're Red Bulls. She watches this blood-covered maniac scream while a torrent of blood flows from him, somehow enduring the raw agony of getting mauled and healed at the same time, which should be downright impossible. The pain from potions only gets worse with deeper injuries, and when she notices the pile of empty bottles around him, she realizes this guy radiates an aura proving he is built different. She figures it's just a matter of time before he blacks out from the sheer pain shock, but Bjorn shuts that thought down by blocking one of the Duke's attacks in his mangled state. She can't believe the guy can even breathe when his body is being diced like fruit salad from the non-stop barrage, yet somehow he still manages to avoid every strike aimed at his vital spots. That's when she remembers reading something about barbarians, saying that the true power of barbarians isn't in their beefy bodies, but in their meaty minds. Looking at this real-life wall of pain in front of her, she finally gets what that meant. Out of nowhere, Tarjan tells his lady they should run, while the dumb-as-bricks fool takes the hits, but she replies, there's literally nowhere to run, and the only way to survive the rupture is to beat its guardian right here. Feeling completely hopeless, Raven wonders what the hell she is doing, watching a young barbarian who just came of age outmatch her both in raw skill and power, but in big brain leadership too, which is supposed to be her specialty. As a mage, she refuses to sit there acting useless like Aqua and just watch, so she orders her manslave to go and keep a watch on the Hikarad, so Einar can go and support Bjorn instead. She believes a mage isn't just some glorified turret chilling in the rear, but a mastermind who does an in-depth analysis of the situation like Kowalski, breaks it down, and turns the tide with their 5-head strategies. That's why she does what needs to be done and pulls out her most treasured essence. She activates every aim boost trick she has since her throwing game is garbage and launches the test tube straight at Bjorn, who looks utterly confused when it smashes into his iron biceps. Suddenly, the corpse golem essence bursts out and forcefully bonds with him, instantly jacking up all his tank stats. With the power of the golem surging through him, Bjorn rises tall and stands unfazed by the vampire duke's relentless attacks. Flashing back just a few moments, Bjorn feels his mind turning into a hazy mess, yet he still refuses to back down. He pushes his brain to the limit, trying to decide which body parts he can afford to lose just to stay alive. Right then, his vision glitches hard as an essence forcibly shoves itself into his body. Back in the present, our boy instantly feels the difference. The Duke's claws barely leave a scratch now as his bones harden like steel thanks to the new durability boost. He realizes that Raven just used the corpse golem essence on him, which completely ruins the top-tier build he had mapped out, but the silver lining is that his survival chances shoot up by a mile. A second ago, he was just a meat sack pretending to be a shield, but now he can actually strike back. He dodges several attacks, but even with the new power, he knows his body is one step away from collapsing under the insane punishment from a rupture guardian. Just then, a potion bottle hits him in the back, and he is shocked to see that the anorexic sorceress just used a greater potion of healing on the peasant who will keep her alive, meaning she's locked in and ready to survive. Our boy regains his confidence thanks to the powerful regenerating effects, and then bear slams into the ugly vampire hissing at him without any hesitation. He activates what he calls his Unga Bunga Kamikaze mode, where the vampire keeps slicing his flesh into shreds, but because his blood is acidic, it will continuously deal damage over time to the Duke. The vampire rages at his dumb high IQ strategy, and Raven makes it even more tilted by throwing another potion at Bjorn, instantly patching up his wounds like it's no big deal. Boiling with rage like the beefy barbarian stole his wife, Duke Cambermere unleashes a brutal strike to throw him off. Before he can press the attack, Einar comes in and forces the vampire to retreat. Just as the Duke's about to complain, our boy comes in swinging with a nasty sucker punch that nearly connects. Cambermere counters by stabbing him straight through the chest, making Bjorn spit out blood mid-charge. As he and Einar make a last-ditch effort to hold the Rupture Guardian off, Bjorn wonders if Raven's 5 minutes are going to last as long as the fight between Goku and Frieza. With both of the vampire's claws inside his body, our hero hears Raven yell that the spell is ready. He gets a glimmer of hope and realizes it is all or nothing, so he grabs the Duke and uses all his power to yeet the bastard into Hickarod. Ready to serve some well-earned payback, the dwarf strikes the Duke with lightning, leaving him locked in a coma. Our hero charges toward the boss, gripping a vial in hand while thinking it's finally time to use the one item he's been saving for that perfect moment, the goddess tears. Without consent, he jams the girthy glass tube down the vampire's throat and follows it up with a brutal uppercut to the chin, shattering it inside the Duke's mouth. That instantly triggers the artifact's blessing, which temporarily seals off all of the proud vampire's broken passive abilities and resistance stats. The system lets him know the Duke is now slipping from unconsciousness into full-on shock. Right after that, Raven yells at him to move aside and prepares to drop her sun magic, which glows above her like a damn fiery spirit bomb. Barely standing in her completely wrecked state, Raven manages to mumble out that he needs to get out of there fast as the blazing spell crashes down toward the vampire. Bjorn still pins the monster down like he's trying to win what looks like a wrestling match. It is at this moment that he realized he messed up. Fire explodes outward and engulfs them both instantly. The system politely informs him that the sunspot sphere has rendered him unconscious after he is already passed out. The Duke's pain-sharing effect also makes the others faint from sheer pain. A few moments later, our boy finally wakes up, coughing up blood and wonders if he won. Realizing it is a little too quiet, he uses all his willpower to get up and confirm if the bloody vampire really is dead. But his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets in shock as he watches the bastard barely hanging on to life with only a skeleton remaining. Bjorn gets a prompt saying that the immortal skill doesn't just slow injury, but also seals them tighter as they worsen. On top of that, the Duke's passive keeps him alive unless his heart gets destroyed. Watching the body patch itself back up in real time, Bjorn realizes their entire effort will mean nothing if he allows this monster to recover. Noticing everyone around him lying unconscious, the guy decides it's finally worth the risk and strolls over to the Duke's body with a plan to end things properly. He knocks the body down and gets on top in a position that looks sus. He spots how the chest somehow stayed intact because the Duke protected it with his own arm at the last second, and that tiny realization pisses him off enough to slam his fist straight into the chest Hulk smash style, and then fires off the corpse golem essence skill called Flesh Explosion. He yells out because it hurts like hell, but instead of backing off, he just keeps firing the skill over and over like he's got a few screws loose, even though his whole body clearly wants to check out. It clicks pretty quickly for him that if he somehow keeps blasting his way through to the vampire's disgusting heart, that thing's HP will hit 0 way before he does. Bjorn can practically feel death breathing down his neck with just 1 HP left, but he doesn't even flinch when the system flashes a warning saying he's only got 46 mentality points left before it's game over. His mentality drops all the way down to 16, and he just stares at the place where his arms used to be. Like any regular dude in this messed up situation, he flops onto the vampire's body and keeps spamming Flesh Explosion with his own body like he's got a vendetta, watching his mentality stat drain with every blast until it hits its lowest yet, just 10 points. But then, just when things are looking extra cooked, the system chucks him a massive dump of experience points out of nowhere, letting him level up. Sadly, Dungeons & Stones isn't one of those games where HP magically gets restored just because he leveled up, so he's still barely clinging to life. But all this time, our guy has been silently praying to the RNG lords for the new essence slot he unlocked to get filled with the vampire's essence, which only has a 1 in 3 drop rate. And in a rare moment of mercy, the author decides to bless the man with some much-needed plot armor. Thanks to his brand new Vampire Essence passive skill, his health creeps back up to 1% because his heart somehow stayed untouched. On top of that, his completely insane kamikaze mission earns him a bonus 10 mentality, though it also catches the attention of the administrator himself. Bjorn jerks awake in a full-blown panic, only to realize that he's currently using Einar's extra thick thighs as a holy pillows. She looks down and casually asks if he's finally up, but he immediately asks instead what happened to the others, and she tells him they dipped about 3 days ago, but she is more worried about him. However, Bjorn is more concerned that he managed to sleep for 3 whole days. Without warning, he bolts upright while struggling to process the fact that he's been out for that long, And it finally hits him that today's the 7th day. As he moves around, he finds that his body's mostly fine with no visible wounds, but then his eyes go wide and he freezes. He awkwardly asks Einar what happened to his pants, as somehow he is now fully exposed. Einar shows no reaction and happily admits that his clothes were shredded, so she tore them up. Bjorn is visibly distressed, but she reassures him not to panic since she already saw what a fantastic warrior he is, but he'd rather just curl into a hole and disappear. He shifts focus and asks what went down after he passed out. She explains that the dwarf grabbed the numbered item while the mage scooped up the rupture stones. Bjorn puts 2 and 2 together and realizes the only reason he's still breathing is because he absorbed the essence. It makes sense that the Guardian must have dropped all 3 items. That sets off a train of thought, but Einar reminds him about the dice bet for the stones. Apparently the mage refused to play fair and insisted she could only make up her losses by taking the stones, and the dwarf just shrugged and said he didn't care. Then the mage dropped something weird that Bjorn already got the best loot he possibly could, so there was no point in arguing. That clicks instantly for him that she must have known about the vampire's essence from the start, not to mention that she also gave him the corpse golem's essence earlier. She basically kept losing things just to help him win, which makes him feel a tiny bit better. On the other hand, Einar keeps ranting that the greedy mage scooped up everything else lying around without even waiting for Bjorn to wake up. Seeing no easy way out, Bjorn smartly takes her side and calls Einar the dependable one, which she totally eats up. Getting back on track, she asks if they should leave now too, but Bjorn stops her and says there's still something left to do here. He figures that even if the mage looted everything else, that one item should still be in the room, and he's definitely walking away with it. However, first things first, he asks Einar if she's got anything he could wear. After some light scavenging, they finally make their way back to the crystal cave. The labyrinth shuts down, and the system sends them back to the city. Bjorn glances around and hopes that all that suffering translates to a fat payday. Unfortunately, the guild lady crushes that dream instantly and tells him he only made around 230,000 stones. He's mad disappointed, though he tries to cheer himself up by remembering he scored 2 essences as well. When he reaches out to collect the payment, she yanks the pouch back and squints while saying it's a little sus that he made that much and demands to know what's inside the backpack. Bjorn is confused as no one ever asked that in the game. But before he can even respond, a squad of knights suddenly appears and points their weapons at him. Reality hits him like a truck that he's in real trouble. They order him to get moving and escort him straight to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Erwin also manages to return to the city in one piece. She wipes the sweat from her brow and mutters that she didn't think the 3rd floor would be that brutal. She expected the 7th rank monsters to be tough, but even with her sister handling the 6th rank ones nearby, it felt like a proper adventure. She's already hyped to tell Bjorn all about it. She looks around the area but doesn't spot him anywhere, which dims her mood a little. She wanted to show off her new essence, one she's certain he'd want to test out on the spot, but she still wants to meet the big oaf. The guild staff counts up her stones and notes that it's a hefty haul for someone at her level. She explains that she was rolling with her sister, which seems to satisfy the receptionist enough to let her go. Later, she heads back to her room to take a relaxing bath, and throws on a fresh dress while wondering if her hunk's back yet. She happily daydreams about buying him dinner with the money she earned, and pictures how excited he'll be to hear all her stories and share his own. But then, reality smacks her across the face when the hotel manager informs her that Bjorn hasn't returned yet. Worry starts to creep in that maybe something went wrong, but she still holds on to the hope that he'll come back soon. A whole week drags by and Bjorn still doesn't show. Erwin ends up catching the hotel guy clearing out Bjorn's room and demands to know what the hell he's doing. The guy sighs and says he waited long enough out of courtesy, but it's time she faces the truth that he's not coming back. She tries to argue, but he cuts her off and bluntly says Bjorn probably died in there. Later on, Erwin is found huddled in the pouring rain, sobbing like her world ended. Her sister walks up and tells her she heard the news but gently asks how long she plans to stay like this. Erwin lifts her head with her eyes burning with something darker now, and tells Theresia that she's going to get stronger no matter what, so she can protect the ones she loves. Meanwhile, it's already been a full week since Bjorn got tossed into jail under suspicion of plundering, and the whole thing is really starting to get under his skin. During the first round of interrogation, the investigator demands to know where he got the crossbow. Bjorn explains it came from the guy who literally tried to end him, and unless the law is completely upside down, he's pretty sure defending himself from other plunderers isn't a crime. The investigator acts smug, saying they'll figure out who attacked first, which immediately ticks Bjorn off, and he starts suspecting something's off about all this. He remembers how it used to be an unspoken rule that explorers couldn't be questioned over loot unless there was solid evidence. But lately, the guild's been rewriting rules just to cut down on plundering, which clearly opens the door for abuse. Bjorn figures life's miserable no matter where you go, but now he's convinced this shady setup has probably locked up way more innocents than just him. The investigator goes in again, telling him to spill the truth already, but Bjorn sticks to his story. He explains how he was targeted by Baldy and his crew, though he skips over the part about the woman. Still, the investigator finds it hard to believe that he took a knife to the neck and lived and demands to see the scar which Bjorn tries to show, but that's when it hits him. The scar must have healed thanks to the vampire's essence, and now he just looks like he's bluffing. Then he brings up the rupture, hoping that'll help, but the investigator now thinks he's just piling on fairy tales. A vampire appearing at such a low level sounds like pure fiction, and the guy even laughs at him. Bjorn's had enough as he shouts at him to bring in a mage who can read memories and confirm if he's lying or not. The investigator ridicules him for suggesting such an idea, as only explorers ranked 7th or above are allowed to request such verifications. Bjorn says he'll pay for it, but the guy shrugs that they'd take his money either way, so why waste it? Eventually he offers to consider it if the mage is guild affiliated. 2 days later, a mage finally shows up, but claims that Bjorn's mental barrier is too tough to break. He says they'd need someone from the magic tower, and Bjorn can only curse his luck. He tries again and takes the name of the mage and the dwarf, but the investigator just smirks and repeats the same tired line, telling him to confess already. On the 7th day, the investigator bursts into the room looking like he's won the lottery. He slams a message receiver on the table and proudly announces that he finally has real evidence. Bjorn instantly recognizes it as the message stone from the Crystal Union fight. The investigator reveals that this wasn't the first time Bjorn's been caught plundering, and the Crystal Union guys even submitted statements against him. He grins and declares that Bjorn will be executed in 3 hours, however the barbarian doesn't say a word. Back in his cell, he realizes that talking will not do anything now, but escaping would only slap a criminal record on him forever. So he only has one option left to prove himself as innocent. He grips the bars tightly and activates Flesh Explosion, blowing the cell bars apart, and he walks out, which sends the guard crawling back in a panic. The man starts to shout for backup, but Bjorn shuts him up fast with one solid kick to the face that sends him into sleep mode. With the guard knocked out, Bjorn doesn't waste time and grabs the keys off the ground, and as he's about to leave, the other prisoners start hollering and demand that he should free them too. Bjorn's pretty sure some of these guys are criminals, but he's an innocent barbarian who just got wrongly thrown in jail, so of course that doesn't bother him one bit. He frees all of them and chaos erupts as they start chanting their new hero's name, the Barbarian of Freedom. Back at the Explorer Guild, a guard hears something weird near the entrance, but gets blown across the room as the prison mob crashes through the door with murder in their eyes. The receptionist yells that any explorer who helps capture the convicts will get a fat reward. That's all the crowd needs to hear, and the explorers jump into action to shut the escape down. Bjorn races up the stairs, thinking the prisoners won't get far since they're unarmed, that he just needs 5 minutes. As he dashes up, he reminds himself that he's not escaping just to run and has a separate plan entirely. A guard who is waiting on top shouts that the convicts have reached the upper floor and idiotically blurts out that the branch manager is up there too. Bjorn stares him down as he points a hand behind him and unleashes Flesh Explosion again. Blood rains down on the prisoners below, causing them to shriek like terrified toddlers as the acidic spray hits. He then activates his vampire ability and boosts his stats as he feels a surge of energy. He smirks that his doping is complete and charges the guards barehanded, who start trembling at the sight. One poor guy gets slammed into the floor like he's a new tile while another swings a sword, but Bjorn blocks it with his arm, leaving the guard stunned as he watches the wound heal instantly. Bjorn follows up with a punch that knocks the man's teeth out clean. Bjorn gets high on a power trip while the other guards start panicking, yelling that the barbarian should only be 9th rank. Bjorn just smirks that the branch manager only locked up the low ranks, so they never expected this much power. After wrecking every last one of them, he finally stops in front of a door, arriving at the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor. Our boy pushes the door open slowly, trying to act like a civilized human being, but someone's already lurking behind cover. He catches on too late that it's an ambush as the guy leaps out and slashes him. The branch manager looks smug, thinking he got the jump on him, but his victory face quickly melts away as Bjorn's blood splashes onto him and starts burning through his skin. Then Bjorn catches movement from the corner as a girl panics and calls out to the manager, but the second her eyes land on Bjorn, her whole body starts to shake. The branch manager yells at Bjorn to back off because the girl is the daughter of the district manager, but for the barbarian with 5 stars, she's his get-out-of-jail card. He brushes off the warning and knocks the manager out cold with a clean right uppercut. He thinks he never meant to take things this far, but her being here completely flips the situation. The girl tries to keep a bold front, spouting that he's not getting out of this alive now and accusing him of planning all this out just to get to her. Bjorn simply clamps her mouth shut and tells her to quit it. Using her as leverage, he turns to the guards creeping up on him and demands to see the inspector, the guild leader, and a mage from the tower. If they don't bring them, he'll end the girl right then and there, which gets the guards moving. Stepping out onto the balcony, he takes a deep breath and begins shouting down to the crowd. He introduces himself as Bjorn and announces that the guild tried to frame and kill him. He shouts again that the corrupted Explorer Guild is setting him up, swearing on everything that he's innocent. Deep down, he knows this public mess is now too big for the guild to just sweep under the rug. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower, the senior mage tells Raven that the branch manager called her in to deal with some lunatic. She looks puzzled, but he explains that a lunatic freed a bunch of prisoners and is now holding the district manager's daughter hostage. Raven figures the guy must be a complete idiot, but decides to head over anyway as she throws on her Barbie-level outfit because she has her own business there too. Sometime later, Bjorn stares at her in disbelief and asks if they seriously sent her. Raven looks just as stunned and demands to know what the hell he was thinking. She starts berating him like a grandma as she never expected him to pull something like this. But Bjorn cuts in and tells her to stop wasting time and just use the memory magic already. She tries to argue, but he insists they don't have time to mess around. She agrees, but only if he owes her a favor later, to which Bjorn agrees, as long as it's doable. She lights up that he agreed and starts casting the spell only to immediately pause in surprise. The spell isn't working even though Bjorn claims that he's not wearing any anti-magic gear. Just then, the investigator rushes in and heads straight for the unconscious branch manager as he helps him up and demands to know what happened. He reports that most of the prisoners have been taken care of, but then spots Bjorn. His eyes go wide and he instantly starts yelling that this guy is the mastermind behind the chaos, which the branch manager already knows. The manager asks if Bjorn's claim of being framed is true, then turns to the investigator and gets serious. He wants to know what proof they had that Bjorn was a plunderer. The fat man flinches at the question, but quickly rattles off his reasons that Bjorn brought back way too many crystals, looked suspicious, and had a bag full of equipment that looked stolen. Then they trace the message stone back to someone from the Crystal Union who accused Bjorn of murder and theft. Bjorn snaps back that none of that testimony was verified by magic. The branch manager turns to the investigator and asks why that step was skipped. The guy tries to pivot and goes off about how Bjorn's been lying all along about getting stabbed and entering the rupture. The mention of vampire essence leaves the branch manager confused too, and the investigator takes advantage of that and asks how any of that could possibly make sense. He insists that Bjorn lied because he knew magic wouldn't work, so why should they waste resources proving anything? He sounds way too sure of himself, but then Raven breaks in, casually dropping the bomb that Bjorn did indeed consume a vampire essence inside the rupture. Both men stare at her, stunned, and press for answers, to which Raven coolly replies that she was there, but unluckily magic cannot be used on her to prove it. The potato waddles over and starts pressing her, asking why she's backing him up and warning her not to lie just because she knows him. Raven raises a brow and fires back if he really thinks she would lie. He immediately starts to backpedal and starts to beg like a pro. A mage's influence is on the level of a noble, and they know how to protect them. For a basic guild staffer to question a mage's word, he might as well have dug his own grave. The branch manager finally speaks, asking them to stop since none of this is grounded in solid proof. But Raven isn't letting that slide either, as even though she agrees that vampires have never shown up on the first floor before, but also states that isn't the kind of thing the branch manager should be declaring. He looks thrown and she continues that even after years of research, plenty of things in the labyrinth remain unsolved. The unexpected can always happen, so no one should be acting like they have all the answers. Bjorn watches her as she just shuts down the branch manager like a true arrogant mage. Then the tension shifts again as someone else steps into the room and starts addressing Bjorn. He blinks in confusion until the girl bursts into tears, calling out for her father. That's when Bjorn finally puts the pieces together that the man introducing himself as Niels Urban is the district manager. The Explorer Guild runs everything tied to explorers. For efficiency, it's split into hundreds of branches under 13 district managers and the guildmaster at the top. Out of nowhere, a man gets tossed onto the floor who demands to know why he has been dragged here. The district manager just says he heard Bjorn had been looking for this guy. The investigator instantly breaks into a sweat as he recognizes the man, while Bjorn gives him a cold look and identifies him as someone from Crystal Union. His voice sharpens as he accuses the guy of making a fake witness statement about the message stone. The man tries to deny it, but Raven steps up and casually activates her truth magic and reveals that he is capping hard. Bjorn celebrates inwardly that he's got a tower mage backing him, and this guy's definitely finished. The liar nearly collapses as the district manager sighs and asks Bjorn for his name and officially declares him innocent. Bjorn releases the girl and asks what'll happen to the guy now. The district manager says he'll be investigated further, and Bjorn suggests they should check into his clan too. The manager agrees that the Crystal Union has been shady lately, so digging deeper isn't a bad idea. Then he turns to the investigator and coldly announces that he's fired. The fat man panics and claims he followed the rules, but the manager cuts him off hard. He won't let someone like that tarnish the guild's name anymore. All his previous cases will be reopened, and if anything's off, he'll be punished. The guards drag the investigator away as he sweats buckets. The district manager then addresses Bjorn's compensation and offers to promote him to 7th rank and replace all his gear. Bjorn's eyes narrow and he scoffs that this is basically a scam as he could reach 7th rank alone, thanks to the vampire essence. The manager argues that Bjorn's only been here 2 months, but Bjorn just dares him to summon a 7th rank explorer right now to prove him wrong. Bjorn roars and tells them to bring it on, which causes the district manager to flinch as he tries to calm him down. Raven also joins in that no one's ever returned from the rupture with a 5th rank monster's essence, and calls the offered compensation pathetic. Trapped by their own logic, the manager asks what they think is fair, to which Bjorn grins wide and says 5 million stones should do nicely. The branch manager nearly collapses again, but the district manager agrees without blinking. Bjorn's stunned at how fast he gave in, but Raven reminds them that her fee is separate. The manager agrees and tells her to thank the master. Meanwhile, at the magic tower, Raven brings Bjorn to her private lab. He eyes the chaos while she starts mixing some sus-looking stuff in the back. She hands him a blue liquid flask and tells him to drink it, which Bjorn side-eyes and asks if it even is water, to which Raven smirks and says it is, but she can offer basilisk concentrate instead. Bjorn accepts it at first, but then puts it down as he suspects she might have put monster parts in here. Raven laughs and reminds him of the favor he owes, which Bjorn pushes back and says he only agreed if it was doable. However, he figures that having a mage buddy is a good trade-off. She reassures him that she just wants to study the essence he consumed and adds that he could learn something new too. Bjorn notes she's gone full lab nerd with the rare essences and wonders if all new grads from the tower act like this. Before she starts yapping again, Bjorn interrupts and asks about the terms in that document she had him sign. Back then she agreed not to speak about what happened, but she added one clause of her own that they won't report that he took the vampire essence. At the time, Bjorn thought she was being generous, but now he's not so sure. She tells him to visit her lab once a week for 6 months, which Bjorn immediately tries to cut it to 3. However, she facepalms and says she literally saved his life and got him rich on top. Our boy agrees but makes it clear that doesn't mean she gets everything her way. He leans in and asks why she isn't paying him. Raven blinks in confusion, and he continues that she was the one who shoved the corpse golem essence into him. She shrugs and says it was free, but Bjorn calmly counters that it was forced on him, which definitely makes it a problem. She argues it saved his life, but he tells her he didn't want it, and says she should pay him 10 million stones to have it removed. That sets her off and she starts yelling and swearing at him, but Bjorn doesn't flinch and tells her it wasn't an essence he asked for, so she technically harmed him. She flips the argument again, saying it's so rare that she should be paid instead. He shuts her down by saying mages can't even use essences, so she doesn't get it. He tells her to ask another explorer. Thinking that he is bluffing, Raven storms off and activates her communication sphere. It finally connects after a short while, and she greets the person on the other end. She says she has a question, that if someone forced an essence on him that he didn't want, how would he feel? The explorer pauses at the sudden question while Bjorn stands in the background with a smug grin spreading across his face. The explorer replies that he would be furious, which makes Bjorn flash a smug grin, but Raven tries to argue that it was a rare essence. The explorer stays firm and says it doesn't matter because if he didn't want it, it would only mess him up. He ends it with a jab that mages wouldn't understand something like that. Raven gets wrecked on the spot as the explorer explains you can't reach the upper floors with mismatched essences. When she asks how to compensate someone, he answers without hesitation that he'd ask for money, maybe 15 million stones, which shatters all her ego. She asks what if money wasn't an option, and he coldly states if the person was standing in front of him, he'd probably snap their neck right there. Raven spirals into panic while Bjorn watches, thinking these people seriously lack creativity. He had expected her to ask a high-rank explorer who'd understand essence balance. However, a low rank would have begged for the rare essence. Bjorn mentally calls checkmate and wonders if she'll admit defeat, but a sudden laugh cuts through as an old man steps in. He finds it hilarious that a barbarian managed to outtalk a mage and introduces himself as Raven's mentor, who casually roasts Raven, and Bjorn instantly clocks him as the head of Altemian school, and is probably one of the most powerful figures, even above district managers. The old man says he enjoyed the chat, while Raven is stunned since she was sure she used soundproofing magic, but he tells her it needs work. He adds that he got curious when his student brought a live barbarian into the tower, which makes Bjorn repeat the word live with a raised brow. The old man smirks and says most barbarians arrive here dead or sometimes a heart. Bjorn doesn't laugh at first, and instead he throws back his own joke, saying maybe he should crack that skull open. The old man tenses immediately, but Bjorn grins and says he's just joking while telling him to lighten up too. Raven nearly collapses from stress as Bjorn pats the man on the head and repeats that it was just a joke. The old man wheezes with laughter and tries to hide his anger, but he admits that Bjorn's the real deal. Bjorn plays into it and praises the geezer for having a sense of humor, while the guy looks ready to blow. Trying to regain control, the old man changes the topic and offers Bjorn an object in exchange for the 10 million stones. He pulls out a numbered ring, and Bjorn's eyes light up as numbered items are rare and powerful, each with a unique ability. He plays dumb and asks what it is, to which the old man explains it can seal essences and might help manage that annoying corpse golem essence. Bjorn stays quiet as he realizes that not even this top-tier mage knows the Frost Ring's secret, but he agrees to take the ring. As he leaves, Raven reminds him to visit twice a week, to which he nods and walks off. Raven sighs and wonders if he'll remember, and apologizes to her mentor for her mistake. The old man shrugs it off and says the ring was useless anyway and couldn't even be sold, and it's worth maybe $1.5 million. He figures the barbarian will explode when he finds out. Bjorn meanwhile monologues that in a world where mages are seen as the smartest, even they don't know about the goddess's tears. At this point, he's convinced that compared to his gamer knowledge, the mages are just a big group of noobs. Back at the hotel, the manager panics when he sees Bjorn, swearing he thought he was dead. He admits he cleared the room, but when Bjorn asks about his stuff, the guy says he threw it out. Bjorn nearly loses it, as he remembers he paid for an extra week while the guy panics and promises to pay him back. Bjorn controls himself from beating this dude up, and then it suddenly hits him that when did he get so violent? Even when he saw the beheading or murdered someone the first time, he found it very easy and only hesitated when escaping the jail cell. He finds it strange that he didn't hesitate at all while doing something violent, and recalls that the argument with the old man is something his real-life self would never have done. At first he thought that these changes happened because of the environment, but lately he has come to realize that these changes are like instincts which jump out during battle. His personality must have also changed, and he wonders if he is just becoming more like a barbarian, but concludes that it is better if he wants to survive. Bjorn demands 30,000 stones as compensation, which the manager finds insane but lets it slip that he stole the stuff, and Bjorn catches on as he narrows his eyes in anger. A few negotiations later, he finds himself chilling in a luxurious room, complete with windows and a private bath. While relaxing, he wonders about Einar, and decides to meet her the next day to share profits. He heads to the Angry Bull Inn the next morning, and the second Einar sees him, she bursts into dramatic tears and hugs him tightly, demanding to know where he's been. She asks if he's heard the news, which confuses him, until the other barbarians shout the name Barbarian of Freedom. They say the whole city's buzzing about him, but Bjorn plays dumb and asks for the name again, but they admit no one actually knows it. He sighs in relief that the guild kept their word. Still, the barbarians are proud that it was one of their own, as they hype him up and call him the best warrior ever. Bjorn didn't expect the fame to blow up this fast, but hopes it doesn't backfire. Later, he brings Einar to Kommelby, which is a middle-class area made up of districts 2 to 5. He hands over her share of the total profit, which was around 800,000 stones. He gives her 300,000, and although she protests it's too much, he insists, which makes her blush. She spots someone selling cotton candy and instantly starts drooling. Not long after, she's happily munching away, declaring it the new currency and praises human genius, but Bjorn tells her to eat real food too. She finishes it and thanks him, saying she appreciates that he still treats her like before. That surprises him, but she explains that since her looks changed, people no longer see her as a warrior, and even humans keep hitting on her now. She spirals into self-doubt and asks if she looks that bad now and slams the table in panic. Bjorn tries to respond, but she cuts him off and declares she's decided she won't enter the labyrinth with him anymore, leaving him utterly confused. Einar leaves the party not because of how she looks, but because she learns that one of the shrine elders is an insanely cracked swordsman, so she wants to learn swordsmanship from him. Bjorn asks if she can just keep one day open so they could hit the labyrinth together, and Einar replies she'd love to, but this is special training that won't let her leave the shrine for the next 6 months. Bjorn instantly gets what she means and thinks it actually sounds pretty great for her. She adds that she won't ask him to wait around or let her come back in. But one thing she can say without flinching is that she's going to train hard enough so she never ends up dragging him down. Bjorn decides he can't hold her back because during their second adventure she ends up swearing on her honor and submits to a plunderer. In the rupture, she does things no one should have to, which probably breaks her enough to make this call. He figures now he has to start fresh and look for a new party member all over again. Ever since he absorbs the corpse golem's essence and a guardian vampire's essence, he becomes way stronger. With his boosted stats and insane regeneration, nothing on the second floor even scratches him. He knows he can solo that part easily, but things change fast on the higher floors. The game forces players to work in teams, and no matter how jacked his stats are, there's no clearing levels alone. Having a team is non-negotiable. The higher the floor, the worse it gets when someone's missing a role. So if you plan to survive and hunt up there, the smart move is to gather party members who match your level. He goes to meet Raven. She looks genuinely happy to see him and asks if he's ready while pointing to a chair that honestly looks like a torture device. Bjorn figures it makes sense to ask Raven since she's a 6th rank mage. If he survives her little trial, she might actually help him get closer to his goal. But after hearing his offer, Raven shoots it down instantly. She wonders what kind of mage would even consider joining a party with just 2 idiot barbarians. He replies now there's only one left. Raven says she'll only even think about it if all members are at least 6th rank, and the team includes a priest. Obviously this means 3 years of grinding. Bjorn thinks deep down he should have already known she'd say no. She changes the topic and tells him to check the analysis of the vampire's essence. After taking a look, Bjorn thinks it lacks depth, but since he already knows the exact stats, it does not bother him. A Guardian Essence comes with a passive by default, and it also grants additional passive skills. Bjorn feels set with his regeneration since he now has the Immortal's seal alongside the Guardian's Essence, and this is the first time he grows at such a pace in this game. He gets ready to leave, but Raven stops him and asks what he shoved into the vampire's mouth since she senses some divine energy. Bjorn knows exactly what she means, but since he cannot reveal it, he wears a dumb expression and tells her she probably imagined it. Raven insists that she saw something, and Bjorn avoids the whole thing by claiming he feels hungry and bolts out. Raven gets annoyed and says he is definitely hiding something, and she promises to find out what it is. She pulls out a book from the shelf called Complete Understanding of Rupture 3, written by an unknown author, and it contains every detail about ruptures. She flips to the page on the blood-tainted castle and tries to read about the golden mask and goddess tears, but the section is stained. She feels like she has read about them elsewhere, so she opens another book that states the goddess tears is a consumable relic that spreads a powerful blessing. 3 of them were used by Cardinal Androni to save the Pope, and no one has seen them since. She reads this and feels stunned as she wonders how a young barbarian who just reached adulthood could possibly know the location of the goddess tears or how to use it. The golden mask appears only after certain conditions are fulfilled, along with defeating the Guardian. It allows you to change your face for a month, and it can only be used 5 times. Bjorn never cared about appearance, so he sells it back in the game. But now that this is real life, he chooses to keep it in case he needs to escape the city later. At a bar in another part of the city, people talk about how the Crystal Union falls apart. For a clan that looked perfect, breaking up in a night feels shocking, but in truth, it was never as flawless as it seemed. Teresia overhears this and feels the Crystal Union was decent at first since they helped citizens pay their taxes, but once they grew bigger, they began to discriminate and commit crimes against beginners regularly. What happened to Erwin is just one result of that. She hates to admit it, but if Bjorn had not been there, things might have ended far worse for Erwin. She had planned to do something about them, but now there is no need. A random person says that everything happens just because of a barbarian. He escapes from prison and takes the district manager's daughter as a hostage just to prove himself right, and now people are calling him the Barbarian of Freedom. Because of this chaos, the new laws for tracking plunderers are not being enforced. Still, what shocks everyone the most is that the Barbarian has just become an adult and is already a 9th-ranked explorer. Teresia feels like this cannot be a coincidence, and if he really is that same barbarian, it explains why he disappears for a week. Even so, she wonders if it is fine to tell Erwin everything. At the guild's reception desk, Bjorn says he is looking for a party with 4 members who operate on the 3rd floor or above. The receptionist asks for his details, and when he sees the 5 stars, his face freezes. Bjorn notices the strange reaction and asks if something is wrong, but the receptionist avoids the question and hands him a list instead. Bjorn checks the list and suspects that the dwarf might be the same Hikarad he met before. When they meet at the bar, his guess turns out right, and both of them feel glad to see each other again. Hikarad says that one more person will be joining them. Bjorn asks if he already knows this person, and Hikarad says no, but since the newcomer is a mage, they are already chosen. This catches Bjorn off guard, and he cannot believe that someone with such a high level would join their team. Now he wants to know who it could possibly be. A guy steps into the bar and introduces himself as Dwalki and says he wants to travel with them. Hikarad greets him and asks if he is the mage who will join them, and Dwalki jokes that mages don't just appear at the right time and place without a reason. The dwarf laughs and introduces himself as Hikarad, a 6th-ranked explorer. Dwalki responds that the Rafdonian court recognizes him as an 8th-ranked mage. Hikarad looks dumbfounded again while Bjorn says the guy sounds like a glorified noble who doesn't even work at a magic tower. Our boy takes that as a clear hint that he must be some mid-tier mage, since he never trained at one, though he can't believe how the dwarf has no idea about the lore about the world. Dwalki seems properly impressed by Bjorn's insight and asks for his name, though our boy finds the mage annoying but hides it, gives his name and tells the pretty boy to sit. Our boy gets straight to it and asks why he wants to become an adventurer, since low-ranked mages almost never go into labyrinths. They don't gain much from the lower floors and can't go higher since they're not strong enough, and with access to magic they can just earn easy cash elsewhere. Dwalki says he simply wants to raise the Martin family's name by becoming a famous explorer. When he hears the word Baron, Hikarad gets scared and assumes Dwalki is a noble, but the mage explains that it's just a distant relative from his mother's side and says he doesn't treat anyone as beneath him. Our guy hears it all and figures the guy must be some clueless fraud trying to sell a story. With that shiny face, golden hair, and decent height, the guy also knows administration magic, curse, and ice spells, which only makes him feel more sus. Bjorn still doubts him but knows that with a mage in the team, better folks will start applying, so in the end, he lets him in. After that, experienced people flood them with requests, so he and Hikarad meet several times a week to go through papers. But honestly, Bjorn handles most of it, and eventually they settle on someone and finally the team is complete. Our boy hauls all the gear into the library, and she asks what it's supposed to be. He acts like a pro and says it includes a shield and armor made of latinium and a backpack that expands. The librarian stares at him with a cold face and says he needs to take it off since there have been complaints, so he agrees, but decides she just doesn't get humor. While walking home, he notices a barbarian crouched in a shadowy alley without a weapon. That stuns him since a weapon means more to a barbarian than life itself. With a serious stare, he tells the guy there's no need to be scared and asks what he's doing there. The lone barbarian says he sold his weapon since he had no money left. After hearing that, Bjorn figures he's definitely another player because he speaks with a weirdly formal tone. Our boy tells him that he is Jandel's son Bjorn, and the guy introduces himself back as Leon's son Tarakan. Bjorn takes him out for dinner, and when Tarakan eats real food after what seems like forever, he gets emotional and says he'll never forget what Bjorn has done. Bjorn recalls that Tarakan mentioned his coming-of-age ceremony happened 1 month before his. He also said he got lost and couldn't enter the labyrinth. But Bjorn thinks the truth is simpler, and he ran like a coward, and because no one hires barbarians, so he had nowhere to go. If all players really opened the boss room already, then someone with his skills should have known how badly NPCs treat barbarians. Bjorn asks what he did after that month, and Tarakan answers that he never went back into the labyrinth. Our guy hears that and shouts, asking if he's stupid. Tarakan gets nervous and explains he had no weapon, no money, and got kicked out after failing to pay his rent. Bjorn figures the guy must be a new player since he never even thought ahead, which makes the story kind of expected. Tarakan keeps going. He says he fought off cold, hunger, and sickness. He also tried reaching out to other barbarians at an inn, but they threw him out. Bjorn can't believe he survived 3 months like that and feels he'd be in the same shoes if he ran away on his first day. Tarakan asks if his story makes him feel bad and if it makes him want to help him. He also brags he knows the labyrinth really well and can help Bjorn out. In a cold voice, Bjorn tells him that he isn't going into the labyrinth with him, but he will help him in a different way. He gives him 150,000 stones and tells him to buy a weapon and then go into the labyrinth. Tarakan gets emotional and thanks him, saying that he will surely pay him back, but Bjorn asks him to leave. With a threatening look, Bjorn tells him not to show his face again. It doesn't matter if he wastes the money or somehow earns it back. Once he walks away, he should never try to find him again, and has to leave if he understands. After the whole scene, Bjorn sits alone and thinks it was brutal of him. A logical person would say he acted stupid, while an emotional one would be mad that he didn't help more. Both of them would be right, but this was the only thing he could do to keep Tarakan alive. When the entrance day finally arrives and they step onto the first floor, Dwalki looks around, full of excitement, and asks what the plan is now. Being a scout with 8 years of experience, Rottmiller tells him to wait as he needs to inspect the area for a moment. After checking, he says it's safe to follow the route they chose earlier. Hikurad comments that it's been a long time since he last explored with a proper team. Then Misha Karlstein joins in. She's a beast human explorer, also 7th rank with 5 years under her belt. She says she's done waiting and can't wait to chop off a few monster heads. Misha, though, stands out for her weird habit of throwing in a nya after almost everything she says. While laughing, Hikurad jokes that he can't follow orders from the princess. Misha turns red and tells him to stop calling her that, which reminds Bjorn that she once mentioned being the 13th princess of some tribe he no longer remembers. Rottmiller calls everyone to stay close and tells them to move forward. Just like that, their first team exploration begins. They reach the 2nd floor portal in under 10 hours with Rottmiller's help, though he looks annoyed since someone arrived before them. Bjorn notices that he isn't satisfied, but still thinks it's a solid record. He hadn't expected much anyway, since Rottmiller isn't a guide, and this time he didn't gain any experience by opening the portal. He figures he could have farmed a ton if Einar were with him by using the portal glitch, and decides to keep that trick for a time when his teammates can actually be trusted. Inside the portal, they enter the beast's lair. Rottmiller says he never gets used to the smell, no matter how often he visits. Bjorn guesses that makes sense since this floor is accessible through the portal and always swarmed with beast-type monsters. It's probably why the air stinks like a sewer crash. Hikurad asks Dwalki if he's alright, and Dwalki tells him not to talk since he's this close to puking, really freaking Misha out while Hikurad just laughs. Bjorn turns to Rottmiller and asks if he's okay, since he has a smell-type essence, and this place must be brutal for him. Rottmiller shrugs it off and says it's not his first time, so there's no need to worry. He warns everyone to stick close, since there are waste puddles all over. Watching him guide the group through this, Bjorn admits the guy's surprisingly dependable. The beast's lair stretches across a maze-like valley, so someone needs to figure out the route. That makes a pathfinder essential. The monsters don't pose much of a threat thanks to the team's strength, and with Dwalki's alarm spell, they set up 4-person night shifts so everyone can get proper rest. Dwalki asks why they even need shifts since his magic handles it. Hikurod says it's not about trust. His alarm only detects monsters, but explorers are the real danger here. Dwalki looks doubtful, though Hikurod tells him to sleep as resting matters more at the moment. Bjorn watches the exchange and thinks the mage might not come along again after this dive. On the second day, Rottmiller says they're close to the portal that leads to the third floor, where they'll hunt 7th and 8th ranked monsters. The third floor is massive. No matter which part of the second floor you enter from, everyone ends up at the same place on the third. Bjorn hopes they land in a decent spot since that depends on their entry point. Misha asks him if he's ever been on the third floor before. She says it took her a full year to reach it. Bjorn says he definitely has and asks how long it took her to reach the 4th. The cat girl replies that it was about 2 years, and Hikarad says that same amount of time as he took. Hearing this, Misha gets irritated because Hikarad is less experienced than her, but still has a higher rank. Rottmiller tells both of them to shut up, and Bjorn thinks he sounds seriously annoyed, probably because he is the only one actually doing anything useful while the rest keep talking. They step through the portal to the third floor where monsters attack them almost immediately, so Bjorn reacts fast and pushes Rottmiller out of the way while he raises his shield to block the impact. He wonders why monsters are waiting right outside the portal, and thinks that if he didn't have his shield, he would have been knocked flat just like Hikarad almost was. The dwarf shouts not to let the monsters push them back, and Bjorn replies that he already knows, though deep down he feels slightly jealous since Hikarad's active skill gives him resistance against knockback, which proved really helpful when they fought the Guardian. Hikarad uses his skill to stop the beast while Dwalki casts his curse spell to weaken it, and the dwarf follows through with a clean strike that finishes it. Misha spots another one, so she shouts that one is still left and leaps into the air by stepping off Bjorn's backpack, then hits the Ayantaro with her essence and takes it down in a single shot. Bjorn finds it strange that Ayantaros would show up here and asks Rottmiller if anyone is nearby. Rottmiller checks for body warmth but senses nothing, though from the lingering smell he guesses others passed through recently and must be about 2 minutes ahead of them. Our boy thinks they probably saw the group and moved on, and when Hikarad asks if someone is trying to kill them, Rottmiller says no and explains that luring monsters to the portal is a cheap tactic used by plunderers to catch others off guard. Misha gets fired up and says they should chase those guys down and kill them since it would pay well, but Rottmiller tells her that tracking them is hard and without proof. If something goes wrong, they would be the ones blamed. Misha shrugs and says it doesn't matter because dead people can't talk. The dwarf suggests they leave a warning message behind and walk away, while Dwalki looks completely shaken by all of it. Misha tells Rottmiller she didn't know such tactics existed and says he is impressive, though he admits this is his first actual encounter and he only heard about it before. She adds that meeting plunderers is rare, and when Bjorn asks how many times she has seen them, she says 8 in 5 years. Bjorn is stunned since he has already faced 5 in just 3 months. And Misha and Hikarad both laugh as they say he might be the reason their group gets ruined today. Rottmiller tells them to quiet down and assures Bjorn that even he comes across them every few months, though Bjorn still feels like that doesn't make his luck any less cursed. After some time, they stop at a spot where Rottmiller says they should camp and head toward the next area tomorrow since they are now at the border of the region where fewer monsters appear and resting is safer. Hikarad looks at Dwalki and notices he hasn't said much, so he asks if he feels alright, and Bjorn also wonders the same, because Dwalki usually doesn't stop yapping, but now he hasn't spoken for a while. The sorcerer finally speaks up and says his fantasy about being an explorer just got trashed. Hearing the group casually say things like how explorers sometimes hunt each other, or how killing plunderers for money is just another part of the job feels terrible to him. He admits he fears that if he keeps walking this path, then one day, he might be the one who kills someone. And because of that, he has spent the day trying to mentally prepare himself. Now he feels ready, although he still doubts whether he can actually do it when the moment comes. Bjorn watches him and thinks that his resolve has no weight behind it, so he is full of fear and hesitation, but that honesty makes him better than the cowards who pretend to be brave until danger breaks them. Rottmiller agrees and says that arrogance is what truly gets people killed, and someone who admits his limits feels far more reliable than someone who just lies and says he can handle anything. He adds that he wants to show everyone something important if they give him a little time. Rottmiller later takes them to a spot with a stunning view and tells them that this is the only time of day it appears like this. No one really knows why it happens on the third floor, but honestly, it feels irrelevant when you're actually staring at it. He then turns to Dwalki and asks if he's still got the guts to keep exploring after seeing something like this. As the labyrinth falls into darkness, only Bjorn stays awake while the rest sleep, though after everything, Dwalki's breathing has eased. If his math holds up, he's earned around 50 experience and needs 150 for the next level. For now, he's able to absorb 3 essences and has already taken in 2, so there's room for 1 more. He isn't rushing to level up, but he still wants his next one to actually be worth it. They eventually reach the Orc Habitat, a region swarming with monsters where only 8th ranked or higher ones appear. It's the top hunting spot unless someone's aiming for the 4th floor. Hikarad mentions they'll now plan every move and stay coordinated. Out of nowhere, a bunch of orcs rush straight at them. They brace for battle. The dwarf and Bjorn handle the front lines as the tanks, while Rottmiller and Dwalki stay back and rain down long-range attacks while Misha handles melee. Things go smoothly until the orc witch doctor casts Berserk, and suddenly the orcs become more powerful, allowing one of them slips through their shields. In such situations, the priority is to protect Dwalki as he is the most vulnerable. Rotmiller shields him from the incoming attack, and Misha finishes the orc with a brutal strike. Bjorn targets the witch doctor and ends him quickly, and they quickly wipe out the group. Our boy still feels their damage output is lacking since it takes them 8 full minutes to deal with the orcs. It's not fast, but it's safe, and he actually likes this team for that. They move closer to the center of the habitat, where the orc count starts rising. Along the way, they encounter a great warrior orc, a 7th ranked beast, but defeat it with ease. Still, when everything's going too smoothly, trouble usually shows up. An old man suddenly casts a spell and drops a boulder from the sky right in front of them, telling them to leave because the habitat belongs to the Jarwi clan. Even though Dungeon and Stone is a single-player game, territory can still be restricted. At first it seems like travel is just blocked, but if someone forms a clan, they can claim hunting zones. It's pointless unless it's a rare area since it takes major effort. Bjorn wonders why a clan like Jarwi is locking down a 3rd floor area. Hikarad says the Jarwi clan normally operates on the 6th floor, so he straight up asks what they're doing here. The old man says he doesn't owe anyone an answer. Hikarad mentions that while some big clans are officially allowed to claim parts of the labyrinth, he's never heard about Jarwi owning this place, and they can't even be sure if these guys are really from the clan. The old man finds that remark amusing, saying he's heard it a lot. Bjorn notices the dwarf getting kinda aggressive. Meanwhile, Misha looks like she's seen a ghost and nervously hides behind Bjorn, making him wonder if she's avoiding someone. Suddenly someone calls her a halfling and she freezes covered in goosebumps because she instantly recognizes the voice. When Misha calls him Big Brother, Talon is clearly irritated and reminds her that he already told her not to say that in public, and she quickly apologizes. He follows it up by saying she really knows how to broadcast that she's a halfling, making things even more awkward. The old man watching the exchange casually asks if she is actually his sister, to which Talon confirms that she is. The old man then says he owes Talon a huge favor, so if Misha's his sister, he'll let them leave. Talon tells him there's no need for that because thanks to some complicated family issues, even their father doesn't consider her part of the family anymore. The old man at least shares a reason for their presence and explains they're after the great warrior orc's essence, hoping that if things go right, they might return to hunt again. Bjorn finds it odd that a 6th floor clan would go through all this trouble just for a basic essence, so something about this clearly doesn't add up. The old man then tells them flat out that they should leave, as there won't be any monsters left to hunt with their group around. Bjorn thinks they probably should, because in the labyrinth, power decides everything, and staying would only make them obstacles. Even though he knows exactly what Hikarad must be feeling right now, he understands that survival often means knowing when to step back. At that moment, Dwalki suddenly steps forward and offers to try and smooth things out. Dwalki politely says he's glad to meet a senior mage, mentioning that he is also recognized as an 8th ranked mage, but the old man shuts him down hard, saying he isn't a mage, just some clown who picked up a few beginner spells and now walks around thinking he's important. He adds that just looking at him makes his stomach turn from secondhand embarrassment. Completely wrecked, Dwalki falls silent, and Hikarad bursts out, yelling that the old man is being far too harsh. The old man simply shrugs and says he's only speaking facts. Enraged, the dwarf prepares to fight, while Bjorn wonders if they're really about to take on a 6th floor clan. Hikarad attempts to strike them with lightning, but Bjorn rushes in and slams his head into him while yelling at him to snap out of it. Wearing a threatening expression, the old man coldly tells Hikarad that he should be thankful for having teammates like that. Meanwhile, Bjorn quietly thinks they barely escaped with their lives. After leaving that area, the dwarf apologizes to everyone, admitting that he lost his temper. Rotmiller scolds him and says that his reckless behavior nearly got the whole team killed. Bjorn feels Rotmiller should be even harsher, yet the man suddenly softens his tone and says it's fine since they made it out alive. He adds that although it was dangerous, standing up for your comrades is still something worth respecting. Bjorn finds it surprising how kind Rotmiller is for someone in charge. Misha then apologizes, saying that things might have gone smoother if she weren't around. Dwalki tries to reassure her, adding that getting kicked out wasn't the worst outcome that could have happened. The whole situation makes Bjorn uncomfortable, and he feels the sudden sentimental mood is starting to get cringy. Misha opens up and says she usually avoids talking about her family because she's the only one who failed to form a contract with a spirit beast. Beast folk have the rare ability to bond with ancient monsters known as spirit beasts, which grant them special powers. Only a select few succeed in forming such contracts, but Misha belongs to the Karlstein family, and her failure clowns on the family name. She explains that she once had a close relationship with her siblings, but after failing to be chosen even in adulthood, they began avoiding her. People started throwing cruel labels at her like illegitimate child and halfling. Since her mother passed away when she was young, she had no way to defend herself. Eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore, so she left home, learned to fight, and became an explorer. Visibly moved, the dwarf comforts her by saying she must have gone through a lot and that he's genuinely grateful she chose to open up. Misha says it's not a big deal because he sees them as teammates and always defends them without hesitation. Hikurad says it makes him happy to know they see him that way. On the other hand, Bjorn is still quietly annoyed by how emotional things have gotten. Hikurad then jumps in to share his story, revealing he once dreamed of becoming a blacksmith but didn't have the talent. On top of that, financial struggles forced him to quit training, so he ran away and started exploring when he turned 30. Listening to all this, Dwalki admits he feels even more useless than Aqua. He explains that while his family's social standing got him into magic, he lacked any real skill and couldn't make it into the magic tower. He adds that maybe the old men would have respected him if he'd been born with a little talent. Hikurad tries to comfort him by saying that he is a fine mage and that the old man is an idiot. Out of nowhere, Rottmiller says that he has been in countless teams but has never seen this kind of thing before. Hearing this, Bjorn gets happy that finally someone is going to end this absurd drama show. But the scout also gets emotional and says he should apologize as well for judging the demi-humans without knowing anything about their backstory. He admits he used to think they just whined for no reason, even though being born as a non-human species came with unique advantages. They both agree that being a human explorer also comes with perks, since humans can learn aura skills, become mages, or even reach the level of saints. Hikurad laughs and says they should just keep watching each other's backs, since they're all halflings anyway, and everyone nods, ready to give their best. At this point, our boy feels like it's his turn to join the confession circle, and the others begin staring at him with the kind of teary-eyed look that makes it impossible to escape. Bjorn wonders what he's even supposed to say because emotional conversations are not his thing. So, without thinking too hard, he blurts out that he never had a mom since she died giving birth to him, and his dad vanished into the labyrinth when he was still a kid. Now he can't see either of them again, even if he wants to. There is a moment of silence while my guy thinks he did a good job telling them his tragic backstory Einar told him. Everyone buys it completely and tells him he's strong for hiding so much pain behind all his cheerful energy. Seeing how moved they are, Bjorn feels like he's become the saddest guy in the group. Still, he doesn't really mind, because even if he's just a motherless barbarian, he still managed to hit 7th rank in only 3 months. Although, he admits, the flashbacks of risking his life again and again hit hard and leave him with occasional soul-crushing depression. Rottmiller asks what their next move should be, and Hikurad suggests heading toward the Witch's Forest. Misha throws in the idea of visiting the Green Tail Swamps, but Rottmiller shuts that down, saying it'll take at least 6 days just to reach the place. Dwalki casually suggests they challenge the 4th floor, though Hikurad strongly objects, saying it's way too soon, and he's seen too many reckless explorers die trying to get through it. He believes they still need time to grow stronger together before they're ready for that. Our boy thinks the Witch's Forest might not be a great spot for farming monsters, but Hikurad is clearly worried about the 4th floor's dangers. Like the 3rd, it's filled with 7th and 8th ranked beasts, though sometimes even 6th ranked ones show up. Bjorn has died on this floor several times just from being unprepared, so he understands the dwarf's caution. But still, he says it clearly that he thinks it's time they head to the next floor. With him and Hikurad acting as solid tanks, they can carve out an escape route if needed, especially since he's juiced up with vampire essence. He notes that even if their damage is limited, the party's still balanced well enough. Progress will be slow but steady, and they should be able to reach the 2nd floor. However, the others start arguing over whether they should really trust his judgment. Bjorn starts getting annoyed since he can clearly hear them mumbling, and the dwarf suggests settling it with a vote. The majority wins, and they head off toward the 4th floor and walk off into the forest. After hiking for a while, Rottmiller suggests resting and says this spot's a good pick. Hikurad offers to push on a bit more, but the guide says the next decent rest area is miles away, so they might as well settle down here. Bjorn checks the time that it's exactly 9 at night again, just like the past 2 days when they stopped, and figures Rottmiller must have planned for everything, which earns some respect. Bjorn asks about the plan tomorrow, to which he answers that they will arrive at the Witch's Forest by tomorrow. Bjorn notes how Rottmiller doesn't even pause to think before answering and realizes the guy's a total pro. Everyone turns in for the night while one keeps watch. A few hours later, Rottmiller wakes him up, and Bjorn asks if it's his shift already, but the scout shakes his head and says it's something else. Bjorn immediately gets alert and asks if it's a monster, but Rottmiller casually answers it's both, which Bjorn quickly figures out he means explorers. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoes nearby, and Bjorn finds it sketchy that they're being chased by monsters. Rottmiller agrees it feels weird and then asks if Bjorn remembers that boar monster from before. He recalls that it all felt like a setup, and Rottmiller nods and says, this smells exactly the same as back then. While they still have no clue who's after them or why the group's being singled out, they assume it's another attempt to sneak into their formation. Misha yells at them to quit stalling since the group's already here. Bjorn calmly locks in and decides to run with a little trick and tells everyone that if they can't act, they should just shut up and let him do the talking. As the group of strangers gets closer, Bjorn raises his voice and tells them to stop where they are, which freezes them in their tracks. He warns that if they take another step, they're signing up for a good old-fashioned face smash. One of the strangers calls out that they're being chased and promises a reward if they help. Bjorn flatly tells them to drop all their weapons, but they immediately start arguing instead. Bjorn looks toward the forest and notices the orcs that were supposedly chasing them are just waiting in the distance, not doing much. That makes things easier as he gives them the coldest look and tells them it's really simple, that either they can drop the weapons or go meet their maker. Out of options, the strangers throw down their gear and beg for protection. Bjorn orders Rottmiller to collect the stuff while the orcs grunt in frustration and quietly walk away, leaving Bjorn figures they might have had at least one working brain cell. The priestess snaps him out of his thoughts with a sweet thank you and introduces herself as Elisa. Bjorn stays quiet, but Hikarad instantly zones in on her exposed holiness and tries to riz her up, which earns him a mental bruh from Bjorn. The two guys introduce themselves, and one of them drops the name Hans. Bjorn immediately gets weird vibes and remembers the first Hans he ever met, but the guy laughs it off that it's a common name and tries to start a chat. However, Bjorn is still on edge. Elisa dramatically says she has no idea what they would have done if the heroic barbarian hadn't stepped in, and name-drops the deity Liatlas. Rottmiller immediately catches on and asks if she's a priestess, which she confirms and starts to go off like it's a well-rehearsed skit. Bjorn smells something off and is convinced they're faking it and waiting to stab them when the time is right. But then the priestess suddenly heals one of the wounded guys with an actual miracle, leaving Bjorn completely thrown off. Hikarad is stunned as well, and Misha quietly asks Rottmiller if he's still sure about his gut feeling. Rottmiller looks lost now, but insists he really was, and Bjorn figures it makes sense, as in this world, most people are die-hard believers, so getting fooled by a priestess act is easy. Then Elisa nervously chuckles and asks if that miracle was proof enough, and politely requests their weapons back. Bjorn hits her with a hard no, which instantly drains the color from her face. He tells her he doesn't care if she's a priestess, as barbarians have different gods with different rules and absolutely no sympathy. He demands a reward for saving them, thinking that's more than fair for a barbarian. Elisa blinks in confusion, but then admits she's heard of that custom before and asks how much he wants. Bjorn calmly drops the price, 2 million, and says that sounds about right for the value of their lives. She tries to argue they don't have that kind of money on them. Bjorn doesn't even acknowledge the excuse and demands valuables instead, that if they don't have cash, they can pay in gear. He says their armor will do just fine for trying to pull one over on him, and the older guy sighs and surrenders it, admitting life is worth more than some fancy armor. Bjorn eyes the gear and thinks he's stripped them of everything now. The group asks if they can finally rest, but instead of answering, Bjorn tightens his grip on his mace and cuts Elisa off mid-sentence. With zero warning, he swings at full force and smashes her straight in the face, launching her backward like a crash dummy. Everyone gasps in pure horror at the savage display. Bjorn just smiles like a lunatic and wipes the blood across his face and says he thought they were plunderers. The two guys go into full panic and freeze as they stare at something on the ground. Bjorn's confused for a second, but before he can ask, the long-haired guy suddenly starts coughing up blood and collapses to the ground. Hikarad quickly turns to Dwalki and asks if he did something, which Dwalki denies. Out of nowhere, the priestess starts getting back up like she's in a horror movie, which scares the absolute soul out of everyone. She looks at them with wide eyes and asks how they figured out she was an enemy. She starts laughing like it's already too late for them anyway, while Bjorn internally curses his stinking bad luck. The rest of the team just stands frozen by what's happening, until Bjorn tells them to snap out of it and let him handle it. Without hesitation, he brings his mace down on the priestess's skull again, like he's playing whack-a-mole, while Hikarad stares in disbelief. He shouts at Bjorn that he's damaging a corpse and demands to know what he thinks he's doing, but Bjorn coolly says he panicked a little, and besides, the best defense is a good offense. At the same time, it hits him that if this woman keeps getting back up, then she's probably a Karui priest. It's a rare hidden class that unlocks past the 5th floor, and it's basically a whole mess of curses and combat skills. The class lets you use both divine and dark magic, but comes with brutal drawbacks. Since Karui is tied to some wicked entity, anyone who picks this path is forced to suffer from sudden head loss syndrome. With this class, the person has to regularly sacrifice souls, which pretty much explains why she's a plundering lunatic. As if right on cue, the old man clutches his throat and drops like a sack of potatoes, while Elisa tries blaming their deaths on Bjorn. Bjorn fires back that maybe her parents should have done a better job raising her, and reminds her the two died because of her, so it's only fair she follows them. She looks absolutely stunned, but Bjorn keeps it going, declaring he'll avenge his 2 fallen brothers, even though he did take all their gear, and the rest of the party side-eyes him hard for that one. Then out of nowhere, the 2 dead guys suddenly twitch back to life, which Hikarad notices first and warns the others. Bjorn recognizes instantly that it's the dark skill Death Calling, which raises fallen warriors as undead. Elisa commands her puppets to tear through the group, but the tankers leap in to intercept them. Misha launches off Bjorn like a springboard and slices into one of the zombies with her poisoned blade, while Dwalki summons ice spears to pin the other. Bjorn watches them coordinate so well and feels a little proud, but sighs when he remembers undead resist both poison and ice. He shouts for Rottmiller, who yells back that he's almost done. Seconds later, The scout warns everyone to back off and tosses a Molotov straight into their faces, lighting the corpses up in flame, which is a good move since fire works pretty well against the undead. But of course, Elisa pulls another card from her sleeve as she casts Black Fire and sucks up all the flames around them. Bjorn grits his teeth as their most effective attack gets wiped out, and to make things worse, Divine Power isn't an option either. He quickly calls for the rest of the party to charge Elisa directly, while the tanks keep the zombies off their backs. His thinking is that without armor, the summoned goons are weak and easy to stall. The rest nod and rush toward Elisa, but she just grins and tells them to get good before casting Shadow Guardian. Black smoke rises from beneath the ground and forms into a hulking mass, which she orders to bring her the enemies' heads. Misha lashes out with her sword while the others follow up with their own attacks, but Elisa mocks their weak efforts. Then Misha's eyes widen as she senses a curse creeping up on her. The shadow beast lunges forward, but before it can hit, Hikarad charges in like a knight out of a fairy tale and blocks it, yelling that Bjorn sent him. Misha takes the chance to strike another shadow but starts worrying about Bjorn being left alone. Elisa doesn't give them a second to breathe and screeches at her useless minions to shield her. However, Bjorn chuckles and says they're a bit busy at the moment, since he's playing Twister with them. That finally pushes Elisa's gears into overdrive as she declares that she won't forget this humiliation and rises into the sky using spiritification. Bjorn's jaw tightens that he clearly didn't expect her to pull a flight card. Elisa swears none of them will make it out alive and vanishes into the night. Bjorn curses his luck again, disappointed that he didn't get one more hit in, and now she can actively strike against them at any time. Just then, a flurry of curses activate on his body, which must be a parting gift from her. He grumbles but shrugs it off and figures that Dwalki can handle it. He turns to the mage and tells him to remove the curses, but Dwalki just stares while Bjorn reminds him that he said he could deal with curse magic. Dwalki scratches his head and says he only meant he knows about it but doesn't know how to remove it. Bjorn just glares at his sorry excuse of a face and starts internally cursing him out. Bjorn is internally throwing every curse word he knows as he sprints like a madman through the forest. Hikurad asks if he's doing alright, but Bjorn just says he'll manage, though he's pretty sure he's going to die. He's been running under a pile of curses for over 5 hours, and if it weren't for the vampire essence giving him some resistance, he'd have collapsed long ago. The rest of the squad is cursed too, but they're only carrying a couple each, unlike him who got gifted more than 15 by that lunatic priestess who swore he'd never make it out alive. Worst of all, he ended up with the one curse that drops stamina and stops it from regenerating. In the game, if the stamina falls below 10%, movement practically dies, and by his own count, he's probably got around 30% left. Rottmiller slows down and tells him to hold on just a bit longer, while Bjorn's body keeps moving on autopilot. Then the scenery shifts and they finally make it to the witch's forest. 5 hours earlier, they were still discussing how Karui priest skills are on par with monsters from the 5th floor, and how if they had faced her in a direct fight, half the group would be toast. Bjorn reminds everyone that if he hadn't taken the enemy's weapons, they'd have suffered serious casualties, which earns him unexpected praise from Misha, who admits she doubted Rottmiller at first, but is glad he still bashed Elisa's face in any way. Bjorn then asks if there's any way to track the priestess down, but the guide shakes his head. Our hero points out that letting her live is risky, and Dwalki tries to joke that Bjorn could just crush her again. The humor doesn't land, and Bjorn coldly asks what they'll do if she ambushes them next time, and that shuts the mage right up. So he suggests they dive straight into the witch's forest, to which everyone agrees. The forest surrounds the portal to the 4th floor and mostly houses low-tier spirit monsters, which is not ideal for warriors, but it is their best bet. As they cross the boundary, the forest's passive ability kicks in, and all the curses vanish. Misha immediately notices that she feels lighter, and Rottmiller confirms the curse is gone. He turns to Bjorn and admits he didn't expect the forest to double as a curse cleanser, and asks if this was really his first visit. Bjorn pretends he read about it in the library, though in truth he's just playing it cool while noting Rottmiller's sharper than expected. The others burst out laughing at the idea of a barbarian reading a book, which ticks him off, but he lets it go since they're finally in the clear. But right then, another weird status hits them, and the trees start to verbally harass them non-stop. Bjorn's resistance keeps him unaffected, but the rest are clearly struggling. Misha complains it's unfair that Bjorn just shrugs it off, and even though the others manage, poor Dwalki ends up puking everywhere. Bjorn looks around as he tries to decide if they're hallucinating, but everything is distorted anyway, so it's hard to tell. He asks the mage if he can still fight like that, and Dwalki insists he can cast just fine. Bjorn can't help but think mages really are just little twigs. Hikarad suggests they rest before continuing since they didn't sleep the night before. He offers to keep watch while the rest recover, and Bjorn immediately crashes from exhaustion. The dwarf crouches beside him and brings up Elisa again, but Bjorn corrects him that her name is Trash now. Hikarad doesn't push it, and instead explains that back during the recruitment phase, a woman came up to them asking a lot of questions, and now he's starting to think that was her. Bjorn is stunned for a second, but the dwarf goes on, saying he got his hands on some numbered items after the vampire fight, and might have mentioned them out loud, which she could have overheard. Bjorn remembers that the gauntlets Hikarad found were in the 3000s and had some solid special effects. Meanwhile, he's mentally imploding that someone who basically did nothing ended up with such expensive loot. However, he keeps it cool and asks why Hikarad didn't recognize her earlier, and the dwarf explains that she looked completely different in the city. Bjorn pieces it together quickly that the dwarf was staring at her like candy, and since they did talk at the bar, it's not a stretch to think she caught something useful. The dwarf starts acting up, but Bjorn shuts him down fast, telling him to take responsibility instead of spinning excuses. Hikarad awkwardly tells him to rest up and waddles off before Bjorn flips again. Meanwhile, our hero starts wondering if this party is truly going to survive at this rate. A few hours later, someone shouts for Bjorn to wake up. Rottmiller stands over him while stating he is surprised that he managed to sleep soundly here. Bjorn slowly gets up and asks where the monster is now. The scout silently points ahead, and Bjorn's eyes land on a swarm of fluttering creatures which are fairies. These are 9th rank monsters, not really built for battle but known for releasing poison dust. Seeing them only confirms what Bjorn was already expecting. He knows what else should be nearby, and the dwarf warns him not to get cocky. With Dwalki finally feeling better, Hikarad steps up and uses his Thor hammer to summon a lightning blast that fries the fairies mid-air. After that, the real threat creeps out of the fog slowly. It's a half-troll which is known for stalking fairies. It charges straight at them and Hikarad blocks the blow just in time, groaning in pain. Bjorn realizes the dwarf's pain tolerance isn't exactly legendary. This is exactly why warriors hate this place, because here, a nasty passive skill increases pain received, and most monsters here are resistant to physical damage anyway. Hikarad shouts for magic support and Dwalki finally launches his ice spear, piercing the troll and bringing it down. Unfortunately, it doesn't drop any essence, which is a shame considering how tough it was. Rottmiller tells them not to stop now since the area's not safe. Bjorn goes on full alert again as a new group of explorers steps out from the trees and a familiar face greets them. Elisa puts on her best innocent act and lies through her teeth that Bjorn's group slaughtered her comrades. The simps step up and tell Elisa to stay back while Bjorn mentally curses her existence for dragging them into more chaos. He knows this is going to spiral quickly and yells at Hikarad to pull out his item already. The dwarf stares at his gauntlet for a moment before slamming it into the ground, triggering its effect that grants their team temporary immunity from harm. Bjorn immediately tells everyone to run while they still can. Misha sprints ahead, demanding to know why the woman followed them even though this zone was supposed to be safe. Bjorn starts piecing it together and guesses that once they entered the witch's forest, Elisa probably lost her tracking ability. So she must have convinced some random explorers that they were dangerous plunderers and baited them into helping her. Her plan was likely to make them fight so she can feed on the survivors. He yells at Misha to stop ranting and keep running since the gauntlet's effect only lasts 5 minutes and time's almost up. As if right on cue, the curse effect kicks back in, making them all a bit weak. A scout detects enemy movement first and leads the squad through the cleanest route possible, and they rely on Rottmiller to move through the maze efficiently. The paths until the 3rd floor are familiar, but the witch's forest is a different beast where a scout's real skills truly shine. Rottmiller's main weapon is his sense of smell, and he uses it to navigate through the mess of shifting trees. Despite the landscape constantly changing, he manages to guide them deeper into the forest with surprising accuracy. As his senses sharpen, he picks up faint traces of mana and uses it to choose the safest trail. However, he warns them that the enemy is gaining on them fast and with precision, so he switches gears into overdrive as it is now a death race to see who reaches the portal first. Misha starts panting hard and then trips over a rock which twists her ankle as she hits the ground. Bjorn rushes to her and asks if she's alright. However, she insists it's just a cramp, but he immediately knows it's a clean break. Without saying more, he picks her up and carries her while she tries not to pass out of embarrassment. He tells her to stay still and not make it worse, to which she nods with a blush. But just then, Bjorn stops in his tracks and realizes the rest of the group has vanished into the trees. Misha starts to panic that they're lost and asks why he didn't follow the others while she pounds on his back. He tells her to zip it, that the smartest move now is to stay put and wait for the others to double back. He knows that without a scout in the witch's forest, their chances of getting out alone are near zero. Bjorn is on the brink of passing out from exhaustion when Misha nervously asks how long they have to wait. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the trees which freezes them both in place. Bjorn immediately recognizes the voice and Misha urges him to help, but he explains that running toward the sound could get them trapped or worse, and their friends won't have time to track them down if they go missing, which is why they need to move now. In a full-blown disaster, the only thing that matters the most, even more than resources, is mental strength. Bjorn sprints away from the sound and drags Misha along as she starts wailing that she doesn't want to die. He tells her to calm down while thinking this is one of those moments where you just have to accept reality and deal with it. Misha keeps crying that if she hadn't tripped, none of this would have happened, but Bjorn snaps at her to focus and do exactly as he says. He tells her to grab the healing potion from his bag and fix her busted ankle, to which she nods with teary eyes and gets it done. A little later, they stop in a clearing to catch their breath. Misha is wheezing like crazy and says she thought she was going to die back there. Bjorn asks if her leg's good enough to fight, and she says yes. He thinks about how they've already survived 4 days here, and how the next stretch will only be harder. On top of that, they're short-range fighters, stuck in a zone where the monsters here are immune to normal attacks, so they need attribute damage to even stand a chance. Bjorn makes a decision and suddenly asks Misha if she's married, which obviously throws her off, to which she says she isn't. Then he asks if her culture has any weird rule about not showing skin to strangers, to which she again answers no. Bjorn flashes a grin and says that's perfect, then starts removing his helmet. Misha panics, as she backs away and demands to know what he's trying to do. She insists she's not ready for whatever weird thing he's planning, but instead of anything sus, he pulls out the frost ring he'd been saving and hands it to her. He takes her hand like some heroic smooth talker and asks her to swear she'll stick by his side through this, which makes her brain short-circuit. Bjorn swears on his honor that he'll protect and support her always and asks her to make the same promise. Misha gets redder than a tomato and asks if he's being serious and admits she doesn't totally hate the attention. Then she apologizes that she's never really thought of him that way, but quickly adds that it's not because he's ugly or anything. Bjorn nearly short-circuits himself trying to process what she's saying, but then she blurts out that she's into skinny guys. Bjorn starts freaking out and demands to know what that's supposed to mean, to which she huffs and says she's just not attracted to some thick-headed barbarian. Bjorn throws his hands up in surrender and explains she misunderstood. He meant for them to only be comrades. Misha freezes in embarrassment and starts fanning her face while admitting he almost got her for a second. Bjorn then casually explains that the agreement can be broken any time, either by giving him a matching ring or paying 15 million stones. She stares at him like he's lost it, asking how a ring could possibly be worth that much. But Bjorn grabs her hand again and says it's a steal for someone chasing their lifelong dream. He figures that if he hadn't spent 12 years grinding this game, he wouldn't have made this call. Misha is still confused and doesn't fully get what he means, but Bjorn locks in anyways that he is going to awaken Misha. The frost ring Bjorn got from the magic tower might look painfully ordinary at first glance, but turns out to have an unusual effect when destroyed. It seems completely worthless at first until he figured out through repeated attempts that if it's worn by a beast person who hasn't yet bonded with a spirit beast, it triggers a unique event once that condition is met. Acadia, a glacial magical beast, awakens from its long seal and offers a contract to Misha, who doesn't hesitate for even a second and accepts while touching its snout as a brilliant field of glowing energy wraps around her and lifts her into the air, where the contract finalizes successfully. She floats back down gently and, while still recovering from the surreal moment, says she never thought it would be that easy to form a contract, asking Bjorn what kind of ring this is even. Though her mood drops a bit as she wonders why her father never told her anything about something like this if it truly existed. Bjorn replies that her dad probably didn't know, which catches her off guard completely. He explains that it's something recently discovered after extensive research, though when she questions how he himself knew about the ring, he smoothly avoids the topic by saying they should talk about it after she puts on some clothes. She looks confused until she glances down and immediately starts panicking at the sight of her bare body, while Bjorn casually mentions that he laid her clothes out while she was unconscious. As she's getting dressed again, she notices that Bjorn is wearing new gear too, but gets straight to the point by asking why the hell she was even naked in the first place. Bjorn calmly explains that he took her clothes off because during the contract, the wearer's equipment tends to get destroyed, though she immediately huffs and demands to know why he brought up the marriage stuff then. He answers confidently that if she had a spouse, that guy would definitely be fuming right now over the situation, while she keeps going on about how he should have explained everything beforehand, but he waves it off by saying there wasn't enough time and quickly shifts the topic, asking if she has anything to say to him in return, which makes her freeze for a second before she softly thanks him for everything. Bjorn keeps pressing her if there's more she wants to say, but she goes into frustrated mode, which he immediately calls out and tells her to say it properly. After a pause, she finally starts opening up about how she once tried to unalive herself, but her father found her just in time and pulled her back, only to tell her that if she really wanted to die, she should do it in a dungeon, instead of embarrassing their family any further. Bjorn takes a mental pause to fully appreciate how next-level crazy her family dynamic is while she continues, saying that this was exactly why she came to the labyrinth. She didn't want to die, but instead wanted to escape from all that, and maybe prove something by becoming a great explorer, as she hoped deep down that maybe her father might finally acknowledge her. But after her power-up, she's no longer sure that matters, and admits, maybe it's better that way. With a respectful bow, she thanks Bjorn from the bottom of her heart, and says she'll never forget this act of kindness until her dying day. This makes Bjorn smirk and ask her to swear it on the guardian spirits, and without hesitation she smiles wide and gladly swears it. Beastfolk like her can gain 3 skill types from contracts, which are summoning, strengthening, or powers, but in Misha's case, she ends up permanently fused with Scadia, which gives her a strength-based buff. Not long after, she jumps into the air and punches a wraith straight into oblivion in one hit, and stares at her icy new powers like a kid on a sugar high, while Bjorn internally thanks the heavens that they finally have attribute-based damage to deal with the annoying spirit monsters. He notes that those things are weaker overall, so it's easier to handle them, though Misha starts commenting that she feels weird whenever she lands a hit. Like Bjorn's barbarian spirit seals, her spirit buddy can also be leveled up, but since she's still stuck at stage 1, she can't use weapons with her powers, but that shouldn't matter for now since she is a fighter type. However, the wraiths keep coming, so Bjorn tells her to haul it while they've still got momentum since the real survival test begins here. Roughly 11 hours have passed since they started running, during which they've been fighting wave after wave of monsters while gaining experience and magic stones. Bjorn doesn't allow them to rest as he tells Misha to grab the crystals quickly, thinking it's lucky they haven't run into a 7th rank monster yet, and thankfully the nasty gremlin, Elisa, hasn't shown herself either. Still, there's some bad news as the Frost Ring's activation apparently triggered his corpse golem's passive ability, which caused the acidic blood to erode bits of his high-end gear, and to make matters worse they haven't managed to secure even a single attributable essence so far, while Misha's stamina keeps draining steadily. If things keep going this way, Bjorn estimates their survival rate is hovering around 30%. Now that 12 hours have officially passed, the field's debuff activates the abnormal stat effect, so Bjorn pulls out a rope and tells Misha to tie it around her waist so they don't lose each other, no matter what. He asks if she's familiar with the abnormal effect, and she nods while securing the rope tightly, and right on time the debuff begins to kick in, but Bjorn doesn't stop and tells her to keep going, because even a single pause could get them both killed in this cursed forest. You see, the Witch's Eye is a debuff with a simple effect. If he stays in one place too long, the 7th rank monster Kanabaro is summoned. On the 3rd day in the Witch's Forest, Bjorn and Misha have already been separated from the others for more than 60 hours, and they're still lost. They haven't stopped since Witch's Eye activated, and at level 5, it only takes 10 minutes for Kanabaro to show up. They'll get attacked the moment they stop fighting since killing even one monster takes at least 15 minutes. And the only thing that's changed is that they're now tied together by a rope, so even if one falls behind, they can easily find each other again. Misha tells Bjorn to slow down since she's completely exhausted, and he agrees, knowing his own condition has been worse since morning. She's just worn out from all the walking. She keeps getting dragged even after he slows down, and he wonders if she can't even match his NPC escort mission pace. She's been battling her inner demons non-stop, so it's no surprise she's drained. Our boy tells her to hop on his back since some rest will help, and she gets a bit shy. Without waiting for a clear yes, he politely lifts her and sets her on his shoulder, and her lack of resistance says everything about how tired she really is. After 17 hours and Witch's Eye hitting level 6, Bjorn starts hitting his limit too. He's been carrying her the whole time, and they still have to find that special place before it's too late. Suddenly Bjorn hears a voice asking why he's doing all this and refusing to smash even after solving her life's biggest issue. He recognizes the voice because it is the illusion of his hot ex-girlfriend, showing up in stupidly high resolution. She asks if he's afraid of being betrayed again, and tries to seduce him using his worst thoughts and memories. Bro can't believe he's getting mentally rizzed by his ex while dying, and nearly falls for the illusion, until he hears Misha yelling at him to wake up and punch the man-stealing hoe away. She starts attacking the illusion while Bjorn just stands there wondering if this is still part of the illusion. After Misha finishes beating it up and snaps him back to reality, she tells him to help her take down the Dryad, which is a rare 8th rank monster that uses the skill captivation to lure its prey. After defeating the vegan monster, he thanks Misha for the assist, knowing he'd have been in deep trouble without her. Suddenly they spot some explorers, and he realizes this is the first time they've seen other people since getting separated. Since the Witch's Forest is massive, it's rare to run into other teams, especially now that it's their 8th day on this floor, while most groups have likely already moved on. Seeing only the two of them, the explorers seem surprised and ask if they're separated from their team. Bjorn says that's true, but thinks to himself that trusting them might be a mistake. Misha asks if they're saved, but he tells her not to move. An old lady among them says they shouldn't be so guarded, claiming they mean no harm and that the two remind her of her children, so they should just come over and rest, but Bjorn shuts the offer down. He figures it's worse if they really have kids, since that means they're even more motivated to make money by any means. Misha says maybe they'll help, but he tells her to stay quiet. Bjorn has always thought about what he'd do in a situation like this, and decided it's best to ask for help while offering a reward that makes it a fair deal for both sides. If he wants to negotiate, then first he has to figure out what kind of people they really are, so he starts by introducing himself as Jandel's son, Bjorn. One of the men laughs that he's being way too cautious for his own good, and introduces himself as Hans Stove, the pathfinder of their team. Bjorn instantly gets irritated after hearing the name Hans, and wonders why the hell there are so many Hans in this world, immediately giving this one a solid -1 point. After checking out their party composition, 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 pathfinder, he quickly decides that this is shaping up to be a seriously dangerous situation. Bjorn tells the explorers that they need to leave, but the ginger asks if they don't need any help from them. He thinks it's true they could use some help, but he just can't shake the heavy feeling in his gut that these people are dangerous. He tells them they don't want any help, says they can handle themselves, and then tells Misha they should get out of here. Suddenly, someone fires an arrow at them while they're trying to leave. Bjorn blocks the shot with his shield and immediately realizes his gut was right. These aren't your average explorers. One of the archers looks confused and asks the old lady why she did that, and she counters him by asking if he's even seen their equipment. With greed written all over her wrinkled face, she says it's made of latinium and would sell for fat stacks. The archer tries to argue that they're just fellow explorers, but the ginger tells him to shut up if he can't contribute. Then the bearded guy chimes in and says the bag that Barbarian's carrying is so expensive, they couldn't buy it even if they worked non-stop for a year straight. The archer says he still can't do it, and the old lady tells him to piss off. The tank agrees to go along with it all, saying he isn't rich enough to be nice to total strangers. Misha quietly asks Bjorn if they should just try to run away, and he thinks about how it's 5 against 2 and they're already exhausted. With a scout in the enemy team, there's no way they'll be able to shake them off, so there's only one real option. He tells her they need to buy some time and calls out to the explorers, asking them to wait so they can negotiate. He requests that they spare their lives and, in return, he'll hand over his backpack and shield. But the dumb cat girl panics and blurts out that they should just kill the barbarian. She says if they let her live, she'll give them a huge reward since she's a beastfolk princess. Bjorn can't even tell if she's serious or bluffing out of fear. The old woman asks the ginger what they should do now, and he says they're going to kill both of them, since one survivor means they might get reported. The two tanks figure that if she really is a princess, then she's carrying something seriously valuable. With greed taking over, all of them charge in. Bjorn sprints toward them thinking he's bought just enough time, and right on cue, the 6th rank mini-boss Kanabaro shows up. As Kanabaro locks onto his prey, Bjorn grabs Misha and rushes toward the explorers, intending to use them as bait so they can escape. He smashes the spineless, punchable ginger's skull with his shield to get Kanabaro's attention. The boss uses monomines to trap the explorers, giving Bjorn and Misha the chance to bolt. The explorers shout that they'll deal with Kanabaro first and then chase after them, since they probably haven't gotten too far. But Bjorn can't dodge manamines in his current state, so he just runs straight through them, getting his feet blown up in the process. Meanwhile, Kanabaro summons hounds to hunt the explorers. Since mines are scattered everywhere, dodging becomes impossible. One of the hounds goes for Bjorn and bites into his leg, and he responds by using flesh explosion to blow up the hound, and his own foot. Bjorn feels nothing below the ankle now, as his foot's been completely obliterated, so he decides to leave the rest to Misha. Using Misha like a high-level Pokemon, Bro straight up throws her toward Kanabaro and shouts that he chooses her. She lands, knife in hand, and cuts down the monster instantly. Misha quickly scans the surroundings to check if any of the explorers survived, and sees the old woman in pain, begging for help or a healing potion. But without hesitating for a second, Misha ends her and then turns back to tend to Bjorn's leg. She pours a potion on his injury and tells him it's no good because it has no effect on injuries so severe. He tells her not to worry about it, because he knows that an injury like this will heal instantly thanks to his immortal skill. Right after, his foot starts regenerating in real time, and Misha watches in amazement as a fresh baby foot pops out without him using any high-level potion at all. Bjorn knows his regenerative stat is over 100, so it's more than enough to restore an entire limb. That's the power of the vampire's essence combined with the regenerative seal from the immortal. Seeing all this, Misha is visibly confused and asks Bjorn what exactly he is, since he didn't even flinch when the potion touched the wound. He casually says it's just the mental strength of a true barbarian. She is still shocked and asks again if he's even human, because there's no way a normal person reacts like that, to which he simply replies, barbarians are just built different. He remembers how Einar never flinched when taking potions either. Bjorn gets up and tells Misha they need to keep moving before more Kanabaros show up. Still confused, Misha asks how he even knew those explorers were dangerous in the first place. He says one of them was named Hans, and he absolutely despises that name. Misha hears this but still doesn't really get it. He says it's fine anyway since they managed to get out alive, but Misha looks sad. She admits she didn't expect the old, kind lady to be that kind of person. She really believed she might have been someone good. Our boy says that might have been true if they didn't look weak and didn't have valuable equipment, or if they met her outside the labyrinth. But here inside this death trap, that old lady was just a greedy goblin in disguise and made the first move. Misha still doesn't seem to get it, so Bjorn asks what her reason was for entering the labyrinth. She tells him she needs money. He nods and says those explorers are just like her. In this world where you get executed if you don't pay your taxes, the only thing that protects people is money, and he's learning that lesson the hard way on this expedition. On the 109th hour of being hopelessly lost, they finally find the only place where they can rest for a while, at the witch's hut. Bjorn silently prays that nothing bad happens this time. After more than 100 straight hours of wandering and surviving non-stop, they finally reach the only safe spot in this cursed place. It's the witch's hut, and this time he hopes to Korean Jesus that nothing goes wrong. It's explained that a witch's hut is just a randomly generated structure in the forest that remains in one location for 8 hours. When someone enters it, the forest's debuff is removed, and because there are no monsters inside it, the only real safe zone in the area. It's hard to find, but it's the only place where an explorer can properly rest in the witch's forest. Bjorn and Misha took forever to locate the first hut, but thanks to Misha's sharp eyes, they managed to find the next one more quickly. Only 53 hours now remain until the labyrinth closes. Inside the hut, Misha says she's already seen this place 3 times, but she still can't get enough of it. Bjorn tells her to be quiet and wait because he can sense people nearby. Misha asks how he knows, and he explains that only 5 people can enter the hut at once, and the portal automatically closes when the limit is reached. She asks if someone is here right now, and Bjorn says they should look around. They spot a man lying in a flower bed, and Bjorn immediately recognizes him as the one who was with Elisa. He wonders what happened to the guy because he honestly looks homeless. Misha points out that there are others inside the building too, and asks if they're the same guys from earlier. Bjorn decides to deal with the one in the flower bed first, and smashes his face with his mace without hesitation. The cat girl is dumbfounded as she thought he was just going to knock him out. After beating all 3 of them, she's surprised to see that one of them is still alive, though probably not for long. Bjorn pours a potion on the purple cloak guy, and he screams in agony as he regains consciousness. Bjorn asks if he's awake, and the guy recognizes him right away. The man shouts that they were being used by Elisa too, and it is just a big misunderstanding. When they caught up to their teammates, they attacked the Pathfinder, but it was nothing serious, only a scratch. Then out of nowhere, a sudden blast of light knocked them out, and when they came to, their Pathfinder was already dead with an ice spear stuck in his skull. Bjorn figures Hikarod's group must have gotten away and that the scream he heard earlier was Rottmiller's. The guy continues that without their Pathfinder, they were stuck wandering around, unable to chase after their team. But the real trouble started on the second day when they realized, with their own eyes, that Elisa was a worshipper of Karui. He swears everything happened because of her, and insists they weren't trying to plunder anyone. Bjorn tells him to shut up, but the guy cries out that he's sorry, tears welling up in his eyes. He begs for mercy, saying they were tricked, and they'll compensate for the damage. Misha looks to Bjorn and says she'll follow whatever decision he makes. Bjorn meanwhile starts thinking hard. Since coming to this world, he's killed plenty of people, but they were all lowlives not worth saving, and it was always in self-defense. Sure, he suffered because of these guys, but no one actually died. So this time, it's different. He wonders if killing them is really the right thing. He feels like he's standing in court, caught between his good and bad angels. The bad one insists he should kill them now to avoid future problems. Though, the beta salaryman inside him argues that everyone makes mistakes, and this doesn't warrant death. But Bjorn decides that kind of logic only applies in the world he used to live in, but not in this one. He turns to Misha and asks for her opinion. She says she can't trust them. Even if it was a mistake, they tried to kill her once, and that's not something he can forgive. Hearing that, Bjorn feels a huge weight lift from his shoulders. He knows he has to follow the rules of this world, or he could end up on the wrong side of the mace next time. The guy keeps shouting that he didn't mean it, but Bjorn has already made up his mind. It might have been a mistake, but he's not about to let them make another. From the moment he opened his eyes in this barbarian's body, he knew survival meant embracing the way of the barbarian. It's the only way to keep going. Misha notices his hand is shaking and asks if he's okay. He says it's nothing. Bjorn picks up the bodies and tosses them into the fire. Misha asks what he's doing, and he calmly tells her there is no other choice. Bjorn thinks it's just like in the game. The time limit in the hut can be increased by 8 more hours by sacrificing a body, and with 2 extra bodies, they've bought themselves a full 24 hours of rest. He asks Misha if she's going to rest, but she doesn't answer, so he decides to go first. He lies on the bed and realizes how comfortable it is. Our boy starts to understand that the more he embraces the barbarian way, the more human he actually feels. As he sleeps, he has flashbacks of his past life. When he wakes up, he finally accepts this brutal new reality, that he is now living in a barbarian's body, and fighting monsters to live to see another day. Bjorn wonders if he really slept for 7 whole hours, and when Misha came in, he tells her to wake up, but like a stubborn kid, she mumbles that she needs 5 more minutes. That grinds his gears, so he wakes her up the good old barbarian way with some brute force that makes her screams echo throughout the hut. Only 24 hours remain until the labyrinth shuts down. There's also just 1 hour left before the hut disappears. Bjorn thinks the moment has finally come, and if they can survive 1 more day, they'll make it back to the city. Misha whines that this expedition has been pure hell, and the first thing she's doing when they get back is taking a long bath. She asks Bjorn what he plans to do, and he tells her he honestly doesn't know. Once the hut closes, they're transported back to the forest, and immediately notice the area is glowing in a deep crimson hue. It seems the special condition has been triggered. The Floor Lord appears, and Bjorn instantly realizes what that means. The Floor Lord is basically a field monster, known in the game as a floor master, and every floor has its own. Misha starts to panic and tells Bjorn to stop joking because she's heard that the third floor doesn't even have a floor lord. But Bjorn explains that summoning it is a secret mechanic, so most people think the third floor just doesn't have one. That's because if some lunatic actually manages to summon it, the thing goes on a full-blown killing spree. This one is called the Lord of Chaos Riakis, and the moment he appears, every other monster on the floor hides. He doesn't just affect the area, he slaughters anything and everything in his sight until either it dies or he does. Running isn't even an option because teleportation and dimensional movement are blocked once he's summoned. If you're stuck on the third floor, then you'd better be mentally prepared to die. Misha demands to know why this thing had to appear now, and Bjorn admits that it's probably because of them. Burning corpses in the witch's hut is one of the hidden summoning conditions. He'd assumed it wouldn't matter because it had been 10 years since Riakis was last summoned, and burning only 3 should not have triggered anything. But apparently someone had already burnt 4 bodies before them, and their contribution just completed the requirement. The cat girl freaks out and cries, yelling at Bjorn for dooming them both. She shouts that they're going to die because of a brain-dead barbarian. Bjorn, annoyed, tells her to lower her voice before people start connecting the dots and realize they're the ones who summoned the boss. Misha breaks down, screaming that she's going to die thanks to a walking meat stick, and Bjorn can't help but note how the tables have turned, seeing as last time she treated him like her knight in shining armor. He tells her to pull herself together because they need to get out of here fast and head for the orc habitat. According to the dwarf Jarwi clan who operate on the 6th floor, they're seriously strong and well organized. If anyone can survive a floor lord rampage, it's probably them. Sticking with the Jarwi clan might be their best chance at making it through this alive. When they arrive at the orc habitat, they see it packed with teams already gathered. Bjorn guesses the Jarwi clan must have at least 10 squads stationed on this floor to hold it down. Misha nervously says there are way too many people here. On a makeshift platform, a man named Iraz shouts at the crowd, trying to calm everyone down and asking them to follow instructions. One explorer yells he's willing to pay anything for them to just use a portal spell and get them out. Another accuses the clan of being the ones who summoned the floor lord in the first place. Iraz keeps a cool head and assures them this place is safe. Their priest has activated a protective barrier, and their searchers are patrolling outside. He reminds everyone that the labyrinth will close after one more day. As part of their contract with the royal family, the Jarwi clan will do their best to make sure most of the explorers return unharmed. But anyone who disobeys rules or stirs trouble will be kicked out with no exceptions, because this isn't a democracy. Bjorn admits the guy's good at speeches as the panicked crowd is calming down already, and with the priest's barrier up so they'll finally be able to rest for a bit. The proclamation spell is one of a priest's key skills that allows humans to move in and out freely, but blocks monsters completely, like it is the Mexican border. Still, Bjorn isn't relaxing just yet. He knows better. They won't get kicked out, but he can already smell problems brewing. He tells Misha to keep her ears open and listen to nearby conversations, as her hearing is better than his. Bjorn eavesdrops on one guy whispering that it's been a decade since the floor boss showed up, and they're just lucky the Jarwi clan is here now. Our boy thinks that it's a gamble, but they might be able to get out of here alive. While holding on to Bjorn's arm, Misha is all snuggled up and sleeping peacefully. He moves his arm, causing her to crash harder than the Twin Towers. She asks him what's wrong, to which Bjorn explains that there will be a problem soon, now that at least 500 people here and only around 50 people from the Jarwi clan are left. She asks what the plan is now, and he says they'll wait and observe how the clan plans to manage this huge crowd. Iraz suddenly shouts again, saying this is the only truly safe area on the floor, all thanks to the priest's spell, and that it's time to show their respect to Jesus himself with the most holy item of all, cold hard cash. Every explorer must immediately pay 1 million stones or items of equal value. Bjorn realizes this is a clever way to disarm everyone. No explorer walks around carrying 1 million stones in cash, so they'll be forced to hand over equipment and valuables. Iraz explains that the payment is both a show of faith and a protection fee. In return, the Jarwi clan promises to guard every person in the barrier with their lives. Bjorn admits that the priest's spell is pretty overpowered, but it's still nothing compared to the chaos Riakis can unleash. Even with this setup, the floor boss could wipe them all out. Still, he tells Misha to start pulling out stuff they can afford to give up. A bunch of people leave, unwilling to part with their gear. Bjorn is relieved that their loadout is decent enough that they don't need to hand over anything essential. The Jarwi clan must have made a good 300 million stones with all the payments and have fewer people to manage now, so it's a win-win situation for them. That said, if Riakis shows up, even they might not make it. Since the 3rd floor is enormous, most people try to stay positive and think they won't be the unlucky ones to cross the boss's path, but Bjorn's preparing for the worst. Only 5 hours remain until the labyrinth closes, and then it happens. The worst-case scenario begins, the sky darkens, and the Rain of Despair, which is a wide-area passive skill of the Floor Lord, begins pouring across the surroundings. Everyone inside gets hit with the Chaos debuff, and Misha experiences it firsthand. She clutches her head, overwhelmed by distorted thoughts and pain. Then the Lord of Chaos Riakis appears and everyone freezes in horror. Iraz still holds it together and announces grimly that the expedition just got a hell of a lot more expensive. He shouts that the floor boss has arrived and tells everyone to break out the emergency supplies they've been hoarding. Suddenly, all the Jarwi clan members start roiding up with buff scrolls, enchantments, limited use items, and everything at their disposal. Their bodies shine with serious power as they prepare for battle. Iraz yells that they're going to live through this and that there's more than enough stock to go around. He urges everyone to use whatever they have as this is what it was all meant for. Watching the clan gear up for an all-out fight, Bjorn feels a flicker of genuine hope. These people have faced death hundreds of times and clearly came ready to do it again. The armored frontline leader bellows at everyone to get into position. It's time to face the Lord of Chaos Riakis and stop him, or die trying. With a menacing aura, Riakis asserts dominance on the peasant explorers, think that it must be a dream, and they are so scared that to save their lives they start to run, only to get splattered into ketchup. Bjorn's curiosity on what will happen is immediately cleared up as the melee fighters and tanks struggle to dodge the heavy attacks and block the lighter ones, while after getting healed, the warriors simply go back to fighting. As time passes, one guy is crushed instantly, while Riakis' breath takes the lives of 3 long-range damage dealers in a snap. Seeing all this unfold, the bystanders are just scared and say whatever kind of trash they want, but they don't know that the clan is honestly doing its best, as the warriors are maintaining their positions up front while the mages are dealing constant damage from the back. Riakis tries to unleash his powers, but Iraz orders everyone to stop attacking since it feels threatened, and instead tells them to aim for the orb. Bjorn is completely sure that they also know about the second phase of Riakis, as they are preventing it from happening by carefully controlling the attacks. At this rate, they might actually survive because they clearly know how to beat the floor boss. Only an hour remains till the labyrinth closes, and our boy thinks that since only 11 people have died so far, it will not affect the battle that much. But the real problem is the explorers who have already started to panic. As more explorers who paid the protection fee die, Riakis keeps going into rage. Misha asks Bjorn if they should do something since it isn't looking very good, but he tells her to let him think. Meanwhile, the explorers say they must do something, but their equipment has all been taken by the Jarwi clan, and now all of them look at the gear with greedy and desperate eyes. Bjorn tells Misha that it's time to get out as fast as they possibly can. The explorers finally snap and start attacking the guards, saying they'll get out of there on their own terms. They rush toward the guards and begin beating them while Bjorn tells Misha to stay behind him, thinking that this whole thing was inevitable, because there's no way a normal explorer knows how to beat Riakis. Both of them dash away from the chaos, and Misha says that the spirit of chaos is straight ahead. Bjorn tells her to take a sharp right and run, thinking that they have absolutely no time to fight the monsters because they need to get as far away as humanly possible from here. They sprint to a part of the forest where they can be farther from the center, but suddenly darkness appears all around, and Bjorn wonders if this is Riakis' ultimate skill called the Crevice of Evil, and whether the big bad beast has already absorbed all the orbs. Misha is terrified and asks what's going to happen to them, and Bjorn is right. This is indeed Riakis' ultimate skill, Crevice of Evil, which gets activated when he absorbs all 10 chaos spheres. In the limited time window, you have to escape the affected area, but the catch is, you'll get pulled to the center because of a special effect. All the people get teleported to the center in the blink of an eye, and Bjorn estimates there are nearly 200 explorers left, out of which only 20 are from the Jarwi clan. There were 50 when this madness began, but many of them died in just a few short minutes. The explorers and the clan members start arguing loudly and blaming one another. A clan member tells them to be thankful they're not being executed, and says not to expect that the clan will take care of them anymore. Suddenly, an NPC speaks up and says he knows about all of this and explains that if they don't get out of here in time, they're all going to die. They can be free if they just go 5 kilometers in any direction, but they'll have to work together since monsters will definitely attack them. To Bjorn's surprise, the guy is actually correct, but the real problem is that Riakis' clones and spirits of chaos will relentlessly attack them non-stop. The explorers shout that they will give it a shot since doing nothing just means death anyway. Misha asks Bjorn what their move is, and he thinks that they're not going to gamble on such a pathetic possibility. Instead, they will gamble on something with much higher chances of succeeding. So he takes Misha with him and heads to his brother Talon. As he climbs the stairs, Talon tells him to halt or else, but then stops after seeing Misha standing beside him. Our guy casually greets him like they're old drinking buddies, but Talon looks irritated because they're not exactly close. Then out of nowhere, he asks Talon if he has an orc hero's essence, making the catboy panic in full. Talon demands to know how he knows that, and seeing the reaction, he grins like a villain thinking that his gamble is yet another success. Only 23 members of the Jarwi clan remain, and upon hearing the report, Iraz realizes that many of their warriors died during the uprising. The old mage beside her says there isn't much time left and asks what she plans to do. Iraz thinks they won't be able to clear a path with just 2 close-range dealers, 1 swordsman and 1 spearman, because they have no proper tank who can take the hits up front. If only they had just 1 person who could take the damage, then they could easily open a path. And suddenly she hears Bjorn shouting from below that he will open the path for everyone. Iraz immediately asks who the heck he is, and a guard tells her to ignore the dumb barbarian tagging along with Karlstein's loser sister, but Iraz says he'll be the judge of that himself. The guard then explains that the barbarian is claiming he'll open a path if they give him the orc hero's essence. Iraz wastes no time and activates his survival instinct skill, which highlights the one person who most increases their chance of survival. And when she does, Bjorn is lit up with the most dazzling light imaginable. He is the only person who can help them survive now. Without hesitation, Iraz approaches Bjorn and asks for his name. Knowing that he has just won his 2nd gamble in a row, Bjorn grins and replies with absolute confidence they can call him Big Daddy. The Jarwi clan's vice captain introduces himself as Iraz and asks how Bjorn knew they were after the orc hero. Bjorn breaks into a light sweat but says it was just a guess, since there's no other reason a big clan like theirs would march in, take over an orc habitat and show up with that many supplies unless they had another goal in mind. The 5th rank orc hero is more like a hidden boss, only summoned if you offer around 707 orc warrior crystals at the altar. All those supplies were backup in case an orc lord popped up, and since they're still untouched, Bjorn figures they haven't encountered the orc lord yet. Iraz seems a little impressed that Bjorn pieced that together and asks why they should trust him. Bjorn calmly responds that he's a barbarian carrying the immortal seal, also infused with a vampire's essence and a corpse golem's tolerance to pain. The vice captain cuts him short and points out that he's just a fighter who uses whatever he can, to which Bjorn agrees and says that's all there is to it. Iraz laughs it off and says that's already better than the 2 other fighters he's stuck with, and calls Bjorn amazing, and also agrees to bet his resources on him. Misha's brother tries to speak up but gets shut down as Iraz orders him to bring the essence already. He explains that investing in Bjorn is worth it if it means saving more of their own. He shouts at Karlstein again to hurry it up, while Bjorn mentally celebrates clearing the first hurdle. There are 3 types of orc heroes, and each one is a beast on its own. Even as 5th rank monsters, they require a full assault team to handle. The Orc Brothers, as they're called, each carry a different color essence. Danish drops a red one that grants Shout of Passion, Velta drops blue with Flag of Fighting Spirit, and Targus drops green, which is the one Bjorn is banking on. He wonders which one it is and nearly bursts with joy when it turns out to be green. He quickly unscrews the test tube and absorbs the orc hero's essence, boosting nearly all his physical stats. His hand trembles as the raw power surges through his body, and he's now struggling to hold himself back. Iraz advises him to take his gear off before he loses control. Bjorn manages to listen, handing all his equipment to Misha. Then Iraz generously dumps a pile of scrolls and potions on him like a sponsor dropping loot on a streamer. Bjorn starts popping scrolls and downing potions like he's at a festival. The mages gather around to cast all sorts of protective spells, buffing him up to the max. Iraz then signals to Talon to give some blood, saying his passive skill will be the most useful to copy. Talon slices his wrist slightly, and Bjorn starts slurping it like it's his favorite drink. With that, he temporarily gains Karlstein's Corrupt 1 skill, and his eyes glow red. Iraz recognizes it instantly by the color of his eyes and notes that it boosts active skills by 1.5 times. The vice captain then asks if Bjorn is ready, which the barbarian confirms, and begins activating the skill he's been waiting on. His eyes shine crimson as his body begins to grow, and his clothes rip apart. At last, he stands as a towering giant with absolutely no clothes left. Misha doesn't waste the chance and sneaks a peek while the rest of the men around suddenly feel a little too small. Everyone falls silent at the sight while Iraz snaps back to reality and orders them to gather all the capes. Bjorn finally secures a makeshift underwear, and Iraz asks if he can wrap this up in under 30 minutes. Bjorn grins confidently as he takes a deep breath and lets out a full-blown barbarian war cry before charging forward like an unstoppable tank. The vice captain shouts at the others to follow the giant half-naked man, and they all storm in after him. Bjorn takes note of the lives placed in his hands and activates the sacrificial seal ability to boost himself even further. His face twists into a grin as he feels the sheer power surging inside and decides he won't bother holding back anymore. With no hesitation, he charges straight at Riakis like it owes him lunch money. A wave of mini-clones appear in his way, but standing barely 2 meters tall, they don't stand a chance against him. He crushes them one by one, however their curses cause him immense pain, despite the pain tolerance from the corpse golem essence. But as long as he protects his heart, the rest doesn't matter thanks to his vampire essence. Iraz yells not to go overboard, but with his size, Bjorn can't help it. His boosted taunt skill turns him into a walking monster magnet, which works out since that means the explorers stay safe. Karlstein tries fighting one of the clones but immediately feels the curse hit back and shouts at the priests for healing. Bjorn calls him an idiot and tells him to stop getting hurt if he doesn't want to die. The priest turns his attention to Talon while Bjorn keeps pushing ahead as he smashes down clone after clone, thinking that it's best if he is the only one at the front lines. As his health dips below half, the orc hero's passive hero's path kicks in and boosts all his defenses. To fully use it, he needs to stay right in the front, so he tells everyone to stay back while he does the heavy lifting. Talon drops back and ends up next to Iraz, who casually strikes up a conversation. Iraz calls it smart to fall back, since who knows what else might show up. Talon reluctantly agrees, but deep down knows he just couldn't take the pain. Even though he was only in front for a short time, he realizes that Bjorn is built different. He starts questioning who Bjorn really is, as up until now, he just assumed the guy was a random guy trailing after his sister. He was a typical barbarian warrior who didn't even speak up when they first met. Even though he has pain tolerance and tank-like strength, Bjorn doesn't hesitate at all, even in this kind of chaos. Talon admits that no one else has that kind of bravery, and thinks Bjorn would be a great addition to their team. Meanwhile, everyone else is also talking, asking who the barbarian is, and thanking him for saving them. They try to ask Misha, but she plays dumb like the good kitty she is. Iraz smiles and says that if Valken ever returned, he'd probably look just like Bjorn. Talon tells himself that there's no need to wonder about the guy's name. But that peace ends fast as the noise rises around them and the portal comes into view. Everyone starts sprinting for it, while Talon quietly admits that they'll all know who Bjorn is soon enough anyway. Everyone begins hyping each other up that the end is just around the corner, while Bjorn believes it's only a little farther and leaps straight toward the portal. The moment he crosses the threshold, his gigantification skill runs out and he shrinks back to normal size as they all break free from the area curse. There's a wave of celebration, but it doesn't last long as screams cut through the air and bring everything to a halt, making Bjorn instantly realize some people didn't make it. The orc habitat gets vaporized in a blink and Bjorn knows they cut it way too close. He admits it's a miracle they made it out at all. Iraz echoes the thought but tells everyone to stay sharp since it's not over yet. Bjorn agrees, as this was just the first phase, and now, one of the survivors is about to be marked as prey. He figures anyone could be chosen at random and silently hopes it's not one of them, but Misha snaps him out of it as she starts trembling. She quietly panics that she can't move anymore, and Bjorn realizes as he curses his luck that she got picked as the prey. He wonders why out of all the people it had to be her out of all the people here. She asks what's going on, but then notices the cold stares from everyone around her, including her own brothers, and it hits her. The one chosen as prey becomes paralyzed and marked as the sole target of Riakis until death. Iraz steps up, visibly surprised that it turned out to be Misha, and offers protection if Bjorn agrees to join their clan. Bjorn answers flatly that he's not planning to work with anyone right now. Iraz says that's unfortunate, but adds that if Bjorn had been picked, he wouldn't have had a choice. As Bjorn lifts Misha into his arms, Iraz declares that their deal ends here, and hopes to see him again in the city, while Bjorn replies that there's a real chance he might not make it back alive. Iraz doesn't seem worried and says he's sure Bjorn will return. As a parting gift, he has the casters cast some final defensive spells and wishes him luck. Bjorn accepts the spells and offerings gratefully, knowing they're probably down to scraps themselves. He thanks the clan one last time and Iraz reminds him to survive, or Riakis will come for them instead. Bjorn smirks as he had forgotten about that and says he'll get moving. There are only 15 minutes left before the labyrinth shuts down, but Riakis is already awake, thirsting for blood, and is definitely not planning to make things easy. Bjorn sprints at full speed as Misha feels the heat radiating off him and realizes from the growing roar that the monster is catching up. Panic creeps in as she calls him by his government name and pleads for him to stop already, having figured out that Riakis is after her. She remembers the looks of disgust and how even her family turned away, as if her very existence was dangerous. Bjorn asks what she's talking about, but she brushes it off and begs him to give up. She adds that they're not that close, and even if she dies, it won't matter, and she already got her lifelong wish anyways. Bjorn finds her statement ridiculous and tells her straight up that she clearly doesn't want to die, and asks her why she is saying stuff like this. She insists she means it, but he calls her out, saying she's just scared of being abandoned, which hits her hard. She snaps that she doesn't want to be a burden anymore, but Bjorn calmly asks if that feeling matters more than her life and tells her to be honest. If she wants to live, she just needs to ask for help, and they'll at least have a shot. Misha calls his words exactly what a barbarian would say, but understands what he means, and she finally realizes Bjorn has shown her what it takes to survive. A little embarrassed, she admits she sounded like a pathetic baby back there, then suddenly perks up and declares that if Bjorn saves her, she'll follow him everywhere. Bjorn reminds her she already said that, but she grins and promises to hand over every coin she earns from this expedition, which finds to be more his taste. Just then, all the buffs from the clan fade and he notices it started raining, which means the wretched monster is now right behind them. On top of that, more chaos spirits are starting to chase. Bjorn grits his teeth in frustration that he has to use his trump card so soon, and activates gigantification again. His body grows massive once more, and though his stats skyrocket, but what matters the most now is the larger steps he can take. With his soul power, He estimates he can hold this form for about 3 more minutes and asks Misha for the time. She checks the clock hanging around her neck and says they've got less than 200 seconds left, and Bjorn tells her to keep counting. Misha begins the countdown as Bjorn barrels forward, bracing to fight the spirits. He plows through them like they're balloons in his way while Misha announces they're down to 165. The time is crawling down, but just as they approach the portal, a massive burst of aura flares behind them. Bjorn glances back and nearly stumbles. His heart sinks as he sees the giant vile monster has managed to catch up. The giant breath attack luckily wipes out a chunk of the chaos spirits, clearing a path and making it easier to run, but it also means Ryakis is now within striking range as a massive claw looms overhead. It slams down with brutal force, though Bjorn manages to dodge in time while Misha keeps calling out the countdown. Bjorn grits his teeth as the towering chaos monster yells and stares down at them. He takes off again, but Misha starts slipping back into her panic mode, saying it's pointless to save her. He snaps at her to shut it and makes it clear that abandoning her isn't on the table, though she still tries to argue. He cuts her off, reminding her that he made her a promise. She finds it insane that he'd risk his life for a promise, but he fires back that no one said anything about dying. He shouts that he's planning to make it out alive, but just then, the monster blasts another beam that tears his arm clean off. Without even reacting to the pain, he demands to know the time. Misha stammers as she threatens to break down again, but he yells out, and she finally sobs out that 60 seconds remain. Bjorn clenches his teeth as he realizes he just has to hold out for 1 more minute, and now that his arm is gone, escape is not an option. Without hesitating, he leaps high into the air and Misha screams that he's charging toward the monster. He snaps back at her to give the time again, and she calls out 50 seconds as he notes that aiming a breath attack under its own legs is harder for the monster. It's risky, as Ryakis could flatten them instantly, but Bjorn rushes in anyway and starts dodging left and right. He recalls the Jarwi clan's battle and how it helped him read Ryakis' attack patterns. At 30 seconds, they're still in the fight, but just when it looks like he might make it, he lets his guard down, and the giant tail crashes down from above, which sends him flying. He slams into the ground and lies there in shock, unable to move as the claw comes down again. He figures this is the end, but at the last moment, his soul power burns out and gigantification ends, which shrinks him back to normal size, and just misses getting squashed to death. Bjorn gets back up in surprise as only a second later would have resulted in a fatal injury. With 10 seconds left, he scrambles up the monster's claw like a maniac. He sinks his teeth deep into Ryakis and hangs on while it thrashes wildly to shake him off. With 3 seconds left, the monster remembers it has another claw and grabs both of them tightly as it opens its disgusting, drooling mouth to devour them. But Bjorn just smirks and throws shade at the overgrown mutt that time's nearly up. Right then, the labyrinth shuts down and teleports them back to the city. The scene shifts to the city square where people are waiting in tense silence for their loved ones to return. The portal starts to flash, and it spits out injured explorers across the ground. Panic erupts as someone yells to get the guild and people rush to help the wounded. Then they notice Bjorn's chewed-up body, and whispers spread that he looks like he's barely alive. Misha wakes up in a daze, shocked she's still breathing, but immediately starts calling for Bjorn. The crowd freezes as they stare at his mangled state, wondering what kind of monster could do that to a barbarian. Misha shoves through in panic and drops down beside him, overwhelmed with dread while someone shouts to call the temple. Pressing her ear to his chest, she hears a faint heartbeat and whispers through her tears that he scared her senseless. Talk starts swirling about what happened on the 3rd floor, and word spreads that only 30 people made it out, while the death toll likely reached into the hundreds. One survivor mentions that they were saved thanks to one man who someone assumed was Iraz, but the guy corrects him that it was a random 3rd-floor explorer. When asked who, the reply comes back that it was Jandel's son, Bjorn. The story starts building that the barbarian hasn't done anything yet to be called a hero, but if he keeps going like this, the title's only a matter of time. People begin calling him Little Valken, after the legendary hero known for unmatched bravery. His fame starts to climb fast, but fame always comes at a cost as it raises the odds of a special event happening to the player. Elsewhere, a government official stares over Bjorn's file and finds it all very suspicious as not many explorers rack up this kind of record so fast. Since getting this position, he's never seen someone with such a range of exotic essences either, and it all smells a bit off. Still, history does mention others born with strange fates who were chosen to save the world and were called heroes. The man leans back, staring at the file and wonders what kind of person Bjorn really is, whether he is a destined hero or an evil spirit. Bjorn finds himself reliving everything that happened in the dungeon from the moment Ryakis awakened to Misha becoming the prey to their brutal escape, and the final moment where he tricked that oversized mutt. Groaning as sunlight hits his face, he realizes he's still alive while Misha's passed out on his leg, and he gives her a small head pat. 2 days later, gossip around the 3rd-floor boss and the so-called barbarian hero who saved everyone is still going wild. Bjorn's fame stat is skyrocketing while some explorers nearby argue over who triggered the floor boss, insisting the real culprit is still out there. The rest of the crew finally shows up, relieved to see the duo safe. Rottmiller tries to apologize for getting injured, but Bjorn cuts him off and says, "Food comes first." Over a drink, he asks Hickarod what happened after they got separated. The dwarf explains that when the scout got hurt, they used the wrist guard's power again to buy time. Misha is surprised that it worked so often, but Bjorn figures he used a combo. Hickarod explains he used emergency restoration to reset the item's use count. As Misha tries to force feed broccoli to Bjorn, Hickarod says they ran around trying to treat Rottmiller and find the others, but tracking them was impossible. On the third day, they ran into that crazy woman again, which makes Misha tense, but Hickarod says they escaped to the 4th floor. Rottmiller adds that only they managed to make it there, and Bjorn realizes they used the portal's color shift mechanic that they entered just before a color change and sent their pursuers to a different area. Hickarod grumbles that waiting 10 days on the 1st floor was torture, which nearly makes Bjorn rage after everything he endured. The dwarf smugly adds that he snagged an essence during the first trial, pushing Bjorn to the edge. As it turns out, they got the Mimic's essence, and Bjorn starts to curse the game mechanics. The Mimic is a rare 7th rank monster, and while the skill isn't for combat, it gives access to a personal pocket dimension. The kicker is that the treasure room's first opening drops random loot. Trying to stay calm, Bjorn asks what he got, and Rottmiller casually lists 2 million stones along with 3 top-tier potions, and 2 numbered items, which causes Bjorn to throw out some slurs in anger. Hickarod tells him to stop cursing, and Bjorn apologizes and claims he was just shocked. Rottmiller says he doesn't need the numbered items and plans to sell them to split the cash, which still ends up being a huge amount. Bjorn gives a strained congratulations while Misha asks why he's breaking utensils. He awkwardly claims it's his new essence acting up, which she clearly doesn't buy. Bjorn adds that she hasn't seen everything yet, and Misha just blushes, recalling that glorious display. Hickarod asks what happened between them, and while Misha starts to explain, Bjorn quickly cuts in as he wants to keep some details hidden. He gives a rough summary, skipping some of the juicy bits, and the group gets instantly hooked. Rottmiller congratulates Misha on her spirit beast and says it must have been a burden, but asks what Bjorn had to do with it. She dodges the question instead, and Hickarod flips out over the insane protection fees the Jarwi clan charged, and immediately offers to pay half of it from their loot. Dwalki is fired up after hearing everything, while Hickarod adds that no one's challenging the title of Little Valken anymore. That nickname catches Bjorn off guard, and the dwarf reveals it's already what people are calling him. Bjorn narrows his eyes as it's way too early for nicknames. Fame helps in the game, but in real life, it only draws trouble, but the others still congratulate him, and he awkwardly accepts. Misha winks and says there's one more thing to sort out and hints towards the money. The scout adds that they got 3 million just for reporting Karui, and altogether, they have about 7.6 million stones. Bjorn teases Misha about her earlier promise, and she grumbles that he can take all of it. A few days later, Misha is waiting for Bjorn in the city, while grumbling that the real world is just as much of a pain as the labyrinth. Bjorn says he wrapped up his errands, and Misha lights up as she calls him a good boy. He looks at her and wonders why she's been sticking so close lately, and thinks that it may be about all the money he handed over. The reward may not be much for long term, but he knows he needs to invest in Misha and upgrade her stats since she's his main party member now. He tells her he's heading back and asks her plans, to which she nervously replies that she is visiting family, and says she might be gone for a couple of days, which leaves him puzzled. Bjorn decides not to pry and tells her good luck. She still looks down, so he gives her a friendly smack and repeats it, making her yell in embarrassment. She scolds him about eating properly, and adds that he better not skip vegetables either, and Bjorn internally sighs that instead of treating him like her savior, she is acting like a worried mom instead. As the carriage departs, he decides that leveling Misha up is priority 1. He could probably join a better team now, given his improved specs, but that would mean leaving Misha behind. So he sticks around for now and is determined to help turn her into a pro. While walking through the city, he notices how quiet it's gotten. Just then, a voice cuts through the air which calls for an execution. Bjorn watches the crowd gather, who are openly thirsting to see some blood, but just then he spots a familiar face. Bjorn freezes as he recognizes that it is the barbarian he gave money to. He realizes the guy must have blown it all, and in that moment, the player spots Bjorn and starts yelling. Bjorn panics that he might get caught, but it's too late for the poor soul as the blade drops and detaches his head from his body. He silently decides he's done helping people out of pity. But tight then, another voice calls his name, but Bjorn just tells them to buzz off. The shady man tries to sound friendly and says he's in the same boat as Bjorn and drops the names of a few countries, asking where he's from. Everything about the situation feels off, and Bjorn's gut tells him this guy's trouble. The man just keeps yapping like he's aiming for a world record in annoying small talk, which forces Bjorn to finally pull out his secret weapon, the Einar method. With the full spirit of a barbarian, he glares and tells the guy to just say whatever he's trying to say already. That makes the guy sweat and nervously comment that Bjorn's acting has come a long way, despite only being here for 3 months. Bjorn doesn't let up and bluntly tells him to cut the cheese and ask his question, but the guy still keeps running his mouth. At one point, he even mispronounces the word game, which sets off alarms in Bjorn's head. The man keeps going as he compliments Bjorn's rapid rise and then starts rambling about his own life, which ticks Bjorn off even more. He repeatedly calls Bjorn an outsider and asks if he wants to join their so-called Gu-Aim association. But before he can finish, Bjorn catches on as he looks him dead in the eye and questions if he is an evil spirit. The guy looks confused, but assumes it's part of some act and plays along and claims that he actually is. That's the last straw as Bjorn yells out loud, recalling his vice chief's advice to erase any evil spirit he meets, and then follows through with a punch so fast it even shocks the annoying guy. Sometime later, Bjorn finds himself in a security agency office. A captain there is hyped to meet him since Bjorn saved his brother in the labyrinth, who was one of the few who paid the protection fee. Our boy says he's hungry and wants to leave and still feels bad for not finishing off that evil spirit wannabe. Back at the execution site, the crowd tried to stop Bjorn, who shouts out that the blondie is an evil spirit. The captain says the matter is under investigation, but before he can go on, a knight rushes in and announces that the suspect had a token of an evil spirit hunter. They all head to the suspect's room, where an official declares that the guy isn't an evil spirit after all. Bjorn pretends to throw a fit and insists that the guy confessed himself. The official calmly explains that they run these tests on anyone who racks up a suspicious number of achievements in a short time, while Bjorn still plays dumb and tells him to explain in normal words. The captain sighs and admits they actually thought Bjorn might be the evil spirit. That sends him over the edge as he demands a shot at those idiots while the captain holds him back with all his strength. The official tries to keep explaining while our boy keeps up his Oscar-worthy act and keeps on throwing a fit. Walking back later, Bjorn thinks about how he didn't expect the agency to know so much about players. He remembers the list of countries the guy mentioned, and especially that weird way he pronounced game. That slip-up helped him recognize what was really going on, and now it makes more sense why Tariqan got caught so quickly. Bjorn realizes that this world is way more complicated and dangerous than he thought, but he's at least glad things didn't blow up this time. Returning to his room, he spots an envelope on the floor, which has a pill inside, and a note warning him never to reveal his player identity. His eyes go wide as he reads that there's a hidden community where his identity will be safe, and all he has to do is take the pill. But if he doesn't want to go in, he should destroy the pill, and there's even a small side note calling the king of Rafdonia a granny kisser. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a mystery man questions why their agent got beat up as he only ordered him to follow Bjorn. The official explains that the blonde idiot got overconfident and tried to catch him instead, while the mystery man moves on and asks for the test results. The official tells him to watch it for himself and switches on the magic sphere. Watching the replay, he strikes a Sherlock Holmes pose before concluding that a real evil spirit would have run away rather than throw hands in public. He gives the verdict that Bjorn is not an evil spirit, which the official has no choice but to accept. While the mystery guy smiles and says the city could always use more heroes and wonders if Bjorn is one after all. The next day, Bjorn heads to the magic tower as he thinks the letter might be legit and wants to dig deeper. At the lab, Raven greets him with a teasing comment about his sudden fame, which catches him off guard. She explains that anyone who gets famous enough receives that letter, though she's disappointed she didn't get to see the original writing since it vanished. Bjorn makes a confused comment which makes her explain further that it's a message from the evil spirits. She mentions there should have been a pill with it, but Bjorn plays dumb. Raven explains that the pill is made by a powerful mage who specializes in dimensional and mental magic, and it lets a person enter a specific spirit realm. Bjorn tries to process, but she tells him to think of it like a different dimension where the soul travels while the body stays behind. It's believed that evil spirits pass info there, but all attempts to infiltrate have ended in deaths, which makes our guy silently thank his instincts for not popping that thing. She warns him not to take it even if curiosity kicks in, and Bjorn dumbly asks if it's poison, but she says no. So he asks the reason behind why the people die then. The most accepted theory is that evil spirits can detect intruders and sever their souls on the spot, which makes Bjorn feel even better about not joining that tea party. Raven also points out another weird thing, that the person takes the appearance of his soul in that realm can't be traced back here, which makes it hard to figure out who's been in or out. Bjorn acts shocked again and asks why they can't track who took the pill, but she admits no one's managed it yet. Getting back to business, she says it's time to draw some blood. But Bjorn stays lost in thought as he wonders if that community might really be a safe haven where he could gain access to valuable info and maybe even find a way back to real life. But Raven snaps him out of it, pointing at the ominous test chair and telling him to hurry up. Bjorn takes a seat as her test subject while she laughs like a mad scientist in the background, but his mind is still occupied with whether he should take the pill or not. In the end, he decides it probably isn't a dangerous pill. If it were, the whole community would have been wiped out by now. Still, he refuses to take it right away, thinking it could tip off the sender if he ends up being the most recent person they targeted. So he decides to wait half a year before joining in. 15 days pass, and deep in a dark, mysterious magic lab, a voice informs a robed figure through a glowing orb that the newcomer still hasn't shown up. The robed man figures the barbarian isn't a player after all and tells the person on the other end to send out the other letters. He sounds disappointed, because he was secretly hoping that the legendary player was the one playing as Bjorn. The scene shifts to Bjorn at the guild, where he's informed of his promotion to 6th rank. Over the next few weeks, he trains hard every day and burns through money like it means nothing. First, he buys a massive mace suited to his size and armor resistant to acid to counter the corpse golem essence, and pants with balls protection that resize when he transforms into a giant and back, much to Misha's disappointment. He also buys Misha the Lich twin blades shorter than what she's used to, but she adapts quickly after practicing on training dummies. Lastly, he gets his immortal seal upgraded by the witch doctor from his village. The process is just as agonizing as the first day he stepped into the labyrinth. The level 2 immortal seal boosts mentality, physical strength, magic resistance, and endurance. Surprised that he managed to stay conscious through the upgrade, the witch doctor offers to tell his fortune using an ice cream stick with his birthday number before laughing that no dumb barbarian remembers that kind of thing. Still, the old madman reveals that Bjorn is destined to face countless once-in-a-lifetime events, whether they be fortune or disaster, which is the path of a hero. Our boy scoffs at the idea of fate, firmly believing he controls his destiny no matter what life throws at him. He flashes back to the witch doctor being shocked he got his 3rd seal so quickly, and then he offers him a choice between 3 spirits. Without hesitation, Bjorn chooses the Spirit of Wilderness, which increases the user's threat level and unlocks the ability called Wild Outburst. That ability makes just breathing attract monsters to him, and because it boosts his physical attacks even further, he can shred all those poor critters and become a literal tank. Using gigantification on top of that only amplifies the effect, and he can't help but be happy at how far he's come in just 3 months. After that, the witch doctor suddenly confesses he forgot to mention something about Bjorn's full fate. He warns him to be wary of those who hold hatred toward him, because if he doesn't resolve that hatred in time, he'll end up suffering for it. With that warning in mind, he leaves the hut, thinking about the last thing on his checklist when Einar suddenly pops out of the bushes. With actual twigs in her hands, she looks like a cheerleader as she congratulates him on earning a famous title so early and demands he spill how it happened. She listens to his tale with full attention, like a little girl hearing her bedtime story from her dad, and by the end, she's genuinely surprised he teamed up with Hikarad again. After the story, he takes a look at her and asks if the stupid elder's been eating all her food, since she looks like she's got malnutrition, but Einar claims her muscles are just condensed. Then she admits she has no idea what that actually means. At that moment, the elder starts shouting her name in the distance. Hearing that, she quickly apologizes for the short visit, and Bjorn says he's got things to do anyway. As she runs off, Einar tosses him a parting compliment saying that even though he looked cool back when he was all survival mode like Bear Grylls, the new calm and collected Bjorn is just as awesome. Our boy just stands there, dumbfounded while she disappears into the bushes, and wonders if this really qualifies as a slow and relaxed life. Back at the library, Lagna speaks before he even sits down, congratulating him on becoming famous as she casts the reading spell. That catches him off guard. He wonders if she actually wants to say something. Still, he figures there's no point in approaching a great mage like her at his level. Besides, the fact that she's wasting away in a dusty library probably means she's got her own issues, just like Dwalki. Sinking into a few depressive thoughts, Bjorn realizes that he's just rationalizing as a form of survival. He tells himself there's no time to be nice to everyone if he wants to stay alive. That's why he judges people coldly, makes allies when it benefits him, and slays those who might become threats later on. As his thoughts keep spiraling, he suddenly snaps out of it after remembering the time he broke his principles and refused to leave Misha behind. As he thinks he's gotten a bit too comfortable in his new life as a barbarian, Bjorn decides to keep on being a barbarian, a gentlemanly one. So, he walks straight up to the cute librarian, slams his hand on the desk, and tells her to spill whatever she wants to say. A little flustered, Lagna asks how he knew, to which he smoothly says her eyes are more beautiful than pearls were calling for him. The next day, Bjorn pulls up to a cafe jam-packed with women and barely manages to squeeze through the door, already regretting his decision, even though the ultra-girly name should have been a dead giveaway. Inside this pink dessert trap for single ladies, a woman waves him over with way too much energy after figuring out he's the client she's been waiting on. She introduces herself as Shavin, a blue-haired lady and a friend of Lagna who apparently sent Bjorn her way. After dragging a literal barbarian into a sweet tooth's paradise, Shavin has the nerve to ask what he wants to eat, so he straight up tells her to grab him some beer and steak with full sarcasm. He then throws the real question at her and asks what she wants from him, only to see her genuinely shocked Lagna didn't fill him in on anything beforehand. She skips the small talk and says she needs someone to go do patrol duty in the sewers because tax-evading freeloaders keep squatting down there. The catch is none of the previous patrol guys ever made it back. That's where Bjorn comes in. Lagna thinks he's the best fit for this sewer horror show. He tries to argue that there are way more qualified explorers out there, while secretly suspecting this is above his pay grade if it's got evil spirit hunter vibes. But Chauvin, being the nerdy otaku type, says it's clearly because he's the trending hero on fantasy Twitter, and looks at him like that alone seals the deal. Then she hits him with a shameless request, and begs him to let her pretend he's buying the cookies she's about to get, just so she can flex to her friends that he gifted them. He agrees without blinking. She finally mentions that the pay is a solid 200 grand, which doesn't sound bad at all, but she doesn't stop there, and explains that working with her organization boosts his resume since they're super picky with who they hire, so it'll help him gain credibility and land more gigs in the future. But he quickly shoots that thought down, because no matter how good his reputation is, no one really wants to hire a barbarian, but he still happily agrees to take the job. After he leaves, Chauvin thinks he really is a unique character like she thought he is, and feels quite pleasantly surprised to find a cool guy who calms her down the more she talks with him. And the fact that he didn't know much about Lagna even after all their interactions makes him look even more straightforward, and she quietly approves of her girl becoming his friend. Later underground, the hero gathers with his party outside the sewer gate, where everyone is already complaining about the god-awful smell, even though they knew what they signed up for. Ignoring their whining, Bjorn yeets the gate open and menacingly enters with main character energy dripped out in his peak-style flashlight helmet, making him look like a goofy JoJo villain, and tells everyone not to damage the helmets because they have GoPro cameras to record evidence. The day before, he rounds up the team starting with Hikarad, who is more than happy to tag along for free. Dwalki joins too, since doing literally anything sounds better than reading all day. Rottmiller hops in wanting to test his newly unlocked skill, and Misha is excited to carve up some criminals with her new Lich twin blades. Bjorn feels like a recruiting god scoring free labor and thinks Rottmiller is the real MVP here thanks to his elite navigation skills, because this place looks like a never-ending poop maze. Dwalki casts a light spell to cut through the darkness, but Hikarad still clutches his soul, worrying a sewer monster might pop out. Misha throws the sorcerer a question about monster intel, and he tells her mages dump their magical waste down toilets sometimes, so maybe a chemical freak beast could totally be born. That cursed idea nearly kills Misha on the spot, but Bjorn shrugs it off, saying there's been 0 monster reports in the last 2 years. Just then, Rottmiller stops. It's not the stench that tips him off because everything stinks, but his sixth sense picks up another presence nearby. Trusting his mimic essence, Bjorn instantly gets ready to throw hands. Misha suddenly points at the dude hiding on the wall like a low-budget ninja. Bjorn snatches him off and slams him down hard enough to cancel his invisibility. The guy starts cussing and draws his sword in a panic, but Bjorn grabs his arm and snaps it like a twig. He stops there, sensing the guy's just desperate to stay alive. He questions the dude curled up and crying on the floor, and kindly offers to snap his neck next if that doesn't loosen his tongue. The guy bawls even harder and confesses he's just a broke tax dodger trying to live. Rottmiller notices the tattoo on his forehead and says it marks a great sin. Hikarad adds that he's seen that mark before while working with shady folks back in his blacksmith days. Bjorn considers whether to take the guy in alive since there's a nice 5,000 stone bounty for that, but killing him works just fine too, as long as it's all caught on video. After all, anyone crawling around the sewers dodging taxes probably deserves the worst. The crackhead starts begging for a deal in exchange for some juicy intel, but that just ticks Bjorn off more. Then, the guy suddenly drops a name that gets his attention. Apparently, there is a crazy lady with a massive bounty, and she's surrounded by dead bodies, so it's probably some unholy dark magic nonsense. That's when Bjorn's instincts start screaming that it might be the Karui priestess Elisa. His reaction says it all, and Misha asks him what the plan is. Our hero says they can't just let some bloodthirsty psycho with a grudge against them keep wandering around unchecked. He tells them just to confirm it's her, but the whole gang is ready to run hands if it is. Their new guide leads them through the sewers for about half an hour before stopping at a hidden route not marked on any maps. Bjorn's a bit shocked the guy didn't hole up here permanently. Turns out, he was on the move because the crazy lady took over his old hideout, and that's when they stumbled across him. Once they reach the supposed hideout, Bjorn notes there's only one entrance and exit, which makes him grin because now the psycho has nowhere to run. Still suspicious as hell, he makes the guy walk in first. Right outside the main room, the group starts panicking after seeing piles of lifeless bodies, but Bjorn pushes his shaky guide forward, and the poor guy triggers a trap. Suddenly, a storm of curses rains down on both of them. Bjorn yells at the rest to fall back fast as the crackhead gets shredded by a revenant's curse that saps his max health every time it hits, and can feel his soul getting vacuumed away. On the other side, Elisa instantly knows her curse just got triggered, and wonders if the attackers are from the temple. Her heart races since she still hasn't found the entrance to the underground city, so she listens to the voices in her head for her next sacrifice. Meanwhile, a notification alerts Bjorn that over 100 revenants ambushed him, but thanks to his dark resistance, he only loses a third of his maximum health. Clutching the crackhead as his personal meat shield, Bjorn lets Misha know that somehow he's still breathing. even though she's clearly worried. One look at the guy's hollow corpse with 0 maximum health tells him exactly how that curse would have ended for him, and he is really grateful the expendable hobo with no family took the hit instead. Hikarad spots a nameplate on the guy and finds out this dude is yet another Hans. They move into Hans's room, which surprisingly looks way too clean and well furnished for someone who claimed to be a homeless wreck. Still, there's 0 sign of Elisa inside until Dwalki senses some magic pulsing from a spot on the floor. Bjorn drops to his knees, confusing the team, and lets them know he's about to bust open the magically protected trapdoor with his thick metal rod. Dwalki questions if brute force even works on magic barriers, but Bjorn powers up with gigantification and lays down the wisdom that if something doesn't break with raw strength, then the strength just ain't enough. Everyone watches in disbelief as he crushes the enchanted trapdoor like paper and throws some humble pie Dwalki's way for doubting him. Rottmiller picks up on Elisa's trail and says she seems to be alone, so it should be safe to check it out. Trusting his upgraded 6th sense, Bjorn tells them it's go time. Far below in the underground city of Noark, a messenger sprints to the vice captain and reports the old trapdoor just got obliterated, and strangely, it's not the royal family this time. The vice captain mentions no one touched that route since the Karui cult incident, and orders the messenger to confirm whether it's the temple priests again. He trusts Amelia, the redhead, to handle the situation while Bjorn's crew enters a section of the labyrinth that looks nothing like the sewers. Misha asks if either Dwalki or Hikarad knows what this place could be, but both of them are completely lost. Rottmiller cuts in and says Elisa's scent is getting stronger fast, which probably means she's heading their way. Meanwhile, Elisa picks up her pace, terrified, because the evil lord's laughter just echoed in her head. Last time she heard that, things didn't end well, and she's not risking a repeat. Thinking her enemies are temple agents, she sprints to escape before they catch her. When her scent suddenly fades, Rottmiller suggests they chase before she disappears again. At that moment, Elisa hears Misha's voice in the distance and realizes this isn't random. It's Bjorn's party, and she decides it's finally time to wipe them all out for good. The Karui priestess opens the gates of hell and unleashes wraiths, but Misha slices through them like butter thanks to her powerful elemental attack bonus buffs. Not staying behind, our boy activates his wild outburst to grab the wraith's attention and crumples them up like used tissue paper. Rottmiller and Hikarad provide backup from behind, leaving Elisa frustrated and utterly confused at how the trash tier party somehow got strong enough to completely overwhelm her. She casts multiple curses in an attempt to give our hero the most painful death he can possibly get, but Dwalki comes in clutch and casts his light magic, pressing undo on all the dark magic. Giving her absolutely no time to breathe, our hero nearly bashes the priestess's head in, and then signals Dwalki to just do the thing. The sorcerer stares in confusion, but Bjorn tells him to use it quickly as he rushes into range with Elisa closing in. Thinking she's smart, Elisa pulls her 5-head move of becoming a spirit at the very last second and dodges the physical attack. But Dwalki's materialization spell pops out just in time to bring the hoe back to earth in her annoying human body. Our boy grabs her by the collar and lands a visibly painful hit with his shield right in her pretty little face, and continues pummeling her so hard that the rest doubt if he even plans to leave her alive for the 3 million at all. After pounding her face till it's beyond recognition, he ties her up and casually tells the party they should now get going. But by the time he turns around to congratulate the team on their great work, he notices they are all flat on the ground and blacked out. Suddenly, a system notification pops up and informs him he got poisoned by basilisk poison, though his poison resistance thankfully keeps him conscious and moving. As a familiar redhead comes into view, Bjorn gets a PTSD flashback since he was just thinking everything's going a bit too well. Amelia seems amazed he's still able to move after getting poisoned, and says her favorite barbarian's gotten a whole lot stronger. Seeing his entire party on the ground, she asks if he's refusing to run just because of them. But Bjorn feels paralyzed by her creepy aura and assumes she's targeting him now that he's made a name for himself, and she's heard he's been crawling around the sewers. He calls her a liar pants on fire because she promised to let him go before and demands to know why she's here, but that question strikes a nerve. She snaps back that he's the one who came knocking first and asks how he found the secret entrance. Bjorn hits her with full caveman mode and asks what the hell she means, confusing her enough to wonder how he even managed to get the door open by accident. My guy tells her he broke the magic door with mace like a caveman, and it broke, leaving her dumbfounded before she asks why he even did that. He honestly tells her he just wanted the priestess. Amelia quickly puts the pieces together, but when he offers to leave peacefully like a good little boy, she makes it clear she can't let him just walk away now that he knows about the entrance. He innocently offers a pinky promise again, but she tells him it's different this time. Taking the hint, Bjorn strips off his armor and starts explaining the 2 best ways to make someone absolutely furious. First is to stop in the middle of a sentence, and tight when she's patiently waiting for the second reason, he cuts the sentence short and hurls his mace at her face. As expected, the plunderer easily sidesteps the weapon, but he follows it with the forbidden Captain America throw using his entire armor. She dodges again just like he thought, but then he lunges in and tries to stomp the flexible Miss Fantastic, but she easily escapes because the move's way too predictable. Then comes his real play. Our boy pops Gigantification, which extends his meaty barbarian arms longer than expected and catches her completely off guard. With his fist raised like a wrecking ball ready to Hulk smash the hottie, he yells that it's game over and slams it right into her face with full gender equality Kazuma would approve of. Just as he winds up another hit, the lady surprises him by charging up her dagger. He instantly assumes she's about to slice off her own arm to slip out of his grip. Acting on instinct, he uses Flesh Explosion right in her face and gives her a shocking surprise shower of acidic blood, leaving Amelia speechless as she gets hit with the full Bjorn special. Somehow, the crazy lady still manages to counter even after taking a beating like that, so Bjorn decides it's time to show her who's boss. He unleashes a brutal kick with his legs thick as logs, slamming her straight in the ribs. Watching her fade in and out and she coughs up blood, he starts thinking his luck is looking up, but that hope dies instantly the moment he hears her voice call out from behind. The system casually lets him know she just used auto-reproduction to clone herself, leaving him utterly speechless. Out of nowhere, the clone comes flying in with a textbook Asura kick to the back, and mockingly says he'll be fine if he actually has the vampire essence like the rumors claim. Her hit lands so hard he can't even curse properly before his head pops clean off. The only reason he isn't a corpse right now is because his heart's somehow still intact. But even with the serious damage, the regeneration from his vampire essence kicks into overdrive. Amelia looks genuinely impressed by how fast his body regenerated after she uses just one potion. Bjorn shoots up looking confused and a bit annoyed, wondering why she didn't just finish him off when she had the chance. She sighs that he's still as dumb as ever, and surprise attacking her is his survival strategy when she was clearly down to talk. He doesn't buy it and argues he had no choice since she totally gave off "it's time to silence you" vibes. That only annoys her more, saying she literally let him walk free last time. When he repeats that she said earlier she couldn't let him just leave, she rolls her eyes and explains that she meant she would need to question him first, not shank him. He asks what she even wants from him anyway, but Amelia calmly tells him to calm down, since she notices his hand subtly creeping toward the mace. He pretends he wasn't about to go caveman on her again, but she clearly knows he's just being cautious in case she has a mood swing. That's when he drops the classic line that the best defense is a good offense. She laughs it off and pulls out a small item, explaining it's a blessing that erases the user's memory from the past hour. Naturally, Bjorn asks why she didn't just use it during their first meeting, but she says it's expensive stuff. He raises a brow and casually asks why she'd waste such a pricey item on him when she could just off his unconscious party and make bank selling their loot. That hits a nerve and Amelia looks genuinely offended that he thinks she's some kind of monster. Without saying a word, she grabs his hand and shoves the drug straight down his throat, explaining it should be safe and totally side effect free. The lady tells him to sleep if he values his life, but right before he blacks out, when he finally wakes up, the system informs him the blessing's effect failed because it doesn't work on his soul, probably because he is a player. The next day at the administrative agency, Chauvin confirms the nameplate of Hans the Killer that Bjorn brought in as evidence and hands him a big coin pouch as the reward. He's caught off guard that she's not slapping him with a damage bill, but she explains that the higher-ups left them out because he was in a seriously special case and nearly lost his life. He remembers that by the IM he woke up his own gear was fine but the headlight and camera were smashed. And just like Amelia said, the others didn't have a single memory of what happened after they reached Hans's hiding spot, which makes him curious why his own memories were perfectly fine while Misha and Dwalki were losing their mind over finding Elisa magically dying. In the end, Rottmiller has a galaxy brain moment and deduces that it seems they were in a fight, and Bjorn's mace is probably what did her sorry excuse of a face in, and she probably used a curse to wipe their memories. Dwalki finds that theory believable, and the dwarf is vibing because they get the reward money and she's the one dead instead of them. By the time they get outside, they see Chauvin and Lagna who say they were considering going in because he took too long, but Bro doubts Tsundere Librarian and Nerdy Lady would have helped much anyway. Still, he does notice Lagna seems to be rolling in cash based on her elite-looking gear. Chauvin pokes fun at her for being so worried about him, clearly enjoying the moment. Later, he runs into a paladin who confirms the witch really was Elisa and promises that his people won't forget the help. Just like that, he secures the bounty. The news boosts his rep again, and now the women at the agency can't shut up about how Bjorn can get really massive when battling in the streets, but also in the sheets. Hearing them shamelessly whispering right in front of him mildly irritates him because he feels like a gorilla at the zoo. Chauvin slams the table and scolds the thirsty ladies to disappear before she reports them for harassment. With that settled, he tells her he needs to catch up with the gang. Chauvin casually tells him to swing by the library sometime because Lagna was apparently saving something special for him. He agrees, figuring he'll check it out later. At the bar, he walks in to find Hikarad laughing like a maniac, and Misha practically dying from laughter while Dwalki's passed out like he downed a barrel of booze. Seeing Bjorn, Hikarad gives him a dramatic welcome, while his greedy dwarf eyes are locked on the money Bjorn's brought with him. Turns out, the bounty on Elisa was a diabolical 10 million stones. So even after splitting it 5 ways, each person still bags a whopping 2 million stones. While Bjorn literally got his hand exploded and his head sent flying to earn that cash, the rest of them are out here thinking they just won the lottery with absolutely no clue what he actually went through. Suddenly, Misha pulls Bjorn close like it's a super serious secret and whispers that her dad asked her to bring him home, but his golden moment is interrupted by a blonde loser with Down syndrome whose name is Hans, as expected, so he tells the annoying guy to piss off. Just then, a pair of knights walk into the tavern, and everyone wonders what business the Moslin, who are pretty much the FBI that only nobles can join, have there. The knights head straight toward Bjorn's table, which makes him genuinely think he's about to get arrested for something dumb. But instead, one of them towers over the completely passed out Dwalki. Misha and Bjorn sit there confused as they watch the knight casually grab the mage by the collar like a cat. 3 hours later, the whole party ends up standing outside the city gates, waiting while their mage gets interrogated. Hikurad looks like he's seen death and wonders if they're torturing the poor guy, but Dwalki finally walks out like a brain-dead zombie. Back in the tavern, the blonde, wimpy boy drops the bomb that he has to leave the party since Baron Martin is actually his big brother. Bjorn stares at him in sheer confusion because the dude never once gave off noble vibes. Dwalki then admits he's technically half noble since his father was a baron, but he's the illegitimate child from a maid situation. Since he was born a stain on the family name, the baron's wife made sure one of her own brothers adopted him the moment he popped out. Still, he says life with his mom was good. Even so, Hikurad asks what that has to do with him quitting now, so Dwalki explains his father recently died, and the second son got the title. And when Rottmiller points out it is quite odd the first son didn't inherit, Dwalki says that's exactly the issue. The ruthless new baron had his own brother, and every thread in the branch family's wiped out, mafia style. So this random Moslin visit is probably a soft warning to keep Dwalki out of the spotlight. Annoyed, Dwalki says he was just starting to enjoy life for once, but thanks to someone getting famous, now he has to disappear from everything. Bjorn asks if he's seriously quitting just because Big Brother said so, and the man-child admits it. Instead of getting hit with a full charge of blasphemy, the Moslin gave him a labyrinth ban. It's a huge pain in Bjorn's side since now he's only got 9 days to find a new mage. That night, they all say their goodbyes. When Misha hears he's heading to the library, she asks to tag along because she's bored, but he tells her to go train instead of wasting time. Later inside the library, Bjorn formally introduces himself to Lagna. When she asks why he's come to read so close to closing time, he politely asks her to ditch her job and join his dungeon squad. She instantly shuts him down. Seeing her act all smug about it, he flips the script and says it's a shame she's too weak to be of any real help. Our boy starts teasing the librarian, saying there's no need to be embarrassed about being weak. Lagna snaps back that she never claimed that, and he guesses that she's got some skill. Instead, she changes the subject and asks if he's been curious about this all this time. But Bjorn just plays dumb and says he can't change her mind anyway. He mentions that Shaven told him she had something for him, but Lagna blinks in confusion, questioning if that's really how it was phrased. She explains that Shaven wanted to thank him for helping her but pushed the favor onto her instead, acting like a moody queen. When Bjorn asks what she's giving him, she says books, which sends him to his happy place. The spell grants him access to restricted high-security books usually reserved for nobles. He checks if that's really allowed, and she says it's fine as long as he keeps quiet. Apparently no one cares about this place anyway, though Bjorn starts to wonder what her deal is. Later, Bjorn is in full nerd mode, diving into the restricted texts and finding them packed with useful info, but he won't get to read them all since he came at closing time. Lagna scolds him for staying late, but allows him to continue. He reads through Rafdonia's organizational chart on public facilities, which drops some spicy details on agencies. Another book covers how a secret police agent barely survived a trip to the evil spirit world and returned half dead. The Rupture book only covers 4 cases due to space issues. The book feels like a perfect wiki guide, matching everything he learned over his 9-year grind in the game. But what really shakes him is the author Oriel Gabus is the developer of Dungeon in Stone. That sets off alarm bells as either a player wrote this or the developer did. If it's the second option, then this whole situation is intentional and way more complicated. Bjorn starts thinking the dev might be some kind of divine entity and figures it's lucky he found this clue. It's a reminder that he still knows next to nothing and wonders if the Abyss Gate could be his key home. Maybe tracking the author's name might help him return someday, and he debates asking around. For now, he checks through the book again in case he missed anything while sweating harder than a League player. Just before he knows it, morning comes and he notices Lagna passed out in her chair. He wakes her up and asks why she stayed quiet all night. She says she didn't do it for him and only stayed because she was tired from organizing books, making him suspect she's a bit nuts. She insists otherwise, and he just nods and stares, prompting her to ask why he hasn't left yet, which makes Bjorn start to think she might not be so bad after all. A few hours later, he bangs on Raven's door. She opens it, half asleep, and asks what he's doing there. He tries recruiting her again and she immediately slams the door shut. Bjorn yells that he has a task, and she reluctantly opens the door after seeing he brought a ripped piece of paper from the book, asking her to find where it was made. She lets him in and states that it won't come for free. But first, she questions the relic he used on the vampire and where he got it. He says he smashed a statue, which makes her suspicious. She demands to know how he knew, but Bjorn says he broke it out of boredom and never read about it. She presses further, asking how he figured out how to use it, and he claims it was just instinct. She asks him to swear, but finally sighs in disappointment, thinking she might have finally scored the rupture book while Bjorn briefly considers telling her it's in the library. She changes the topic and agrees to help, but only if he assists her seniors with their research. She promises to tell him the results next week and scolds him not to show up again unannounced, to which Bjorn agrees. Later during a team meeting, Misha dramatically bursts into tears while saying Bjorn wasn't home. He tells her he was at the library reading books, which makes her suspicious. She narrows her eyes and asks if he's sure, causing him to sweat a little. He tries shifting the topic and asks what she wanted to say yesterday, which causes her to panic. Before she can reply, the rest of the team arrives, saving her from the embarrassing situation, while Bjorn notes her odd behavior. Hikarad begins the meeting and starts with Bjorn, who bluntly suggests they find a new mage. The dwarf flares up, but Dwalki holds him back and agrees. Hikarad starts ranting about thinking things through, but Bjorn tells him to get to the point. He explains they should talk to the Baron, who often visits a nearby tea house, and should be arriving soon. The dwarf goes dramatic while claiming they'd have to wait a month if they miss this chance, and gives the puppy eyes, to which Bjorn grumbles but agrees. Sometime later, the Baron enters the tea house and Dwalki recognizes his second brother, after which Misha nudges him to go talk to him. Dwalki approaches and nervously requests an audience, and the bald butler informs the Baron he's Lady Carolina's son. The Baron asks what business he has, and Dwalki stutters so badly that Bjorn has to step in and apologize for the mess. The Baron is intrigued to be addressed by a barbarian, and says that it has been a long time since he last saw one. Bjorn explains their situation and asks for Dwalki's ban to be lifted, but the Baron coldly asks how that's his problem. Bjorn notices the confusion on his face as the butler explains Dwalki is an illegitimate child, to which the Baron says that it is a waste of time, draining Dwalki's color. Bjorn pushes again, but the Baron stays firm until the butler whispers something. The Baron freezes as he realizes this is little Valken. His mood flips and he praises the butler for recognizing Bjorn. Flashing his golden rings, he agrees to lift the ban, but asks Bjorn for a favor in return, that he wants Bjorn to attend a banquet in 2 months. Then he jokingly asks Bjorn to perform circus tricks, which ticks him off, but offers 1,000,000 stones as payment. Bjorn stays quiet for a moment, then smiles and says he'll gladly do it for the sake of his team, and definitely not for the 1,000,000 stones. The next day, the gang rushes to check on Dwalki, who still looks completely drained. He explains that while he's allowed back in the labyrinth, the process felt way too easy. Bjorn figures it's all thanks to the Baron's ridiculous status and quietly wishes to reach that level himself someday. Hikarad then distributes the promised reward, but no one ends up taking it out of shame. He thanks Bjorn for putting his warrior pride aside, though Bjorn just thinks it would have been plain stupid to throw away 1,000,000 stones like that. The dwarf gets all emotional and swears he'll never forget it and will repay him one day, but Bjorn brushes it off. Dwalki jumps in too with his own heartfelt promise, flustering Bjorn as Misha laughs and teases him. On the day of the labyrinth's opening, Bjorn leads a group of rookie barbarians to the portal as they chant his name like he's some kind of angel. He gives them a lecture, promising they'll grow into great warriors if they follow his advice. They all agree and thank him for his help, and he then sends them off. The barbarians keep hyping him up while Hikarad jokes that he's such a nice guy, though Bjorn just shrugs it off and says this is better than learning through blind experience. He narrows his eyes, remembering what Karak said about most of their original group dying, and how only a handful remain. Bjorn can't help thinking that with proper training, things might have turned out differently. Meanwhile, Misha asks Rottmiller why he isn't carrying a weapon, and he explains that he stored it inside his pocket dimension, and with that, the gang finally heads out. Bjorn recalls how garbage his past runs have been, and now that it's already the 4th one, he's bracing himself for whatever madness comes next. Thanks to a lucky starting point, they breeze through the 1st and 2nd floors, hunting everything in sight and reaching the next portal within 4 days. By the 8th day, they slice through the witch forest and reach the sky towers of the 4th floor. The area is crawling with monsters, including 6th ranks and a few exclusive ones. Bjorn charges in without hesitation, seeing it as prime experience farming ground, and wipes the monsters out fast. After a good round of hunting, they make nearly 4,000,000 crystals in profit, which isn't bad but still not enough to impress the gang. Hikarad jokes that maybe Bjorn's curse has finally been lifted. Our hero stares at his share, realizing it's less than what he earned the first time, and starts to understand why plunderers exist. For the next 30 days, he spends his time reading and getting roped into Raven's experiments. He also finds out that the Rupture book was written 150 years ago, which is the same year the game's timeline began, and the founding king died, which means that basically, everything started snowballing at once. Bjorn's desperate to know what happened back then, but without answers, he decides his only option is to dive back into the labyrinth. Sometime later, the labyrinth reopens, but their profits are about the same as last time, which leaves the whole crew disappointed. Back in his room, Bjorn tells himself not to stress, that things are going well, but immediately flips, questioning where that lazy thinking came from. Every time things seem peaceful, something awful happens, and he knows that pattern too well. He slaps his forehead and vows to get stronger, and if someone saw him right now, they'd probably think he's lost it. But even if he looks crazy, at least he'll survive. The next morning, Misha pours him food and asks if something's wrong while saying he's got that violent gleam in his eyes again. Bjorn realizes he's been distant with her, and while staying idle annoys him, he shouldn't take it out on others. Just then, Misha leans in and asks if he wants to touch her eyes, which almost makes him choke on his food. She says that used to calm her brothers down when they were kids. Bjorn's brain short-circuits as he wonders what kind of household she grew up in, but figures she's just trying to be kind and doesn't get why that sounds weird. He tells her not to say stuff like that, or others might get the wrong idea, which catches her off guard. He thinks that if he didn't know Misha liked skinny guys, he might have taken that way too seriously. Misha says he's not like most people but still looks a little sad, but then shifts the topic and offers him more meat instead. Bjorn then heads to the library and chats with Lana. He's about to say something but notices her expression and tells her to just ask what she wants to. She hesitates for a second but warns him that something serious might happen soon. She says there could be a dimensional collapse inside the labyrinth, which is something far worse than any floor lord, and our hero clicks that. Maybe that is why everything has been so peaceful lately. Bjorn still looks skeptical, so Lagna adds that the warning came from a mage at the Terupani school, who specializes in researching these collapses. Bjorn thanks her and starts walking away, which surprises her. She asks why he's leaving already, but he just waves and walks away now that he's got a new quest. At first, he doubts the mage is even real, but then rumors start to spread everywhere, and even Misha brings up the collapse. Everyone in town starts whispering about it, which makes Bjorn suspicious that someone might be spreading this on purpose. He's frustrated and wants access to better info, but that's hard when you're a barbarian. Eventually, he finds himself holding the pill which he originally planned to use later, but figures 2 months should be fine and swallows it. As midnight hits, the system registers his presence, and his soul begins transferring to another realm. He wakes up in an unfamiliar place, however he is now back to his original body. Meanwhile, in the real world, the police are discussing our boy Hansu's disappearance as they focus on leads involving his company and his family, though his mother doesn't seem to care at all. The senior officer questions why the case was even handed to them, and his partner explains that the cameras showed him entering but never leaving, with all the windows still locked. The senior flips through the case file and mutters that something about this is definitely off. He notes there's no sign of a break-in or even his card usage over the month. Even the clothes he was wearing were found, almost like the body just vanished while still inside them, which makes him think that this might involve a crazy serial killer. He asks if the scene was untouched, and tells his partner to contact the National Forensic Service. But before that, the guy wants to show him something. He brings up the monitor in Bjorn's room, which still has power despite not being plugged in. That alone sets off alarms and both of them find it creepy. On the screen are Bjorn's in-game achievements, and the senior stares in disbelief as he wonders what in the world is going on, while the partner adds that there have been similar cases overseas. Back in Bjorn's world, he's deep in thought as it's been 5 months since he arrived, and he's done some truly unthinkable things just to stay alive. He questions whether there's anything left of his humanity. He then notices his old computer in the spirit realm and sees that it wants a password. He typed in the only thing that came to mind, the phrase written on the note that Rafdonia's king is a granny kisser. The moment the password goes through, the entire room transforms. As it settles, Bjorn's eyes widen in shock as he is back in his old room. Not wasting a second, he scrambles to the mini fridge and sure enough, it's packed with Coke. He immediately grabs a can and starts chugging it only to realize it has no taste and not even bubbles. A doorbell breaks the moment and a voice calls out, asking if they can enter. A woman walks in and tells him that this room is a reflection of his thoughts, however, because his mental defenses are high, she can only see it as smoke. She adds that the password he entered was fake, and she had to come check it out herself. She introduces herself as the Soul Queen, a guide for players in this realm. Bjorn's thoughts drift to the suit he's wearing, and realizes that it came from his ex, but the woman cuts in again, saying he's now an official member. He figures she must have other ways of verifying him, and she confirms she can't split souls from bodies anymore, so he's not at risk. She then teaches him how to use the forums and tells him to create a username, but he gets an error saying it's already taken. Using his big brain, he just changes the spelling a bit, and out of nowhere, the Soul Queen asks if he's a big fan of that person, which catches him off guard. She doesn't explain further and heads out, telling him to put in a help request if he needs anything. Exploring the community is easy enough, so he joins a random chat room to get the hang of it, and is instantly transported to a campfire where the other users greet him warmly. The room leader introduces himself and asks where Bjorn's from, to which he answers Korea. The guy apologizes for the plane setup, explaining they didn't have enough points to decorate. He then instructs Bjorn to reveal his nickname, which makes him blink in confusion till he explains it. Bjorn finally gets the hang of it and reveals his username, Elf Nuna. The entire room freezes, then bursts into chaos as everyone starts fangirling. They're stunned that Elf Nuna is actually here. One even says they always suspected Elf was Korean, while another asks if it's really him. Hansu is actually a sweaty pro gamer who uploaded a stat breakdown 3 years into the game, who now realizes that the post somehow went viral without him realizing, and the Soul Queen's comment earlier suddenly makes more sense. Panicking a bit, he claims he's just a fan and points to the extra letter in the name. The others deflate in disappointment, and Hansu feels the effect of his lie instantly. The players then completely ghost him, but then a random guy walks up to him and asks how long he has been in the game for. Deciding that honesty's risky, he says it's been a year. The guy comments that he must have gotten the letter pretty late, as most players receive theirs early on, and he says Bjorn must have been a good actor, while adding that in the real world, only about 70 days have passed. That part throws Hansu off, so the guy explains that time moves at a 1:5 ratio, meaning only a month or so has passed in reality for his 3 months here. Hansu asks how to go back, but even Pink Guy doesn't know. He then asks who the first player was, and the guy replies that someone's been here over 20 years, which is when the community first started. Hansu is floored as he thinks that clearing the game in 5 years is insane, and even he has to respect that. But the realization crushes his gamer ego that these people reached the Gate of Abyss long before he did. Before he can say more, the guy asks what difficulty Hansu played on. He's completely thrown and Pink Guy keeps pressing, asking which remake difficulty he cleared. Hansu still has no clue what he's talking about, but the guy then explains that Koreans might know it as cheat mode, which was uploaded 5 years ago. Pink Guy proudly shares that he beat the game on 50 times less difficulty, making Hansu's brain implode. That version had tweaks to levels, drop rates, even essences. He asks again what difficulty Hansu used and R barely manages to answer 50. Pink Guy laughs, saying that was still hard, but the top player beat it on 15 times, while the average was around 60. Back in the real world, the chief asks his secretary if they secured the computer. She confirms that not only did they take it, but she also erased every trace in memory. The chief then asks about the man himself. She reports that he's average across the board except when it comes to gaming. The chief finds it impressive that such a guy managed to beat Oriel Gabus's legacy. She adds that the world building in the game was phenomenal, but the servers were shut down 5 years ago since no one could clear it. The old man says it wasn't a failure because our boy did clear it, but now he's curious just how far someone like him can really go. Hansu realizes his chat with Pink Guy ended up being a lot more useful than expected. He recalls how the guy asked what food he missed most, and Hansu had answered without hesitation that it was hot soup with rice. It's the most efficient meal he ever made, and thinking back, Pink Guy really helped relieve some stress. Staring at the screen now, he wonders whether this space will close on its own once time runs out. But he remembers Pink Guy mentioning that the duration was shortened from 12 to 7 hours. With that in mind, he decides to search for anything related to the dimensional collapse and opens up the trade market. He immediately sees tons of players offering information in exchange for money. Wasting no time, he immediately filters for the highest paying requests and thinks this is probably the most efficient way to make a fortune. With years of sweaty gamer knowledge under his belt, he starts printing money like a human cash machine as he knows the game better than most, and takes full advantage of that. As soon as he posts his own request, a seller pops up with the same name as him. The Picasso knockoff asks if he's after info on the mage and the school. Hansu had worded it that way on purpose, figuring too many people would lie about the collapse if he asked directly. He takes a seat and confirms he wants to know what the mage is really up to. Picasso immediately picks up on it that what Hansu wants is info about the collapse, and when asked if the rumors are true, he denies them. Hansu asks for the source, but the guy says it involves higher-ups, so Hansu offers even more money, which works like magic. The guy explains that Taratane School specializes in dimensional magic, and the headmaster wants to run an experiment on the labyrinth. It's not dangerous, but requires fewer people in the labyrinth, so the school spread false rumors to keep explorers away. Hansu asks if it's really fine for him to be spilling all this, but the guy shrugs it off that he's just here for the money. He adds that the royal family will soon shut the rumors down, because fewer explorers means fewer magic stones. Satisfied, Hansu offers to finish the payment, but the guy waves off the extra charges, saying he was too harsh on a fellow fan. That makes Hansu realize this man is so well established that he doesn't even care about money anymore, so it's no wonder that he knows all these tiny details. Our boy locks in the idea that it doesn't matter what difficulty the other guy beat the game on. This world isn't just some game anymore, it's reality which is governed by brutal rules where only the fittest survive, and right now, he's just a rookie. He smiles even though it is still a very long road as he feels the thrill creep in. He recalls the info dumps he sold to all those players and the years it took them to get where they are. It's exhilarating that the idea of falling behind never even crossed his mind. Meanwhile, in the real world, the chief looks at Hansu's achievements in disbelief and says the kid is totally insane. He's one of the rare few who reached the second floor on his first run, despite being handed absolute garbage to work with. The stats make no sense for someone who's only played for 3 months. The secretary suggests maybe he just got lucky, but the old man disagrees as if it were luck. There'd be more cases like this. He insists this is an outlier that goes beyond normal pattern and is one of those rare moments where the impossible becomes reality. He remembers the time Hansu dragged himself over 15 kilometers and beat a vampire at 0 health. He checks further and sees that Bjorn's growth rate is so ridiculous that even the moderator noticed. That reminds him of when everyone called the game a failure. But the developer stood firm and said something weird that even if only one person cleared it properly and got sent through, that would be enough to shift the balance. Back in the other world, Bjorn slowly opens his eyes. Only 13 seconds have passed in real time, but he realizes that during that window he's completely vulnerable, but he thinks that the Ghostbusters exceeded expectations and proved to be a solid info source. Completely wiped out, he decides to crash and deal with the Baron in the morning. By the next afternoon, he's marching through town in full barbarian gear, while wondering if this really isn't a dimensional collapse, then what exactly is going to happen? He decides to first speed run through today but can't help thinking the parade looks ridiculous. Just then, the Baldy stops him and tells him to play the part properly in front of the crowd, making Bjorn mutter that maybe they shouldn't have hired a barbarian in the first place. He ends up walking over 6 kilometers in the summer heat while listening to the bald guy's non-stop yapping. However, the Baron looks happy as ever and says he's never received this kind of attention before and promises a generous reward. He tells Bjorn to enjoy the banquet and leaves to meet the Count. Meanwhile, the guests side-eye the barbarian and whisper if it's even safe to leave one unattended. Our boy starts sweating a little until a uniformed man walks up and praises him for the job, while telling him to take it easy until the Baron returns. Our boy asks why the guy isn't mingling with the nobles, and he responds that he used to be an explorer, so he's not welcome in their crowd. Our boy asks for his name, and the man introduces himself as Carls, who Bjorn starts to click with since has no arrogance at all. He wishes the butler could learn a thing or two from him, but speak of the devil, the bald potato shows up again and immediately starts nagging them for sitting down. Carl shuts him up and informs that he told Bjorn to rest. But the bald pest won't let it go and orders our hero to get up, worried about how it might look to the others. Bjorn tries to joke his way through it, but the guy keeps yapping and he starts questioning if the reward is even worth this headache. He decides that he will do what the baldy wants, since it is only for this one day. Putting on his helmet, he declares himself a wild barbarian and lets out a massive war cry that stuns everyone around. The baldy shouts at him, asking what the hell he's doing, and our guy casually replies that he just felt like yelling. Spotting the food, he dives right in and starts wolfing it down like a true savage, leaving the butler frozen in place. The guests watch him with interest, and the butler's mood begins to shift as more people gather around. He even starts smiling, but our boy suddenly grabs his shoulder and says dead serious that he wants to crush his skull. The guy starts sweating bullets and nervously laughs, asking if it's some kind of joke, but Bjorn looks him straight in the eye and says he wasn't joking at all. The bald potato starts panicking as he recalls Bjorn's history, and he instantly whips up a lame excuse and runs away. Meanwhile, Carls watches the butler sprint off with zero shame, absolutely losing it in laughter. Bjorn notices and thinks that maybe this banquet is finally starting to get entertaining. After stuffing his face a little more, a few nobles start approaching and some freaky noble girls ask if they can touch his arm. He humors them with a flex and they all squeal as they run their hands along his jacked, veiny arms. The other nobles join in, asking him to shout like before, and Bjorn doesn't disappoint as he slips into opera mode and belts out a roar that brings a couple of elderly nobles to tears. Requests keep rolling in, and Bjorn starts feeling like a walking, talking mascot. The guards standing nearby start grumbling in jealousy and make nasty remarks. Our boy catches wind of their comments and starts getting ticked off, but just then, the Baron shows up and drags him away for a stroll. The Baron shows him off like a prized trophy, proudly parading him through the crowd and even introduces him to the Viscount, who's already heard of Little Valken and wonders what he's doing here. Bjorn answers that he's repaying the Baron for a personal favor, which leaves the Viscount impressed. The Baron milks the whole situation and forces him to repeat his scripted lines with a proud smile. The Viscount finds Bjorn's sense of duty admirable, while he quietly despairs over the fact that he has 13 more of these exhausting meet and greets ahead. Still, the result isn't bad as his fame stat skyrockets from all the exposure. Once the intros are done, he gets pulled into the role of entertainer and starts bending metal bars while the crowd loses it. Just then, a familiar paladin shows up and greets the Baron, surprised to find Bjorn in the middle of this crowd. The Baron finds it interesting that our hero knows the captain, but Krovitz humbly says he's not worthy of such a title, though the surrounding nobles strongly disagree, while Bjorn starts to wonder why the hell a paladin captain was collecting corpses. The captain tells him he can come by any time and offers his support, recalling the impressive favor Bjorn once did for them. This takes the Baron by surprise, who starts looking at our boy with a zesty expression. Around 30 minutes later, the Count finally arrives and the Baron hurries Bjorn over, saying the Count's been dying to meet him, though this gives him a weird feeling. The Count greets him enthusiastically, shaking his hand with a huge grin while Bjorn finds it odd that a Count is being this friendly with a barbarian. The Count jokes that maybe it's time to start calling him Big Valken instead. Then out of nowhere, he announces a great idea that he's planning a sparring event between knight trainees and asks if he wants in. Everyone around starts whispering, clearly eager to see the barbarian fight, while Bjorn remembers the reward for winning is 2 million stones and a numbered item called Garpa's necklace. This thing can create random substances with a crystal, and like the frost ring, it also has a special event hidden inside it. Though he's been feeling like something bad is on the horizon, he crushes that anxiety as if he tries to run from everything. The only ending waiting is a bad one. He admits he's nervous but realizes that he needs to embrace his fears and move forward. The Baron asks how strong he is and says he better not lose, while Bjorn just replies that 10 seconds is all he needs to smash a few skulls. The butler nearly faints at that, while the Baron laughs and promises to double the reward if he wins. With new fire lit under him, Bjorn stands and says he'll give it his best. Later, one of the knight trainees walks up and starts mouthing off about how arrogant he is for saying 10 seconds, while our boy recognizes this punk as the same guy who mocked his little Bjorn. The other knight tries to intimidate him with empty threats, and Bjorn instantly remembers him as the one who insulted his pride. The orange-haired knight starts adding his own nonsense, but Bjorn cuts him off and asks if they're all brain damaged. He then calls them out as cowards for ganging up on one guy, saying even toddler warriors would show more spine. The knights try to save face with some gaslighting, but Bjorn claps back that they have zero honor. He raises his voice to the crowd and shouts that a bunch of knights are bullying a fellow participant before the matches. The growing crowd begins to murmur while the knights go mad and shout at him to shut up. Everyone is gossiping at how horrible it is for the knights to do such a thing who look like they want to disappear. Eventually, they shuffle away in shame, while Bjorn stands tall and declares that he'll knock some sense into them later. Sometime later the duels begin and a knight's arm goes flying. He's pleasantly surprised that the wannabe knights actually took the bait and starts to smile like a kid who found ice cream as he spots his favorite punching bag, the one who insulted his little barbarian. The orange head tries to act noble, swearing to fight with honor, but Bjorn cuts him off with a savage war cry that has the whole crowd going wild. The announcer starts the match and the knight immediately pulls out some flashy multi-sword skill that momentarily confuses Bjorn. He still blocks all the attacks with ease, grinning that he really has become a proper barbarian now, but understands that he shouldn't underestimate him. The knight goes for his throat, but Bjorn whips his head back like a pro. The fraud knight is caught off guard as Bjorn activates his wild outburst skill, which increases his threat level. With his promise to finish the match in under 10 seconds fresh in his mind, he yells for the knight to come at him properly as there is plenty of time left, which scares the life out of him. While Bjorn's wild burst skill raises his threat level, that doesn't affect humans directly. Still, if someone is scared enough, it makes them cower, and if they're brave, it pumps them up with even more fighting spirit. Our boy gets curious to see which way this goes in Sylvania's case, and it turns out to be the second one. Bjorn quietly wishes he had a shield right now, while Sylvania comes in trying to slice open his arm with a sword, but the attack barely breaks skin. The ginger just stares in disbelief, and Bjorn tells him the obvious: he's way too weak. As he casually pulls the sword out of his arm, a few drops of blood splatter across Sylvania's face. The ginger tries to save face by calling it a dirty trick, while Bjorn wonders what exactly he's done wrong. Something must seriously be wrong in that guy's head. Bjorn reminds him of his earlier promise, that the next time they meet he'll finally fix whatever brain damage he's got. So naturally, he grabs him by the neck and lifts him off the ground with one hand. Since there's something wrong with the head, he figures the barbarian solution is obvious, and punches him right in the face. Later in the medical tent, Bjorn asks the priestess if Sylvania is dead. She says no, but adds that maybe he could have held back just a little. Bjorn argues that he only used his hand and not even his axe. He didn't expect that one punch would knock the loser out cold. The priestess is clearly annoyed and says it wasn't just a knockout, he hit him so hard that some literal brain fluid leaked out. Bjorn silently enjoys giving her a taste of barbarian stupidity. Suddenly, Sylvania wakes up and asks where he is, swearing he was just on his way to the duels. The priestess calmly explains that he probably lost a bit of memory from the injury, and it'll come back soon enough because she's already healed him physically. As the ginger thanks her, Bjorn casually steps closer and asks if he seriously doesn't remember anything. Sylvania nervously says no and tells him to stay back because he's not enjoying this one bit. Bjorn can tell he's not lying and says he'll leave, but first, he wants the guy to do something. He asks Sylvania to repeat the same words he once used to make fun of him. The moment those words come out of his mouth, everything clicks. His memory returns instantly. But Bjorn doesn't stop there. He towers over him with full intimidation mode, and Sylvania immediately folds and starts begging for mercy. Bjorn takes that as a major win. As far as he's concerned, he just fixed brain damage even the priestess couldn't. Then the Baron asks where he's been, saying he's been looking everywhere. Bjorn shrugs and says he just went to check on the knight. The Baron looks surprised, considering it was Sylvania who attacked him first. Bjorn casually says that if it were in the labyrinth, he'd have used an axe. Honestly, he never thought knights would be this soft. The Baron surprisingly agrees and says it's really their fault for slacking off in training. Our boy asks if it's really okay to go wild when the opponents are from noble households, but the Baron assures him it's no issue at all. In fact, he says that's the entire point of these events and nobody cares even if someone dies. And if it ever becomes a problem, he can easily cover it up. All Bjorn needs to do is focus on winning, and the more unhinged he acts, the more the Count will be entertained. Hearing that, our boy promises he'll crush everyone's skulls without holding back. The announcer then declares the next fight between Bjorn Jandel of the Martin Baron household and Sir Quarton of the Surfia Baron household. Bjorn feels like luck is on his side today, since he's got another member of that idiot trio lined up. The announcer signals the match to begin. Quarton starts rambling about shame and how he won't go down easily after what Bjorn did to Sylvania. But before he can finish his noble monologue, Bjorn lands one clean strike and crushes his skull, ending the fight in under 3 seconds. He lets out a roar that shakes the arena, and the crowd absolutely loves it. They start chanting the name Night Slayer as if he's a legendary gladiator. Seeing the people really enjoy watching skulls get caved in this much, Bjorn silently wonders who the real savage is. In the semifinals, he gives the crowd a new move, a spinefold, by tossing his opponent in the air and cracking his back across his knee. Still, he's kind of disappointed. The final idiot from the trio wasn't his matchup, so the guy missed out on Bjorn's special physical therapy. Even funnier, every person who loses to Bjorn now begs the priestess to convert them to her faith. The Baron, pleased beyond words, asks where he picked up that last move. Bjorn says he just wants to rest before the next round, so the old man leaves him alone. With only one opponent left, our boy figures it must be the Count's knight trainee. Sure enough, the announcer announces the final match, Sir Albatross from the Count's side versus Bjorn from the Baron's. As they face each other, both exchange brief greetings. Bjorn already analyzed him during his earlier match. He's got the essences of a great orc warrior, a giant golem, and a cyclops. A pretty standard combo for brute force. That tells Bjorn all he needs to know about what kind of man the Count is. Albatross wonders where Bjorn's gear is, and Bjorn casually explains it felt uncomfortable, so he ditched it. That response actually reassures Albatross. Maybe this fight won't be so one-sided after all. The announcer signals them to begin, and Albatross invites him to come at him, but Bjorn knows exactly what he's trying to do. He activates gigantification and wild outburst at once, and the moment Albatross sees it, he freezes. Then he panics and bolts like a toddler, running off the field. The announcer declares him disqualified, but Albatross begs for a redo, claiming it was a mistake. The Count interrupts looking disgusted and asks how much longer he plans to humiliate his house. Meanwhile, Bjorn wonders if maybe using gigantification was a tad too much. Meanwhile, at Erwin's place, she grows obsessed with the idea that becoming stronger is the only way to get everything she wants. Teresia enters her room and asks if she's all right, and Erwin responds by questioning why she thinks so. Teresia says it's because she was talking to herself, but Erwin cuts her off, saying she's busy talking to her spirits and they can talk later. After leaving Erwin's room, Teresia thinks she must be the only one in the city who doesn't know about Little Valken, so it might be good to tell her, but this obsession has made her far stronger. In a short time, Erwin has contracted 4 spirits and awakened 3. She has also improved her archery, martial arts, and dagger skills. Now she can even hunt 7th-ranked monsters alone. Teresia decides she shouldn't say anything since Erwin is progressing rapidly. Then she wonders if this growth might be because of her essences. She grabs the compilation of low-tier essences and sees she's right, as all 3 increase her obsession stat, explaining her behavior. She figures it's not worth removing an essence just to erase its side effects and plans to wait for a better one. Now that she knows the cause, she believes she can keep things under control. But as she tries to sleep, she dreads what would happen if Erwin finds out about Bjorn before they can fix her essence. At 2 in the morning, Bjorn finally returns to the city. He thinks that quests from nobles are always worth doing since he got paid well for just a day's work. The Baron was impressed, and told him he could ask for help any time. The Count, however, seemed disappointed and said he'll contact him when he's better prepared, asking him to decline other nobles' requests until then. The Count seemed willing to do anything to steer things his way, so Bjorn agreed. He still can't believe he got the necklace so easily, considering he could never get it in the game. Bjorn feels he's been too lucky lately, so now he even breathes with caution. The next morning, our boy receives a wave of requests from different nobles, but he's forced to reject them all thanks to the Count. He still can't figure out what that guy is thinking, but the look in his eyes definitely shook him. What really worries him, though, is not knowing the motive for what a noble would want from a barbarian. Bjorn decides he'll dig into it at the next community meeting, especially since it's his last month helping Raven with her research. When he asks her who he's assisting today, she looks nervous as the old man suddenly shows up. Seeing him, Bjorn gets annoyed and tells Raven that when she said senior, he didn't expect an actual senior citizen. The blonde girl apologizes, saying the old man was just too stubborn to shake off, while the mage casually adds there's no reason to be tense. Bjorn still thinks he muscled his way in, and sure enough, the old man reveals he just wanted to see whether his magic tool can detect an evil spirit's soul or not. At that, our boy realizes he needs to calm down and brace for the worst, and to avoid any suspicion, he acts shocked about the magical part of the tool instead of the evil spirit part. Then, he questions if the device is actually safe considering all the messed up experiments Raven has already put him through. The old man is annoyed and asks if Bjorn doesn't trust him while reminding him that he's a big deal at the Altemian school. He then assures him that there's no danger at all, because Raven herself is going to prove firsthand it works. Hearing that, Raven looks disturbed, but the old man brushes it off like it's no big deal. She replies that she is only fine with checking the formulas. Bjorn watches them argue and figures the disciple's obviously going to back her master, so he can't trust either one of them. But the old man's face says even he isn't fully confident, which only proves it probably doesn't work. Convinced no such tool exists, our boy figures if someone really did make one, then the old man probably tricked him into being the first test subject. And if he tries to back out now, he'll fall right into the geezer's trap, so he takes the L and decides to give it a shot. The old man asks our boy what he plans to do, adding that it isn't dangerous and only takes 5 minutes. Bjorn agrees to try it, but then the old man suddenly looks nervous and asks if he's really sure. Already suspicious, Bjorn asks what he means by that and the geezer backtracks, saying he was just worried it might be dangerous, but now thinks it's fine. Our boy reminds him he only agreed because Raven would check it, and tells him to hurry up because he wants to sleep after this. Once Bjorn leaves, Raven turns to the old man and asks what he was trying to pull. The old man shrugs it off, saying it might have looked strange, but it was just an old chair. Raven glares and asks if he's really not going to explain, especially after she played along. When he finally answers, Raven asks if he truly believed Bjorn was an evil spirit, and if that's why he asked about the labyrinth the other day. The old man tells her to calm down, but she presses again, wanting to know if his doubts are gone now. He admits he was wrong. Raven says she understands why he had doubts. He is pretty goofy, but she still demands to know why he tested him like that instead of reporting to the police. The old man says if he had, Bjorn might have died, then walks off saying he's tired. Raven is left stunned. She always thought he needed a living evil spirit for his experiments, but now she has no idea what the mad scientist is after. Meanwhile, Bjorn reaches his room and flops onto the bed thinking it was one hell of a weird time. He wonders why the old man looked so shaken, but decides it's not worth stressing over. Then, out of nowhere, Misha slides into his room and asks if he's asleep. He's startled at first until he remembers he gave her a key. Being a true man of culture, he grabs her hand, pulls her close, and says he needs her for the night. Misha is flustered, but before her thoughts get too steamy, Bjorn tells her to help write some letters since he has to reply to nobles. She asks if it's okay to send nobles letters like these, since it might cause issues. He says it's fine while scribbling that he's too busy and they should find another barbarian. As they write, the cat girl asks our boy to tell her about yesterday. At the team's regular meeting, Hikurod asks why Bjorn isn't answering, but he tells him to wait since he's still thinking. Only 10 days remain before the labyrinth opens, and the dwarf announces he won't be joining this time because if a dimensional collapse really happens, they're all dead anyway. Dwalki and Rottmiller share the same view. Misha then asks our boy what he plans to do. Bjorn thinks he could convince them with what he knows, but there's no real point because it's better for him this way. He can use the rupture to level up, and since he can't say everything yet, he'll just take Misha along. Our boy says it's settled. This time, only the two of them will go. Misha is surprised, but Bjorn asks if she really thought he'd go alone. She hesitates, so he tries some emotional blackmail, saying he'll go solo if she's worried. But Misha fires back, saying maybe he should have asked her first or spoken more nicely. Bjorn then properly asks her to come along, and she says there's no way she'd let him go alone. He's a bit shocked at how easily it worked. Bjorn announces it's settled, and this time, it's just Misha and him. The next day, word spreads that the royal family has denied the rupture rumors, blaming the magic school for spreading lies. Hikurod bursts into Bjorn's room and says they can now go to the labyrinth since it's safe, but Bjorn turns them down, saying he already accepted a request and slams the door in Hikurod's face. Misha asks when he accepted a request, and he casually admits he was just making an excuse. He then tells her the truth that this time he's planning to enter the rupture. She asks how he's going to do that and whether he figured something out from the library. He says it's something like that. She wonders why he's keeping it a secret, saying it would be better if everyone went together. Bjorn asks if she's told anyone about the Frost Ring or her Spirit Beast contract. She replies no, since he told her to keep it quiet. He then asks what would happen if Hikurod were told the same thing. She says he'd probably spill everything the moment he got drunk. He asks about Dwalki or Rottmiller. She says she's unsure about Rottmiller, but Dwalki would definitely blurt it out by mistake. Our boy thinks he actually shares the same opinion that Rottmiller might keep it a secret, but he'd definitely question how Bjorn found out, and that would cause problems. Misha understands what he's getting at and asks why he's telling her instead. Bjorn thinks there are a few reasons, like she doesn't spill secrets easily, and she's such a terrible liar that if she did, he'd know right away. But instead of explaining all that, he just tells her she's someone he can trust. Her face turns red when she hears that, and she pretends to act proud. Bjorn knows he'll be incredibly busy preparing, with only 8 days left before the labyrinth opens. The next day, the two of them head out to buy enchantments and other supplies that cost a lot, all paid from their shared account. On the 7th day, Bjorn gets his level 4 seal activated, which boosts his stats and allows him to stay in giant form much longer. Misha asks if she can come along to the library, and he sarcastically asks if she can even read. At the library, Lagna casts a basic spell on both of them. When Bjorn asks why she's using that instead of the usual one, she says the other spell is something she does specially for him, so she can't use it in front of others. Our boy says she should have told him that privately, and Lagna turns to Misha, telling her to just forget everything she heard. The two of them stare at her, clearly surprised. On the 5th day, Bjorn visits Raven for the last time. She tells him not to die out there, and when he asks if she wants his tower pass back, she says to keep it and visit her if he ever needs help. Finally, on the big day, Bjorn gives a few tips to the rookie barbarians, who thank him for the advice. Hikarad jokes that they're lucky to have a mentor like him, but Bjorn says he just pointed them in the right direction. He warns the dwarf to always be suspicious of overly friendly people, and the dwarf fires back, asking if he really looks that naive. Rottmiller says they're heading in, and when he asks if the others are joining, Misha replies that they're just waiting for their client. And then the three of them step through the portal. After half an hour, the portal shrinks, and Misha asks if they're still not going in, but Bjorn tells her to wait a little longer since the delay will double their experience. He then realizes that veterans dislike newbies because they just don't listen. Suddenly, he signals her to move, and they land on the first floor right in front of the portal to the second. Misha is stunned and asks how this is possible, and Bjorn gives her a brief explanation. Her brain stalls mid-thought, and he admits he can't explain it well either, and just knows how to use it. She says she feels bad for Rottmiller, since if he finds out about this shortcut, all his hard scouting work will seem pointless, and Bjorn agrees that Rottmiller would be depressed since takes his role too seriously. They're transported to a stone desert on the 2nd floor, and Bjorn curses their luck. He knows he needs to head east to reach the beast lair for the magic crystal, which means they'll have to backtrack. They travel east for 2 days, killing monsters along the way. Misha groans about picking up all the magic crystals, and Bjorn quietly thinks how much easier things would be if Dwalki were around to help. Soon Misha spots people approaching and asks what they should do. Bjorn isn't sure, but guesses it's a group doing a speed run, seeing how fast they've gotten this far. A team dashes past them, and Misha notices their expensive gear. She wonders if you need such fancy items to open shortcuts, but Bjorn tells her not to envy them, promising they'll also reach that level one day. She asks if he really believes that, and he thinks it makes sense as she's been underestimated as an adventurer, so she doesn't know yet. Misha then tells him he talks about big achievements like they're no big deal, and asks if it's because he's a barbarian. He asks if she's teasing him, but she elbows him and says she really likes that attitude of his. Bjorn gets a little flustered and thinks that sometimes she's just too direct, then quietly wonders if she is becoming a barbarian or something. As they move along, the explorers start commenting on Bjorn's big, girthy mace and his magic backpack. He's caught off guard, not expecting how suspicious it must look for elites like them to still be hanging around the first floor entrance. Seeing him chuckle, Misha asks what's so funny, and he finds himself thinking back to when he was saved only by the pity of elite explorers. He also wonders how Erwin is doing since she was the first partner he ever had. Right then, he catches some ugly dude throwing him a nasty side-eye, and it practically makes Bjorn feel his jealousy practically stab him. The guy really creeps him out, so he tells the ginger to just spit out whatever he wants to say. But the guy immediately apologizes as it's hard to keep up the attitude when a 2-meter Hulk starts looming over him. Misha grabs Bjorn's arm and asks what's got him so worked up, making him feel like some gangster trying to act tough in front of his wife. Still suspicious, Bjorn asks the guy to state his name, and sure enough the NPC says it's Hans. Bjorn calls him a liar at first, but the guy explains that his name used to be Hans, and he changed it because it was too basic. That explains why Bjorn was feeling like garbage just standing near him, and he advises the newbie to make sure he never becomes a filthy Hans. Suddenly the whole floor shakes and Bjorn realizes that the rupture has opened, so he grabs Misha and bolts toward it at full speed. He starts panicking because this thing shouldn't have opened for another 3 days, which means someone must have triggered it manually, just like he'd planned to do. Wondering if it's a player who did it, he pulls Misha along and charges full Leroy Jenkins straight into the portal. Inside the snowy area, a trio of explorers greet them with big smiles besides a grumpy old man. Bjorn introduces himself and Misha, but changes her name to Michelle. She looks confused for a second before catching on and giving the worst poker face in history. Bjorn tells them he's a solid tank, while the girl Janissa says she's a scout with goblin archer essence, and the harmless guy claims he's just an average frontliner. Judging by their looks, our hero figures they're probably second or third level explorers. It worries him a little that they seem like beginners, but it makes sense as no real pros would ever come to the rupture till it opens naturally every 5 to 6 months, so one of them forcibly opened it while the other two just got lucky. Putting that aside, Bjorn can't help but feel suspicious of the extra hairy man, who casually mentions he uses the comically large crossbow strapped to his back. The guy then calls Bjorn rude for not introducing himself first and flexes that he's actually a 5th rank. Bjorn tries to interrogate him, hoping to sniff out who opened the rupture, but the guy just reverses every question back at him. Their little exchange leaves Bjorn wondering if an archer like that can really survive solo without a team, but his aura is heavy enough to make him convincing. The sweaty loser and the scout girl on the other hand aren't hiding much, and it's clear what they are. Still curious about who triggered the rupture, our boy silently swears he'll find the imposter like it's Among Us. Once they settle the loot split and everyone's satisfied, the group forms up and pushes ahead. Along the way, they run into a yeti that terrifies Janissa, but Bearman turns to the nervous scout girl and explains that the right path is always the one with monsters. Wasting no time, Bjorn tells the scrubs to stay back, but Bearman humbles him and tells him to hold his beer as he whips out that monstrous crossbow and fires with ridiculous force. Still, the yeti manages to block it and avoid a one-shot. After that, Bearman casually tells the others to finish it off, surprising Bjorn with how serious he is about sharing the workload. Our boy charges in, tanking the yeti head-on even though it's no weak monster, so both newbies are already praying for his life. While Bjorn keeps his attention, he yells at Misha, or rather Michelle, who does a cool backflip for style points before brutally making the yeti wish it didn't have eyes. After he's done with the yeti, Bjorn gives the smug middle-aged man bragging that his cat is one hell of a fighter, so whoever the imposter is better get ready to be exposed. As they go deeper, they run into a pack of ice wolves, and most of the heavy carrying falls on Bjorn and Misha. Bearman still lands some impressive hits, even if his oversized crossbow only targets one enemy at a time. Since no one really claims the leadership role, Bjorn just casually takes the right turn every time because he memorized the map and burned it into his brain from years of sweaty gaming. While moving through the dungeon, he starts suspecting the imposter might be a high IQ NPC or a player pretending to be dumb for unknown reasons. When they step down the stairs, he notices the imposter didn't bother grabbing the secret item inside the pillar. He figures he'll swipe it on the way back like it's no big deal. Carlson and Janissa get distracted by how pretty the cave looks, and the girl asks about the huge shiny pillar in the middle. She touches it and fakes shock that it's glowing, so Bearman throws out a guess that it's probably an objective and that a couple monsters might spawn and unlock the next path. That guess makes Bjorn suspicious, but he doesn't call Mafia on Bearman just yet, mostly because Bearman is very wrong about the couple of monsters. The entire floor suddenly shakes when the boss is summoned, and right before it shows up, a horde of bloodthirsty frost wolves arrive like they've been waiting to crash the party. Bearman's frozen, clearly not ready for this many enemies. Janissa panics instantly, so Bjorn suggests setting up a holdout near the stairs where it's easier to defend. They manage to wipe out the first wave of 20 wolves, but in the second round, a group of saber-toothed tigers almost tear through Misha. One of them tries to flank Bjorn, but he's more shocked when an ice golem shows up carrying a nasty stacking debuff that melts players if ignored. He instantly goes full Valhalla mode and smashes it like it insulted his ancestors. Then, the mutated Yeti mini-boss Frost Lord Cthulhu appears and drops a suppression skill. Bjorn recognizes it right away from his many fights with plunderers like Amelia. Janissa and Carlson both freeze up mid-fight, but Misha bites her tongue to break the effect while Bjorn just stands there, completely unaffected, thanks to his top-tier resistance. With full force, he leaps ahead yelling Valhalla straight at the big boy, and Misha's already annoyed as she warns him to quit being so ballsy. She ends up ditching the monsters chasing her just to back him up anyway. The mini-boss lets out his nasty frost breath that chills Bjorn to the core, but he's not some fragile little weakling. He powers through the cold and slams the Yeti's skull with his mace. The mutated beast roars and tries to fight back, but Bjorn roars louder to assert dominance, and then gives it a firm, unapologetic smack to the face. He keeps going, slapping it side to side like he's the school bully, and the Yeti didn't give him lunch money. Right then, a voice tells him to run if he values his life. Bearman charges his crossbow with a skill called Dangerous Material, and the second he lets it fly, the bolt streaks through the air with a dark, menacing aura. It smacks Cthulhu right in the eye, because of course it's the eye every time. As the boss crumbles, Bjorn is really surprised as he notices the skill also fries nearby enemies. His theory that he was a single-target burst damage dealer goes down the drain, seeing the guy was hiding a cracked AoE skill the whole time. With Bearman's help, Our duo wipes out 9 full waves of monsters, and 2 essences drop earlier than expected. Bearman politely tells the newbies they can pick first, but Bjorn steps in and tells them they're free to take the Frostwolf one after calling dibs on the Yetis. Carlson acts angry for a moment, but that quickly dies the moment Bjorn gives him his angry caveman look. Misha congratulates him on the power-up, but he corrects her that it's actually for her. She nervously twiddles her thumbs and asks all innocent how he expects her to repay him, since essences aren't exactly cheap. Bjorn blanks out for a second, wondering how evil she thinks he is. That's because the Yeti's essence is no joke. It boosts cold affinity and packs some top-tier stats. Even better, they landed the rare blue-tier version with a powerful active skill that skyrockets the user's cold affinity. While Bjorn does think she might be a bit too underleveled to unleash its full potential, the cat girl grabs him and shakes him, begging him to stop torturing her and just say what he wants from her in return. He smoothly tells her he only charges temporary party members, and because he plans on staying with her a long time, she owes him nothing. Misha is both stunned and thoroughly rizzed after he adds she should stop hesitating if she plans to stay by his side forever as well. She says screw it and finally absorbs the essence, which makes her feel weird instantly. Afterward, Bjorn asks the noob duo what they picked. They just give creepy little grins and say they're passing on both, making him mad suspicious why 2 total beginners would waste away such a precious item. The guy says a Frostwolf essence wouldn't suit him, but Bjorn fires back and asks what he even knows about Frostwolves. The newbie claims it's just a 9th rank drop and figures something better will show up later. That sets off a quiet alarm in Bjorn's head, but he holds back from pointing fingers just yet, and instead shifts his attention to Yensia. She also declines, saying that removing essences costs a lot. Bjorn agrees that it wouldn't really match a swordswoman like her anyway. Still, he finds the situation annoying because he was ready to rule them out as suspects, but now that neither of them took it, he can't make up his mind about who is the mafia member. He even starts doubting whether they're all on the same team while Jensia asks if it's finally over. Right then, the ceiling caves in, and Misha shouts as she points at something approaching fast. A massive ice wolf drops in from above, and Bjorn immediately recognizes it as Tarun Boss, the final boss, even though the fight was supposed to happen way later. But the boss apparently gets impatient and instantly launches an ice blast their way. Before they can react, the ground starts cracking apart, and Misha nervously calls for Bjorn, but it's already too late. The entire group plummets through the ice and plunges into the 3rd chapter of the rupture. Bjorn bursts out of the freezing water with a gasp and starts cursing the awful reality patch the developers added, because in the game you'd just teleport to the next stage with some health loss. But here, they got slammed around and then tossed off a waterfall. Bjorn groans as he finally understands why the health drops at this level and complains that every part of his body hurts after all that. Misha calls out to him in a panic, and he reassures her that he's alright before asking about her, while the newbies drag themselves out of the freezing water. Avman calls everyone over to the fire he made, and Misha's surprised that he carries firewood everywhere. He shrugs it off, saying it's obvious for a solo traveler, which Bjorn silently agrees to as well. Still, the newbies are trembling like broken vibrators and whine that the fire doesn't help. Avman figures it must be some kind of special zone, and Misha notes that it reminds her of the witch's forest. The muscle man admits that while the cold makes sense, their bodies shouldn't be locking up like this. Misha casually adds that she doesn't feel cold anyway since she has resistance, and asks Bjorn if he's freezing. He tells her he'll manage, which makes her blink in confusion, so he explains that while he's definitely shivering, it doesn't really hurt. She calls him a dumb barbarian and offers to warm him up with her body, making his entire face turn tomato red while Mr. Bear lets out a teasing whistle. Later on, they decide the area is safe enough and figure it could work as a campsite. However, Bjorn knows deep down he can't trust anyone else enough to really sleep. Mr. Bear checks if the other 2 will be fine on their own, and Misha replies that they've got their own firewood. She tells our hero to sleep first, but he stops her and says he needs to tell her something. He asks if anyone from the group stood out as shady, and Misha takes a moment to fire up her 2 brain cells and says one thing is bothering her. She activates her tea spilling and reveals some very useful info which makes him grin. He praises her sharp eye while staring at the fire, finally piecing together who the imposter really is. About 6 hours later, they pick the exploration back up and luckily only need to stick to the main route to reach their target. Our boy crushes the 8th rank monsters that jump from the ice walls, and Misha doesn't fall back either. The newbie blocks a hit and calls out to Jensia as he warns that the strikes feel worse here because of the zone's debuff. Meanwhile, Bjorn finds their whining annoying since they're not even on the front lines and might as well vanish for all the help they're offering. A few hours later, they enter a room full of frozen ice orcs, which are all 7th rank monsters. Jensia nervously asks if they'll have to fight them, but Avman wastes no time. He locks eyes with the orcs, and just like that, they snap out of their icy prison and start charging, not giving the group a moment to breathe. Our hero shouts at everyone to get into formation and stay calm as the orcs close the gap. He narrows his focus, admitting that while he has no clue what the Mafia is plotting and they as well be just trying to clear the ruptures but keeps his guard up anyway. Blocking a heavy strike, he realizes that this would be the perfect moment for a betrayal, so he decides to hold back his true strength just in case. The newbies narrowly avoid a hit, and Avman asks Misha why she's not helping her hunk, but she simply replies that she's just watching from behind. Bearman sees that the newbies are dead weight and steps in as his body starts glowing, and he casually summons an actual bear, catching even Bjorn off guard. The bear then begins tearing through orcs like it's just another Tuesday. Watching the beast, he figures out how Avman managed to survive solo all this time, but he also notes that the bear might wipe out all the monsters before the Mafia gets a chance to act. So he switches to plan B and takes a direct hit which sends him flying. Misha rushes toward him with a dramatic scream and tears in her eyes as the orc slams him into the ground and she cries out his name. But our boy pulls off a sneaky one as he times the hit perfectly so his helmet and regeneration skill shield his head. Then he leaves the rest to Misha. The newbie yells out if Bjorn is okay and screams at the orc to stop as he rushes in, but right then, an arrow shoots through the creature which catches the guy off guard. The ice orc sorcerer tries to whip up a spell, but Misha yells at the newbie to move aside while Avman rolls like a sweaty Warzone player and takes aim again. The sorcerer summons an ice wall, but the arrow slices through it like butter and finds its new home right in the orc's skull. Bjorn watches while thinking the bear guy might just take out the whole field before the Mafia does anything. He curses under his breath that all his setup might have gone to waste, but then a voice cuts in that they can drop the act now. Bjorn stiffens while Jensia smirks as she uses armor change, then activates Beastly Walk for max stealth, followed by her revenge skill that maxes her attack penetration and causes constant bleeding. With a twisted grin, she stabs Avman straight through the gut and announces that the dropped essence will fetch her 30 million stones. Meanwhile, our boy is glad that the Mafia finally made her move and revealed herself. The bear begins to fade as the summoning collapses, but then a vial splashes across the traitor's face while Misha yells for Bjorn to get up. Bjorn jumps to his feet and roars with his wild outburst shout, freezing Jensia in place. He swings his axe at her, but she barely dodges and wonders how the hell he knew. She tries to reactivate stealth, only to find it blocked thanks to that sneaky witch lamp potion earlier. Bjorn throws insults her way while thinking she should have kept quiet if she didn't want him figuring out her skills. There were plenty of red flags as she asked extremely obvious questions that felt way too guided, as if she already knew how to clear the zone. Bjorn had clocked that she kept pretending to be clueless while conveniently pointing out key steps. A few hours back, Misha had told him her scent changed after they fell into the water as before. She reeked of the beast lair, which could only mean that the dirt on her boots came from there, and that alone made her the prime suspect. Misha doesn't hesitate as she charges the traitor and tries to finish her off. Jensia manages to dodge again but ends up bumping right into Bjorn, who without missing a beat, smashes her with his mace and makes her cough up blood. Even so, she manages to stay on her feet and hops away while calling him a trash NPC. That's when our boy realizes she's a player, however none of that matters because now she's just a threat. Misha warns Bjorn as an orc rushes up from behind, but Bjorn brushes it off as the outburst makes him basically untouchable for now. Still, he starts regretting it as the thing keeps bonking him on the head, but since he doesn't want to trigger the final boss yet, he just tanks it. Meanwhile, Jensia tries to escape while he's distracted, but Bjorn doesn't worry as there is nowhere for her to go. She's clearly a rookie if she doesn't know that once the ice orcs wake up, the ceiling collapses and blocks off the only exit from this area. He narrows his eyes, locking in on the runaway rat, but the orc goes full Diddy mode as he creeps up behind our boy and begins bonking his head again while Misha offers to keep it occupied out of pity. The two players face off again, and Jensia suddenly tries using Talk no Jutsu, but Bjorn sees right through it that she's just trying to stall until her revenge skill comes off cooldown. In other words, she has no real way of breaking through his defense, but she tries anyway out of desperation. Bjorn shuts it down fast as he swings his mace hard and smashes her arm, which knocks the sword out her hand. Now that she's handicapped, he calmly asks what she was trying to say. She stammers as she tries to come up with something, but Bjorn doesn't wait. He slams his mace across her face and wonders how she ended up falling for that. Looking at her gear, he sees it's clearly built for direct combat, and considers giving some to Misha, but figures he'll have a proper chat with her first. Before anything else, he bashes all her limbs and also forces her to switch forms, just so he can grab her second armor set too. She starts begging for her life again, and Bjorn asks why she went after them in the first place. She says she couldn't risk her identity getting leaked and figured it was safer to strike first, but Bjorn follows up with a sharper question and asks why did she even open the rupture. Jensia admits that the Heart of Frost can only be found in this zone, and thought it'd be easy since the monsters are just 8th rank. But something clicks, and she suddenly asks how he even knew she was the one who opened it. Bjorn freezes, realizing he slipped and tries to play dumb, but she starts sobbing and begs him to let her go. She cries that she worked so hard to survive, that she only wanted to go home and apologizes over and over. She says she would have never attacked if she knew he was a player and pleads that he shouldn't kill a real person. Bjorn yells at himself to say something, but he surprisingly stays calm. He labels her an evil spirit as she begs for her mother, but without another word, he finishes her off while the system marks his achievement that he unalived another player, boosting his mental strength. Bjorn makes his way back through the darkness, trying to figure out what he just did and whether there was even a trace of fear or excitement in him. In the end, none of that really matters since it was something he simply had to do to survive, and he continues heading back to Misha. She asks where he had gone and says she thought something might have happened. Right then, the newbie yells out for help as he barely blocks a heavy swing from the orc and gets thrown back. Bjorn tells Misha she can handle the ice orc now, and suggests she try out her new skill while she is at it. She powers up her blades with buffs, and just when the orc is about to turn the guy into sushi, she cuts in and slices off its hands. Our hero notes that the attack dealt frostbite damage, and while cold affinity stops regeneration, its biggest strength is how it slows enemies down. Since the ice orc has resistance, the frostbite only spread to its wrists, but a regular monster would have lost movement up to the elbows. He tells her to go for the neck this time, and she charges forward. Driving her blades into the orc's neck like she is climbing a mountain, she asks if that was any good, and Bjorn agrees since the hit went straight to its brain. With everything settled, he asks if she is ready, and when she says yes, he smashes the orc's head like a hammer, ending it in one clean strike and kicking off the boss fight. The wall behind them begins to crack and glow, and the boss Tarunboss leaps out like a maniac entering a wrestling ring. Bjorn recalls that this one is almost double the size of a regular lycanthrope and has stats to match. It carries an ice club with hypothermia effects, but Bjorn simply yells out that he can still take it down in under 10 seconds. The beast tries to squash him right away, but Bjorn blocks it easily, and then drops his own weapon on purpose. The lesser monsters rush in too, but our boy pops a lightning herb and smirks as he starts to tear up a lightning scroll since he knows the thing is weak to electricity. A massive lightning blast hits which paralyzes the oversized werewolf right away. Even then, he keeps his guard up because the monster has a backup skill that uses fortitude to cleanse the paralysis. That does not change anything though because Misha joins in and starts throwing lightning grenades, forcing the beast to turn. But it is too late as it gets zapped again and collapses like a sack of rocks. Bjorn looks at the downed boss and realizes it has only been 3 seconds, then moves to the next phase as both of them start hammering it with lightning weapons. Together they finish off the floor boss with ease, while the newbie just stands there in shock as the essence drops. Misha asks if he wants her to take this one too, and he tells her they already decided at the beginning. He pushes her forward and tells her to hurry up and absorb it before it vanishes. Once she does, Bjorn looks ready to move on, but Avman starts groaning in pain. Misha is shocked that he is still alive while he begs for a potion. They rush to help and consider using one of the expensive ones as he tells them to just pour it already. Misha does but sees no change, and he insists she keep going, and Bjorn quickly guesses that the blade was probably imbued with something that disables regeneration. The guy then asks for an antidote which Misha gives, but our boy already knows it will not work, since this is not poison, but a debuff that worsens wounds while the newbie panics and yells that the injury is not healing. Misha whips around and tells Bjorn to give up the top-tier potion, but he narrows his eyes at her request. Eventually, he hands it over, and the wound finally starts to close, while Bjorn notes that the debuff must be serious if even that potion barely worked. He tells the newbie to take it easy and realizes they have not split the loot yet. He tosses a fat pouch at the guy who hesitates to accept, but Bjorn insists, saying he did not get any essence anyway. He also thinks the guy is a bit too nosy and tells him to treat it as hush money while Misha shoots him a smile but says nothing. Mr. Bear finally wakes up and calls himself lucky, but Bjorn low-key regrets it since they could have made serious profit if he had not pulled through. The guy offers to pay for the potion and Bjorn tells him to cough up 5 million, catching him off guard since it normally costs 1 million. Our boy just plays dumb and says he must have been scammed earlier, to which Avman only smirks and says the value of an item changes depending on the situation. Since he does not have the money right now, he gives up a numbered item as collateral. It is a rare piece that basically grants 3 second chances from death. Bjorn debates whether to just take that instead of the stones, but Avman cuts him off and says his real name, catching Misha off guard. She demands to know how he knows that, but he simply says he will never forget what they did for him, and leaves through the portal. Misha prepares to go through too, but Bjorn leads her the other way, saying there are things he needs to do, and they walk off into the icy cave together. Later, he hands her a glowing red crystal, to which she asks if he found it in the ice. He says it is something useful for him, and it boosts both their cold affinity stats. Misha is confused as our boy lays out the blankets, but he says they did not get enough sleep earlier, and that nothing is safer than a cleared-out rupture. Bjorn pretends to sleep but stays wide awake as his mind spirals, and he starts to wonder how things would have gone if he had been alone. There was a time when he thought the girl might wake up again in the real world and come back, but despite that he still acted greedy, and wanted the bear man's loot to upgrade his spirit deal. Now he is left wondering if he would have ended Avman right then if Misha had not been watching. Just then, the cat girl snaps him out of his thoughts as she lies down beside him and asks what he is thinking. He just opens one arm and tells her to cuddle up since it is cold, and she happily accepts the offer. The two lovebirds cuddle shamelessly beneath the starry sky with cold wind brushing against their faces, and Bjorn ends up knocking out almost instantly. On the third day, they make their way back to the crystal cave where Misha tests out her new equipment, cutting through the monsters with barely any effort. Our boy figures pretty quickly that it must be a numbered item. That immediately catches her attention, and she asks if it is super expensive. Then without skipping a beat, she offers it to him. Bjorn gets irritated as he wonders what she thinks of him, and says he has not even decided if he wants to sell it yet. Misha clears through the monsters without much trouble, and asks if they are heading to the second floor, to which Bjorn agrees, since she still needs more practice. After a few hours of hunting, Misha mentions that she is getting used to her weapons, but when Bjorn questions her, she backtracks that she will practice some more. She then accuses him of being too lazy to fight instead, but the look he gives her is enough to straighten her out immediately. Bjorn feels a wave of pride seeing how far she has come, especially since he did not expect her to pick up another essence so soon. The boss's essence is almost as good as the Yeti's for her since she is a swordswoman who needs that armor penetration skill. It's a set of abilities that only grow more useful over time, especially when combined with the Yeti's ice affinity and the need for consecutive attacks or to resist crowd control. He tells her to start chaining her skills together on her fists, otherwise the monsters would die instantly from her weapons. Though even with all that advice, the monsters still go down in one hit anyway, so he tells her they will properly test it out on the second floor. He figures she thought she was going to catch a break and starts to say something, but she cuts him off and beats him to it, saying there is no easy path. She gives him a smug grin and says they better get going while Bjorn wonders if she is just that happy to have guessed what he was going to say, but he lets it slide and plays along. As they move down the path, the crystals suddenly start to glow red, which makes Misha freeze up, but Bjorn tells her to relax, since it is just the floor lord waking up, and that she should keep going. She nods happily until the word finally registers, and then she freaks out, but Bjorn places a hand on her shoulder and tells her to calm down. He slips into lore mode and explains that they can still sneak by and use the portal while he shakes her around like a ragdoll to calm her nerves. She finally asks who could have summoned it in the first place. Bjorn figures it was done on purpose and thinks there must be a clan trying to take it down, especially since he had sold the floor lord's info back in the spirit realm. He finds it suspicious that they moved so soon after just 2 weeks of preparation. Either way, they finally enter the second floor, and Bjorn feels a bit frustrated that the journey took an entire day, and he misses having Rottmiller around. He notes that it has been a while since they came here and remembers his past adventure with Einar, which leaves a bitter taste in his mouth as memories of the plunderer come up. His mood takes a sudden dive, and Misha asks if he really hates this place that much. She admits that she does not like it either, but Bjorn recalls that he chose this spot because the path to the third floor just involves going north from here, and since there are only 2 of them, it makes it easier to summon a Death Knight for a raid, which is perfect to test how far Misha has come, while gaining some solid experience points. Soon after, they run into a pair of death fiends, and our boy tells her to attack while he distracts them. The 2 of them shout as they charge in, with Bjorn taking the lead using his shield to block the first hit while Misha slices into the creatures from behind. One of the death fiends starts freezing from the waist up, caught between cold concentrate and icy destruction. As Misha keeps up the assault, the fiend screams and summons the undead, causing her to shout at Bjorn to watch out. But the zombies that rush him get a taste of his acidic blood and immediately recoil in agony as it burns their mouths. She dashes over and asks if he is okay, but notices his wounds healing instantly. She jokes that he might be a monster, which makes him blush as he tells her to focus on the battle while secretly wondering what she would think once he levels up. Not long after, they manage to defeat the death fiends and Misha finally gets the hang of her new powers. Later, they run into a chimera wolf with a strong crowd control skill, but Misha just uses her fortification ability to push through. Bjorn warns her to be careful since it eats up a lot of mana, which she casually ignores. To no one's surprise, a while later she starts to collapse, and Bjorn ends up carrying her by the collar like a grumpy cat, and he tells the sleepy kitten to take it easy and recover her strength. Sometime later, they camp out near some ruins, and Bjorn overhears a few unexpected explorers chatting nearby who have no idea that a barbarian is resting right there. He figures it is better not to bother with them since it is almost time to wake Misha anyway. But then one of the voices stops him cold as they begin joking about another barbarian who is sleeping somewhere and laugh about stealing his heart. The final straw comes when one of them jokes that mages like their ingredients fresh. That sends Bjorn over the edge and he stands up in a rage as he crushes the stone he had been holding without hesitation. This was one thing he couldn't ignore as a precious baby barbarian was involved. Bjorn slips into a flashback as he remembers that only a third of the barbarians from his original batch made it out alive. What bothers him even more is that it wasn't just the monsters that caused those losses. Shaking that thought away, he watches the shady explorers settle down to sleep and starts wondering what to do next. He seriously considers wiping them all out on the spot since it would be the fastest and safest option. But instead he decides to wake Misha and tells her to get suited up. One of the explorers is keeping guard while the rest are asleep. But just then, Bjorn inhales deeply and lets out a massive shout into the sky, loud enough to jolt everyone awake. Misha gets visibly annoyed and asks why he is suddenly screaming, to which Bjorn simply says he felt like it. The two of them then casually approach the camp as if surprised by the presence of others, but the guy with the hammer quickly warns them not to get any closer. He tells someone named Lewis to wake up the barbarian. The sleepy barbarian looks around in confusion and asks if it's monsters. When he finds out it's just other explorers, he groans and asks why they woke him for that. The fat one reminds him that sometimes explorers can be just as dangerous as monsters, but the barbarian shakes his head and says the man in front of them is one of his kind, which completely catches the fat one off guard. The two barbarians then break into full bromance mode and hug it out while flexing their muscles. Bjorn introduces himself under a fake name as Bjorn, son of Thor, and the rest of the group stares in disbelief as they try to make sense of whatever they're witnessing. The barbarian Karen announces to everyone to lower their weapons, as he insists that Bjorn is not an evil person. The group hesitantly addresses him as Bjorn, but he trolls them immediately, saying they should use his full name since they're not exactly close friends. One of the explorers looks like he's about to rage quit, but forces out a strained smile and suggests that it's best for everyone if Bjorn and his friend head out and let them rest. Bjorn acts delighted by the suggestion, and says they're also looking for a spot to rest, offering to become overnight companions, which throws everyone off. The other two look completely confused, while Bjorn thinks this is just the first course of the meal. The hammer guy tells Bjorn to go get his brain checked, since people only bother with overnight companions until the first floor. Bjorn then tilts his head and innocently asks if that means they're refusing the idea. The man breathes a sigh of relief, thinking the matter is finally closed, but right then Bjorn shouts that something is clearly wrong with their heads. He explains that since they're only 4 people, having 2 more would mean they could all sleep longer with proper shifts. Karen's mind explodes with this divine revelation, and he immediately declares it a bloody brilliant solution. Meanwhile, the hammer guy looks like he's about to lose it. The man steps forward slowly and tells Bjorn to get lost, but his words stall as his eyes land on Misha. He scans her from head to toe and bites his lip before asking what she thinks. Misha gives a playful twirl and says she's not too sure, but considering they've got a fellow barbarian in the group, maybe they're not all that bad. She sighs and says this buffoon of a barbarian lost his weapon, so she can't really trust him to stand guard. The hammer guy pretends to be shocked, and Bjorn quickly spins a tale that some monster ran off with his gear, which the explorers buy without question. Bjorn tells them to decide quickly, and after sharing a shady glance, they agree to let the two spend the night with them, though their tone hints at something sinister. Later, the explorers tell Bjorn and Misha to get some rest, saying they'll take the last shift. The two pretend to sleep together while Misha whispers with a red face, asking if they really have to go through with this, but our boy promises to grant her a wish later if she does. As the explorers begin creeping towards them with nasty grins on their faces, Bjorn starts feeling their movements and tenses up. Karen is still asleep, leaving him to assess the situation. He quickly realizes that they intend to eliminate all 3 of them at once. Just as the first attacker is about to swing, Bjorn suddenly stretches and lets out a fake yawn. He opens his eyes and greets them while asking if they're hungry too, to which the explorers immediately fake a smile and offer him beef jerky. Meanwhile, the hammer guy winds up for a heavy swing as he calls our boy a fool and slams it straight down on his head. But then he gets the shock of his life as it did nothing, and Bjorn asks him coldly if his hand just slipped. The guy starts sweating and claims it was a mistake, but Bjorn doesn't wait for an explanation and smashes his fist straight into the man's face. The second guy watches in complete horror while bro casually says maybe his own hand slipped too since he was hungry. Karen finally wakes up and asks what's happening while the panicking explorer shouts for Louis to shoot. Karen spots the arrow in the reflection of his axe and barely manages to block it with his arm, then storms over to the fat explorer and lifts him up by the neck. He yells and demands to know what the hell that was about. The fat explorer pleads for his life but gets nothing back from the furious barbarian. Meanwhile, the last remaining enemy gets dropped as Misha knocks him out cold with the blunt side of her sword. She admits she wasn't sure about all of this at first, but now sees that Bjorn was absolutely right that these guys are all some second-hand trashy plunderers. A few moments later, the fat rat starts flipping through his notepad, reading out past conversations along the lines of wiping out barbarians like it was a hobby. Right as he's about to blurt out something worse, he freezes, but Bjorn calmly asks him why the yap fest stopped. Without waiting, our hero tightens his grip around his hand, which makes the rat squeal in panic until a bone crunches and the chubby loser caves in, deciding survival is better than pride. With tears streaming down, he forces himself to read the next line, which is a quote calling barbarians worse than monsters and as dumb as one. Karen just blinks in disbelief as he is unable to process this and asks who dropped that line, which turns out it to be Victor, but Bjorn doesn't flinch and tells the rat to keep going. Soon the conversation slides into appearance talk and Misha's name pops up, labeled as stupid but attractive. The note mentions that some of them weren't sure if they should get involved with someone who's apparently sleeping with a barbarian, which sends Misha's face into tomato mode as she snatches the notepad and reads ahead. Her eyes flash with murder when she learns it was the hammer guy who said it, and she claims that this one's hers. The fat rat is visibly trembling as he starts to read out another section which was discussing their action plan. Apparently, he was supposed to take out Karen, which leaves the young barbarian completely lost, who then stares at Bjorn in confusion about what exactly he's meant to do with that. Before anything gets cleared up, Karen suddenly swings wide and gives the archer a case of sudden head loss syndrome, while Misha turns the leader's jewels into soup and ends him on the spot. The last guy starts begging like his life depends on it, which it does, and Bjorn throws in a fake moral test about whether he'll be a good plunderer now. The guy agrees to every word that comes out of Bjorn's mouth, but our boy just grabs his head and unscrews it clean off like a jar lid, while thinking to himself that the only good plunderer is a dead one. Karen pops a healing potion, and Bjorn notes that he's being stingy on purpose so it'll scar, which is a proper badge of honor for any barbarian. He tells the kid to loot whatever he wants, but Karen hesitates, saying he doesn't think he deserves it. Eventually, he settles on a battle axe, and our hero silently approves the dual-wielding style. They nudge him to grab more, and he tries to stay humble again, before realizing he can just sell the rest and call it a day. That gets Bjorn smiling as he offers to escort the kid to the first floor himself. Later back at the Crystal Cave, Karen starts to address him, but Bjorn cuts in and reintroduces himself, which makes the younger barbarian nearly explode with excitement after realizing he's talking to little Valken. Karen immediately agrees to the earlier offer and says he'll sell the loot to buy proper gear. Bjorn drops some more fatherly advice about getting stronger, which fuels the kid's fire. Right now, barbarians are still seen as the weakest race and as prey, even though they've got untapped potential. A thought sneaks into Bjorn's head that just maybe if more skilled barbarians started showing up, the cycle could slowly flip, and they'd grow powerful enough to survive long term. He figures it's in his best interest too, since stronger kin means less cannon fodder and more credibility for him. After all, mages only got their reputation thanks to the magic tower. Otherwise, most of them would be nothing but overconfident crybabies. Our boy kicks into full dad mode and shares every tip and trick he's got, from gear loadouts to attitude. But suddenly the duo stops in their tracks as they witness what monster they've created. Karen gets this cold tone in his voice as he states that if his next so-called human night buddies pull anything, he'll crush their heads like he is cracking a walnut. He follows it up saying that if he meets another rookie barbarian, he'll pass on the same lessons, to which Bjorn silently nods, realizing that anyone who crosses this one again is going to get flattened instantly. 2 days later, the duo makes it back to the land of the dead, and Bjorn starts wondering if the Death Knight will show up this time. Misha tries to calm him, saying the theory is that a huge gravestone appears on the 7th day where the summon happens, but he has no clue if that is true or not. She mentions that not every book's accurate anyway, and suggests he stop acting like a bookworm and hang out with her more often. Bjorn does not miss a beat and asks why it has to be her, which sends Misha into full tomato mode again. Right then, they both feel a weird chill crawl down their backs as some kind of negative aura kicks in. Bjorn bites his lips and confirms that healing isn't working properly anymore, and a wide grin spreads on his face because that can only mean one thing: the Death Knight is here. The activated resentment skill confirms that the boss started throwing hands as soon as it spawned. Someone else must have been waiting and jumped it, which probably means other players are already fighting. Bjorn figures that even if it's a race, there are always ways to deal with competition. Misha gets a bit nervous and asks what he plans to do while both of them start running at top speed. Once they arrive, they spot a group fighting the Death Knight, and without hesitation, Bjorn storms in and lands the death blow while pretending to be a heroic savior. The other explorers are left blinking in confusion, while the elf in their team looks ready to explode, and Bjorn starts gaslighting them hard that they were in need of help. One of the guys suddenly recognizes him and mumbles that he's little Valken. Bjorn recalls that it's the same explorer he once saved from the floor boss ambush. The group slowly relaxes, figuring it must have been a misunderstanding because the little Valken would never steal someone's monster like a rookie scavenger. Meanwhile, both Bjorn and Misha are baffled at how cleanly this turned out. As the two groups start exchanging names, our hero freezes mid-handshake when he hears the other guy's name is Hans. Our hero instantly yanks his hand back and yells at Hans to stop immediately, which throws the vile beast into visible confusion. Without warning, he suddenly declares he's got urgent business, grabs Misha's hand, and bolts, leaving everyone wildly confused. Misha demands to know what the hell he's doing, while our boy tries to calm down and promises to explain everything later. Meanwhile, Karen marches his way back into the city and starts laughing out loud like a deranged lunatic, instantly confusing the heck out of everyone around. The other barbarians spot him and demand to know where he got all that absurd loot from. Huffing with pride, he tells them to gather around, and then enlightens them with the glorious new teachings he picked up from Bjorn Sensei, causing the barbarians to erupt in outrage. insisting they're not some monsters to be hunted. Karen lays it on thick, swearing that Bjorn is the real mastermind who foresaw the plunderer's ambush and saved his life, which immediately causes our boy's fame stat to skyrocket. He declares that all this treasure came to him because he followed the sensei's teachings, triumphantly raising the loot bags for all to see. He then overhears someone behind him muttering about barbarian hearts being the only useful part, making him furious as he vows to pass on Sensei's brutal wisdom to the baby barbarians. He kicks off the first round of teachings while the barbarians hype themselves up like it's a holy war, as Karen declares this moment marks the first massive step toward the true greatness of barbarian kind. Meanwhile, our duo finally make it to the Pilgrim's Passage on the labyrinth's 3rd floor after getting seriously lost without a proper scout and tailing another party instead. Upon hearing Bjorn's wild Hans theory, Misha insists they leave the labyrinth immediately, but he stops her because that theory isn't confirmed just yet. Besides, if the Hans curse actually exists, they're both going to get screwed, and that sends some serious chills down Misha's tail. Our boy shamelessly admits that he feels a whole lot better now that the two of them are worried instead of just him, which makes her visibly pissed. He tries to play it off by saying he can't help it because she is just way too reliable, which turns her face redder than a tomato. The certified menace then casually lets her know he was joking and takes off running into the jet black marsh, so Misha punishes him by making him princess carry her the whole way, not that it's much of a punishment. Hearing about their dumb little love fight, one adventurer jokes she'll fall for him in no time, while another snaps at the guy to shut up because someone's trying to sleep. They both instantly recognize the voice as Tree Stump Hickarod, and before long, the party is finally reunited. Hickarod wastes no time asking Bjorn about the job he bailed on them for, and our boy casually says he cleared it back on the 1st floor. Bjorn then flips the question, asking why Hickarod isn't on the 2nd like they planned, and the dwarf says his job wrapped up pretty fast too, so they're already working on the next one. Together, the gang completes a request to gather frog beast eyes in just 3 days. After a job well done, Dwalki flirts with Misha by calling her their lucky charm, but Hickarod instantly shuts him down by saying Bjorn's the real one bringing them good luck. Before things get weird, Bjorn suggests they move to the next floor, as it is a waste to sit around for the rest of their time on the 3rd floor. After another 3 days of painfully long walking, the squad finally reaches the Witch's Forest with barely 3 hours left before the portal closes. Bjorn tosses Rottmiller a quick compliment for getting them there in time, and without wasting another second, he rushes toward the portal when he unexpectedly hears a familiar voice calling his name from behind, right as he steps in. Now on the 4th floor, he still can't get the voice that sounded like Erwin out of his head, but the odds of her actually being there feel like 1 in a million, especially since the 3rd floor is huge, just like her personality. As a new wave of monsters charges explorers the second they arrive, our boy jumps into action, and after some solid coordination, the team wipes them out. The moment the horde drops, a panel informs him that the trial is complete, and 4 differently colored portals open inside the room. Dwalki points out they don't have much time, and the loot on the lower levels sucks, so they need to pick fast. After a quick discussion, they choose the Door of Wisdom first. With Rottmiller leading the way, the team steps into the portal, but our hero soon comes to regret that decision as he finds himself barely standing against a brutal behemoth, while Rottmiller, Hickarod, and Dwalki look like their souls have already left their bodies. To see how exactly we got here, let's wind it back a few hours ago when the team took the Gate of Wisdom on the bottom-most floor of the tower on the 4th floor. After that, they kept ascending floor after floor until they finally reached the 12th, where, out of absolutely nowhere, they were jumped by a troll, which is a nasty 5th-tier monster that shouldn't even exist there in the first place. Misha panics hard at the sight of the beast, while our boy isn't too shocked, because he's faced 5th-tier monsters before in the tower a couple of times, but that only happened on the 100th floor or higher. Seeing a boss-tier monster pop up like surprise mother trucker, Bjorn curses the ugly bastard Hans whose slimy hand he shook. Wasting no time, he yells at the team to lock in, uses Wild Outburst to grab the troll's attention, and jumps right into battle. The monster's first hit is so hard it nearly whacks the shield out of his hand. Seeing him struggle, Hickarod tries to block the next jab, but even with his knockback immunity skill, the dwarf quickly loses all his confidence as his shield is shattered like a cracker. While his skill repairs the shield, Bjorn yells at the money-hoarding dwarf. This is why he always told him to upgrade to a proper shield. He lands a heavy hit on the troll, but it snaps back like it barely felt anything. At the same time, Dwalki charges up an icicle augmented with magic boost and hurls it into Piggy's face, but Piggy shatters his tiny icicle alongside his self-confidence. Misha tells him to snap out of it, but the blonde sorcerer throws a tantrum saying there's no way they can slay it. Bracing another bone-shattering hit, our boy tells Blondie to stop the yap session and start fighting while he looks desperately for a way, anyway, to get out of the situation. Last time he got lucky against the 5th-tier vampire lord because he had a seriously cracked magic user with him who could use sun magic, which was the undead boss's weakness. Not to mention he also used the one-shot item Tears of the Goddess. Even then, the bloody pain in his side didn't die. Meanwhile, the ugly bastard he's fighting now is the king of not dying thanks to its insane regeneration and hard as rock skin. Knowing he's the only one on the team who barely meets the stat requirements to even fight the thing, he tells everyone to hold out because this is going to be a long fight. 15 hours pass, and the team is following Bjorn's strategy for Dwalki to use curses while he and Hikarad hold out as tanks as long as possible to allow Misha to land hits any chance she gets. However, it doesn't seem to be working out too well as the troll keeps targeting Dwalki, who gets saved by Rottmiller at the very last second. Barely holding out, our boy asks the blonde mage how much mana he's got left, to which he replies maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Bjorn tells him to stop using the curse, but even then Dwalki says he can only hold out for 7 minutes tops, while Misha struggles to do any serious damage because the troll's bones are extra thick with 3 Cs. Realizing he has no other choice, our guy suddenly tells Hikarad to take over tank duty as he shifts to plan B. Wrapping around the troll, he uses his mace, the greatest smashing tool mankind ever made, to do some damage, but that sends the troll into battle fever, which makes the nasty boss stronger and immune to pain. Still, that doesn't scare our fearless barbarian who keeps beating it like it's a piñata full of candy until the right arm is damaged enough for Misha to come in and slice it off. After its arm falls to the ground, the troll casually grows another one using hyper-regeneration that even catches our boy off guard, but everything is going according to his plan. Knowing it won't be able to use the regeneration skill for 2 whole minutes, he gets serious and activates Gigantification, as his last chance at taking it down is to smash the brain or heart before those 2 minutes pass. While choking the ugly green son of a gun, Bjorn shouts at Misha to get the bastard's eyes and splash some of its blood on them too. With a fierce Nyan, she goes all in and tears up its eye sockets while our boy barely manages to hold the troll in place. Rottmiller and Dwalki look horrified as Misha climbs onto its face and keeps slashing non-stop till she just can't anymore since a troll's skull turns out too tough for her budget daggers. Even then, he tells her to keep going till she hits the brain, but out of nowhere, the troll snaps and bolts straight toward Dwalki. The guy's stunned and can't believe it's charging at him while blind, and Rottmiller barely manages to dodge roll at the very last second while our hero questions if trolls can somehow sense a mage's magic. Either way, it sticks to chasing Dwalki, so Hikarad steps in to stop it, but ends up getting some of his organs exploded with just 1 hit, which makes Bjorn wonder if the gutsy dude really pulled that off without any defense skills since he's already out of mana. Misha hops onto Bjorn's back and asks what the next move is, but he tells her to just finish the thing, so she stabs and stabs till the system lets him know the troll's curse has been lifted. As it closes in on Dwalki, she spams icy destruction right into the eye like a rabid raccoon going wild in the socket as hard as she can, but Bjorn's Gigantification ends, and both hit the ground hard. That turns out enough though, and he watches the blind troll finally drop in front of him, leaving just 5 XP points and a single magic crystal behind. No essence or any loot worth the pain and trauma they just pushed through. While he barely manages to stand, Misha rushes over to Rottmiller and Dwalki. That becomes the moment he truly sees how twisted this nightmare is, and how his best call in the heat of it all ends up turning Dwalki into a vegetable for the rest of his disabled life. Misha tries waking Rottmiller while the dwarf lies there folded on the ground like roadkill. It turns out the scout just passed out from the pain of his mangled arm, so he tells Misha to shift focus to Dwalki, who took real damage. She sees the mage's limp body lying there and asks Bjorn through tears what to do, and he tells her to move. Bjorn hates admitting it, but the potion he has now feels like a band-aid on an amputation, and Dwalki looks like the walking definition of squishiness as a human mage with 0 muscle to his name. Seeing the guy like this after having his spine folded like a lawn chair and probably crushed from the inside, Bjorn grits his teeth knowing he just wasted his best potion in the damn ice cave. Right then, the absolute goat Rottmiller flashes a smile and pulls out a top-tier potion he's been secretly saving the whole time, telling Bjorn to use it on Dwalki. After the potion, the magic boy looks way better than before, making Misha cry tears of joy that somehow, all of them actually made it out alive. Still, our hero refuses to feel glad at all because it eats him up inside knowing they didn't survive due to his skill or some solid plan, let alone a smart call during battle. It was all just pure dumb luck. Realizing how insanely lucky he got, he catches a brutal vibe check that this hellish world isn't a game, and flukes like that aren't happening again anytime soon. Later, Hikarad wakes up and thanks the actual heavens they're all alive, while Rottmiller jokes it's probably time he makes that long overdue donation to the temple. Bjorn apologizes again for not predicting the troll's psycho move, but both of them shut that down fast and tell him they're far from mad, because they owe their lives to him and his clutch leadership. When Dwalki groans, Misha notices he's awake and quickly tells him not to move yet, but the first thing he says is how glad he is to see her safe and unharmed. Bro then coughs up a whole gallon and laughs like he definitely does not feel like he just got run over by a truck. Hikarad breaks the tension, calling it a tragedy they can't even brag because no one's ever going to believe they actually beat a troll, though Rottmiller tells the little tree stump to chill and stop being greedy. Speaking of greed, Hikarod swears he's absolutely going to help repay the selfless scout for his top-tier potion, and after that, Misha turns to Bjorn and asks what the next move should be. Going full serious, he makes it clear he's not some cold-blooded leader and says the best call is to stay put until the labyrinth shuts down and kicks them all outside, though deep down he regrets just how much that dumb troll really cost them. After a long week stuck inside, the labyrinth finally closes and they get transported back to Rafdonia. What Bjorn doesn't know is that a very unexpected surprise is already waiting for him the day after he finally returns to the outside world. Back in the city, the party rushes with Dwalki to get him healed at the temple the moment they come out. The magic boy finally lets out a deep sigh of relief as Hikaroid brings him back, leaving Bjorn a bit surprised that the priests at the temple wield divine healing even top-tier potions worth a kidney can't replicate. Rotmiller asks him if he feels strange at all, but Dwalki jokes he's feeling fit enough to binge-read books for a full day straight if he wants. With that, they all agree to meet up again in 2 days, and Misha returns to the apartment with Bjorn. He feels a little disappointed that they didn't get any magic stones this time around, so they'll just split the reward from the quests they had taken. Realizing how rough this entire expedition turned out, he mentally throws every swear word he knows at the stupid troll while Misha stays curious about what's currently going through his head. Out of nowhere, he turns her redder than a tomato by casually saying they should go back together and take a nice bath, after which he plans to organize his things, much to her disappointment. She quickly shuts down her wandering thoughts and tells him she'll take a shower at his place instead since hers is just too far, to which he agrees without a second thought. Back at his room, the ever-dense Barbarian shocks her with a 2-minute shower and instantly dives into building his Gundam, saying she can take as long as she wants. My guy literally zones her out and focuses on organizing what loot he can sell and what to keep, like the only thing he's ever going to smash is the game itself. Just then, he hears someone knock on the door, and the moment he opens it, he tells the man from the guild to hurry up and spit out what he wants. Sweating harder than a Fortnite player in a tournament, the man informs him that some barbarian named Karen Tarson wants Bjorn to act as a witness in order to prove he's not a plunderer, just because he casually massacred a couple of human parties and took their loot. Noticing his homie's probably in danger, he throws on his clothes and tells Misha from the doorway that he needs to head out for something important. And when she asks what's going on, Bro tells her he doesn't have time and she should head home once she's done. Meanwhile in the city, Erwin is sprinting through the streets like a maiden in love, because a couple of days back inside the labyrinth, she was in the witch forest with her sister, who teaches her how to navigate using mana signals from the portal in case the party doesn't have a scout. Erwin picks it up pretty quick and manages to find the path toward the gate without any real effort or trouble. Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice praising Rotmiller's skills, and without saying a single word to Teresia, she takes off like Usain Bolt, fully convinced that the rough and manly voice no doubt belongs to him. His voice echoes in her head as she races through the witch forest until she finally catches a glimpse of a big guy entering the portal to the next floor with her heart pounding like a jackhammer. Even though his armor looks different and his face isn't visible at all, she just knows it can only be him, and yells his name as he heads in. Erwin runs straight toward the portal after him, but at the very last second, Teresia blocks her way and pins her down to stop her from accidentally getting mistaken for a plunderer. The elf girl swears with her whole chest that it was Bjorn, but Teresia tells her to stop being delusional and calm herself down. Missing the chance to see him again hits Erwin so hard she breaks down crying loud and messy, asking Teresia why she stopped him like that. Seeing her sister in that state stings Teresia deep inside. Sometime after, she asks around and eventually learns that Bjorn's gotten pretty famous lately, and the other explorers even share his address, which is why she's now on her way, fully regretting that she shut herself in and found out so painfully late. Erwin feels suspicious about why Teresia didn't tell her sooner, but still gives her sister the benefit of the doubt, since right now she's got something way more important to handle. Outside his room, the shy maiden thinks to herself that he's definitely going to be really happy to see her too. Her heart pounds faster as she decides he probably didn't come for her first because her address slipped out of his smooth brain. She finally builds up the courage and knocks on his door as her heart nearly jumps out of her chest, but that all crashes down fast when a random woman opens the door instead. Sweating bullets, she asks the cat girl which room Bjorn lives in, but Misha casually drops her jaw straight into the basement by saying he just took a shower and went out, then asks if she wants to wait inside or not. Hearing the cat girl's wild words completely makes Erwin short-circuit on the spot. Misha then asks for her name if she can't wait so she can pass it along once he gets back, making it sound way too much like they live together. With a sly little grin, the elf lets Misha know she'd rather wait inside, and Misha quickly apologizes because the room is messy with gear. But Erwin tries to assert dominance and says she expected this, claiming she's done the thing with him too. Completely unaware, Misha just assumes she's another one of his adventurer friends before she realizes it looks suspicious, and rushes to clarify that they're not plunderers or doing anything bad. Erwin confidently replies that she already knows he's not that type of guy at all, and with a demonic grin, she sarcastically throws shade at the man stealing Catgirl, saying it would be pretty rude to take what already belongs to someone else. Meanwhile, Bjorn sits in the Explorer Guild's waiting area, demanding to know why the woman he once held hostage suddenly wants to meet him. The branch manager stalls, but Bjorn smirks and says he has no time to waste on pointless meetings, which throws the manager off completely. He gets up to leave, but the manager quickly chimes in that he can't reveal the details. Bjorn shuts him down anyway and walks off, forcing the man to chase after him. About 20 minutes earlier, when Bjorn arrived, the branch manager immediately said Karen could leave, but that Bjorn had to stay. That alone set off a few alarms in his head, as it became obvious that Karen was just bait. The manager tries to make it sound like he planned to ask for Bjorn anyway, and mentions that Miss Urbans requested to see him. It takes Bjorn a moment to realize that it's the same girl he used as a hostage during the prison break, and the mention instantly pisses him off, but he questions why that has anything to do with him. Meanwhile, inside his office, District Manager Urbans recalls the entire incident and suspects his daughter might be planning to snatch his position. He realizes the branch manager must have taken her side. The butler adds that it was probably the young miss who arranged the meeting with the Barbarian too, but Urbans just calls her a fool for rebelling against him. He figures she's still caught in some rebellious phase and finds it laughable that the branch manager is using her to keep his job. Looking more serious now, he decides he'll just get rid of both of them and thinks that while he's at it, eliminating the annoying Barbarian wouldn't be a bad idea either. Bjorn is caught in a sudden downpour and figures he might as well grab something to eat since he can't go anywhere. Not long after, he's sitting in front of a mountain of delicious-looking food, but as soon as he takes a bite, he realizes that Misha is way better at cooking meat and starts thinking he should ask her to cook for him tomorrow. He stares at the plate and finds himself craving Japanese food, though he doubts anything like that exists here. He takes a swig of his drink and admits to himself that he doesn't even feel the urge to return anymore. He's gotten too used to this place, from the bed to the indoor tub and especially the wildlife with his group. He's not ready to give it all up even if some parts of this world are garbage, as he knows he's grown too attached. But the thought creeps in that if he really wants to reach the higher floors, he's going to need a better team. It's something he's thought about before, but now he's certain because climbing higher won't be possible with the same misfit crew. The monsters beyond the trolls are a different kind of nightmare, and expecting them to keep up is unrealistic. Just then, a familiar face shows up and pulls him out of thought, and Mr. Bear greets him, though of course Bjorn messes up his name. Avman takes a seat, saying he didn't expect to find Bjorn here since his wife runs this place. That surprises Bjorn, who asks why he's still exploring if his wife owns a restaurant. Avman explains that the business has been slow and they need the money, so someone has to step up. He calls their meeting fate, which leaves Bjorn confused, but Avman gets straight to the point and asks if he can join Bjorn's team, catching the Barbarian off guard. The man says he trusts him, especially after what happened before, and Bjorn starts considering the offer, knowing Avman is an excellent all-rounder who can tank, summon, and even handle a bow. Still, he turns him down and says there's been a misunderstanding that his team's already full. Avman tells him to talk again if a spot opens up and gives him a look that makes it clear exactly what he means. They sort out the remaining payment, and Avman tells him to meet again at the same place in 10 days before borrowing a raincoat and heading out. Back at Bjorn's place, Irwin is spiraling a bit and muttering weird nonsense. Misha catches her off guard and remarks that the elf is tougher than she looks. Irwin suddenly remembers the cringy stuff she said earlier about Bjorn being hers. She thinks back to how she left him for her sister and starts wondering what exactly she's feeling now. But whatever it is, it turns into sharp resentment as she eyes Misha, who introduces herself and asks for the elf's name. Irwin tells her, and Misha immediately tries to be friendly, saying her name sounds cute just like her, but the mood gets weird as they both fall into awkward silence. Then Irwin asks straight up if Misha is dating anyone, which flusters her on the spot, and she insists they're just teammates. That answer lifts Irwin's mood instantly, and she says she was mistaken since Misha was showering here, which only makes the poor girl more flustered. Irwin wonders aloud how far Misha lives if she had to borrow Bjorn's washroom. Misha laughs nervously that it isn't far, and Irwin's mood switches instantly as she zeroes in like a hawk. Misha then asks how Irwin knows Bjorn, and she answers that they used to be teammates, and still refers to him as Mr., which she makes sure to add that it's a private nickname just between them. Misha holds back her irritation while Irwin innocently asks if there's a problem, which she denies. Irwin starts laying it on thick, saying that she and Bjorn have a special bond and that they cherish each other, but Misha claps back that all of that is probably just one-sided. Irwin's hand starts to tremble as she tells her to say that again. Misha doesn't back down and says she's been with him for months, and he never once brought up the elf. Irwin slams her hand on the table and yells that she's lying, but Misha stays cool and tells her she can ignore the attitude, but that resentment in her attitude is seriously making her angry. Irwin starts sweating as Misha continues, saying there's one thing she's now sure of. That grabs Irwin's full attention and she asks what it is, though inside she already knows this girl is now the enemy. Without warning, Erwin explodes and starts throwing insults, but Misha finally shows her a tiny bit of her powers, which sets the elf's mood straight. Erwin slips into despair, feeling like she's about to lose everyone important to her all over again. Her voice shakes as she starts sobbing and begs Misha not to take his hunk away. Just when Erwin starts begging, Bjorn makes his way up the stairs and opens the door, and his eyes widen in surprise as he didn't expect to see Erwin there, who quickly wipes her tears. Misha greets him, but the elf looks like she's on the verge of breaking down, and Bjorn wonders if the two have already met. Erwin then dashes toward him at full speed with tears in her eyes, but Bjorn sidesteps her without hesitation, which makes her assume he avoided her because of Misha. The move throws Bjorn off a bit, but before he can get a word in, Misha turns all sweet and clingy, asking how his day was like she's auditioning for Wife of the Year. She compliments him for doing a great job, which creeps him out, but she doesn't stop and even says they're practically family now, which almost pushes Erwin into a full-blown meltdown. Misha then hands him a towel, which he takes awkwardly, and Bjorn shifts his attention to Erwin. He mentions that he was just about to go looking for her, and her mood instantly lifts. She quietly admits she thought he might have forgotten, but Bjorn reassures her that he could never forget his first teammate. That clears up her worries, but now it's Misha who looks ready to unalive someone. Erwin kicks into high-speed ramble mode, explaining everything that's happened and proudly showing off her 4 elemental spirits. She reveals she's already reached enlightenment with 3 of them, which genuinely surprises Bjorn. He figures she must be extremely talented since not even a year has passed, and wonders how far they could go together if she mastered the 4th one. But his mood drops when he remembers her sister exists too. Bjorn tells her he's glad she worked hard and thought maybe she had already moved on. Before Erwin can reply, Misha cuts in that Erwin needs to focus on finding her path as an explorer, while Bjorn notices the elf is clearly afraid of Misha. He asks if anything happened while he was gone, but both girls pretend nothing did. However, Bjorn doesn't buy it, but he lets it slide for now. Misha pats Erwin and says they're super close, and the elf just agrees with whatever she says while Bjorn thinks there's definitely something off here, but he sends them both off since he wants to rest. They both head off in the same direction, but Erwin offers for Misha to go ahead first because she clearly doesn't trust her, and Misha returns the offer, saying the feeling is mutual. After a drawn-out staring match, they end up going together anyway. Erwin is lost in thought that if Bjorn hadn't shown up, she probably would have ended up on her knees begging, and now Misha must think she's a complete weirdo. At a crossroad, their paths finally split. Misha side-eyes her and asks if she's planning to come tomorrow too, and Erwin doesn't even hesitate before saying yes. Misha grabs her head like a stressed grandma while Erwin fumes internally that it was her perfect date that got ruined. Misha waves her off and turns to leave, but Erwin calls out and thanks her for not telling Bjorn anything. Misha responds by making her promise one thing, that even though she clearly plans to keep visiting, she has to keep what happened a secret, as she doesn't want Bjorn worrying about it. Sometime later, Erwin returns to her sister and throws her arms around her, declaring that she finally found her hunk. Her sister sighs, assuming training will now take a back seat, but Erwin surprises her by saying she wants to get even stronger. Now there's someone she absolutely has to beat, so she asks her sister to help. The next morning, Misha starts pounding on Bjorn's door at 6:30, which wakes him up in a rotten mood. He opens the door and groggily asks what she's doing here so early. She tilts her head with fake innocence and says she wants to treat him to breakfast today. Then she adds that they have to stop by Kamalby too to split their earnings, so he better hurry up. Later that day, after everything is done, Misha sees him off and Bjorn heads back to his apartment. But as he turns the corner, his eyes widen in surprise when he spots Erwin waiting right by his door. Her face lights up the moment she sees him, and he asks how long she's been there, but instead of answering, she asks if the two of them had been out all day. Bjorn explains that they had business in Kamalby, and then asks what she's doing here. Erwin looks a bit nervous and says she's starting special training with her sister from tomorrow, which means she'll only be able to see him once a week now. She adds that she'd love to visit more often, but doing that would take forever. That confuses Bjorn, who asks what she means by that, but Erwin just takes off running and says she'll see him next week. Meanwhile, over at the district manager's office, Urbans has summoned Rottmiller. He starts by asking if the scout has been an explorer for 8 years, which Rottmiller confirms while wondering what this is even about. The district manager compliments him for not asking unnecessary questions, even though it's obvious he's confused. But Rottmiller just tells him to get to the point already. The district manager gives off an ominous vibe and says that Rottmiller is being too suspicious, as the offer he's about to make is going to benefit him as well. The next morning, they all decide to meet up at the tavern for lunch, where they split the loot, which turns out to be about 550,000 stones per person. The Frogman Sorcerer's gear sells for way more than expected, and Hikarad laughs that it was all thanks to Rottmiller's skinning technique. Rottmiller gets a bit flustered and says he has to do something since he's no help in battle anyway. Meanwhile, Bjorn starts running some quick numbers in his head and realizes he's crossed over 1,000,000 stones in total savings, which is more than what he made in the last 2 months combined. And with those insane essences Misha picked up, they made an absurd amount of profit. He figures that at this pace, he'll be unlocking the 6th seal pretty soon. He gulps down his drink with that in mind, but Hikarad suddenly stops him and shouts that they have to share their first round together. Everyone bangs their mugs in celebration, and just like that the party kicks off for real, with none of them holding back. A little while later, Misha excuses herself as she has to go meet her father, which makes Dwalki look a bit down. Rotmiller also looks spaced out and gets up to leave while saying he has business elsewhere. Bjorn regrets not leaving early himself, since now the dwarf will definitely be annoyed if he goes, but Hikarad is already lost in the party with other dwarves, forgetting about the rest entirely. That gives Bjorn an opening to leave, but Dwalki speaks up out of nowhere and asks if they can have a word instead. Bjorn assumes the mage wants to talk about something serious, but Dwalki barely holds himself together as raises his mug with a shaking hand and proposes a toast first. Bjorn asks if he's okay, but Dwalki brushes it off and says he's fully recovered. Bjorn taps his own head and asks how he's doing up there, pointing out that this was his first real brush with death, and if he thinks he can handle going back into the labyrinth. Dwalki looks caught off guard for a moment, then admits that the idea of returning still makes him shiver. He genuinely thought he was going to die back there, but says it's something every explorer eventually goes through, and he'll get over it by their next dive. Bjorn instead asks why he's so set on continuing, to which Dwalki answers that he honestly finds adventuring with their gang fun. He explains that originally he had a different reason, which Bjorn recalls had something to do with bringing glory to the Baron's name, but Dwalki admits that was a lie. What he really wanted was his father's attention, though his father passed away soon after, and now, even his brother doesn't care, as he recalls how casually the Baron brushed him off. He begins to stutter that the only reason he managed to move past it was because of something else, and Bjorn already starts getting nervous as he takes a wild guess where this might be going. Dwalki gets cheesy and says it's because Bjorn and the others were always there for him, which makes Bjorn cringe. The mage tries to elaborate, but Bjorn cuts him off, saying he gets it already. Dwalki immediately slams more beer like someone raised by alcoholics, and declares that Bjorn is actually pretty friendly, despite looking like a serial murderer. He sets his mug down and stares straight into Bjorn's eyes as he barely manages to spit out the question of whether Bjorn is dating Misha. His face burns red, and Bjorn instantly realizes that must have been the whole reason he got dragged into this conversation. Meanwhile, Rotmiller walks through the city while thinking about last night's conversation. The district manager had looked over his file and pretended to sympathize, saying it must be frustrating that he's leveling up so slowly while the barbarian leaves him in the dust. Rotmiller tries to speak, but the man cuts him off, gaslighting him hard that the others in Bjorn's group aren't normal humans, and wonders aloud how long they'll even bother staying with him, perhaps 4 months if they pity him enough. He adds that he's trusting Rotmiller to make the wise choice, leaving the scout more confused than ever. Back at the inn, Dwalki is completely passed out after downing too much beer, but just then, district manager's daughter barges in. She declares she came because her previous requests were ignored, but Bjorn remembers clearly telling the branch manager that he had no interest in seeing her again. He tries to make a quick exit, but she suddenly brings up Rotmiller's name and reveals that he met with her father. They sit to talk, and she claims she's sure her father tried to manipulate him somehow, but Bjorn asks if that's all she knows for now, then wants to know what her goal is. She bluntly states she wants to see her father fall because otherwise she'll be trapped living like a doll under him. Bjorn cuts her off mid-rant and tells her to leave, and then pushes her toward the door as she tries to get him to reconsider. But he's already decided. If he gets involved, he'll be making an enemy of the district manager, and that's something he can't afford. He slams the door shut while she throws a little tantrum outside, but quickly regains her composure and tells him to come see her if he changes his mind. Now that she's gone, Bjorn finally relaxes, but her words keep circling in his head, and he starts to think about Rotmiller again, so he decides it's best to keep an eye on him from now on. The following days blur by with Misha making him breakfast for him every morning, and he spends his afternoons buried in books at the library. Once a week, Erwin visits and they all share a meal, though she and Misha always end up butting heads. They hold team meetings too, and Bjorn begins to suspect that Rotmiller is definitely hiding something. At one point, he visits Avman and collects his 5 million, though our boy is hesitant to give the bracelet back. Time skips ahead, and the day of the next spirit meeting finally arrives, and Bjorn decides to switch up his usual routine. Instead of checking the market trades, he roams the chat rooms. Surprisingly, he finds 0 groups for barbarians and only manages to spot a group with 3 tank groups, but then something catches his eye, a Korean chat group. He clicks it on instinct and is immediately thrown off by how overly decorated the room is, as he expected something plain, but a loud voice suddenly booms out. Bjorn stares up at the massive figure of Sergeant Lee, who starts celebrating with full energy. Our boy notices the military gear and blurts out in surprise, asking if the guy used to be in the military, which he confirms was just right after he got back from his mandatory service. Bjorn offers a quick nod of sympathy while quietly stepping back, already cringing at just how cursed this guy's luck was. After 5 minutes of swapping sob stories, they finally introduce themselves, and the sergeant looks pleasantly surprised to learn they share the same last name. He introduces himself as Lee Baeko and adds that he's 23, which makes Hansu blink in confusion. But the sergeant explains that it's already been 10 years since he landed in this world. Hansu starts to point out that this would technically make him older now, but Baeko shuts it down immediately, declaring that he's going back so they better count his real age. He gives Hansu a hard look and menacingly asks if he'll agree to that, which Hansu nervously does. Then Baeko starts inspecting him from head to toe and says he wants to test something, to which Hansu blinks and asks what kind of test he means. The sergeant explains that although he wants to trust him, he needs to make sure. It's a Korean-only test, since apparently Baeko's gotten popular, and people tried faking their nationality just to get help from him. Baeko asks him to say the first thing that comes to mind, and signals that the test is about to begin, while Hansu starts to get a bit nervous. Baeko throws out random questions as if he is trolling Hansu, and somehow, they both end up shouting the military oath, but Hansu quickly clarifies that he only served as a public service worker. The sergeant drops into a chair and says this will be the final test, suddenly putting on a dead serious face. He asks Hansu what he thinks of Lee Won-young, and without skipping a beat, our boy immediately starts spitting slurs, accusing him of going way too far now. Baeko nods and declares him a true Korean, while Hansu wonders what kind of unhinged nonsense this guy is on. Baeko starts making strange noises, clearly lost in his own thoughts, and Hansu can't help but wonder if this guy has already lost it. The sergeant apologizes and says he was playing out a little fantasy since it's been way too long since he met another Korean. He gets a bit sentimental, saying he's genuinely happy to meet Hansu, and our boy realizes that this guy's probably been alone way too long and just needs some human contact, so our boy decides to adopt him. Hansu asks if he'd be willing to share some high-level intel, but Baeko still seems a little hesitant, but our hero reassures him that they're the same kind of person. The sergeant then asks what difficulty Hansu beat the game on, and without missing a beat, Hansu just mirrors him and says 10 times easier mode. That immediately lifts Baeko's spirits as he starts yelling that Koreans are built different, and Hansu just silently concludes that he's a patriot through and through. Baeko offers to share some ghost points, but Hansu politely declines since he has no real use for them. He can tell that while the guy acts laid back, he's very careful about what he reveals, and definitely not eager to share his full identity. Baeko then dramatically tears up and declares Hansu his long-lost brother, and tells him to ask anything. Hansu nods and asks if he knows who's running things behind the scenes here. The sergeant draws a complete blank at first, but then mentions 3 powerful mages who might be in charge. He warns Hansu not to reveal his identity in the community since there are some trash-tier players siding with the royals. Hansu asks if the administrator could still find him, but Baeko just gives him this creepy little grin and says there shouldn't be a way, since this realm wasn't created by them and that they only inherited it. Then Baeko dives into some deeper lore, explaining that the evil spirits have been around for more than 100 years, which doesn't add up since that would be before the release of the game on Earth. Apparently, some people from another dimension ended up here after reading a book about Rafdonia. A few of them made it in, and one of them supposedly created this realm which the current administrator probably inherited. That stuns Hansu, who wonders how in the world this guy even knows all of this, but decides to just shut up and keep listening. Baeko admits he's been in seclusion for a while, so he doesn't have fresh intel, but points Hansu toward a chat room that always has the latest information. Observers of the Round Table is a veteran players community with restricted access. Baeko explains all the details like Hansu's some confused school kid, but then announces that his time's up. He mentions that the pill he took only lasts an hour and that he got it after raiding the secret police, leaving Hansu more confused than ever. Hansu stares at the screen and tries to enter the hidden Illuminati tier chat room. The system lets him in and immediately drops him into a customization room, where he forces himself to whip up a disguise, and once suited up as a lion, he walks into the meeting room. Everyone immediately glares at him like he just insulted their ancestors. The jester says he doesn't recognize him, and the fox demands to know who he is and how he got in. Hansu reads the room easily while the group starts pestering him to hurry up and explain, and warns that if he lies, he's done for. Hansu does recall hearing something about getting banned for lying, but only after the assembly officially starts, and figures that these guys just seem nosy. He remembers Baeko's words to walk in bold, like a true Sigma, and starts to understand why that mattered. He plays dumb, acting like he has no idea where he is. Then he casually says that the Fox girl's mom recommended him to be here, knowing full well they can't do anything about it. He repeats the yo mama joke, and the Fox girl goes ballistic. She activates her ability Bloodlust, which is the only skill usable inside the spirit realm, and its strength depends on the person's mentality. She tells him to repeat that again, and Hansu starts to feel the bloodlust creeping in, sweating just a little as he realizes she's not playing around. Our hero only feels a faint tingle and wonders if this is what bloodlust is supposed to feel like, but honestly, it doesn't seem all that impressive. He puts on an act and pretends to be scared, and the fox girl puffs up with confidence, taunting that he was talking big earlier while the rest of the veterans keep their eyes locked on him. She grins and dares him to say it again, but that flips a switch in him, and he drops the act and fires the same yo mama joke again, catching her completely off guard. The veterans scold him for being childish, and it deflates him a bit that no one appreciated the joke, but decides to let it slide. The fox girl starts shaking with rage after getting roasted like that, and Hansu silently finishes evaluating the room. He remembers what Baeko said about bloodlust and that he didn't want to use it on Hansu since it could trigger a mental disorder because his mental strength was too high. The sergeant explained all he had to do was treat the target like an enemy that he absolutely has to erase. The pressure crushes the fox girl, making her drop, and she begs him to stop while the other veterans jump up in fear, demanding to know what the hell he's doing. Hansu just stares them all down like an apex predator, and none of them dares make a move, but his brain's going a little soft from keeping the bloodlust up for too long. He's almost at his limit and finally lets go once the fox girl reaches her breaking point, making her gasp for air as the weight lifts off her. The deer and the jester are now fully intrigued as they both find Hansu more interesting than expected, while our boy figures he doesn't know what formula he used here but somehow got the right answer, as he successfully created the image of a guy nobody wants to mess with. Just then, the doors start closing and the fox girl notes that the official meeting is about to begin. The hooded guy jokes that with how strong his bloodlust was, and that he thought Hansu was a regular around here. He asks what Hansu wants, if it was the master who invited him, and even offers money for answers while Hansu just thinks to himself how polite this guy has gotten. He asks what makes them think that, and they answer that it's because he showed up right after the master vanished. The jester adds that this was why the fox girl tried to test him only to get wrecked in return. Everyone's hungry for info on the master, but Hansu shuts them down as he declares that he is not answering anything. The fox girl tries to speak, but the jester cuts in and asks to start the meeting already. He explains the rules. Everyone shares intel others don't know, and if it's already known, the crystal glows red. The jester starts off, saying the Rafdonia king is getting worse, but the crystal glows red since everyone already knew that, well, everyone except Hansu. The jester throws Hansu a look, like he's passing on some inside message, and then tries again. This time he says the captain of the Rose Knights died yesterday, making the crystal glows green, and everyone agrees it's a solid piece of news while Hansu silently wonders who that even was. Next up, the fox girl says the Jagan clan successfully raided the first floor lord to which the crystal glows green. Hansu now realizes it was Jagan clan who bought the intel from their group and figures it was smart of him to join this place after all. Then the hooded guy speaks, claiming that activating a hidden piece on the Silent Fairies Island can summon up to 3 Lavganus. The group nods like it's good intel, but the crystal still turns red because Hansu already knew it. He tries again, saying the fairies found traces of the thief who stole the divine relic, but even though that info is vague, they let it pass since it involves the relic. Now it's Hansu's turn, and he knows he has to dig up something good if he wants to keep that mysterious powerhouse image alive. He says that if 3 people take down a half-demon, it guarantees an essence drop to which the crystal glows green, and he breathes a sigh of relief. But the veterans lose their minds as they can't even comprehend the idea of 3 people taking down a half-demon. Hansu's confused since he sees them as relatively easy but admits they're rare. He silently praises himself for choosing this obscure info as no one else would have known something like that. Then the deer takes the next turn, which ends the first round. However, someone suggests going for a second round, but everyone else calls it for the day. The jester asks Hansu if he's done too, but gets visibly upset when our boy says yes. Hansu realizes that if it was just the 2 of them, he could get questioned into revealing his identity, so he decided to dip. The whole group silently stares at him, waiting for him to say something while our hero simply looks back and figures he's been the main character tonight. He drops a cold line asking if that is all they have to offer, and then makes his exit. After he's gone, the fox girl starts trembling again as she explains that if he'd pushed just a little further, it could have caused permanent damage, and what's worse is that he stopped right at her limit as if on purpose. The hooded guy confirms it wasn't his fault either, saying Hansu shut down a fully manifested will in seconds. The deer brings up Hansu's earlier half-demon comment, but the jester stands up, asking if they all really believe that came from in-game knowledge. He slams his fist and tells everyone to bring better intel next time, fearing that if our boy loses interest, it'll be a major loss to the group. The deer tries to argue, but the jester cuts him off, reminding him that Hansu left disappointed. He urges them to find or make something juicy because he refuses to miss another opportunity like this. Meanwhile, our boy returns to Rafdonia and collapses on the bed, thinking about how wild that whole thing was. He figures he doesn't want to just rely on intel from Baeko, and someone that's seasoned wouldn't be dumb enough to give everything up anyway. He drops a line in his head that a relationship only lasts if you know not to cross the line, but that overloads his 2 brain cells, and he passes out. Next morning, Misha looms over him and demands to know what he was doing last night since he was out cold all day, to which he replies that he couldn't sleep, and instead asks if she's been here since morning. She starts fumbling excuses, talking about training and running into Dwalki, which immediately gets Bjorn's attention. He asks what the mage wanted, and she says he just had something on his mind. That raises a red flag, as romance between party members is a straight-up death sentence. So Bjorn leans in and asks her seriously what Dwalki said, but she tries to brush it off. However, he then gaslights her that friends shouldn't hide stuff from each other. Misha tries to object, but Bjorn smoothly gaslights her that since they're close, she should just tell him. She totally falls for it and spills everything Dwalki told her, which makes our hero cringe hard as she explains that Dwalki doesn't know if he should confess to his crush or not. He figures she probably doesn't realize Dwalki's into her, and as she keeps talking, she mentions how she told him to man up and just go for it. Misha's face turns red as she repeats what Bjorn said about being close friends and asks him to meet her father. Bjorn instantly agrees and asks when, catching her completely off guard with his quick reply. She stutters that she'll let him know later since she needs to discuss it with her dad first. After that, the cat girl asks why he even agreed when he's always so busy, and our boy simply says that it's her father, so of course it's important. Misha's face is redder than a tomato now as she says he shouldn't say stuff like that, which makes our boy hella confused. The next afternoon, our hero heads to the sanctuary after a long nap and tells himself to avoid using bloodlust again, and just moments later, loud screams echo from the shaman's hut as Bjorn blasts through the 5th level of the immortal seal, reassuring himself that there's just one more to go before he unlocks the new ability. 3 days later, Bjorn is riding a carriage with Misha and finally understands why she sleeps over whenever she visits her family. Before he can get too lost in thought, Misha snaps him back to the present by saying they've arrived. They finally reach the Beastfolk's sanctuary, and to his surprise, it's just as advanced as human cities, if not more. Just then, a kid starts yelling about how Bjorn's a barbarian, until the father panics and slaps a hand over his kid's mouth. Misha asks why our hero's staring so much, and nervously wonders if he already wants to leave, but Bjorn plays it cool, saying he's just surprised since it looks nothing like the basic huts back home, and he wonders if all sanctuaries are built like this. Misha asks what he means, and Bjorn says he thought beastfolk lived out in forests raising animals. She explains that they dropped those traditions ages ago, which ticks him off since now it feels like barbarians are the only ones stuck in the Stone Age. Eventually, Misha stops in front of her house and Bjorn stands there flabbergasted at how massive and fancy it looks, especially considering the chief of his village still lives in a tent. Misha tells him not to be nervous, though her body's shaking like a blender, so Bjorn Uno reverses her that she needs to take a chill pill herself. She rings the bell while getting lost in thought, remembering how she used to believe all her problems would vanish if she got a spirit beast. Her father asked her about the glacial beast she contracted and that if she had told anyone. He then ordered her to keep it between them from now on. Misha starts spiraling, wondering if he suspects that she didn't get the contract through regular means, but then her father calls out, telling her to bring the barbarian in. She tries to ask why, but the old man immediately shuts her down by flashing just a tiny bit of his power. Misha is rattled since she never wanted Bjorn tangled up in her problems, which is why she visited home so often to hide it from him. Her siblings still acted like she caught the cheese touch and treated her like some cursed relic. Even the servants gave her the cold shoulder. But she stuck through it all because Bjorn taught her that running away never solves anything. Her father kept egging her about when the barbarian would show up, warning her that she had a month or he'd start reconsidering what to do with her. Misha had no idea why he was so desperate to meet Bjorn, but she convinced herself that she could be more useful to our boy if she had her family's support. She was worried he might turn her down, and was honestly thrilled when he accepted, though now that they're here, she's flooded with anxiety that she won't be able to keep the truth hidden any longer. Trying to stay strong, she tells Bjorn that only her father knows about the contract, and asks him not to get mad no matter what happens inside, but our boy doesn't exactly promise. Right then, the gate creaks open and a voice calls out asking who's there. The servant's mood instantly tanks when he sees Misha and realizes she's back. He throws out a slur and stomps off to alert the household while Misha tells Bjorn to ignore it, but our boy flashes a wild grin which starts to scare her. She insists that things won't stay this bad forever and pleads with Bjorn to keep his cool. But the guy's already over the edge, wondering what kind of trash father lets his daughter get treated like this. And the cherry on top is that the old man even had the nerve to invite him over, which leads Bjorn to one solid conclusion that her father clearly thinks this barbarian's some kind of idiot. Bjorn starts getting serious as he senses a nasty wave of murderous intent rolling out from the house like he just stepped into a monster dungeon. He takes a deep breath, then lets out a loud war cry that echoes down the corridor. The servant turns back and yells at him to learn some manners, But Bjorn just leans in and slowly whispers with a creepy grin that maybe there's something seriously wrong with the guy's head. Just as things start heating up, Misha jumps in and tells him to stop. Bjorn tries to play it innocent, but she calls him out instantly and says she already knows that whatever he just said means he's planning to smash the guy's skull in, which makes the servant sweat like crazy. Meanwhile, our boy just starts acting like a villain whose plan just got exposed. Bjorn gives her a serious look and quietly tells her that it's fine to do what she wants for once, that she shouldn't keep holding herself back. Misha pushes back, saying it's her family, but he fires right back and asks if they're more important than her life, and adds that if her answer is yes, he'll stop right here then. She stays silent and our boy gently pats her shoulder, saying that what she's scared of won't happen. The servant starts getting loud again until Bjorn flicks him in the forehead and launches him clean through the gate, leaving the others frozen in shock. The crowd rushes in and realizes that a barbarian just Spartan kicked the servant straight out the front. Misha nervously mutters that her father's going to explode when he finds out, but Bjorn tells her to just wait and watch. A voice suddenly calls out for him to stop and he instantly recognizes it as Talon, greeting him with a nod, though the confused catboy demands to know what's going on. He adds that if Bjorn can't give a proper explanation, he'll have to face consequences, which irritates our boy, but he calmly replies that he's a guest here and they can't do squat. He adds that the servant treated him like dirt and insulted the daughter of the patriarch, then asks if that's really acceptable. Bjorn catches the smug expressions on their faces, and it hits him that they already knew how Misha was treated. Talon tells him that the servant will be punished if he insulted a guest. Bjorn starts walking forward, thinking how his original plan was to break a few bones to send a clear message. He leans in and asks if they all have something wrong with their heads too, which makes Misha yell at him to stop. But he takes another deep breath and roars louder than before, freezing everyone where they stand while they demand to know what the hell he's trying to pull. Bjorn narrows his eyes and coldly asks if the reason for this treatment is because Misha never formed a contract with a spirit beast, even though she's part of the main bloodline. Talon begins to agree that the barbarian might be right, but Bjorn cuts him off and throws a question that, what if it's all just one big misunderstanding? He asks Talon that if Misha did have a contract, would he have the guts to apologize? The guy tries to point out that she's already 25, but Bjorn interrupts again and demands a real answer. Talon gives a smug little smile and says he would, clearly thinking there's no chance in hell, but our boy flashes the same smile back and tells Misha to show them already, which makes her hesitate. She whispers that her father will never forgive her, but Bjorn tells her to deal with him later and just do what she wants for once, while reassuring her that he's got her back. A crowd begins to gather to watch the drama unfold while Misha is still panicking, but just then, a voice booms through the air and tells everyone to stop as her father finally shows up. Later on, they're all sitting in the library, and Bjorn exchanges a few greetings with the patriarch, and out of nowhere, the old man places a hand on his shoulder and casually asks why he did all that while quietly activating a fear skill. He starts scolding Bjorn, who can feel the pressure crawling up his spine even though he knows it's just a skill, and finally understands why Misha is so afraid of him. But our boy's too broken to be controlled like that, and he tears through the skill as the old man smugly asks what's with the long face. Bjorn calmly pushes his hand away and narrows his eyes, asking him what exactly he thinks he's doing. He accepted the invitation because of two reasons, one of which was to keep Misha from being dragged back into her family for her powers. The second was to avoid raising suspicions that he was some kind of evil spirit, since Misha's awakening would attract attention. If the patriarch found out the truth behind her awakening, Bjorn would need a solid excuse to bail himself. But none of that matters now because the family still treats her like trash, and the old man came in swinging, trying to flex on our boy. The patriarch looks stunned and asks if Bjorn isn't afraid of death, but Bjorn claps back that at the very least, he's not scared of some washed-up old cat. He knows the guy was a big deal explorer once, but he also knows that if he doesn't clap back, the chief will flatten this place in seconds. Bjorn cracks a grin and asks if the geezer really thinks he can take him on while thinking how deep in enemy territory he is. However, he is certain that the old man won't act up because the moment Bjorn dies, the barbarians would declare war all over again, just like they did 10 years ago, because that's just how his people roll. Unexpectedly, the patriarch starts laughing like he's the chill one here and says he knows Bjorn used the item. Bjorn decides to play dumb and asks what he's talking about, but the old guy pushes harder, thinking he's called his bluff. Our boy doubles down and tells him to explain what he means, and Mr. Karlstein tells him to just confess about Skadia's item already. He keeps pressuring Bjorn, but our hero realizes something critical, that the old man doesn't even know the name of the item. The patriarch pretends he'll name the item once Bjorn confirms it, which is giving off major sus vibes. Bjorn instantly figures out that the geezer's capping hard, and only suspects that some item might help with awakening, but doesn't have a clue what it is. Misha's father taunts that if Bjorn just says the word, everything will be fixed. That's when it hits our boy that this whole show was just a setup to squeeze info out of him, which seriously ticks him off. Realizing it's time to act, Bjorn thumps his chest and activates his most overpowered ability, Lai no Jutsu, and swears the warrior oath that he knows nothing. That line catches the old man completely off guard, leaving him no choice but to accept it. Bjorn seals the deal by saying he'll go find that item someday, but when he does, the patriarch better fix everything with Misha, who is just watching everything unfold with wide eyes. After Bjorn leaves, the patriarch sinks into thought and is surprised that Misha awakened naturally, but the fact that it was Skadia makes it suspicious. He flips through ancient records that mention a special item which can induce awakening and admits to himself that the real reason he invited the Barbarian was to see if such an item existed. He doesn't care about the oath, but from what he saw, the Barbarian really doesn't know anything but clearly cares about Misha. He shuts the book and chuckles to himself, saying he never expected a Barbarian with that much talent to exist. Just then a voice interrupts, informing him that Misha has returned. She informs him that there's something she wants to say, but her father cuts in and tells no one will see her as an outsider anymore. Misha stays quiet as he continues that she is now officially his daughter, though she looks completely uninterested, which makes him ask why she's staying silent. A few moments earlier, Misha had called Bjorn to confirm that he straight up lied with the warrior's oath. After pausing for a second, Bjorn admits that he did while dropping a smooth line that she matters more to him than any oath, and that he can't imagine how hard things have been for her, which makes her melt like butter. Back in the present, Misha tells her father that she didn't come for his dumb promise, and brings up something her mother told her before she died. She reveals that he isn't her real father, and the old man immediately snaps and yells that if she had kept her mouth shut, she'd already be part of the family, and asks why she's throwing that away. Misha calmly says she just felt like it, and leaves while the old man stands frozen, unable to process the reality bomb that just got dumped on him. 10 days later, Bjorn sits at a tavern with Rottmiller, while grumbling to himself about how annoying it is not to fully trust a party member. After hearing a certain warning, Bjorn finds it hard to believe Rottmiller would betray him, so he decides to handle it head on. He straight up asks why he went to the guild, which makes Rottmiller put down his mug as he realizes why Bjorn's been giving him the bombastic side-eye all day. He asks how our hero even found out, and Bjorn says he knows someone at the guild. Rottmiller explains that the district manager called him in and offered a reward to betray the party, but he turned it down. Bjorn then asks why he kept it to himself, and Rottmiller says he thought it would mess up the group's vibe. Bjorn thanks him for being honest, and they tap mugs as he decides that nothing needs to change because Rottmiller's still a loyal top G. The next day finally arrives and the labyrinth is set to open. Irvin wishes Bjorn luck and walks off, but before he can relax, Misha storms in demanding to know what the elf was doing there, and our hero nervously explains she just dropped by to say hi. He tells Misha that he's about to take a nap until it's time and asks what she plans to do, but she is still ticked off. Around 7 hours later, it's finally go time and Bjorn notes that the mage and dwarf are running late. Just then, Misha points toward a group of baby barbarians and our hero rushes over like a worried grandpa asking if they're lost. He tells them to follow the explorers for directions, but they give him a strange look, since all that's already obvious to them. Bjorn's confused but introduces himself, only for the group to completely lose it after realizing they've met their crush celebrity. He then asks how they know about the Explorer GPS technique, and one of them says they learned it at the sanctuary. That completely stuns Bjorn, and he asks if they didn't get shown some weird map like he was, but the kid just looks puzzled. Bjorn then warns them to protect their hearts from the nasty plunderers, but they already know that lesson too, which makes him wonder who taught them. It turns out it was Karen all along, and the kids wave goodbye to their idol and charge into the labyrinth while Bjorn smiles like a proud old man watching his chicks fly off, and as if right on cue, the other two finally show up. Hickarot explains that Dwalki ate too much and had to push it all out, making the mage flush red while the dwarf casually tells him it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Bjorn cuts them off and says they need to move out. The team finally steps through the portal with Dwalki riding piggyback on Bjorn as they burst forward at full speed. A few days earlier, Rottmiller had pitched the idea of a speed run, hoping to be the first to open a portal even though it seemed unlikely. Now back in the present, the group sprints through the crystal cave while Bjorn thinks this is way more fun to do in real life. Rottmiller spots another team ahead and bolts off on a shortcut, ignoring Misha's shout to wait. Just then, a group of goblins jump out, which makes Rottmiller freeze, but Misha dives in and slices them down in seconds like a pro. Rottmiller clenches his fists as bad memories start flooding in. He yells at the group to keep going and charges ahead again while calling out directions. Even with their enhanced stamina from essences, the crew's drenched in sweat after hours of running. Bjorn shouts back to Dwalki that he's gotten heavier, and Dwalki reminds him that he's the one who said Misha likes bigger men. Our hero remembers that conversation, but it was just a dumb excuse to stop him from confessing while the mage turned it into a mukbang livestream. Everyone's trying their best, but despite everything, the portal is already open when they arrive. Rottmiller collapses, slamming his fists into the ground as he spirals into a full-on breakdown. Meanwhile, Bjorn watches quietly, realizing there's a clear skill gap, and the time to leave this team with Misha might be coming soon. Rottmiller starts convincing himself that it's not over yet, reasoning that the first team likely entered half an hour earlier, and if they push hard enough, they might still overtake them. The rest of the group nervously nods along, but Bjorn shuts it down immediately, calling out that they're acting like lunatics and everyone's already worn out. He drops Rottmiller's full name and tells him to calm down already, which nearly makes the scout rage quit, but he manages to cool off and apologizes to the group while everyone lets out a sigh of relief. They then enter the second floor into the stone desert, and thankfully, Rottmiller is still guiding them well. However, Bjorn still decides to keep a close eye on him because that district manager encounter and the scout's earlier breakdown felt way too shady. As they pass through the starry sky zone again, Misha gets lost in the view while Dwalki throws out a cheesy line about wanting to enjoy it with someone that instantly makes her cringe. He tries to own it while Hikarad stirs the pot from behind with some teasing. Later on, they reach the 4th floor's sky tower, and Bjorn states that he knows all these monsters, and then lets out a war cry as the team jumps into the fight. They wipe the monsters out like they're made of paper, and just like that, the first trial is cleared and they now have to decide which gate to choose. The Bravery Gate is the standard route, though it forces you to wait 4 hours before the next stairs. Wisdom Gate is riskier as it is full of traps and puzzles, but lets you jump up to 5 floors without cooldown. Then there's the dreaded Patience Gate, where you relive your worst memories, but finishing it can get you a numbered item or a 6th rank essence. Lastly, there's the Fate Gate, but before Bjorn can explain it, Rottmiller interrupts with a bombshell that he plans to leave the team after this expedition. Bjorn asks if it's because of him, caught off guard, though not entirely surprised, but Rottmiller says no, as it is his own personal decision. Bjorn asks what that means, and Rottmiller pauses, then requests a piece of jerky with a smile. He explains that the district manager isn't totally innocent in this, as he offered Rottmiller a spot in a top-tier clan, and that kept on messing with his head. Eventually, he realized it was time to move on, as those with natural talent like non-human species always rise fast. He admits he's been ditched by teams before because he couldn't keep up. Sometimes he got kicked out, and sometimes he left on his own because of shame, but this time things aren't so simple. Bjorn gets confused, so Rottmiller explains that he genuinely likes this team. He wishes their journey could last longer, but deep down, he knows all good things end eventually. Bjorn starts to speak, but the alarm clock cuts in, and Rottmiller tells him it's time to go. Bjorn decides he'll explain back in the city that he and Misha plan to leave anyway, so Rottmiller doesn't have to go. They move on and cut through a tough monster group while Dwalki reminds himself not to drop his guard in the labyrinth. Only the final chamber remains now, but everyone freezes as they see that all 3 stairs lead to the Fate Gate. That immediately puts Bjorn on edge, as no one ever chooses the Fate Gate because it's rare, unpredictable, and very risky. Misha asks if they can just pick one at random, as she remembers entering one before, and all she got were a bunch of monsters. Bjorn figures she must have triggered a trial of bravery or wisdom or patience inside Fate's domain. Dwalki says she got lucky since the outcome is always random. Meanwhile, Bjorn shifts into full analysis mode as he recalls that there are over 30 trials linked to fate. But that's not the biggest issue here. Hikarad speaks up, saying it's a waste to just stand around, then motivates the team with the idea of earning more money. Misha asks what Bjorn thinks, and he says with a smile that they're going in while thinking that if all 3 stairways lead to fate, this has to be a special event. Misha opens the door and the group gets transported to Larakaz Maze. Rottmiller quickly scans the area and confirms there are no enemies, but says he's never seen this place before, but Bjorn, however, already knows what this is. Just then, the field effect activates and the Guardian of Balance comes into play. Dwalki nervously suggests they camp out till the labyrinth closes, but Rottmiller points out they don't know how this place even works. Bjorn is more concerned about whether they can clear the place at all with this current team, and asks if anyone feels different. Misha says she feels lighter, but Hikarad doesn't feel anything. Then Rottmiller and Dwalki both say they feel stronger and start wondering why. Bjorn pieces it together and figures the Guardian of Balance must have redistributed his overpowered stats to the rest of the party. He doesn't say it directly but drops a hint, groaning that his body feels strange. Rottmiller shifts to detective mode and realizes it must be a stat mixing condition. He asks what they should do next, and Bjorn tells them to explore and look for an exit. Our hero states if nobody knows this place, then the reward must be worth it, and Rottmiller replies that he respects the grind. Hikarad starts to give some strategic advice, but Dwalki suddenly yells out that this must be Gabrilius's arrangement, the work of the last great sage. Even Rottmiller admits it sounds possible while Hikarad starts sweating as he nervously asks if there are monsters to deal with here. And with that, the Outcast team begins their final expedition as they dive deeper into the maze. Misha says something about the whole place feeling sketchy, and Dwalki loudly declares he'll protect her, but she immediately reminds him that she's the one who was doing the protecting. He doubles down that they will both protect each other while Bjorn dies inside from the cringe, but Hikarad silently roots for him. Sometime later, they run into a 6th rank goat monster, who immediately starts throwing hands. Bjorn calls for everyone to brace as the monster swings its weapon. He blocks it, but feels the power difference that it's stronger than him here because of the field effect. Suddenly, Dwalki launches an ice spell and Misha yells for Bjorn to move as the blast slams into the monster, flattening it in one hit which leaves everyone's mouth wide open. Bjorn sees the massive spear of ice and realizes that in this zone, Dwalki is no longer a joke. The mage's eyes sparkle with pride as he thinks that clearing this place might not be so tough after all. The Larikaz maze is built in a way that even a seasoned guide's talent is mostly useless here, so anyone could end up hopelessly lost. But Rottmiller locks in quickly, marking their trail with his knife while Bjorn quietly notes that scouts have mad skill as the guy updates the map on the fly like it's second nature. Bjorn says it's kind of insane how easily he draws up such a precise map, but Rottmiller just brushes it off like it's nothing. After finishing it up, he tells the group they're moving out, but almost immediately, the scout senses incoming monsters and gives the signal. But Dwalki jumps ahead as he double casts 2 ice spears that curve around his teammates and strike their targets with pinpoint accuracy. Everyone just stands there flabbergasted, and Bjorn starts to wonder if it was Dwalki's mana holding him back all this time. Then Rottmiller moves ahead again, and our hero feels a little guilty that even after all this time he never really tried to understand his teammates' strengths. Meanwhile, Dwalki gets full of himself and loudly claims he can take care of all the enemies by himself. In this zone, the field effect clearly benefits mages the most, and since they can't take in essences, it makes sense that their mana capacity multiplies, but even so, things are going a little too smoothly. Dwalki feels completely free for once, and is living for it, while Bjorn spends the day quietly analyzing the team and realizes they're at least twice as strong when everyone plays their part properly. It makes sense since this is a team game after all, as having people fulfill their roles beats one guy doing everything, which is exactly why Bjorn wants out. He feels a little weird thinking this will probably be the first and last time he gets to experience real teamwork. But Misha pulls him back to reality and tells him to stop zoning out and keep his eyes peeled for his night watch shift. Hikarad is snoring like a chainsaw while Bjorn slips into deep thought, knowing he's close to getting his item. They just need to find the boss room, though he does regret that if they had just one more week here they could have farmed way more. Then Dwalki breaks the silence and says he's been thinking about Misha's preferences, which instantly sets off alarms in Bjorn's head. The mage says he was going to ask if Bjorn was serious about what he said about her, but decides it doesn't matter anymore as he just wants to show his real self now. He admits he has a massive crush on her and starts rambling until Bjorn cuts him off, which instantly makes him afraid that Bjorn likes her too. Bjorn tries to explain, but the guy stays stubborn, saying nothing's changing his mind and he'll confess once they're back in the city. Bjorn hears that and knows and sweats nervously as it's the classic death flag move. Sometime later, the group stands in front of a wall and starts wondering if they've hit a dead end, but Bjorn knows this is the boss room. However, he is unsure how to activate the hidden mechanism without looking suspicious. But luckily, Rottmiller's sixth sense kicks in as he inspects the wall and presses the hidden switch, saving Bjorn the trouble. A door creaks open, and Bjorn takes point with his shield up and enters the chamber. Inside, he spots an ominous magic circle on the ground alongside a goat's head. Misha mutters that this place gives her the creeps, but Bjorn grins, thinking it's way better than the alternative because finding the boss now should be a walk in the park now. Still, the issue of activating the circle without tipping anyone off remains as he needs to bleed on it, and there's no way that wouldn't look sus. Before he can figure it out, his eyes go wide as he suddenly feels light as air, like he could bench press a mountain, and everyone else seems to feel it too. Bjorn panics hard after receiving such a huge energy burst and calls out to Rottmiller, who confirms his suspicion that another team has entered the maze. Only 5 people can enter this place at once, but he is certain of one thing, that regardless how many they are insanely strong if they triggered such a power spike. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the maze, a group of 3 people emerges, and the horned man smirks that he finally reached this place. Behind him, the old priest looks upward and questions why the heavens would gift so much power to someone this evil. The horned guy casually threatens to rip out the priest's tongue, but the old man doesn't flinch as he states that pain doesn't scare him. Then the threat shifts to his grandson, and that shuts him up instantly. The horned guy glances over at the third member who is curled into a ball and tells him to man up and stop acting like he just lost an arm. He chuckles at the idea that all it took to open this place was the arm of a 5th-rank adventurer. The priest stares at him in horror and asks if that guy isn't his teammate. The hooded guy just shrugs it off and kicks the scout to get up already. The old man tries reasoning again, saying the guy literally lost an arm, but the hooded guy shoots him a death stare and tells him to shut it. The scout pulls himself together and tells the priest he's fine, and just then, the field effect kicks in, which makes the horned guy freeze as he notices a shift in power. He turns to the old man and asks what just happened, who replies that his divine powers dropped slightly. The horned guy makes sure he heard that right, and then turns to the scout, who also says he feels weaker than usual. He figures that if even a 5th-rank scout is losing strength, that means someone else is in here. He peels off his hood with a twisted stretching across his face, and says it's time to find out where the little rats are hiding. Bjorn figures out that some other explorers have entered the maze and they're way stronger than anything they've come across so far. His own stats have nearly doubled, meaning those guys must already be on the 6th floor level. Misha looks a bit confused but still says they should probably work together, while Hikarad thinks it's kind of odd that Bjorn seems this freaked out. Even Dwalki looks way too confident, but Rottmiller cuts through the noise and says they need to find a way out of this place. They ask what Bjorn wants to do, but he doesn't answer. He just moves first, activates the demon circle with his own blood, and summons the monster. The rest immediately start panicking, realizing that Bjorn must have triggered it somehow. Baphomet's supposed to be one hell of a tough boss, yet somehow, they all manage to bring it down in under a minute. Once it drops, the group finds a new item known as the Map of Laruka's Maze. Bjorn starts freaking out because that fight was way too easy, and now he's wondering just how broken those other explorers really are. Deciding he's had enough of this, he tells the others that they need to get out, and fast. Everyone can tell he's acting off, but Bjorn tells them to assume the worst, that based on this fight, those other guys must be ridiculously overpowered. Even if their stats are the same, the gap in essences, gear, and skill must be massive. The others start looking nervous as Bjorn makes it clear he's seriously worried someone might get hurt if they don't move now. A few seconds later, the team is full-on sprinting through the maze while Rottmiller shouts out directions. Some big mobs show up and Bjorn yells at Dwalki, who unleashes upgraded ice magic that wrecks them with wide-range damage. Bjorn grins while thinking they could only pull this off on small fry at first, but since the mobs are gonna unfreeze in a second, he swings his mace around and reduces them to dust as they press forward. After running non-stop all day, Bjorn finally gives the call to rest. Hikarad is wheezing like he smokes 40 packs a day, but still claims he's in better shape than when they were on floor 1. He turns to ask Bjorn something but stops when he sees the guy looking like he's seen a ghost. The dwarf points out that they've been sprinting for 6 hours straight, and asks if Bjorn's still feeling anxious. Earlier, just before the Baphomet fight, Bjorn had admitted that something felt off, and it was the same kind of tension they felt right before running into the floor lord on the 3rd floor. He'd begged the team to trust him just this once, but even Dwalki had doubts, saying they must have gotten far enough to lose whoever's tailing them. Misha looks drained but still asks if they should keep going, to which Bjorn says yes, and she nods without complaint. Rottmiller looks at the map with a frown and asks why Bjorn thinks heading toward the center would help them escape, but our boy already knows that's the boss room. The scout quietly says he also feels like something bad is going to happen if they ignore Bjorn's instincts, and as soon as he says that, the rest of the team immediately loses it. Bjorn notes that even Rottmiller's 6th sense must have leveled up a lot, and Dwalki asks if he's being serious. Our hero realizes that the scout's words suddenly made his own warnings sound way more legit, while Misha panics and says they better keep moving. The rest of the team starts gearing up like they've got brand new legs, which kind of ticks Bjorn off since they didn't believe him earlier. With that, they're off again, running full speed for the next 12 hours, and during the way they deal with wave after wave of mobs, until they finally arrive at the room belonging to the maze's owner. Suddenly the massive door lights up, reacting to their presence, and Bjorn immediately yells for everyone to prep for battle. A huge minotaur begins to rise out of the ground, and our barbarian lets out a wild battle cry. He figures this beast must be a 4.5 rank monster at least, since it's clearly an advanced mutant variant. Bjorn takes a direct hit from the monster's charge, thinking he won't even need to go full gigantification mode for this one. The minotaur then bursts into flames and barrels toward him again while the team screams at him to dodge. Bjorn holds his ground as he blocks the hit and eats some burn damage, but it's manageable thanks to his 3rd level seal. Dwalki activates an ice spell that boosts Bjorn's flame resistance, and what really surprises Bjorn is that he didn't even need to ask for it. The rest of the crew dives in while Dwalki keeps applying curse magic to weaken the beast. Misha rushes forward with her poison blade and carves a deep slash across its chest while Bjorn freezes for a moment, trying to process where this absolute unit of a team came from. Somehow, they take down the advanced mutant monster in under 10 seconds, and our hero just stands there, stunned. He starts thinking that this must be what their team looks like in its final form, as they have every element of a high-tier squad, and wishes they could be like this outside this dungeon too. He snaps back to reality as Misha says there's no essence this time and no portal either, while Rottmiller suggests that whatever they're looking for might be behind the nearby doors, and that they should check it out. Dwalki mentions that he can feel strong mana radiating from the jewel, so Bjorn kneels and picks it up, thinking this might come in handy when things go completely sideways. As for the portal, Rottmiller speaks up and says it's probably the blue dot on the map, and Bjorn silently applauds his 6th sense again. But just as they're getting ready to move, a voice rings out from nearby. Someone calls out that they nailed it and starts giving heat to the old man. that if they hadn't sacrificed another arm, they would have completely lost the trail. Ligar folds his arms and demands that Bjorn at least say thank you for using his powers. The priest starts begging the guy to take whatever he wants and spare the others, but Ligar doesn't buy it and asks why the whole group's gone silent like they just saw a ghost. Meanwhile, Bjorn stands there frozen in shock because in just one sentence, this guy somehow sends a chill down his warrior spine that makes his body tense up instinctively for the worst. Bjorn clocks that every second counts now, so he opens up his senses to grab whatever information he can. He knows this guy clearly has prior knowledge of the area, but it's way too suspicious how he got here this fast. Then he recalls the part about sacrificing an arm and connects the dots that one of them must be a Karui follower. He figures the priest is being forced to go along with this freak show, and now he's wondering what kind of dirt the dragon guy has on him. With the tension rising, Bjorn settles on one thing, that this guy is absolutely insane, so it's time to switch to plan D. Our hero finally speaks up that he didn't expect to see other explorers around. The guy mocks him that he's not deaf after all, and Bjorn asks him if he knows the way out of here. Bjorn plays the rookie to bait some advantage, but his plan instantly gets trashed the moment the guy points a ring at him which was glowing yellow. Bjorn instantly starts sweating bullets as he realizes it's a fate tracker, a numbered item that turns green if you can clap someone, and red if you're about to get clapped. Right now, it's yellow, meaning things could go either way, which sucks because now the dragon freak is going to stay on full alert. The guy figures Bjorn knows exactly what the ring is, and right after that, he starts pulling a blade from the ground that Bjorn immediately identifies as an arc sword, the kind that can slice through just about anything, which confirms he's at least an 8th level explorer with high-grade essences. The Draconian then demands that Bjorn hand over everything he found here. Knowing bluffing's off the table, Bjorn decides not to play dumb as he pulls out the High Mana Stone and offers it up. The guy grins and tells him to hand it over if he wants to leave in one piece, and even the others start urging Bjorn to just give it up. But he figures there's no use negotiating with a maniac. So our boy does the most logical thing, saying that he's suddenly feeling super hungry and swallows the jewel just like that, and even lets out a burp to rub it in. The dragon guy snaps and rushes at him with his sword, which Bjorn tries to block, but the blade phases right through, stopping just short of his body, leaving even him confused for a second. Then Bjorn smirks and says if the guy had gone an inch deeper, he might have stabbed the jewel inside him. The lunatic backs off and demands to know what Bjorn wants now, while Bjorn taunts him that he gave up pretty quick, but the guy warns that his friends will be next. Bjorn raises a finger and says he only needs one day and swears not to do anything underhanded again. The dragon guy looks baffled, asking if he doesn't want to beg for his life, but Bjorn figures that line means nothing to someone like him and decides to take a completely different route, which the guy seems to find amusing. Ligar smirks and asks how he's supposed to trust them, but Bjorn drops the warrior's pledge and tells him they're just too tired to fight right now. The guy's eyes start glowing, and he asks if Bjorn seriously thinks he can beat him, but Bjorn snaps back that even in the face of defeat, a warrior should never give up. A little while later, the squad is seen sprinting full speed in the opposite direction, while Hikarod begs for a break. They finally take a breather, and Rottmiller asks Bjorn if that lunatic will really keep his word. Bjorn recalls that they were only given 12 hours and warned not to try the same trick again. He curses that if not for that cursed ring, he might have pulled off a better plan. He then gathers his thoughts and reminds himself he has to stay sharp for everyone's sake. Rottmiller checks the map and says they'll hit Bjorn's destination by 11, but wants to know what's even there. Dwalki jumps in saying it's a bad idea to fight the guy, and even Hikarod agrees. But Bjorn pulls the classic talk no jutsu and asks them to believe in him just one more time. Emotions start to run high as everyone remembers all the times Bjorn's had their backs, so they agree. Rottmiller interrupts that there's one more thing Bjorn needs to hear, that based on the scar and that arc sword, he's certain the guy is the Dragon Slayer. The whole team immediately loses their minds as they realize that the name belongs to one of the members of the Orculus. Bjorn's eyes widen as he remembers those guys are absolute maniacs who exist solely to take out the king. What's worse is that so far only 7 members have been captured. Every single one of them is disgustingly overpowered. Shoving aside the growing dread, Bjorn asks Rottmiller for all the details. The scout explains that Ligar Vagos is a draconic human who got cursed for killing the ancient king, and then joined the Orculus, becoming a true nightmare to deal with. The curse also sealed away his exclusive draconic skill, and since then his arc longsword has been renamed the Dragon Slayer sword. It's also rumored that while his essences are insanely powerful, he collected them randomly. Bjorn instantly goes into analysis mode and figures that the guy must have come here to reconfigure those essences. That locks in the decision that he has to pull the thing out before Ligar gets there first. The team sets off again, and Bjorn yells at Rottmiller to open the passageway. Deep inside, he's still reeling at the idea of having to fight someone like Ligar as an enemy. He figures if not for the Guardian of Balance, they'd already be 6 feet under and halfway to the afterlife, and the mere thought of their upcoming fight is enough to give him goosebumps, but that thought only sharpens his resolve. With no intention of running, he activates another demon circle and readies himself to face the demon Argos. As he braces for what's next, Bjorn recalls a saying, "There's no paradise for those who run, so he better fight for now." A few moments later, they manage to defeat Argos, and after taking down 2 mid-bosses, and somehow unlock a hidden room tucked away in the maze. They then grab the Flames of Greed scroll, and Bjorn instantly decides he'll use anything to win. He tells Rotmiller they need to locate the real hidden room now, and the scout jumps into action, sniffing out secret rooms every 2 hours like he's built for it. The only problem is that time is bleeding out fast, and just when it seems like they're out of luck, Rotmiller spots something off on the wall. He yanks a nearby torch, and sure enough, a hidden passage opens up and Bjorn finally sees what he was hoping for. They shut the room behind them while Bjorn tells everyone to rest, which instantly confuses the group. He promises to explain everything if they manage to survive this mess. Sometime later, everyone's knocked out cold, and Bjorn breathes a sigh of relief that nobody pressed him for answers, although now he's dreading what kind of garbage excuses he'll have to spin later. He figures it'll sort itself out and pulls out the crystal he barfed up earlier, crushing it in his palm, and instantly teleports to the Chamber of Balance. Bjorn finds it all fascinating, as in the game it was a quick choice, and he steps forward, facing the gates that prompt him to choose carefully which essence he wants to swap out. Restrained Hope lets him swap essences under 4th rank, so he assumes he just needs to open the door and make the call. He walks ahead and passes by the Orc Hero Gate since it's crucial to his build, and also ignores the Corpse Golem door because swapping it now would be completely useless. But just then, out of the blue, he picks the Vampire Essence. Even though it's packed with tank-friendly skills, he sacrifices it anyway, knowing Restrained Hope has a hidden mechanic when used with Guardian-type essences. The system suddenly announces that no one currently possesses this essence, then offers him a bizarre assortment to choose from instead. First up there is Lich, which is a 4th-rank essence. Then there is Soul Colossus, and Bjorn blinks, thinking he's dreaming because these are all beyond rare. But the real kicker is when it throws in the essence of a 3rd-rank boss monster Ogre, a brutal powerhouse built entirely for raw strength. He figures that it isn't luck, and are features he simply didn't know existed, and without second guessing, he walks through the door and takes the Ogre essence. 4 hours later, our boy starts peeling off his busted up gear, thinking how he'd never even considered the Ogre in his build, even though it's absurdly broken. It's tanky to the point of nonsense, and its drop rate is so bad nobody even tries to farm it, which makes sense why it is so unpopular. However, there's also a 4th-rank Steel Giant that boasts better defense, but it always boils down to preference whether you want a tank that hits hard or one that just won't die. Bjorn normally chooses for the latter as defensive builds were simpler, and that's how he alone reached the Abyss door in the original playthrough, but now he realizes that the Ogre is better. He clutches his mace tight, caught off guard that things have actually gone this smoothly. He figures their odds of survival just spiked until Rotmiller suddenly shouts that something's coming. Everyone tenses up, weapons drawn as Ligger steps into view, clearly surprised they're all still alive. He admits he felt some of his power fluctuate, and assumes someone must have died while Bjorn is just relieved that the priest isn't here with him. Meanwhile, Misha looks at the exhausted man next to her and mutters that Ligar's a total psycho. But Ligar keeps going, saying if they're all still breathing that means one of them must have absorbed Vikundurth's essence. Bjorn panics silently as he knows he gulped down the 3rd-rank essence and is now being tested. Ligar draws his arc sword and demands Bjorn hand over the jewel like they agreed. Bjorn tries to stall, acting like the jewel broke because he was playing around with it, and starts trolling the Draconian. That doesn't sit well as Ligar's eyes go cold as he realizes Bjorn never intended to give it back. He rushes forward with his sword, but Bjorn blocks with his shield and leaps back as Dwalki fires off an ice spell. Ligar doesn't let it land as he counters with a high-level fire spell and nullifies it completely, but Bjorn has his own trap in mind. He activates the Flames of Desire scroll and locks away Ligar's Lava Giant essence for 48 hours, which catches him by surprise. Dwalki's ice finally connects and it hits hard, but Ligar just smirks and asks if that was why they were so confident. Bjorn starts sweating buckets again as the guy just pulled out Dark Curtain, which is a skill Bjorn didn't even know he had, and completely shifts the playing field. In the blink of an eye, Ligar's blade lashes out again and Bjorn barely blocks it with his shield, but doesn't get time to breathe before another swing comes in. But this time, the sword gets stuck in Bjorn's arm, and that's when Ligar realizes he's been played again. Bjorn's annoyed he was forced to show this early, but it's too late now that his passive Iron Leather skill gives resistance to slicing attacks, and he knows Ligar's already scheming a way around it. Seeing no other choice, Bjorn shifts into offense as he channels the first actual attack skill he ever got, Swing, and brings his mace down with everything he's got. Ligar reacts a second too late and takes a clean hit from the attack, jumping back to recover, but Bjorn wastes no time yelling at Dwalki not to give him even a second to breathe. The mage follows up with Curse Magic, which instantly worsens the damage, and that's enough to tick the Draconian off. He slashes back and manages to cut Bjorn's arm a little, catching him off guard with just how fast the guy still is even with a curse stacked on him. Bjorn starts backing up as he barely dodges hit after hit as it becomes harder to keep up. Just then, Liger uses afterimage technique and yells that he won't let them die easily. Bjorn manages to block the next slash with his arm while Misha sneaks in and lands a clean stab into Ligar's side. That makes the guy lose it as he roars and goes straight for her now. Misha roasts his mismatched horns, which sends him into an even deeper rage, and he yells at her not to get cocky and charges while his clone keeps Bjorn occupied. Hikarad starts summoning lightning from the back and yells that he's here too before launching it at the guy, but Ligar dodges it mid-rush and tells the dwarf to mind his own business. He quickly uses Seal of Terror to try and paralyze the group with fear, but Hikarad is already prepared and activates his wrist guards to block it clean. The shockwave sends Ligar flying backward while Bjorn realizes that Guardian of Balance is still active, since that wasn't a negative skill. He drops his shield, which is pretty much useless against the Arc Sword, and decides to trust Iron Leather and charges in. Our boy then activates Wild Outburst, boosting his stats and teams up with Misha as they rush the Draconian together. But Ligar doesn't just stand there and he counters with Holy Blade. Bjorn instantly yells at Misha to get out of the way as the two of them barely manage to dodge the explosion. Misha shouts that she's alright, but before she can even catch her breath, Ligar flash steps behind her and yells that he's got one as he lunges forward. At that exact moment, a volley of arrows rains in and forces him to back off, and he curses under his breath. Bjorn silently praises Rottmiller for the perfect timing, and then locks eyes with the overpowered trash can again as the fight starts to drag on. Though he's at least relieved that Ligar doesn't seem to have any regeneration-type skills or numbered items with him. Rottmiller keeps supporting from the back like a pro, dropping potions at just the right time while Ligar looks genuinely confused at how Bjorn doesn't even seem to feel pain. Bjorn suddenly decides that this has to end here, as if they don't finish it now, there's a risk Ligar might bring that priest back. Seeing a narrow opening, Bjorn barrels in and forces Ligar on the defensive and quickly realizes that his traffic light ring is now glowing red. Not wasting even a second, he lets out a war cry and activates gigantification on his arms. With his size and strength boosted, he manages to grab Ligar and shouts that it's over. He slams down with swing, aiming to end it all, but just before the impact, a monstrous aura spreads through the battlefield. Everyone's magic points plummet, and even Bjorn's gigantification shuts off mid-swing, and his attack falls short as he blinks in shock, wondering what just hit them. It doesn't take him long to figure it out as Ligar somehow managed to use the draconic skill Silence of the Soul, the same one that was supposedly sealed, and to seal it in, Misha yells out that she suddenly feels weak. Bjorn starts brainstorming that the Guardian of Balance equalized their stats. He even had a way to deal with the Arc Sword, and with that hidden card up his sleeve, Bjorn really believed they had enough to beat even an 8th rank explorer. He calls himself an idiot for thinking that as his stats are crashing fast, realizing that he forgot the biggest lesson that despair doesn't knock first. Whether it's a rare disease crippling him, a freak car accident taking a loved one, a fire that randomly burned his relative's house, or a mother vanishing into thin air, these are all the things that can happen without any warning at all. Ligar starts catching his breath while Bjorn realizes his master plan has failed, and panic kicks in as he wonders what the cost of that failure will be. Out of nowhere, the Arc Sword starts to resist Ligar's grip, and the guy mutters that he won't be able to use it for now and casually stores it away. Getting back up, he says they really don't understand how much of his time they've wasted. In a flash, he kicks Bjorn straight in the chest and sends him flying. Before anyone can react, he appears behind Misha, grabs her wrist mid-step, and makes her drop her blade before kicking her aside too, ensuring full gender equality. He picks up the sword and starts walking forward again, but Rottmiller shouts for everyone to move as another volley of arrows rains in. Ligar slashes them away like nothing while Bjorn struggles to stand. While the squad tries to patch up, Bjorn notices that the Draconian isn't doing great either. He lost access to his Arc Sword, but the big question now is whether he still has healing potions. Even with that advantage, their current situation is complete garbage, and worst of all is that they can't even run anymore. Just then, Dwalki yells out that he'll be the one to protect Misha and starts charging up. Bjorn suddenly gets hit with a hard realization and he curses himself for forgetting something so simple. Dwalki summons an ice spear and the truth clicks into place. Mages don't use magic points and instead they use mana. In other words, it's way too early to give up because they've got a broken tier mage on their side after all for now. Meanwhile, back in the central chamber of Larukaz's maze, the old man reaches the edge of his endurance. Once a revered high priest of Leetleg, he has long since fallen and is now being forced into serving the evil deity by none other than the Dragon Slayer. That twisted spirit whispers in his ears, asking if he still clings to delusions, but the old man mutters that the stars of heaven will guide them. At that moment, his mind drifts back to the memory he regrets most. The day Ligar held his grandson in the air and he dropped to his knees as he begged the Draconian to stop. He blames himself that if he hadn't given in, maybe those lives wouldn't have been lost, and maybe that monster would have never made it this far. But it's pointless to dwell on it now, as even if he could go back, he knows he'd still choose the same path. The spirit doesn't stop as it shoves images of the fight into his mind and hisses that all their suffering is his fault. Meanwhile, Bjorn's voice echoes through the battlefield as he shouts for everyone to protect Dwalki. Dwalki knows this isn't some random rush of bravery. As the moment the battle shifted, he noticed something strange, that everyone around him was hit with a wave of negativity. While Rottmiller treats Misha, Dwalki realizes that if he doesn't act, they will all die here, and now it's finally his turn to protect them. With that clarity, the mage summons a barrage of ice spears, and Ligar instantly marks him as the first target. The Draconian charges in while the rest of the team moves to intercept. However, Dwalki still feels like he's the one being shielded. His mind flashes to an old memory of a conversation with a barbarian at the orphanage who warned him not to become an explorer. Back then, he had answered that he never wanted to be one anyway. He's yanked out of the memory as Bjorn yells at him to hurry up and launch the next spell. Dwalki does just that, and while Ligar dodges the spear with ease, he fails to notice it change direction mid-air, but even then the guy somehow evades it again. Bjorn asks Rottmiller how Misha is doing, and the scout responds that she'll be up soon, though her rib is broken. Dwalki looks back and sees her injured, which shakes him, but then everyone starts yelling for him to retreat. He grits his teeth and feels himself slipping again into doubt. Another memory hits him where he once asked that same barbarian if he'd ever get big and strong, but the guy told him to aim to be a great person instead. Just then, Bjorn takes a stab straight through the gut but stays on his feet as regeneration kicks in. Ligar doesn't waste the moment and vaults over the barbarian and goes straight for the mage. Hikarad shouts at Dwalki to get back, but Ligar just kicks him out of the way like a ball. Rottmiller rushes in desperate to help, only to take a sword to the chest for his trouble. But even while bleeding out, Rottmiller grits his teeth and triggers his pocket dimension as he retrieves Misha's sword back. Dwalki finally understands that no matter what he's been through, he just wanted to be someone special, and with that realization, he casts a massive spell that forces Ligar back, and Misha joins in again, yelling that she won't let him near their mage, but the Draconian swats her aside like a fly. Bjorn feels a bit left out and joins the brawl as he slams his mace in again, but Ligar hops back and taunts that the barbarian might as well give up, that Dwalki is trash mage who can barely use curse and ice spear magic. That jab lands hard, and all the painful memories of people ridiculing him over the years come flooding back as doubt starts to creep in. Ligar notices the shift and laughs, saying the mage has already given up, and tells Bjorn it's over, but Bjorn just stares him down. Just then, Dwalki's mood shifts again as good memories come rushing into the mage's mind. The time spent with his team, and for the first time, it feels like salvation that maybe the past 20 horrible years were just preparation for finding these people. The Draconian slams into Bjorn's shield and admits that he's never met anyone like him, while Bjorn plants his feet and refuses to budge an inch. Dwalki sees him struggle and realizes that despite everything, they're still fighting, so he grits his teeth and starts charging up his next spell. His thoughts wander again to an old moment where a senior mage teased him about how much happier he looked lately with his team. Dwalki had asked that mage how to beat a troll and even offered to pay. The guy told him he'd share the answer but warned it was a last resort move. It had no official name and was only passed down by mouth. He'd jokingly called it Sacrifice, but that didn't sit right with Dwalki, and he decided to give it a new fitting name, Awakening. And with that, our glorious mage finally locks in, and his body starts glowing as he sends mana arrows flying towards the trash lizard. Ligar gets caught off guard as one mana shot lands clean, and he immediately starts slicing the rest mid-air while hurling insults at Dwalki, demanding to know if he's trying to unalive himself. Moments later, the Dragon Slayer stands covered in ice shards as he tries to catch his breath, and Bjorn is shocked that he still managed to shield all his vital spots. Our glorious mage steps up as he apologizes for taking so long to make up his mind. He cuts Bjorn off mid-sentence and tells him to go treat the others, especially Rottmiller, who is seriously hurt bad. Bjorn reminds him that the top-tier potion is in the backpack lying behind Ligar, which gets Dwalki to switch gears and say they'll deal with the lizard first and talk after. Ligar flashes a nasty grin and asks if Bjorn even realizes what the mage just did, but Dwalki interrupts, saying he won't let him stall for time since he clearly doesn't have much left. The glorious mage hurls another massive ice spell, which finally forces Ligar to pull out the arc sword, despite the curse resisting him. He struggles to lift it up and then takes a sweeping swing that cuts clean through the spell, catching even Dwalki off guard. Ligar charges in again, but Dwalki grits his teeth and casts another massive ice spell, shoving him back once more. Bjorn notes that this guy is going to be a thorn in their side till the end, though this level of bad luck feels like routine by now. Without hesitation, he grabs his mace and charges straight at the Dragon Slayer. Ligar grits his teeth in anger and rushes in for a killing blow, and Bjorn panics for a second, but luck plays its card as the arc sword starts resisting its wielder, which forces Ligar to drop it. Screaming in frustration, he pulls out another sword from his pocket dimension, and Bjorn realizes it must be rejecting him for using the draconic tongue. Suddenly, Dwalki shouts for Bjorn to move as he throws curse magic at Ligar, while Bjorn keeps dodging the attacks, puzzled by how desperate the Draconian seems to want to stay close and finish early. almost like he's terrified of Dwalki. It feels off as Dwalki can easily back him up since he has a lot of mana for curse spells and mana units, but then his eyes go wide as he remembers Dwalki's warning not to let Ligar stall for time. That's when it hits him that the answer is time because Dwalki's current magic is terminal. He immediately yells for the mage to use Cold Tempest, and the words make Ligar break into a cold sweat. Dwalki tries to argue, but Bjorn just shouts again, and the mage finally throws down a full-scale blizzard. Bjorn takes a battle stance and taunts Ligar, asking how he handles cold. Realizing they need to finish this now, Bjorn fights like he's got nothing left to lose. The two exchange heavy blows, and somehow he even lands a couple of good shots. Then using everything he has got, he smashes his mace into Ligar's chest, which sends the Draconian flying back. But just when it looks over, something unexpected happens. Ligar's second heart skill activates and a thick protective shield forms around him, leaving Bjorn catching his breath in frustration as he yells out some racial slurs to the Draconian for using such a numbered item. Then his eyes shift back and what he sees makes his blood run cold as Dwalki is struggling to stay upright and is bleeding from everywhere. Bjorn hits a dead end as he now has to choose who gets the top-tier potion. Logically, it should go to Rotmiller to get the other potions out, but the mage looks like he's hanging by a thread, so he splits the potion in half and prays to whoever's listening that it works out. Bjorn knows it's probably a terrible decision that might doom them all, but now the line between life and death has already been drawn. A moment later, everyone's magic points returns, which gives him a bit of relief as his strength kicks back in. Dwalki then weakly calls out and asks what happened to the Dragon Slayer. The others tell him to save his breath, but the mage doesn't care and asks again. Bjorn explains that Ligar isn't dead, but he's not doing well either. Misha and Hikarad yell at Dwalki to hang in there, though Bjorn realizes no potion is going to fix this. However, the others still keep trying to feed him more. Dwalki calls out their names and Bjorn holds his hand, promising he'll pass along his final words to Rotmiller. Dwalki slips into drama mode and says there's something he wants everyone to hear. His mother loved the ocean even though she never got to see it, and she'd always wanted to just once. He never understood that when he was younger, but now he gets it that sometimes you want something even more because you know you can't have it. Some things in life just shine brighter that way, and right now for him, it's the friends he made along the way. He thanks them for being his teammates with a smile, but Misha breaks down and begs him to stop talking like that, while Hikarad, on the other hand, quietly accepts it. Bjorn then calls him by his full name and tells him straight that he's the best teammate and the best mage he's ever known, and it's been an honor to fight beside him. That praise from a warrior like Bjorn hits hard, especially when Dwalki barely sees himself as a mage. Even so, he's left feeling crushed that it all still feels meaningless, like his whole life's about to vanish without a trace. Misha sobs harder and begs him not to die, and Bjorn decides to step back and give them a moment alone while she keeps begging him to stay. Dwalki reflects that all this time it was just greed, and he calls out to Bjorn, calling him denser than concrete and telling him not to keep looking past it anymore. Bjorn agrees to honor that final wish, but just then, he notices the flesh cocoon slowly twitching as he realizes the monster inside is about to awaken. Dwalki asks if Bjorn will be able to beat it, and our boy tells him not to worry, promising that he'll get everyone out alive. With that, the legendary mage finally closes his eyes. Leor Werv Dwalki breathes his last after shielding his team from death, becoming a true hero. Meanwhile, Rotmiller hears everything as clear as day, yet not a single muscle in his body will move. He watches them all stand tall against a hopeless fight and still can't figure out why they haven't given up when the outcome's painfully obvious. He keeps asking himself what kind of delusion is pushing them forward, but deep down he starts asking himself what it would take for him to move again. Not too far off, the Draconian is still curled up in his cocoon and is annoyed that he had to burn a high-level item for this. He considers himself lucky Bjorn didn't aim for the head, and then slips into an old memory. He recalls an associate mocking him that he always loses because he only starts acting when he sees the path, even when he needs to win. That thought makes his blood boil as he realizes he wasn't determined enough. Bjorn clenches his mace, the weight of their loss still hanging in the air while the others grieve, and in his head he knows there's no paradise waiting for him whether he fights or flees. He locks in that it ends now, and the Draconian has to go while their stats still match up. He tells Hikarad to get on his feet, then stares down the monster who smugly tells him to come at him while brandishing the arc sword. Hikarad's about to snap, but Bjorn orders him to stay calm and fight smart, or else they're all finished. The dwarf nods as he casts emergency restoration on Bjorn's shield, and reassures him that he knows exactly what Dwalki wants them to do. With that, both tanks charge forward, ready to end this mess once and for all. What follows is a brutal brawl with neither side pulling any punches. The Dragon Slayer title isn't for show either, as the Draconian throws down hard and proves he's got that beast instinct. Ligar lands a vicious blow that slices off Hikarad's hand, but Misha immediately jumps in, taking his place as Bjorn dives in and tackles the lizard. But it backfires as Bjorn gets flung across the field, losing a hand in the process, and his health drops below 20%, which triggers the hero's path. Ligur smirks as he states that it is his win and activates Holy Blade once more. It looks like it's all over for Bjorn, but just then, out of nowhere, Protagonist protection armor kicks in, and with a flick of the wrist, Ligur gets launched backward and drops his sword. The mystery figure turns out to be none other than the priest, which instantly drives Ligur mad, as he demands to know what the old man thinks he's doing. The priest answers simply that he finally saw the answer, while blood drips down from where his arm used to be. While watching them fight, he realized that the answer was courage, as he believes this is a sign from Liatlas. He drops to his knees and begins chanting dark magic, knowing full well he can't return to Liatlas anymore, so calls out to Karui instead. The evil spirit answers the call and the priest tells him to send him to the others, but Karui only laughs that his grandson won't receive salvation. The priest doesn't flinch, as Dwalki taught him that anyone can choose to be noble at any time if they truly wish it. Just then, Ligur snaps him out of it and uses a mind control skill as he tries to force the priest to heal him, but the priest resists the command, however it costs him his other arm as payment to Karui. This catches Ligur by surprise, but then the priest pleads with Karui for the power to destroy the Dragon Slayer. However, the spirit declines that it can't be done. Meanwhile, Bjorn recognizes the voice and realizes the voice speaking is none other than the infamous evil deity. So the priest changes his request and instead asks Karui to protect everyone from the Draconian. Karui agrees, and just then shadow arms burst forth, devouring what's left of the priest's limbs as a portal opens directly above Ligur. The Draconian starts getting pulled in and shouts at the priest to stop, otherwise his grandson will forever be gone, but the old man simply replies that he's already made peace with the loss. Ligur grits his remaining teeth and starts screaming slurs as he gets dragged into the portal, reaching out in desperation for the arc sword. Bjorn instantly knows what he's trying to do and bolts forward and holds the blade back with all his strength. Ligur has nothing left in the tank and calls out with venom that they will meet again. Bjorn doesn't miss a beat and tells him that he's counting on it, that he'll survive each day and get stronger until he doesn't need luck to fold him like an omelet. He promises that when that day comes, he'll find the Draconian himself, because he's not the only one who lost something today. Just then, a golden aura begins to wrap around everyone, and Bjorn quickly figures out that it's divine power. Their wounds vanish like nothing happened, which makes our boy think that this skill is extremely overpowered. But that calm doesn't last long, as he remembers it can't heal Karui's wounds, and the weight of the priest's sacrifice settles in. He kneels beside the old man, who barely manages to whisper about a letter in his robe. Bjorn promises to deliver it to the followers of Lateless, though what really eats at him is why the priest chose to save them. The old man simply breathes out the word mage, but that alone is enough for Bjorn to understand as he lowers his head in respect. When Bjorn heads back, the team's already healed and standing again. Relief washes over him that no one else died, though he knows deep down he didn't truly keep his promise. He remembers what he told Dwalki, and that he had been too sure of himself. In the end, it was Dwalki who protected everyone, and that legacy is the only reason they're still alive. Later, they all gather around the mage's body while Rotmiller quietly breaks down, saying he wanted to show him more of the world. After Rotmiller finishes paying his respects, Bjorn activates a secret switch nearby. Hikarad asks what this was supposed to be, and Bjorn explains it's a trap chamber that launches them straight to the mage's center. He admits it was his escape route against the Dragon Slayer, but it didn't matter as Ligur would have caught up anyways. Hikarad nods as he looks at the corpse missing its arms, knowing there was no escaping that kind of evil. With that, the group enters the Sky Tower and sets up camp. Misha stays close to Dwalki's side while Bjorn watches silently. She asks if there's any way to bring the body back to the city, but Bjorn tells her no, that anyone who dies in the labyrinth is classified as an object and they would need a distortion spell. The only exception is a barbarian's heart, which explains why the tower takes such interest in it. Bjorn grits his teeth because this is how cruel reality is that they can't even give him a proper funeral. He asks Misha if she plans to rest, but she refuses, wanting to stay with Dwalki just a little longer. Bjorn gives her space and shifts his focus to the letter and reads about the priest's grandson and how he was taken to an underground city called Noark. It shocks him that something like that exists beneath the sewers, and he figures they might be working with Orculus. Suddenly it clicks as he realizes why that plunderer girl back in the sewers had been so agitated and figures that she's probably with them too. The real kicker comes when he discovers a mention of an underground portal, and he goes through all the juicy details in the letter. Bjorn knows he'll have to go full nerd mode to research it all later, but for now rest comes first, as this place is safer than the city anyway, and there's a lot waiting for them once they head back. However, it felt really strange that they've been fighting non-stop for 2 days, and somehow, none of them are able to fall asleep. Eventually the labyrinth closes and they're transported out, while Bjorn starts planning his next move. After exchanging the magic crystals at the nearest guild branch, they also register Dwalki's death, and Bjorn thinks that it only takes 3 minutes to summarize someone's entire life. The cleric watches their faces and quietly notes that Dwalki must have had some solid teammates, and then they all take their leave with nothing but loneliness to accompany them. After that, they head to the temple where a familiar paladin greets them and asks for proof regarding Great Priest Ludwig, who had vanished years ago. Bjorn looks a bit lost, but Krovitz explains it's sensitive business, since they've received a lot of fake reports by people looking to cash in on the reward. Bjorn perks up at the mention of money, and Krovitz confirms that the reward is massive. That's all Bjorn needs to hear to switch into business mode, asking how much it is. The rest of the crew shoot him strange looks, which makes him dial it a bit down considering what they just went through. Krovitz clarifies that the reward depends on what information they can provide, so he can't give an exact number yet. Bjorn hands over the letter, and Krovitz's entire expression changes as he realizes this is no ordinary claim. He asks them to stay there for a moment and some time later, and they're eventually led to the second floor's service hall where the entire temple's upper circle is gathered. Rottmiller immediately recognizes the archbishop and takes a bow in greeting, surprising everyone. Bjorn's heart skips a beat when he realizes this is the archbishop, recalling a book he once read. He figures out they're now standing in the presence of the highest religious authority, but still wonders why some random kid is also there like it's Bring Your Son to Work Day. The archbishop warmly welcomes them, and Bjorn awkwardly replies, earning a glare from Rottmiller. The bishop then asks how they came by Ludwig's final message, explaining that he was deeply important to them. Bjorn agrees to explain, thinking that this must be huge if even the bishop's this serious to explorers like them. He gives them a rough recap and passes over an item Ludwig left behind. The bishop inspects it and admits it isn't the relic they were searching for, but it's enough to bring peace to Ludwig's soul. Bjorn sighs, figuring the Dragon Slayer probably swiped the divine relic before everything went down. Then the bishop turns to the cardinal and asks about their reward, who replies that even though the relic wasn't returned, delivering Ludwig's final message still qualifies them for the full reward, which is about 70 million stones. The group freezes in disbelief, and Bjorn quietly jokes to himself that he's starting to believe in faith. But then he gets serious and asks what the temple plans to do next in honor of the great priest. The bishop starts making excuses that it's not something he can reveal just yet, but then the kid randomly starts to glow. The boy calmly tells the warrior not to worry while Bjorn stares, trying to figure out what on earth is happening. Everyone loses their minds when they realize Bjorn's just received an oracle, but he stays collected as a glowing ring forms on his finger. The boy happily announces that the spirit has spoken and has granted Bjorn a ring that will shield him from his strongly tied ill connections up to 3 times, and our boy immediately realizes that it is a new divine relic. Bjorn asks if the boy meant the Dragon Slayer, and the kid nods as that's the only link the ring can prevent. Now Bjorn must prepare himself to challenge fate once all 3 threads of the ring are gone. Even so, he's still reeling from the fact he actually got hit with an oracle. The group immediately bombards him with 100 questions which fries his poor barbarian brain until he notices the boy suddenly collapsing into the older priest's arms. It clicks that this must be the aftershock of using such insane powers, and with the meeting now done, they all head to the inner chamber of the temple. The gang naturally throws out the big question, but even Krovitz doesn't know why a human deity would toss an oracle to a barbarian. This marks only the 3rd time in history something this wild has happened. Bjorn is understandably suspicious and asks what happened to the previous cases. Apparently, those poor souls got branded as traitors and were booted from their clans. Since a barbarian's growth hinges on the spirit seal, getting exiled would basically mean hitting a hard cap. Krovitz gets real serious and swears to keep this secret, and one by one, the rest of the crew promises the same until Bjorn's gaze lands on Hikarod, who's just out here being shady. The guy huffs but eventually promises not to drink anymore as he tries to put the matter to rest. Trying to focus on the positives, Bjorn thinks it's pretty great that the ring protects him from the Dragon Slayer, but now he's left wondering how long that shield will even hold. He facepalms hard and figures that he has to prepare for the worst, while Hikarod begs for a little trust. In the end, Bjorn gambles that he's got at least half a year of safety, until Misha nervously blurts out that one of the ties just snapped, which nearly makes Bjorn lose it. Meanwhile, in the underground city, Amelia stumbles upon a wrecked Ligar and asks what he is doing here. She immediately suspects he threw his team under the bus and starts to wonder who wrecked him so badly. His body looks like a pile of regrets, and she can't help smirking as she's always wanted this guy gone and plans to enjoy the slow burn. Just then, Ligar wakes up and asks for healing, but she coldly replies that she has no reason to. He reminds her about their contract, and while it does forbid her from unaliving anyone inside Noark, but it doesn't say anything about letting the other person die, so she casually starts looting his stuff. She takes a seat nearby to make sure he fully croaks before she leaves to make sure this doesn't bite her back, but of course some guards start heading their way. She curses the Dragon Slayer's plot armor, and he tries to threaten her. However, Amelia taunts back and asks if he even remembers who to report her to, which throws him off. Not willing to risk anything, she pulls out the memory-erasing drug that nukes up to a week's worth of memories. Ligar keeps cursing her out, but she shoves the potion down his throat anyway and knocks him clean out, and now it looks like that the poor sap got mugged in the labyrinth. Back at the temple, Bjorn tries to calm himself down that he still has time till the last tie breaks. Just then, someone calls out from behind the door who turns out to be Erwin, asking to come in. He's a little curious at first but quickly regrets it as she launches into a yapping session about her recent adventures. He eventually cuts her off, flat out telling her he's tired and wants her to leave. The mood immediately tanks and she quietly leaves with tears in her eyes. The next day, the crew hits up the Explorer Guild and finds out that Dwalki had written them into his will, and the news punches the squad right in the feels. Bjorn's thrown off as Dwalki has always been a ball of sunshine, but clearly, he was preparing for the worst. They end up getting the rights to Dwalki's old house, which makes them feel even guiltier and wonder how they can ever repay the guy. After collecting their temple rewards, Bjorn hangs back as he's got something to ask. He pulls Krovitz aside and makes him promise to keep everything secret, to which the paladin agrees, so long as it doesn't go against his deity. Then Bjorn takes out the Arc Sword and asks what the heck it is, and Krovitz instantly identifies it as the Dragon Slayer's weapon. Bjorn explains how the sword rejects anyone who tries to use it and asks if the curse can be lifted, but Krovitz sets the record straight, that the sword's actual name is the Dragon Sword, meant only for Draconians. The whole Dragon Slayer name came after Ligar used it to slay the ancient dragon, and somehow lived to brag about it. But the twist is that Ligar never should have been able to wield it. The ancient dragon cursed him in his dying breath and sealed away most of his powers. The guy basically paid with his abilities to steal the blade, and now he cannot even use it, which makes Bjorn connect the dots that Ligar's the cursed one. Krovitz advises him to return it to the Draconians, who'd probably reward him big time. Bjorn thanks him for the insight, and as Krovitz sends him off, he calls Bjorn their savior, which gives him an idea as he asks for some free blessings. But Krovitz hits him with another curveball that a second oracle dropped this morning, saying that everything will flow as it should. Bjorn instantly knows it's aimed at him, a clear warning not to scam the temple too hard, but the paladin still offers to listen to any worries if Bjorn ever wants to vent. After that, Bjorn heads to the tavern where the rest of the squad is already 3 drinks past coping. He silently joins them and lets the grief and alcohol mix freely. Eventually, the gang splits up for the night and a wildly drunk Misha keeps bumping into Bjorn as she tries to walk straight. He ends up offering her some support and practically drags her toward home. At her doorstep, she mumbles a tired goodbye and turns to go inside, but Bjorn grabs her arm. With a straight face, he calls her by her full government name and just hits her with the most direct line of his life, asking if she likes him as more than just a teammate. Misha stands there frozen in utter shock while in his head, Bjorn hears Dwalki's voice calling him denser than concrete. Misha lowers her eyes and admits that she does in fact like Bjorn as a man, and quietly wonders if he had already figured that out. Somewhere far off, Erwin suddenly picks up on something on her hubby radar, her instincts buzzing like a malfunctioning radar, and her sister immediately catches on. Teresia narrows her eyes and comments that Erwin has been acting off ever since the day she bumped into Bjorn. Erwin quickly tosses out a few weak excuses and insists that everything's perfectly fine, even though it clearly isn't. Internally, she can't help but think that Bjorn didn't seem all too well when she saw him, though she keeps that concern to herself. When Teresia offers to look into it, Erwin lights up with a little too much enthusiasm, which makes her sister shove an apple into her mouth in response to calm her down. Back with Bjorn and Misha, he finally admits that he never really knew for sure how she felt, and has just been using that uncertainty as a shield. Misha doesn't feel satisfied with that response, so she presses further, asking what he truly thinks of her. After a brief pause, he finally answers that she is someone important to him, and he sees as a precious teammate. Hearing that, Misha's heart cracks as she quietly asks if that meant she wasn't good enough in his eyes, but Bjorn simply points out that it's the same for everyone else, as death in this world always lurks just around the corner. In response, Misha questions if his life philosophy really boils down to survival alone. Bjorn tries to stay firm and tells her again to think of him as just a teammate. However, Misha cuts him off and punches him repeatedly while shouting over and over why she should follow such logic. She confesses that she never even planned to say any of this today, and now that it's out, she can't stop herself. The punches continue, with each one laced with mild ice magic, until she finally breaks down and blurts out that she doesn't even want anything in return, as she just wants things to stay the way they are. She begs him not to take this simple happiness away from her. With that, she storms into her house and announces she won't be cooking for him tomorrow. The next day, Bjorn finds himself staring into a boiling pot of carrots and wonders if this is revenge. Misha watches with narrowed eyes as he eats, reminding him to chew everything properly. He does so without complaint and finishes the pot as a quiet apology, even complimenting her food and asking what comes next. She coldly replies that she's doing all of this because she wants to, and that his opinion doesn't factor into her decisions. Bjorn silently accepts that she's more mature than he'll ever be, and agrees to everything she says. Misha then lays down the law that the topic of her feelings is to never come up again. After that awkward morning, they regroup with Hickarod and Rottmiller, who are heading to the administrative agency for a reason that quickly becomes clear. Misha double-checks if Hickarod is serious, and he assures them that this had always been his dream. He wants to buy Dwalki's house, which comes at a hefty price of 24 million stones, The group collectively decides to only take 5 million stones each from the reward. Once the deal is settled, Hikarad suggests a drink and the four head to the tavern. After a while, Bjorn finally breaks the silence, announcing that it's time to talk about the team. But before he can continue, Hikarad raises his mug and drops the bomb that he's planning to retire from being an explorer altogether. Rottmiller immediately asks what his next move will be, and Hikarad reveals that he wants to return to his original goal of becoming a blacksmith. He confesses that the labyrinth had just been a way to avoid facing his real issues, but now that Dwalki is gone, he doesn't want to live with any more regrets. Rottmiller raises his mug in support and wishes him the best, and Bjorn jokes that he'll be relying on him for equipment soon enough. Then Rottmiller also reveals that he's also thinking of leaving as he doesn't feel like he's good enough to keep up. Bjorn quietly keeps drinking as Hikarad expresses hope that Rottmiller finds what he's looking for. After a long sip, Bjorn finally puts his mug down and declares that he and Misha are forming a team of their own and plan to go even further. He teases that she'll have a tough time keeping up, but Misha just shrugs and says it's karma. Bjorn then urges everyone to stop wasting time and raise their mugs already. Rottmiller takes the lead as they toast to the graduation of the Outcast team. Several mugs later, both Misha and Hikarad pass out over the table, and Bjorn finds himself smiling. But Rottmiller breaks the moment with a sudden question. With no warning, he bluntly asks if Bjorn is an evil spirit. Bjorn slams his fist down in anger and demands to know if this was some sort of joke or accusation. Rottmiller just grins and says that he knew Bjorn would react like that, which only confirms his suspicions that he is one. Rottmiller continues, pointing out that Bjorn never seemed like a typical barbarian. He had no obsession with honor, no blind loyalty to oaths, and seemed strangely patient for a bloodthirsty warrior. That's when Bjorn realizes he might need to switch up his approach if he wants to get through this. He closes his eyes and says he doesn't like being accused by a friend. Yet Rottmiller keeps going and downs his beer before saying that Bjorn is just too special. He calls him a barbarian who reads books, stays calm under pressure, values profit over glory, and even has that big brain energy. Bjorn listens in silence, but the scout continues that he couldn't believe it when Bjorn said that he received a revelation from an ancestral deity. Rottmiller claims that evil spirits treat this world's people like trash, and right then, Bjorn gets hit with a memory of Gensia. However, the spirit of the stars gave Rottmiller an oracle, so now there's zero doubt left in his mind, and he apologizes, saying he judged Bjorn with the eyes of a criminal and never gave him a real chance. He continues that some people are just more loved by the heavens and history calls them heroes, but Bjorn brushes it off. Rottmiller insists he believes in him and calls him a hero, only for Bjorn to shoot back and ask why he bothered to question him in the first place. Rottmiller stands and says it was to give him a heads up and a warning that even though Bjorn's smart, he's still new to this world and needs to stay low. While helping Hikarad up, he adds that being too special paints a target on your back, so it's better to hide that spark and never mention the oracle again. His last words are that, as someone who lived an ordinary life, he hopes Bjorn's path stays full of light. Bjorn looks at the statue nearby, wondering what he's supposed to do if even a teammate managed to figure out he might be an evil spirit with just a little evidence. He figures he'll do what it takes to survive, whatever the cost, but then Misha suddenly pulls him out of his thoughts, asking what he's thinking about. She starts panicking as she wonders if she said something weird while drunk, but Bjorn teases her with a vague reply and says they should go find Krovitz and head to Kommelby, leaving her completely shell-shocked. They link up with the paladin and ask him to arrange a meeting with the dragon folk, since Bjorn decides returning the sword and getting a reward is the smarter play. Later over in Kommelby, he spends all his cash on the ingredients needed for the 6th seal, already regretting the hit to his wallet. They start shopping for Misha, who can't believe she's about to buy a sword worth 12 million stones, but still hesitates as she plans to save the rest, but Bjorn advises her to buy beast blood first, and then save, since investing in her spirit beast power is better. Eventually, they empty their wallets completely and drag themselves back to their neighborhood like two broke hobos. Right outside Bjorn's apartment, Misha wishes him goodnight, but he stops her and asks if she has any teammate preferences. She thinks for a moment and replies that anyone is fine as long as they're not a fairy, which throws Bjorn off hard. After that, he heads to the Bearman's Cafe and still can't believe Misha is a full-blown racist, as he got so shocked that he just ran from there. Mama Bear lights up the second she spots a customer, while Avman looks mildly horrified to see who walked in. But once she realizes it's just a friend, her mood tanks fast and she starts ranting about how empty the place is, so Bjorn orders some food anyways out of fear. After grabbing some ridiculously good-looking food, Bjorn jokes that Avman seems weirdly at home doing restaurant work, which clearly annoys him. But our boy keeps going, saying there's no shame in being a full-time family man, but Avman tries to dodge the topic and instead asks if Bjorn came to talk about the team. Bjorn explains that his team disbanded, and Mr. Bear assumes he lost someone and mentions that this world is a messed up place. Bjorn downs a beer and asks for 2 more, which instantly lifts Mrs. Bear's mood. Avman asks who else is joining besides Misha, and Bjorn replies that he's looking for a mage and ideally a priest. But then he recalls what the paladin captain said, that he needs at least 3 members above 5th rank and must complete temple missions, so our boy backed out. He decides they need a guide at the very least, so for now, they'll hire a temporary scout and everyone will get equal shares, except the scout. Right then, Avman casually reveals that he's a guide and asks for a raise, catching Bjorn completely off guard. He remembers Avman getting lost on the 1st floor, and the bear man starts sweating. As it turns out, he's genuinely terrible with directions, and Bjorn awkwardly replies that he'll think about it after checking with the others. Mr. Bear tries to make small talk, but Mama Bear interrupts, asking how long he plans on wasting time. He starts panicking, but the second she finds out he's joining a new team, she lights up and celebrates that little Valken is recruiting her husband. She even says she hated his old party since they ghosted him for 18 months, which floors Bjorn. Avman starts chugging beer again, completely destroying the mature image Bjorn had of him. The next day, Bjorn visits the Barbarian sanctuary and is surprised to find it completely empty. A voice calls out to him, asking if he's here for Keduva's funeral. The news hits him hard, and he immediately realizes Einar's training must have ended. Bjorn admits he didn't know the funeral was today, and the guy tells him it's alright and they should go. After walking for a bit, they reach a clearing where the entire tribe has already gathered around the late chief. Under a tree, he spots a depressed Einar who calls out to him, and Bjorn walks over to ask why she's sitting alone. She says she never would have gone through with it if she had known this would happen, which catches Bjorn off guard that no one told her. The ritual Einar completed is called tempering, and it massively boosts physical stats and grants the right to spirit succession, a barbarian-only sorcery that passes an essence to another. However, it can only be done once, since the giver dies. Bjorn says the elder must have truly believed in her, though she's still too upset that no one warned her. Then the vice chief steps in and calls Keduva a coward, instantly setting Einar off. She yells at him not to disrespect the chief, but he coldly says that means she must be the coward since Keduva never explained spirit succession. Einar tries to argue, but he shuts her up with a brutal headbutt and tells her to stop mocking his death. Everyone feels pain, but what matters is how you face it, as that is what it means to walk the warrior's path. The shaman declares that Keduva's soul has now merged with the forest and calls forward anyone who wants to be remembered by it, snapping the two out of their conversation while Einar still looks slightly irritated. A short while later, Bjorn pays the shaman a visit in his tent, who seems amused that our boy managed to gather all the ingredients and asks how much they cost him. Bjorn finds that question a bit shady while the shaman laughs that money just happens to favor him and takes the ingredients anyway. He looks annoyed as the memory hits, and the shaman figures he must have traded something valuable for it. Our hero refuses to answer, but the shaman casually says that for a warrior, losing precious things is part of the journey to become stronger. Instead, Bjorn asks if he can get the seal today, which the shaman confirms, so Bjorn throws in a smug request to get started. Not long after, screams echo from the tent as Bjorn finally unlocks the 6th seal along with Unity and the Soul of Armor skill. He pants heavily, celebrating that he's reached Unity, which is already a buff hack on its own, but what makes it insane is that it secretly allows his equipment to grow with gigantification too, saving him the pain of showing his goods to everyone. On top of that, he can now size up his weapons too, and he starts spacing out in delight while the shaman thinks our boy has gone crazy. Bjorn ends up crashing hard that night and only wakes the next day, but the shaman walks in with a serious look and asks how he ended up chosen by the deity of the humans, catching him completely off guard. The shaman points out the ring clearly bound to his fate, but tells him not to stress, saying no one else would notice it anyway, and he's not planning to tell anyone. He shifts into story mode and starts explaining how they left their homeland years ago, following their ancestors' souls until they landed here and discovered the existence of higher beings and civilization itself. Bjorn sits up and asks what that's supposed to mean, but the shaman just chuckles and says their ancestors' spirits led them to Rafdonia, so there's no reason to doubt the existence of the spirit of Rafdonia. Bjorn then wonders what the chief would say about this, and the shaman replies that he would most likely kick him out or worse, end him on the spot. He then asks why Bjorn is even worried about that since every other species already dropped their outdated traditions, while Bjorn reflects that it probably happened for the same reason it did on Earth. The shaman presses again, asking if he's scared of getting exiled, and that's when it hits Bjorn that even as a shaman, he's still a barbarian at the core. The shaman offers a blunt solution to become the chief instead, which fits the warrior's path perfectly while Bjorn cracks a grin, finding the idea to be pretty tempting. Sometime later, he's walking through the forest thinking that building influence would help either way, so he should probably start gathering supporters. Just then, he spots Einar knocked out cold like a proper barbarian, and wonders if she's been outside all this time. He wakes her up and she springs to life like a wind-up box and starts yapping that she didn't mean to fall asleep while her head's still bent sideways, and Bjorn checks if she's feeling better now. She takes a moment and replies that she's doing a lot better, though a little irritated still. Einar starts thinking back to all the brutal training she endured under Keduva, and still feels annoyed that he didn't say anything to her, thinking he made her look like a coward in front of everyone. She then switches topics and asks Bjorn if something happened since he looks different and not as cheerful, guessing that it might be because of her. He opens up that one of his friends passed away, and Einar softens as she asks what happened. After he gives her a brief explanation, she repeats Dwalki's name and promises she'll remember it. She says it's a shame that it would have been nice to meet him once, but then moves on and asks if Bjorn wants to fight since she's curious to test her current strength. Bjorn asks if that means she's trying to join the team, and she says if she's strong enough, then she will. So far, Bjorn's team has been well-rounded, but there's still an open spot since Avman handles scouting duties, and he starts thinking whether to fill it with a mage, a ranged fighter, or another melee brawler. He teases Einar that he was planning to put a mage there, but since her potato brain can't process long sentences, she needs him to say it in a way she can actually understand. He simply tells her to give it her all, and with that, Einar charges in to start the match. Bjorn raises his shield in time, but she doesn't let up and keeps pressuring him with rapid slashes. It throws him off as he realizes that she's gotten stronger and somehow inherited the successive slash essence. He decides to push her further and activates gigantification, which instantly puts her on alert. He remembers how that exact site had a trainee knight crying for his mother and wonders how Einar will react now. But the next thing he knows, she's already in his face with no hesitation and lands a solid hit. Bjorn clenches his teeth, thankful he had iron leather or that last hit would have hurt more, but then quickly tells Einar to stop, which makes her snap that she must not be good enough. He clears it up by saying that she is, thinking how she managed to land a hit even while he was using gigantification. She perks up and eagerly asks if she can join the team, though Bjorn says he'll need a moment to think about it. She generously offers him a whole minute, but he pushes for 3 instead. She brags that she's super patient and can totally wait that long as she starts holding her breath like that somehow proves it. Meanwhile, Bjorn drops into detective mode and figures that even if she fights up close, her potential's too good to ignore. As he tries to talk, she's still stubbornly holding her breath, so he tells her they'll be working together and watches her drop like a potato, muttering nonsense from oxygen starvation. Bjorn walks off thinking all he needs now is a mage, and then he will help boost both girls' ranks. After he tells Einar she passed, she runs off to pack her stuff up. Sometime later, he bumps into Karen, who looks pretty hyped to see him and asks what he's doing around here. Bjorn mentions he came to visit the shaman, and Karen asks if he has some time since he was just about to train the young warriors. Bjorn thinks he normally wouldn't join, but since he's aiming for chief, this looks like a golden chance. Moments later, Karen is out there giving a lecture to a bunch of fired-up baby barbarians about how humans are enemies and that they must protect their hearts. Bjorn watches as he thinks it's less of a lesson and more of a low-key brainwashing session, but also admits it's crucial for survival. Karen's tone then turns serious as he states that if a human ends up being a plunderer, their head's getting crushed, and even Bjorn has to say amen to that one. After the speech, Karen calls Bjorn up and the crowd erupts as they chant his name. Bjorn starts feeling the adrenaline, his heart pounding as he roars a war cry that shuts everyone up. He then goes full maniac mode and starts tossing out random battle tips, yelling that a good plunderer is a dead one, and warning them never to trust the guild or anyone named Hans. Just as he's about to go on, he feels a chill crawl down his spine and turns around to see the chief soaring at him like a missile, and he immediately clocks it as bloodlust. The chief crashes into Bjorn like he is the Twin Towers, but our boy manages to dodge and asks to know what the hell is going on. The chief accuses him of being behind the guild letters and demands an explanation. He demands to know if unaliving humans instead of monsters is now the barbarian way. Meanwhile, Bjorn's excitement plummets fast. He stares him dead in the eye and throws it back that the chief should have been teaching this stuff from the start. Bjorn's voice rises as he asks how many barbarians have died in the labyrinth, while the chief claps back that warriors shouldn't fear death. He claims only the survivors grow strong and says Bjorn is proof of that. Bjorn clenches his jaw, remembering how nearly half the tribe got wiped out during their first expedition, and only a few remained 6 months in. He fires back and asks if that many died during the chief's time, and if they're all just weak now, which the chief denies. Bjorn then gets real, saying the monsters in human skin treat them like trash, but the chief argues that it's just the mages wanting their hearts. Bjorn cuts him off, saying it was the chief's weakness that let it all happen, leaving the chief stunned. Bjorn keeps going, saying at the very least he should have warned the young warriors about what to expect and how to respond. The chief clings to old traditions, claiming warriors need to learn alone, but Bjorn yells at him to open his eyes. He shouts that they're not warriors anymore, just deers for others to hunt, and asks if this mess was really what the founders had in mind. The chief tells him to calm down, but Bjorn's already fired up and lets slip that if he were chief, he'd handle things differently. That gets the chief's full attention as he stomps the ground and demands to know what Bjorn just said. Bjorn clenches his fists and roasts him that if he can't do his job right, then he will do it for him, both for himself and for the tribe. Sometime later, Bjorn wakes up and slowly pieces things together as he realizes he's in the chief's tent. He recalls that after that little outburst, the chief didn't say a word at first, but then suddenly swung his axe so hard he nearly shaved off half of Bjorn's face. Bjorn tried to fight back using gigantification but still got knocked out cold, though he did manage to land one solid punch. The chief walks in and is mildly surprised to find him awake while Bjorn flinches as he spots the chief's wrecked nose, but the man claps back that Bjorn shouldn't be talking with that beat-up face of his. The chief takes a seat and says he wasn't really angry, however Bjorn was being too irritating. He then asks if Bjorn wants the position that badly and notes that unlike others who chase the title for glory, Bjorn seems to want it for the tribe. He goes on that the former chief was the same, and then asks if our hero knows what happened to the last guy, and Bjorn correctly guesses it was something tied to the sacred war. Back then, the barbarians found a divine fairy relic in the labyrinth. The fairies thought it was stolen and captured the one who found it, but accidentally unalived him during interrogation. The old chief lost it and started a war that dragged on for over a year until the royal family stepped in, but the old chief didn't make it. Many warriors died, and that was around the time the magic tower decided that barbarian hearts were the next best thing. The current chief had gone to protest, but the mages were too deep in their ego trip to listen. Bjorn tries to say something, but the chief cuts in that if he had told the warriors about all this, maybe more would have survived, but if he had, then the barbarians might have started to hate all humans. Bjorn argues it's just the plunderers, but the chief fires back that they're too dumb to know the difference. He adds that if barbarians start hating all humans, there won't be any safe place left for them. Bjorn thinks he's just scared of the royals, and the chief flat out admits that anyone would be. He says that if Bjorn ever stands before the king himself, he'll understand why that fear runs deep. But Bjorn can already tell that it's not the throne he's scared of, it's the man who sits on it. The chief reasons are that while he won't with warning about plunderers, he asks not to teach them to hate humans. As he walks out, he calls back that if Bjorn truly wants the position, then he'd better get stronger, which leaves our boy with the feeling that maybe there's a real chance. Bjorn throws him a smug grin at the challenge, and the chief gives him one final boost of confidence, saying he packs a solid punch as he clears the blood from his nose. Outside, the crowd of barbarians has already gathered and starts whispering the moment they see him. Surprised he even looks alive. Einar pops up asking if he's alright after hearing the news, and the others push in with even more excitement, claiming they heard he's going to be the next chief. Bjorn clears it up by saying he still has to prove himself worthy, and the crowd instantly starts doubting him, wondering how he plans to beat the chief. Our boy flashes the most unholy smirk and tells them it won't take long, leaving everyone speechless while the chief silently aura farms behind him. Before heading out, Bjorn runs into Karen and tells him not to teach the baby barbarians to hate humans. Karen tries to object, but Einar cuts in, saying not all humans are bad and brings up Dwalki's story. A short while later, Karen ends up sobbing from the tragic glory of the tale and asks if it's okay to share it with the young warriors. Bjorn looks a little taken aback, but Einar calls it a great idea and says it'll serve as a strong example. Bjorn tries to argue that Dwalki was a mage, not a warrior, but the two of them have already made up their minds, so he drops it. After leaving the sanctuary, he takes Einar to his place and shows her the room next to his. She immediately lights up like a kid in a candy store, amazed at how luxurious it is. She jumps on the bed and declares she'll stay with him forever, but Bjorn quickly clamps a hand over her mouth and reminds her that this isn't the sanctuary anymore, so she should keep it down, which makes her face instantly light up like a tomato. Right then, Misha walks in at the worst possible time and demands to know what's happening as she shoots a glare straight at Einar and asks who this woman is. Bjorn starts sweating like crazy, but Einar starts yapping that she is absolutely thrilled and guesses Misha's name, saying it's an honor to meet her. Misha drags Bjorn out right away and says they need to talk and demands to know where the barbarian girl he promised is. She refuses to believe someone with such a slim frame could be a barbarian, but Einar kicks the door open like it owes her money and calls out Misha's full name. She demands to know if she's being mocked for being short and warns that she hears everything. Misha tries to walk it back, saying Einar is too pretty to be a barbarian, which only makes things worse. Meanwhile, Bjorn just stares at the chaos and mentally checks out. While the two girls go at it, he quietly slips out the door. The next day, he heads over to the bakery for Chavin's monthly friend meeting, which is something he attends mostly to stay on her good side. He figures she's only holding these meetups to push Lagna closer to him. Out of nowhere, he asks Lagna if she's ever considered becoming an explorer, but she immediately reminds him that he's already asked her that. Chavin slams her hands on the table in shock and frantically asks Lagna if she's considering it, but Lagna calmly reassures her not to worry and says she enjoys being a librarian. Bjorn didn't expect that and feels a bit deflated since she's at least a 5th rank mage and must have some strong reason not to join. Chavin catches on and asks about the current mage on Bjorn's team, to which he bluntly replies that he died, destroying the entire vibe of the meeting. Later, he visits the Magic Order, and Raven is less than thrilled to see him back, asking if he even remembers the conditions she gave. However, Bjorn parrots them back perfectly. She follows up by asking if he fulfilled them, and Bjorn admits he hasn't recruited a priest yet, but says Misha is a 7th rank close combat fighter, and will hit 6th soon. Raven narrows in eyes, but Bjorn then brings up Einar, who inherited a 4th rank essence and is now effectively 6th rank. He rounds it up by bringing in Avman as a 5th rank explorer from the Black Bear tribe, calling him a ranged dealer who can summon a tank, which makes Raven suspicious, since someone like that could join any team. Bjorn explains that he doesn't think Avman would betray them, and Raven decides to trust his word. She then asks about the scout, to which Bjorn smoothly brings up that Avman doubles as a scout too, leaving her absolutely stunned. When Bjorn asks if she wants him to swear an oath or something, but Raven just raises her hands in surrender. He sweetens the deal by mentioning that joining them would give her solid funding for her research, since they're about to reach the 6th floor. That makes her pause, thinking they might find ruptures and hidden spots since they'll have a guide with them. He keeps buttering her up, calling her an expert mage who already knows all this stuff anyway, and she eats it right up as she agrees to join, but with one condition. She makes it clear that exploration is always second to her, and she might vanish for months at a time. Bjorn accepts that but asks her to at least give him a heads up if she plans to quit. With that, she shakes his hand and officially joins the overpowered squad, while he celebrates in his head that the scouting mission is complete. After that, life starts settling into a routine in Rafdonia, but one day Mama Bear starts cracking her knuckles when she finds out her husband's been sneaking into the dungeon solo, and the mighty bear man immediately starts begging for forgiveness. In the background, Misha apologizes for spilling the secret, while the two get front row seats to the most terrifying domestic beatdown imaginable. A few days later, the clock strikes 12 and midnight rolls in, and our boy prepares himself as he gets transported to the spirit realm again. Hansu locks in on his goal that during the 12 hours the community forum remains active, he needs to dig up anything useful on Orculus and Noark. He eyes the steep price tag but considers it fair, since this information could make or break his survival, as books only go so far, plus they do not get updated quickly like these forums. Right after putting up his request, he notices a familiar group channel and clicks on it. A few seconds later, Sergeant Lee dramatically greets him with tears in his eyes as he demands to know what took so long. Hansu replies that he got here right away, but Beko calls nonsense and starts ranting like he thought something bad happened. Our boy cringes a bit, wondering how attention-starved this guy is, as Beko keeps on yapping about not even getting the chance to trash-talk politicians or their militaries. Hansu awkwardly invites him to take a seat and blames himself for expecting Beko to act like a normal person. The guy got dumped in here the moment he got out of the army with 0 interactions, but then again, he could be acting since he is a 10-year veteran. He starts sweating a little as he reminds himself that the sergeant is still a stranger, and decides not to reveal too much. The sergeant smiles and says he's genuinely glad Hansu came back, who smirks as he reminds him he said he would. Beko then spirals into what they should talk about, throwing out random Korean celebs while Hansu looks more lost than a politician in a truth competition. Instead, Hansu suggests they start with the military, which lights Beko up until he gets a bit suspicious, since Hansu mentioned he was in public service. Beko brushes it off, saying it's better than talking about idols, which Hansu clearly knows nothing about, which shocks Beko, who had clocked Hansu as an edgy fanboy. A little later, Beko suddenly bursts out laughing, catching Hansu off guard. The sergeant then says the whole conversation reminded him of Korea in a way he can't explain. They get into full-on yap mode, bouncing between random topics and laughs until Beko abruptly drops the mood, saying that when they get back home, they might need a trip to the mental hospital. He talks about how ending someone's life for being suspicious or simply being in the way has become so normal that it's terrifying. Hansu stays hopeful, suggesting they'll readjust eventually, and Beko nods, though not completely convinced. He thanks Hansu and confesses that he had been considering not returning at all, worried they'd just be labeled as lunatics. He shifts the topic, saying that having this talk gave him some hope, and that if he can laugh here, maybe he can do the same back on Earth. Meanwhile, Hansu keeps his guard up and decides not to press further, as he instead steers the conversation to Orculus. Beko looks surprised but then asks why Hansu's curious, catching him off guard. Hansu goes with his rehearsed script that there's a rumor Orculus stole the 6 treasures needed for the last floor. Beko relaxes on hearing that and reveals the treasures were actually stolen half a year ago, and all on the same day. Hansu quickly connects the dots and realizes the chief was right that the other races are being targeted too, and there's no way Orculus could have pulled this off solo. Beko says he did look into it but came up empty and asks Hansu to share anything he finds. Hansu notes to himself that Beko probably has nothing to do with it, and the sergeant nervously adds that 5 people could open the gate anyway, so our boy doesn't need to think of him as competition. Our hero then asks how he's supposed to find something even Beko couldn't and gets no real answer. Beiko just calls him special, to which Hansu doesn't have a reply to either, and Beiko brings up that Hansu beat the game 10 times on easy mode, saying he'll be overpowered like him in 10 years too, and our boy realizes that Beiko's mental resilience is no joke. Our boy goes deep in thought, realizing the sergeant basically just said it would take 10 years to find those 6 treasures, and starts wondering where that kind of stubborn optimism even comes from. Then Beiko casually mentions that if you raise enough fame, the Revolutionary Front shows up with a prompt. However, if you accept it leads to a bad ending. He also says the royals might be going after Orculus since the Dragon Slayer messed up by kidnapping a high priest. Hansu's interest spikes as he asks where it happened, but Beiko admits he doesn't know more details. He adds that Ligar lost his memories and doesn't even know what hit him, which makes Hansu wonder if it ties back to the vine breaking on the ring. Beiko continues saying that someone picked up the letter and brought it to the temple, which exposed everything and might lead to an actual raid group. But Orculus is no joke either, so he warns Hansu never to join that raid. Suddenly he starts to glitch as his time's up. However, Hansu is still not done with his questions, but the sergeant vanishes anyway. After that, Hansu heads back to his room as he tries to process everything, as it's only a matter of time before he gets caught. The ring can only delay so much, so it is only a matter of time till he gets exposed. Assuming Orculus turns hostile, he plans to gather every bit of information he can, and just like that, it's time for the round table meeting. He walks in fashionably late, playing the arrogant card as planned while the others are whispering if he's even going to show up. A new guy asks who this is, but the others can't explain and just warn him to shut up. The goblin gets suspicious, thinking they're messing with him since this guy can't attack physically, but the jester mentions bloodlust, which the new guy still doesn't buy. Then silence hits as Hansu walks in radiating alpha male energy. The goblin tries to act like a big shot, but Hansu doesn't waste a second and hits him with bloodlust, making the guy choke on air. The goblin begs him to stop while Hansu thinks, since the guy is a returning user, he should have listened to his seniors better. He lets the bloodlust go and says he was just curious about the new guy, but decides he's boring like the rest while the jester jumps in saying he's cooked up something even Hansu will find interesting. Hansu takes his seat like the main character he is and smiles in anticipation for what juicy info will bless his ears. The deer and the fox taunt him to get it together since things are about to start, while the jester laughs and says Hansu went soft this time and is giving him secondhand embarrassment. The hooded guy and the fox agree it wasn't nearly as bad as before, though Hansu knows he had to dial it back so he could keep control, a trick he picked up from the chief. The goblin apologizes as he regains a bit of composure, and Hansu figures he's definitely a step below the other 4. The jester perks up as he wonders who should start and asks for the lion to go last. Confusing Hansu a bit, however he explains he just likes saving the best for last. Round 1 kicks off, and the goblin thinks he's hit gold as he drops the supposed involvement of Orculus in the great priest's disappearance, but the crystal flares red, showing most of them already knew. Hansu wonders how that got out while the fox consoles the goblin, that it'll take more to impress those two. The hooded guy admits he didn't know either, and Hansu suspects the deer and jester were the ones already in the loop. The lion clicks his tongue in annoyance while the jester scolds Miss Fox for breaking their unspoken rule of not revealing who didn't know what. He reminds them to keep their slips in check, though Hansu recalls that last time it was the jester himself who outed someone and figures he's less calculated than he lets on. Our hero stays sharp as he starts suspecting that this info could be tied to the jester's identity, and he could be in arms with either the temple or the underground city. The goblin sits down, saying the deity gave an oracle, and this time the crystal glows green. The jester's interest spikes and he offers to buy the info, but the goblin says he is being kept out of the circle. Jester slips up and reveals even the paladin doesn't know, which makes the goblin panic since now everyone knows he's connected. He starts freaking out about the new guy's presence, but the jester just claps back that the lion probably doesn't care, but Hansu silently makes a note of that. Then it's Miss Fox's turn. She drops that a double number item is going up at the Sky Auction House, which grabs Hansu's attention as he realizes he needs to head there. The deer follows up saying the royal family is gearing up to raid Noark, confirming what Beiko had said. Then the hooded guy reveals that equipment stolen from the Dragon Slayer is on the black market now, except the Arc Sword is still missing. That one hits Hansu like a truck as he realizes someone must have looted the guy after he got folded like an omelet. Beiko had said he didn't even hit his head, yet he lost his memories, and now Hansu suspects the memory loss might be related to that drug earlier, meaning whoever gave it to him could be causing internal chaos in Orculus. The jester turns to the lion next, asking if he'd like to go, but Hansu notes how smug he looks and replies that he seems too very confident. Jester claims he's dug deep this time and Hansu tells him to just spit it out already. The jester declares that in 3 years, unity magic will be created for up to 6 people at once, and everyone immediately starts losing it. The crystal glows green, and Hansu figures either it's true or the jester genuinely believes it to be true. The deer gets up in disbelief while Miss Fox starts panicking as she rambles on how this changes everything. Hansu knows this could turn the game on its head, as with 6-person parties, new formations and synergies would emerge, maybe even making clearing the game a real possibility. The jester proudly asks for Hansu's opinion, and our boy just smirks and gives the needy guy a little praise. When it's finally Hansu's turn, he starts thinking about what to drop now that the stakes have been raised. He decides to reward their efforts and drops the big one that the oracle gave birth to a new divine relic. The goblin loses it, yelling at Hansu for knowing something he doesn't, but the jester cuts him off and asks for details. But Hansu shuts him down and tells him to bring better info next time. The jester laughs and says he's glad the lion is sticking around and promises he'll bring something even juicier, while Hansu thinks he's just secured himself another source. While the jester acts like his crush just texted him, Hansu thinks he'll just play it off next time like the info wasn't interesting at all. Miss Fox asks if he knows where the master is, but Hansu only gives a vague gesture that his answer depends on the kind of info she brings, which leaves her frustrated, as her tips are not as thrilling as the others. With that, Hansu asks if they're down for another round, and a few moments later, the goblin jumps back in since his info flops again. The hooded guy says he needs to do better and the goblin coughs up something related to the temple. Miss Fox finally reveals what the double number item is, but that still doesn't impress the deer, who throws in news about the royals. Then the crescent mentions the fairy's successor committed a serious crime and was stripped of the title. When it's the jester's turn, he says the masks aren't chosen randomly, and they reflect the bearer's fate. He jabs at the goblin as he calls him weak, and the deer finally clicks on why the jester's stuck with the clown mask. No one agrees it's crystal-worthy intel, and the jester rounds it out by mentioning something about the Explorer Guild. Then Hansu's turn rolls around again. He casually drops something so far ahead in the game that it's almost useless for anyone else to know. He reveals that the Stone of Resurrection exists, and the room explodes in chaos, all except the goblin who cluelessly asks what that even is, killing the mood instantly. The Stone of Resurrection is nearly impossible to get, and Hansu only managed to grab it once across 9 brutal years of gameplay. Miss Fox explains what the Stone of Resurrection obviously does, and the goblin calls cap since a revival item should not exist in a roguelike game. Crescent stands up and asks if bringing someone back is actually possible, to which Hansu confirms yes, though there are some complex conditions attached. The hooded guy tries to press for more, but Hansu cuts him off, saying he's already shared enough for one day. The guy doesn't back down though, and asks what kind of information Hansu is interested in, since he desperately needs that item, catching our boy off guard. Our boy starts scrambling for a response, then drops the coldest line he can muster, saying he's not even sure what he's interested in himself. It feels a little edgy in his head, but he hopes it's enough to push them to start throwing all sorts of info his way. He figures this way he can dismiss anything mid and pretend he's just hard to please. The hood guy settles down, now wondering what kind of info could possibly impress a guy like that, but silence fills the room. As Hansu gets up to leave, he sees everyone still watching him as they are clearly expecting more, which irritates him a bit. Still, he drops a smooth closer that he's looking forward to their next meeting, and walks out giving off pure aura. Meanwhile, the goblin is in full panic mode as he mutters that Mr. Lion might be one of them, confusing the rest. He claims only 10 people in the order know about the oracle, and wonders if Hansu is one of them. The jester immediately starts roasting him, but the goblin sticks to it, saying nothing else makes sense. The jester slams the table and says this is exactly why no one takes the goblin seriously. He points out that it never occurred to him that one of the 10 might be his own subordinate, but the goblin refuses to believe it since those people are chosen by the spirit. The rest of the group doesn't look convinced either, which catches the goblin off guard. The hooded guy says he thought Hansu would be the self-righteous type, but clearly he's something else. Even the deer admits Hansu feels like someone on a whole other level. The hood guy points out that Hansu already knew about the Nork raid, so maybe he has ties in the palace. Miss Fox adds that he wasn't even slightly tempted by the double number item. The jester chimes in, saying he's sure Mr. Lion has probably unalived thousands, and doesn't even know what excites him anymore. The hood guy suggests that maybe they already know who he is since Hansu looked straight at him before revealing the resurrection stone, like he knew. The goblin tries to brush it off and says they're reading too much into it, but he starts wondering if he's falling behind again. Then the jester adds that it makes sense why Hansu would be the one to bring up the resurrection stone in the first place. Miss Fox suddenly gets an idea and asks if they can track someone through the mask. Even the deer agrees it's possible, assuming the jester's previous statement was true. Miss Fox gets deep into lore mode, as our boy reminds of the story where lions throw their clubs off a cliff to toughen them up, but the deer remarks that Hansu has probably endured far worse. The jester speculates that maybe it means Hansu is meant to be king someday, and Crescent nods, saying he doesn't seem like the type to serve under anyone. The group keeps theorizing, and the goblin gets a sudden big brain moment, as he wonders if the lion mask is about Hansu having a ton of ladies like actual lions. He wisely keeps that thought to himself, not in the mood to get roasted again. 2 days later, the newly formed team held their first meeting, and Bjorn was a little concerned at first, but it ended up going surprisingly well. Raven gets straight to business, saying they need to talk about loot distribution, and Einar immediately volunteers Bjorn to handle it. Raven disagrees, and even Avman joins in as he claims Einar doesn't deserve equal pay, since she's less skilled, which sets her off. Before she explodes, Misha shuts her up with a hand over her mouth and tells her that Bjorn will handle it. Raven explains that with her advanced distortion skills, they can store essences in test tubes and extract more items, so she wants about 30%, as recommended by her seniors. Bjorn claps back that her seniors probably worked with low-level teams, but she throws it right back at him and asks if that isn't the case for her now. She's a 6th rank mage, which counts as 5th rank explorer level, technically putting her above the rest. Bjorn says they'll figure it out in the labyrinth, but Raven keeps pushing that Misha and Einar aren't as useful. Our boy settles it by offering her 40% of the special loot earned through magic, which she happily takes, unaware that's just the standard cut for mages. Bjorn tells Avman he can only take 5% from Einar's share for being a scout, which clearly annoys him, but some dirt stops him from arguing. With that, the biggest conflict gets smoothed out, and Bjorn notes it really is easier when you've done a background check beforehand. However, just when he thinks they're done, Raven starts talking again. She dives into questions about registration, funding, and loot division in ruptures. She keeps going while everyone else pretends to be busy, and Bjorn forces himself to stay awake. Eventually, he asks how long this is going to take, and the little witch replies they've only covered half of 35 topics. Bjorn decides to call it a night and promises to sort out the rest later. She still presses for a specific date, and Bjorn swears he's never been more thankful to be a barbarian and not a mage. The next morning, they finish their registration and return home early, so he tells the girls to rest up, then enters his room and spots a letter from the followers of Liatlas. He wonders if the meeting with the draconic humans is happening, and guesses they must want the Dragon Slayer sword back badly. As soon as he opens the letter, which only says that he will call for him, a bright light engulfs him and he gets yanked into an unknown space. Bjorn looks around while wondering if this is the Dragon Temple, as he guesses the letter was a vessel for a teleportation spell. Just then, a voice asks if he knows he's not the first barbarian to step into this place. The pressure hits him hard, but it's different from Bloodlust as it's stronger, which our boy clocks as Dragon Fear. The man on the throne tells him that if he makes it out alive, he'll be the first barbarian who ever has. Bjorn quickly catches on that this higher-ranking creature is using Dragon Fear to flex some intimidation, and since their kind is too proud to take the sword back without a reward, they still feel the need to make things dramatic before even speaking. It ticks him off as he wonders why everyone keeps trying to scare him, which clearly throws the Draconian off since he has never seen someone react like that before. Bjorn takes a deep breath and lets out a full-blown war cry as he doesn't even acknowledge the Dragon Fear. The Draconian stands too stunned to speak for a few seconds but eventually asks what that was about, and Bjorn replies that he just felt like shouting. The man smiles and says there's no issue as he snaps his fingers and apologizes, claiming it was the elders who told him to act like that to make negotiations smoother. Bjorn decides to clear a few things as introduces himself and asks if the guy is the chief here. The man gets up and says that works, but it's easier to call him Fursere Dormith, leaving Bjorn entirely flabbergasted. The Draconian laughs that he's joking and tells him to just call him Lafir, though Bjorn clearly couldn't care less. Lafir squints slightly and asks Bjorn to show the dragon sword, finding it hard to believe he even has it. Bjorn feels a little annoyed at the doubt, but figures that showing is better than talking, so he pulls it out. Before he can react, Lafir flash steps forward and snatches the sword clean, holding it up as he inspects it for something. Lafir wants the full story on Ligar, so Bjorn gives him a quick summary, carefully leaving a few things out. The Draconian looks slightly shaken by Ligar's actions but agrees to keep the whole thing under wraps just as Bjorn asked. He then drops the reveal that Ligar is his younger brother, which is why he couldn't stop him, and flashbacks to the day he found the ancient dragon's body and that the sword was missing. Snapping out of it, Lafir lowers his head slightly to thank Bjorn for returning the sword and calls him a savior in his eyes. Bjorn feels a bit awkward since he only did it for a reward but figures he may as well ride with it. Lafir asks what he wants and Bjorn throws the question back asking what's on offer. Lafir starts with treasure, enough to fund his advanced armor and more, but Bjorn declines. Then comes the offer of a teammate for 2 years, which sounds tempting but Bjorn brushes that off too, while Lafir lets it slip she is real pretty too. Next is the arc armor that's still in the works for next year, but if our hero wanted gear, he'd have just taken the gold. Playing it full barbarian, Bjorn says none of that works and demands a tattoo instead, which throws Lafir completely off guard. What he wants is the Dragon's Blessing, the ultimate cheat code that makes Draconians so overpowered. Tension spikes as Laffer says Bjorn's name and demands to know where he heard about that, but Bjorn shrugs it off and tells him to stop being stingy and get it over with. He argues that since Laffer is a dragon descendant, he should act like it and hand it over already. Laffer is clearly shaken and wonders if all barbarians are this insane, saying that giving it away would get our hero kicked out of his own clan. Bjorn claps back by calling him a cheapskate after all that talk about being their savior. Then he gets serious, saying that the Spirit of Light claimed Ligar would return soon, and that they're bound by a powerful fate. The Draconian looks surprised, but Bjorn pushes further, saying he has to get stronger so no more friends end up dead because of that guy. He plays his nastiest card as he points out that since Laffer can't stop his own brother, he should invest in someone who can, and declares that he will destroy that rogue Draconian. Laffer tells him he'll confirm with the Oracle first, and with that, Bjorn walks out intact. However, the peace doesn't last as Julie shows up again and asks if he's changed his mind now that his team fell apart, assuming her father had something to do with it. Bjorn admits that the old man tried something but Rottmiller didn't fall for it, which catches her off guard. Bjorn can't help but feel it's a little too suspicious that the district manager asked to meet Rottmiller right after Julie visited him. Something about all of this stinks, so he grabs his mace and asks where her dad is, claiming he just wants to talk. Julie tries to question why he's taking a weapon, but he walks off like that's the dumbest thing anyone could ask in a world like this. Moments later, he kicks open the district manager's door, and everyone looks at him in shock. The guards get ready to act, but the district manager stops them and tells them to leave. They hesitate, but the man insists, and they finally back off. Bjorn compliments him on being smart, but the man asks why he barged in dragging his daughter, and Bjorn groans that they should handle their family drama themselves, leaving him surprised as he asks if Bjorn's turning on her now. Bjorn says he was never on her side to begin with, and doesn't plan to be, but when asked why he brought her here, he explains that she followed him around and wouldn't stop bugging him as she buzzed around his apartment, which leaves her completely flustered. The district manager believes him without hesitation, then asks why he had to be so destructive, pointing toward the broken door. Bjorn throws a jab that people will think he's a very open district manager who values communication, which clearly ticks the man off as he threatens jail, but Bjorn warns that if he goes down, the guy's secrets come out too. The district manager scoffs that no one will trust that scout, but Bjorn drops the bomb that he's the barbarian heir, and that any damage to him would shake next year's elections. He reminds him that the barbarians have his back and his political enemies would love the chaos. That drains the color from the man's face, and instead of pushing further, he just asks what Bjorn wants. For a second, Bjorn thinks about smashing his skull in, but the whole Dragon Slayer mess is enough right now. He activates Bloodlust and tells the district manager to look him in the eyes. He says he doesn't care about misunderstandings or personal hate, but if the guy tries anything again, next time won't end with just a conversation. Both of them start trembling while Bjorn walks away with absolute swagger, leaving behind nothing but raw presence as he decides that he might as well go eat something. After what was supposed to be a peaceful negotiation, Bjorn gets back to preparing for the expedition, though first he has to deal with the 30 new questions Raven put together. A few grueling hours of her non-stop chatter later, she finally lets him go while Bjorn barely clings to life. Later on, the squad gets drunk trying to come up with a team name. Einar excitedly suggests apple pie while Raven leans towards something edgy like Narak, which means those who walk in darkness. Bjorn doesn't argue, and settles on the combo name Apple Narak, and Einar looks like she just won the lottery while Raven looks like she wants to evaporate. After that, Bjorn visits the training facility to help Misha and Einar train, who rush forward in perfect sync and obliterate their straw targets. Whenever he finds time, he drops by the library, and at one point, Hikarad swings by to visit, but our boy swipes left on the dwarf instantly. Days fly by until it's time for the newly formed squad to dive back into the labyrinth. Sometime later at the center of the crystal cave, Raven snaps and demands to know what Avman is doing since he looks completely lost. Bjorn tries to calm her down, admitting that he didn't know the guy's sense of direction was this bad, while secretly thinking the bearman couldn't find his way out of a paper bag. Raven already figured he was worse with directions than Zoro since he managed to be late, despite living near the square as she demanded a late fee from him, while Avman makes some pathetic excuse about it being his first time out at night, but Bjorn quickly cools things down before the bear can embarrass himself any further. Raven starts biting her fingers in frustration, and Bjorn realizes he has to start gaslighting her that it's fine for a guide to have zero sense of direction before things explode. He tells Avman he'll take the lead instead, and just needs directions to the portal, and with that, they set off, and Bjorn decides to stick with the wider paths based on his previous experiences. Even though he's leading for the first time, he knows to avoid hills and stick to darker routes with fewer crystals which he picked up from his time with Rottmiller. Thanks to that, they reach the second floor in just 12 hours, which even gets a nod from Raven. Fortunately, this level's easier to navigate as there are 8 portals, but the catch is that once one opens, the rest become regular stones. That's why teams that arrive late end up running in circles, but having a guide makes all the difference. Bjorn asks Avman for the direction, and the guy confidently points it out like a sniffer dog. He then tells Raven to increase the number of light spheres, which she does effortlessly thanks to her high mana regeneration. Avman mentions that the last mage he worked with wasn't nearly as good, and Misha's mood nosedives as she finally gets why Dwalki always hyped up other mages. This place usually calls for a pro scout thanks to all the traps, but light spheres handle that issue pretty well. However, the light attracts goblins, but Bjorn simply smashes them away like he is hitting a home run. On day 2, they reach the 3rd floor and land in the witch's forest, where the special effect kicks in, and Raven immediately looks like she might throw up. On day 8, Einar suddenly yells a war cry out of nowhere which scares Misha half to death, but she's just excited after spotting the castle in the middle of the forest. Bjorn stands there quietly, realizing they made it as fast as they did with Rotmiller, but Raven breaks his train of thought to mention that the ominous mana is getting hard to handle, but Bjorn tells her they're waiting for the color to change. Einar asks if it's because another team might be waiting inside, and Bjorn confirms, and just then the light turns green, and they enter. On the 4th floor, they get swarmed by a variety of monsters which Bjorn sees as perfect training. Basically, it's the best place to see how strong they've gotten, and with that a giant Bjorn crushes a half-troll with his mace, while the others' monsters charge in. Avman covers him with special corrosive arrows and wrecks the enemies, while Raven fires off high-level flame spells that turn the monsters into roasted meat. Bjorn smirks at how good it feels to finally have 3 capable teammates, and figures the 2 girls can handle things fine too, and believes they should be ready for the 5th floor soon. However, the problem is the route, as they have to pass through the Sky Tower's Stairs of Wisdom, which took only 1 hour with Rotmiller. However, it took 5 times more with Bjorn. It's 10 at night when he checks the time and admits they won't finish the Sky Tower in time. He calls it and tells everyone to rest while Raven seems a little down. Einar is in high spirits since they don't need to stand guard in this empty tower, and Misha explains that she felt the same the first time too, but Einar passes out halfway through her yapping. Misha catches Bjorn watching them and asks what he's staring at. However, Bjorn replies he wasn't looking at her, which annoys her, and she storms off. This catches Bjorn off guard, but then Raven cuts in to say she did the math and there's no way they'll clear the 5th floor in time. However, Bjorn reasons that it's only their first expedition. Raven narrows her eyes, but Bjorn explains that they'll get faster with time, and she then waddles back to her sleeping bag, satisfied with the answer. Only a few minutes have passed when Bjorn gets woken up by Raven, who says there is an intruder among them making his blood run cold. He reaches for his weapon, but Raven warns him not to move as that person is standing right behind her while she tries to act like nothing's wrong. Bjorn thinks it's wild how their mage's life is on the line, yet she still manages to stay calm, though he gets caught off guard when he realizes she can hear his thoughts too, which surprises her just as much. She reminds him that her life is quite literally in his hands. Bjorn realizes that he needs to stay level-headed to get through this, and figures the intruder must have slipped in unnoticed. Back when they entered after the first stage, Raven had used detection magic and found nothing, which makes it even more suspicious now. The only explanation is that the guy used some kind of high-rank stealth item to sneak past undetected, but just then, the invisible intruder pulls out a knife, which tells Bjorn right away that this guy has zero faith in his own combat ability. Bjorn tells Raven he's made his decision and warns her to duck when he gives the signal. She nervously tells him to be careful, but he cuts her words short as he lets out a war cry and hurls his shield like he is some Temu version Captain America. Raven dives for cover while the shield nails the intruder hard enough to cancel out his invisibility, making the guy grunt in pain as he's knocked into view. The rest of the gang snap awake and instantly realize that there's an enemy among them. Bjorn charges forward using gigantification as he grabs Raven in one arm and tries to slap the invisible guy down with the other. The man narrowly dodges and vanishes again as he triggers his stealth once more, which makes Bjorn ticked off. Raven groans for him to be a bit gentler since getting rushed around like a ragdoll makes her want to hurt. Bjorn yells at everyone to get ready for a fight since some rat tried to take Raven out. The whole squad launches into action like they're straight out of a blockbuster, with Einar yelling out how cool it is that Bjorn even finds rats. He clarifies that he means an actual enemy and sets Raven down. He then asks Raven to keep using her detection magic, though she says she still can't pinpoint him. Bjorn tells her to keep scanning while Avman asks how many they're dealing with. Bjorn guesses it's just one for now and warns everyone to stay sharp. Minutes pass as they sweep the area in a tight formation while Einar yells at the hidden rat to come out, even promising to make it painless. But just then, Raven spots something near the door. She shouts that he's right there and activates her tracking spell, breaking the invisibility as the figure is exposed again. Einar screams at him for messing up her sleep while Avman coolly loads an arrow and fires but misses just by a bit as the intruder bolts through the portal, leaving Misha fuming. Bjorn tells her to calm down since the guy went through the stairs of courage, meaning he's now locked in the dungeon until the rest follow. While gearing up, Raven rushes over and shows him a satchel she found on the ground, which turns out to be an expandable bag. Seeing all the elite assassin gear inside, Bjorn concludes the guy must be a pro and thinks they got lucky thanks to Raven's detection. He tells everyone to fall in and warns that the assassin might still have something up his sleeve. Bjorn decides to go first and tells the others to wait for his signal. His eyes widen once he enters and he calls the team in, asking Raven to keep detection active and if she can snuff out the rainbow fire. Monsters line up beside the fire user and Bjorn orders them to deal with the creatures first while staying alert for the assassin. Once the fight ends, they all stare at a burned corpse with the same thought. Bjorn asks if it's real, and Raven confirms it's the assassin and that it is not even some body double, since the mana is still the same. Avman throws out the obvious question about whether the guy really unalived himself and Bjorn feels a little sick over it. He's met plenty of people clinging to life at the edge of death, but never anyone who just gave up this quickly. There's no identity tag in the satchel, and Raven confirms there wasn't one on the corpse either unless it got incinerated. Bjorn checks on Raven, who looks puzzled until he mentions the corpse golem. She gets flustered as she yells out that it was just the smell that time and she's used to this kind of thing. Misha points to a snoozing Einar and tells Bjorn they should all get some rest now, so the group sets up a campfire for the night while Bjorn takes the first watch. He sits there wondering who the guy really was and narrows it down to two suspects that it is either the Dragon Slayer or the district manager. The lack of an identification tag makes him lean towards the Dragon Slayer, but the fact that the guy went to such lengths to erase all evidence makes the district manager seem a lot more suspicious. Bjorn figures the conversation from before didn't convince him enough, but then he notices Raven looking restless and starts to wonder if she's having a nightmare. She suddenly calls out to him and he reassures her that he's keeping guard, but she says she has a question. She asks what would have happened if she hadn't used mana detection back then, and Bjorn counter asks if she wants the honest version. He tells her straight that there was a real chance they all would have died, or at least lost one or two people. Raven asks if all expeditions are this brutal and questions how twisted the world is. Bjorn tries to ease her mind a bit and tells her that not all missions are this messed up.